Shin Yu-myung is a no-name actor who has spent 15 years playing only minor roles because of his frail appearance. One day, he meets the acting spirit Young-wai and signs a contract to change his life forever. Thanks to his genius acting talent, he begins to shine and rises to become a top star. With every role, he creates a perfect character that leaves a deep impression on the audience. How will his journey to stardom unfold, and what obstacles and challenges will he encounter along the way? Join Life Manhwa as we follow this captivating series. It opens with a movie set for the Terminator series right before your eyes. In front of the camera, the actors are acting out their roles. Seo Dae-ri is your brother's sister. The husband sits down and reassures her, "That is right, so calm down. I am going crazy because of your ridiculous fantasies." The wife does not back down and retorts, "What fantasies? Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, the secretary walks in and announces, "Chairman, you have a call from the National Tax Service." The husband, taking his anger out on the secretary, yells right in his face, "Can't you see I am busy with something important? Get out." The director stops the scene at this point and says, "Cut, take a break everyone. You have worked hard." The actors then take a breather to recharge. Suddenly, a guy in a red shirt runs so fast that he bumps into Yu-myung's shoulder. "Yes, I am here." He stops and turns his head. "Oh, I am sorry." He politely replies, "It is okay." But the next second, someone else bumps into him. "I am sorry," and again he brushes it off, "It is okay." Right now, they are gossiping behind Yu-myung's back. "When did he get here? I have never seen him before." "Yeah, what kind of actor looks so lifeless?" Meanwhile, high above, a mysterious entity is watching Yu-myung. "I am bored, I will just follow him. Is it a human or a spirit? And this small white thing is Young-wai, a soul of acting, a creature from another world hanging around the film set, and replenishing the life energy of the actors." After the break, the actors continue. Scene 37, action from inside. A voice says, "Sir, the search and seizure has been carried out based on information provided by an internal mole." The chairman slams his desk and jumps up. "What? Who did it?" Young-wai's attention is now completely focused on Yu-myung, this guy. He has so little life energy. How can someone like him be an actor? How can he act with so little life energy? And so it decides to breathe some life into him. "Director Kim, what brings you here again?" When he sees the chairman asking him, he gives a sly smirk. "Just as you heard. You should have been more careful. I am the mole." Young-wai is very surprised by his acting. "What?" Yu-myung immediately reveals a contemptuous look for the director. "Why are you so surprised? Isn't it true that when desperate, a mouse will bite back at a cat?" The actors present are all frozen in shock for 5 full seconds. Even the director and the backstage crew have to acknowledge Yu-myung's acting skills at this point. Young-wai immediately identifies the target, interesting. The director's face turns red with fury when he hears that. That person immediately throws the pile of documents off the table. Cut, well done. The director is very satisfied with the actor's performance at this time. Excellent. Suddenly, he turns to Yu-myung with an eager face and asks, "By the way, Director Kim, what is your name? I did not pay much attention before, but you acted really well." When he receives the compliment from the director, he bows deeply. "Thank you, Director. My name is Shin Yu-myung." The director then requests, "Send your personal profile to the secretary before you leave." "Yes, thank you." A feeling of joy immediately surges within Yu-myung. This is the first time. In 15 years of acting, a director has noticed me. My body always feels heavy when I am on stage, and I can't act the way I want, but now I feel completely liberated. Yu-myung now clenches his fist with determination. Finally, has my chance to break through arrived. But not long after, Yu-myung receives a shocking piece of news. "You have terminal cancer." "What?" The doctor then adds about his current condition. "The cancer cells have spread to other internal organs. You need to be hospitalized immediately." But why did everything happen so suddenly? Yes, I understand. Normally, people come in before this stage, along with signs of severe fatigue and yellowing skin. Usually, cancer. Yu-myung walks down the hospital hallway in a daze after hearing the diagnosis. "When I was little, I was always a weak child." He slowly sits down and begins to doubt himself. Or maybe it is because of alcohol. Did I drink too much? Yu-myung hangs his head with a sense of helplessness and no way out. "I thought a bright future was waiting for me, But now he does not know what to do. What about the audition for the theater troupe tonight? I thought I could get a supporting role, but everything ends here. He opens his hand and stares at it. No, maybe that feeling from this morning, that feeling that I was really alive with acting. Even though life is beating Yu Myung down, he tries his best to be optimistic. Will a miracle happen? He takes his jacket and walks step by heavy step. Damn life. Yu Myung's face is now flushed red. What an idiot, about to die and still incompetent. He reaches out and grabs the doorknob. I am just an incompetent guy who can't give up his dream. Yu Myung opens the door. His room is shrouded in darkness, like his future that is about to come. Yu Myung kicks the pile of scripts that he once dedicated all his passion to. Never received a leading role, and the number of supporting roles I have received can be counted on one hand. That number will never be comparable to the leading actor, dozens of repetitive roles. Yu Myung has dedicated his entire youth to the roles, but he has never been able to get attention. And only participated in crowd roles that no one remembers, hundreds of minor roles. Thousands of crowd roles, Yu Myung has never really made an impression. He just glides past the crowds aimlessly, but is just like an anonymous person. Yu Myung sits down, his eyes blankly lift a can of beer. So this is the result of my career. His mind is completely empty and can't think of anything. What do I say to my family? After leaving home to pursue my career, it has been 10 years since I contacted them. How can I suddenly show up and say I am going to die in a few months? Suddenly, Yongwei appears next to him. Give me another can. When faced with this mysterious entity, Yu Myung is horrified and screams. His face is now full of fear. What is it? It just calmly asks back. What is it? What do you mean you are so rude? It then politely introduces itself. My name is Yongwei. I am a soul of acting. Hearing this, Yu Myung freezes for 5 seconds with a dumbfounded look. He does not believe Yongwei is a being of flesh and blood and just thinks it is his imagination. I must be too drunk, that is why I am seeing these things. Yongwei moves closer to Yu Myung and senses, your life energy is very low, even lower than the average person. It is a miracle you have not died at this level. Hearing this, Yu Myung gets a little annoyed and retorts, I am still trying to come to terms with my fate. Good, you really are. So after a few short introductions, Yongwei sits down next to him and lifts a can of beer to confide. So what is your name? He hesitates. Sin Yu Myung. Yu Myung means famous. That is why you can exist like a child. What are you talking about? In the face of Yu Myung's bewilderment, it slowly explains, the name is what is attached to you. Your existence is recognized by the statement, I have money. Your name indicates that you exist. However, I can't understand how you could have lived past adolescence. Even more incomprehensible for an actor, you should have been crushed by the life energy of other actors when acting and unable to move. Hearing this, Yu Myung immediately freezes. He immediately asks back, what do you mean? Yongwei yawns and then explains, life energy is expressed through presence. Yongwei also does not hide anything and reveals something to him, if your appearance looks weak, you won't get noticed no matter what you do. When it is strong, you will automatically attract attention even when standing still. According to humans, that is called charisma, and Yu Myung, according to Yongwei, is lacking this. Not stopping there, it still reveals more, and charisma is used for a strong presence. Normally, humans have a presence level of around 50, actors around 60 to 70. If you are a famous actor, it can go up to 80 and 90. Yours is below 30, below average, with little vitality. I felt sorry for you, so I helped you a little today. How did you feel? Hearing this, he is a little confused. Today how, it immediately recalls, at the film set. A disappointment suddenly floods Yu Myung. That feeling, was it because of you? Thought he would be despairing, but he becomes strangely excited. That is amazing, I have never had that feeling before. I see now, I acted better because you gave me more energy. If you increase it. Suddenly, the next second, Yu Myung becomes sullen again. But anyway, I will still die soon. It does not say anything more to his confession. Yongwei is quite surprised by his outlook on life. A person who lives his whole life with that little energy, instead of regretting having chosen that career, he complains about not being able to continue acting in the future. Besides, the amount of energy I gave should have helped him to be equal to others. But he attracted the people around him, and it saw that with its own eyes. Suddenly, Yongwei asks a random question that makes Yu Myung freeze. Should I take you back to the age of 20? I can take you back to that time and give you some life energy, but there must be a condition. He asks back without hesitation, what condition? Thinking it would make a high-level request, but its request is very reasonable, you have to show me better acting. I like acting. Hearing this, his eyes light up. Is that possible? One of Yang Wai's tails suddenly lights up. Yes, use my 10th tail. However, that is a pretty big investment. Seeing that it has such miraculous powers, Yumiong asks back in amazement. Are you sure? That is a great condition, but are not I the only one who benefits? Are you an angel or something? Yang Wai immediately denies what he just said. I also benefit. Really, thank you so much. Yang Wai does not want to beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. So we have to make a contract. Should I take you back right then now? Wait a bit. Although he really does not want to go back to that time, Yang Wai still takes him back to that time. Don't choose the age of 20. I was in the military at that time. I am not going again. In just the blink of an eye, Yumiong opens his eyes right in his bed. And Yang Wai is now lying next to him with his eyes closed. Hey! What do you think of this youthful body? Hearing this, he can't help but flinch. Yumiong, as if he had forgotten everything, shoots someone into the corner of the wall. What is it? It repeats, we have already signed a contract. Yang Wai rubs his eyes and explains, because you said you did not want to go back to the age of 20, I took you back to the age of 23. He still has not gotten over his bewilderment and asks, this is not a dream, is it? After looking around, his eyes also widen. Now that I think about it, this place. The surrounding scenery now appears very familiar before his eyes. After regaining his composure, Yumiong also has a little conversation with it. By the way, why are you so tiny? I said that was a big investment for me. I can hardly maintain with this tiny body. Hearing this, Yumiong becomes even more determined. I understand. Thank you. I will work hard to ensure that investment is not in vain. The Yang Wai contract has been established. According to the contract, you must accept the presence of the fox spirit, a presence level of 29 out of 100. He is curious again. What is this? What strange things am I seeing here? My presence is at level 29. Yang Wai is now very excited. This is why we made a contract. I will give you some of my energy, from 20 to 50. You choose. Hearing this, Yumiong becomes extremely excited. We get to choose, then of course I will choose 50. The next second, he starts to doubt life. But is such a high level okay? I can't stand out no matter what I do, because I do not have any energy. Yumiong seems to remember something. I am going crazy. Hey, it is not good to play the main role or stand out too much. The supporting role should not overshadow the main role. He thinks about it carefully after hearing that. The supporting role should not overshadow the main role. Everyone has their own speed. I will try my best. He decides not to rely too much on Yang Wai and will strive on his own. After thinking about it carefully, Yumiong makes a decision. 25, that is enough. Hearing this, Yang Wai is very surprised. What, why not just choose 50? Yumiong smiles awkwardly, raises his hand, scratches his head, and explains, I do not want to play the main role right away. Too much presence will be a problem. Yang Wai respects his decision, so he agrees. Okay, too easy is boring. You are at 54 now. How do you feel? Is it different? He immediately feels the abundant vitality in his body. Yumiong immediately feels the difference. My body is refreshed and lighter. Thank you. But you do not look like a spirit, so Yang Wai does not suit you at all. Because you are a fox, how about Miho? It does not pay too much attention to the name, so he lets him do whatever he wants. Call me whatever you want. The next second, Yumiong gently holds Miho in his arms. He is very grateful for its appearance and help. Thank you, Miho. You are welcome. After looking at the calendar, Yumiong suddenly remembers something and asks, I just returned to school when I was 23, Miho, what do you want to do? It immediately shares. I am bored. I only like acting. Welcome students of the class of 2003, Guanak University. Seeing the familiar school before his eyes, Yumiong can't help but feel sentimental. It has been a long time since I have been back here. I did not pay much attention when I was at home. Now I have really come back. Then Yumiong looks around at everyone. paying more attention. It seems like this is the fashion of that time. The first course of the semester is definitely that. While he is moving forward, a girl gives him a flyer. Here, take this. Seeing that he keeps walking, the girl runs after him and says, "Hey, mister. Hey, business administration student." Hearing this, Yu Myung suddenly stops. He points at himself and asks back, "Me?" The girl confirms, "Yes, yes, take our club's flyer." Yu Myung reaches out and takes it, unable to believe it. No way, receiving a flyer on the street. This is the first time I have experienced these things. Yu Myung's face turns red with embarrassment. He walks down the street and wonders to himself, is it because of my new presence? This life is so different. So, now Yu Myung seems to be given more courage. He immediately opens the door and enters the room. And the familiar face that appears before him is Ryu Shin. Yu Myung is determined in his heart in a powerful way, I will not waste this opportunity. Immediately afterwards, he chooses a suitable seat and sits down. Shin Suho looks at Yu Myung and wonders, did he come from another department? It is the first time I have seen him. Hai Seon looks excited when he sees Yu Myung. Now I notice, you are right, but do not you think he looks quite handsome? Ryu Shin pretends to read a book, but is actually paying attention to Yu Myung. And he realizes that he is the center of attention at this time. I can feel their eyes. At first I thought there was only me. But, everyone seems very excited today. Maybe because of this class. Suddenly, the classroom door opens at this time. Someone comes in and puts a book down on the table. Professor J. Pill, led by a film critic, famous for sharp and critical remarks. Hello everyone, my name is Lee J. Pill, and I will be in charge of the immersive acting course. J. Pill, although a harsh teacher, without him, the students would be quite lacking. It can be said that those comments will make you feel a little discouraged, but it is no exaggeration to say that whether an actor is famous or not depends on the evaluation of the teacher. If you have a dream of becoming an actor, everyone will look forward to his lecture, and even Yu Myung is no exception. But a danger for him is also right here, but that is also the reason he is here. Ryu Shin is really a very promising student. He does not beat around the bush and pushes up his glasses and says seriously, I am sure everyone in this class knows me, right? So I will get straight to the point. The midterm exam will be replaced by a short play in 15 minutes. Until then, when you come to class, you will carry out group projects and present the progress of your work, and for the period from midterms to finals, I will evaluate what you have done before. Immediately afterwards, J. Pill begins his lecture. Immersive acting is not acting over the top, but really immersing yourself in the role. That is also how to bring the most natural and authentic performance. Of course, the more the character is different from your personality, the more difficult it is to use this technique. He picks up the pen and starts writing on the board. So the topic this time is: play a person who has a completely different living environment from you. A group will have a maximum of 6 people, and at least 3 people. He also advises in advance, the group will be recognized when it has decided on its implementation idea, and the person who proposes the idea will become the group leader. After stating the entire exam question, J. Pill also asks back, does anyone have any ideas? Everyone below pretends to be silly and no one dares to speak up. Seeing them as silent as clams, J. Pill sighs, as expected, this year there is no one brave enough to ask me for help. If there is no one, suddenly a voice exclaims, Professor. Yu Myung actually bravely raises his hand. I want to present my idea. He is very surprised to see him volunteer. That is not an easy topic, but he already came up with an idea. Do you want to come up here and explain your idea to everyone? Yu Myung immediately stands up, of course. Ryu Shin also folds his arms to see how he will perform. Yu Myung bows and introduces himself first when he gets on stage. Hello, I am Yu Myung, a sophomore in business administration. He is very puzzled to see him appear here. Business administration, did he choose the wrong subject? This is an acting class. After taking all his courage, he dares to say, I am a member of the Changchun Theater Club, and I registered for this class, because I really seriously want to pursue an acting career. I will try my best not to become a burden to everyone. Everyone smiles at him when they hear this. Yu Myung stops for a moment at this time to prepare to say his idea. After preparing, he reveals, my idea is about the life of the singer in the world-famous band Queen, Freddie Mercury. I will create a play with him as the main character. Yu Myung then slowly tells the story of Freddie's life. When he was a poor artist, Freddie met Mary Austin, who later became his partner. He soon became rich and famous, but along with that, he suffered from severe depression and alcohol addiction. Unable to feel love for Mary anymore, he decided to free both of them. After breaking up, he became more and more depressed. Later he met Kim Hutton, who accompanied him until he closed his eyes. Although they no longer continued together, Mary Austin remained as a support and inspiration to him until the end of his life. I am really not familiar with this lifestyle, however I want to try it in that 15-minute short play. Hearing this, J. Pill is very interested and asks more. Interesting, so the three characters will be Freddie Mercury, Mary Austin and Jim Hutton, that is right. J. Pill then asks after finalizing, does anyone want to join this group? Everyone below is whispering to each other at this time. It sounds attractive, but, even so, it is still quite risky to use a play written by someone from another department. While everyone is still quite concerned, Ryu Shin raises his hand. Professor, I want to join. Seeing a promising person like him raise his hand, Yu Myung feels somewhat relieved. It is CO Ryu Shin. Having him in the group is half the work done. Blessed with the ability to act from when he was a child, he will also become the main actor for the July theater troupe in the future. After discussing the script, Ryu Shin asks back, acting like a celebrity. Yu Myung explains, I really seriously want to be an actor, I want to play that role, I really want to play that role, so I proposed that role before the acting students. Who have more skills than me? Ryu Shin nods to the side and asks back with a probing look, there are currently 2 people registered for this role, what should we do? He then makes a suggestion, so whoever reads the script better will take that role. You can act first. His eyes for Yu Myung at this time are not normal. He also does not hesitate to step forward. After that, I actually acted in front of them. The role I practiced countless times, I do not remember what emotions I expressed after that, because my mind was blurred at that time. Everyone also commented after watching, you acted well but something is still missing, a little disappointed. Ryu Shin immediately stands up. Now it is my turn. When observing his performance, he can't take his eyes off him. The only thing I remember is, every gesture of Ryu Shin is extremely sublime and natural. His expression and how to convey his emotions to everyone are also very successful. Ryu Shin's eyes shine as if they contain all the emotions of the character. Everyone's eyes widen in surprise after watching. That is amazing. As expected, Ryu Shin is more suitable for this role. See you at the next group meeting, everyone did a good job, and they stopped there. Before leaving, Ryu Shin also bows and praises him. Your acting was very good, well done. At this time, Yu Myung is still watching Ryu Shin's back, his acting is at a level I do not dare to surpass. I promise myself that one day I would act as well as that. His mood drops a bit. Yu Myung is still standing still on the stage, however as time passes, the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. His mind now can't escape his image, Ryu Shin. Want to join my group, this time. I will show him my acting ability. The greater the distance between them, the more determined he becomes. Yu Myung is determined to prove his ability to Ryu Shin. That night, Yu Myung is still restless and can't sleep. He keeps looking at the ceiling with his mind tangled by. Miho asks Yu Myung when he sees him in such deep thought, what are you thinking about that you can't sleep? It is just too many things happened today. It asks more, is it something bad? No. At this time, a smile unconsciously appears on Yu Myung's lips. The next morning, Yu Myung still could not believe his eyes. He was experiencing things he would never dare to try before regressing. Being regressed, he could not help but be happy to experience such wonderful things. It was amazing to meet people he would always long to meet. And finally, he could meet his family again for the first time. Just thinking about meeting his loved ones again filled him with joy. After running away from home 10 years ago, today was truly wonderful. It is all thanks to you. I am really happy. Yu Myung could not hide his joy and pinched Miho's cheek. But the next second she said, you think I brought you here for fun? I brought you here so you can show me what real acting is. He suddenly remembered something and started chatting with her. Oh right, I forgot I have to write the script. It is a short play about Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury. Like a movie, I am a huge fan of his. I have wanted to play him for a long time. I definitely won't disappoint you. Hearing that, Miho did not say anything more. They touched hands as if making a promise. I won't let you down, I promise. A week later, everyone returned to school for another meeting. Everyone was incredibly curious and asked Yu Myung, team leader, do you have a plot for our play yet? Shin Suho also offered to help him, Since the script was just a draft before, it definitely needs time to be completed. If you need anything, let us know. At this moment, Yu Myung reached into his bag and rummaged around about that. In the next second, he took out a thick stack of scripts and placed them in front of Ryu Shin. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he immediately confirmed, "I have already finished it." Ryu Shin was utterly surprised to see the stack of scripts, the script, including everything around it, not just the plot. "It is done already," Yu Myung confirmed again, "that is right." Ryu Shin then made his guess, "You must have had an idea from the start. So you will be the director then, right?" Yu Myung denied it. "No." He pulled out a piece of paper and said, "I want the role of Freddy." Hearing that, he was very surprised and asked, "You want to play Freddy?" Yu Myung did not hesitate and firmly replied, "Yes, I will hand the script over to the director. And I will just focus on acting." Then, he also revealed, "The role will be chosen through the script." Ryu Shin found it very interesting and while rolling up the paper, said, "Sounds fun. In this group, we have me." Then he listed each member, Hai Seon and Suho, the top 3 actors from Oedipus. "You seem pretty confident, huh?" Clearly, he did not believe in Yu Myung's acting abilities. Seeing their concern about him, Yu Myung paused for a moment. The next second, he spoke to convince them, "I am really looking forward to today's performance. I heard all the tickets are sold out already. We are so lucky." Oedipus is the second largest theater group at Gwangnak University, besides Changchun. Everyone was drawn to their poster. It seems Oedipus's performance is overshadowing Changchun, right? Isn't it a bit pitiful for Changchun to compete against Oedipus? They are not bad, but Oedipus is probably slightly better, since most of their actors are promising. I think so too. I even heard that Oedipus's actors will appear in a KBD drama. The audience in the stands applauded loudly while watching the play. Oedipus's performances often dominate in media coverage compared to Changchun. Co Ryu Shin, a key actor of Oedipus. It is understandable for him to say that. So, Yu Myung straightened the stack of papers. Then he smiled gently and suggested, "We should take a look first, right?" Hearing that, Ryu Shin was speechless and could not say another word. After the group meeting ended, Yu Myung slowly walked towards the train station. He sat slumped on the ground with a gloomy mood. "I knew it would not be easy from the start, but do I really look that incapable of acting? Presence increase is not enough." He began to doubt his existence again. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "Hey, let us go shopping after this class." Why all of a sudden? 2 girls happily chatting with each other walked past him. "I am going on a blind date." He said he likes innocent-looking girls. Another guy, "Don't miss the opportunity and have fun dating." Hearing the 2 girls talking, Yu Myung seemed to realize something. He then slowly stood up, "That is right, even if I increase my presence and attract more attention, if I want people to see me perform, I need to change my image. I can't just be stuck with this look." Looking at himself in the reflection, he realized he needed to change. But the next second, Yu Myung became lost again. "But how do I change? I should probably go downtown." After seeing the poster, he made up his mind. When his brain started working productively again, he realized, "I remember now. She is an extremely famous stylist in the fashion industry for male artists. She is known as the Queen of Fashion, who attracted public attention with her lecture, How to Make a Person Handsome. Back then, she actually had a shop at the university." Yu Myung did not hesitate any longer and immediately set off, "I should go find her." He then walked along the crowded street. And finally, Yu Myung stopped right in front of a shop. He looked up and examined it carefully. "Is this the place? To appear with a polished image as an actor, you need fashion sense and innate charm." Yu Myung was determined to change his appearance, so he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Jeon Min-hee was sitting and eating cup noodles, her eyes fixed on him. So if you get guidance from Jeon Min-hee, you can definitely change. Seeing a customer enter the shop, she quickly put away her noodles and softly said, "Welcome." Yu Myung calmly stated his request, "I am here to get some clothes." Min-hee immediately gestured towards the mirror next to her, "What kind of style are you going for?" Yu Myung did not decide for himself and asked her back, "What style do you think would suit me?" Hearing this, Min-hee's mouth started twitching. What, is this kid trying to cause trouble? Although a little annoyed, she still happily helped him. "Let us see." She tilted her head and glanced over Yu Myung. "Looks a bit old. But these clothes would suit him pretty well." After a quick observation, Minhee immediately grabbed some clothes that would suit him, this one too. After giving Yu Myung a mountain of clothes, she pointed, the fitting room is over there. Go try them on. Although he felt like she had chosen too many clothes for him, he still agreed with her, yes madam. As soon as he entered the fitting room, Yu Myung started trying on each outfit. Based on my memories of her, I actually spent the whole day wandering around this place. It is a lie to say I am not tired. He reached out and took down each piece of clothing. But to meet someone like John Minhee, sacrifices are unavoidable. Seeing Yu Myung come out, Minhee quickly asked, does it fit? He came out hesitantly, yes, I think it fits, but I do not know if it suits me. Even when I am the one choosing the clothes. Really, Yu Myung was very concerned about his appearance. But Minhee, as soon as she saw the clothes on him, was astonished, is this a masterpiece? Then she hesitated, excuse me, do you have? Yes. Minhee moved her face closer to Yu Myung and guessed, have you ever danced? He denied it, no madam. Minhee was still certain in her heart that Yu Myung was not a normal person. Wearing clothes and knowing how to pose like that, is that normal? Spin around. The movement of his fingers, the shifting of his feet is so elegant, like a trained actor. After trying on the clothes, Yu Myung quickly made a decision, madam, I will buy the outfit I tried on, and this one too. Hearing that, Minhee happily packed them up for him, okay, they suit you very well. That is a very wise choice. No. Seeing that she seemed to misunderstand him, he explained again, I mean all the ones I tried on. Hearing this, Minhee was surprised, what, you are taking all of this? It is going to be a bit expensive. Who knew Yu Myung would be so generous? It is okay, I trust your fashion sense. I will buy everything you recommend. And so, Yu Myung really went big this time. The next second, he walked out of the shop with bags of clothes. Yu Myung was walking down the street and thinking, all of this cost 700,000 won. It is the first time I have spent money shopping like this. It is a bit painful to spend the money for my military service and the allowance for my relatives after being discharged, but maybe it is the right decision. He now felt a little relieved, from now on, I think I will do well. As a matter of course, we have become friends. Changing everything. Yu Myung's steps were no longer heavy but more confident. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Yu Myung could not help but wonder and reached into his pocket, who is calling me at this hour? He took out his phone and looked at it with a dazed expression. Without hesitating, Yu Myung immediately answered the phone, hello, what is up? At the other end of the line, Ryu Shin slowly spoke, Yu Myung, how? He immediately asked with a suspicious look, how did you write this script? Hearing this, he was utterly surprised and asked back, what do you mean? The clock was nearing 10 of the clock at night, but Ryu Shin was still sitting at his desk. He was a little tired at this point. With extra classes and preparations for the performance, there was no time to rest. Looking to his side, he suddenly realized something. The stack of scripts immediately caught Ryu Shin's eye. I need to examine them closely. He leaned down and picked up the stack of scripts. As soon as he looked at the stack of scripts, he did not think highly of Yu Myung. A script written by an amateur probably won't be very good, but he looks very enthusiastic. We need to see if it is true. Ryu Shin then decided to open the script and read through it. I wonder if this script is as good as his spirit. His fingers turned each page. Under the dim light in the dark room, Ryu Shin carefully read each line. The next second, he paused to take out his phone and call Yu Myung. He was determined to make things clear. Hello, what is up? How did you write this script? Ryu Shin asked again with an incredulous tone. Hearing that, Yu Myung was utterly astonished. What is it? I was too excited to notice it. Ryu Shin asked directly, is this the first time you have written a script? Then how did you write it like this? All the dialogue, the different scenes, the gestures, the way the actors express themselves. When I read it, I can even hear their voices. Ryu Shin then also praised him. Your script is very good. Then why do you want to act? Write this script for our two groups, and put it into Oedipus's performance, under my direction. After being given that request, Yu Myung paused for a moment. Wait, I am not even in the same department, how can I join Oedipus? He then revealed, we accept talent from outside if they are recommended. I will recommend you. You are really talented. Instead of acting, why do not you switch to writing scripts? But Yu Myung did not accept it, you have not even seen me act yet. Ryu Shin then blurted out something very blunt, even if you act well, it probably won't be as good as your writing ability. Yu Myung did not say much more but just ended with the final sentence and hung up, then let us wait and see until the script rehearsal. Ryu Shin was confused by his actions. That role is definitely going to be mine anyway, why be so upset? After hanging up, Yu Myung could not help but sneer. So selfish. He was not happy with Ryu Shin's attitude. This prompted him to work even harder. I definitely have to win this role. Seeing him walking around with his eyes half closed, someone around him reminded him, watch where you are going. I am sorry. Suddenly, Yu Myung stared at the person in front of him. Seeing the focused gaze he was giving him, he asked back, do I know you, who are you? Yu Myung immediately bowed respectfully, hello senior. I am Shin Yu Myung. I was a member of Changchun when I was a freshman. Shin Yu Myung. Park Hansang tilted his head slightly as if trying to remember something. Then he asked to confirm, is that the freshman who sat alone in the corner like an idiot? I did not see you there anymore, so I thought you had left. But maybe not. Before that question, he replied hesitatingly, yes, I just came back this semester. Suddenly, Hansang grabbed his collar and sneered, your style has changed a lot. Trying to look cool to pick up girls. The others also chimed in and teased him, Park Hansang, are you trying to cause trouble again? That kid does not look very happy. What, senior is just looking out for his junior. I heard this bar has a lot of pretty girls. Let us go. Park Hansang, class of 29, Changchun. See you at the group meeting tomorrow. He waved goodbye and left. Yu Myung then followed with an eye that was not very respectful. He never really cared about acting. He just liked to show off in front of girls, where he began to brag about his acting. We had a pretty bad attitude because I used to criticize his indifferent attitude, but above all, when hearing about Yu Myung's plans, Hansang sarcastically said, a professional actor. Are you serious? Since you do not have any presence, you would be suitable as an extra. Haven't even gotten the main role yet and you want to act. Every time he thought about his arrogant attitude, Yu Myung sighed. No matter the time, Hansang had not changed, he was still the same. The next morning arrived, inside the university at this time. Everyone was passionately discussing the play. Who are the candidates for the main role in the performance? I heard Won Young has been working really hard this time. If it is Won Young Hyung, that would be great. At this time, Yu Myung had also entered the classroom. Suddenly, Hansang noticed his appearance. He turned and showed a friendly expression and greeted him, you are here. Yu Myung then gave a bright, flowery smile, hello. Soo Hyun was captivated by his radiant appearance. Park Hansang, do you know who this is? He confidently introduced, Shin Yu Myung, he just came back this semester. She could not hide her curiosity and immediately asked, what is your goal, costume team? Yu Myung did not hide anything and replied, no, I want to be an actor. Hearing this, Hansang scoffed, an actor, there are a lot of promising people. Isn't it a bit late to start now? But Yu Myung was not angry at all and gave a gentle smile. We need to see before we decide, right? Before his calm attitude, he was utterly surprised. What? Suddenly, two people entered the room, the directors here. Jun Han stepped onto the podium and said brightly, everyone, how are you seniors? Long time no see. Hansang then turned his head to him, hello, hey Shin Yu Myung. Yu Myung immediately responded to him with his eyes, we need to see before we decide. Jun Han reminded, everyone, please be quiet and take your seats. Cheol-ju then said seriously and introduced, for those who are joining this semester, I will give a brief introduction. I am Choi Cheol-ju, class of 29 of Changchun. I will be in charge of this performance. The person next to him also smiled brightly and raised his hand to introduce himself. I am the assistant director, Sa Jun Han. I promised not to get angry in previous products, so I will keep that promise. More precisely, I promise to become an understanding and kind director if I get that role. But now I am just an assistant director, right? So I decided to become the meanest person in history. So if you are not prepared, you can leave now. Yu Myung also knew that the director's words were law. This was Changchun tradition. Yunhan continued. Now, anyone who wants to participate, please find the team leader of each group for an interview. Anyone who wants to be an actor, please step forward. Prepare to rehearse the script now. Scene 1, Scene 1. Kim Kyol-soo, the window cleaner of the apartment complex, catches his wife, Lee Young-suk, secretly working as a maid through the balcony window. Kim Kyol-soo will be Park Han-sang, Lee Young-suk will be Shin Na-yeon, act. Everyone, after being assigned roles, immediately performed their roles. What are you doing here? Oh no, honey. Damn it, what is this woman doing here? Cheolju also made a comment. These kids have some talent, not bad. That is the entire performance, yes, thank you. When Hansang finished speaking, Cheolju continued to assign roles. Next is Kim Kyolsu played by Shin Yumyong and Lee Young-suk played by Bae Soo-yeon. Act. Before starting, Yumyong roughly grasped the script. The beginning of the play is depicted based on the lives of poor commoners in the 1980s. Angry, sad, and the fear of breaking the line, and the life of the character Kyolsu, should be portrayed both humorously and tragically. After grasping the psychology of the character, he immediately immersed himself. Do you need money again? Where's the $1,000,000 I gave you last month? Soo-yeon hesitated. It is in the savings account. In her heart, she was secretly confused. What is this? Yumyong then continued his lines. You could use it to support our lives, you know. The atmosphere had completely changed from before. Gina, our daughter, wants to learn piano. All the eyes of the other students were on Yumyong. In the meantime, he was still doing a great job. You know our family's situation. Even Cheolju had to wonder, was he a child actor before? Yumyong could also feel the change in himself. It is different. It is different from last time. My voice comes out without hesitation. I am no longer overwhelmed by the presence of others. Even if this is just a rehearsal, I never thought it could be so different. In his heart, a sense of joy flickered. A moment later, the two of them went to see Ryu Shin. He turned around and asked, "What do you think of those people?" They could not hide their surprise and told him, "There is one person who stands out." Since rehearsals and real performances are sometimes different, that is right. We should consider it more carefully. Hearing that, Ryu Shin pondered for a moment. Changchen. An acting style that has never been seen before. He continued to bring the cigarette to his mouth. Then Ryu Shin looked towards the distant sunrise. Team leader, have you ever wanted to be an actor in Changchen? Meanwhile, Hansang had a private meeting with Yumyong. You are going too far. He crossed his arms. How dare you do that in the first rehearsal? As a sophomore, you should just practice in silence and learn from others. And you should only dream of small roles, kid. Why are you being so over the top? Hansang grabbed his collar and questioned him. Before his arrogance, Yumyong only smiled gently. I am just doing my best. I am sorry for letting things get like this. I will pay more attention to it in the future. Remember what I said. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. In an amateur play, it is not anything too professional. A 24-year-old student is trying to threaten a 23-year-old student. Yumyong was determined to prove to them with action. The only way is to show my skills. Meanwhile, Hanju received some applications. What is this? Park Hansang is applying for the role of Kyolsu. It seems he is overestimating his abilities. Shin Yumyong is also applying for that role. This year the kids are a bit ambitious. Cheolju suddenly remembered and said, Shin Yumyong. The two of them then discussed a little. The main role for Scene 1 is really too difficult for a new sophomore, but he did pretty well in the rehearsal. I think it is okay. Cheolju then made a fair decision. I am considering that if he does well at the audition, I will give him an important supporting role. But suddenly I thought, maybe giving him the main role would be better. Seeing him favor Yumyong like that, Hanju questioned, what is going on with you? Do you like that kid? Cheolju explained, not really. By the way, what is going on with the Oedipus Spring performance? Based on what he had heard, Hanju revealed, Hamlet, the main role is Ryu Shin. Hearing that, Cheolju sighed dejectedly. If he is the main role, it will be very difficult to win the audience's hearts from him. Before his concern, Hanju gave a bright smile. Don't worry. Maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel. Hanju was still optimistic until the end. Meanwhile, he was mumbling the lines. Being next to you makes me want to hum songs. You are the love of my life, but... Miho was sleeping soundly in bed at this time. And Yumyong was still struggling with a stack of scripts in front of him. He bowed his head in frustration. No matter how many times I try, it still looks fake, not real at all. What should I do? Miho suddenly opened her eyes and witnessed all of his helplessness. The next day, Yumyong was acting with his classmates. How do you want me to live? He continued Hai-seon's line. Stay with me until death do us part. She continued, next to someone I can't even hug, you are so cruel, you know. The classmates sitting nearby whispered to each other, his voice is so smooth. Do you think he is lying when he says he has only been acting for a few days? Hai-seon turned to him and asked, what am I to you? Suddenly his voice became shaky, the love of my life. That is crazy. That is the only difficult point when I wrote this script. Even when destiny is so close, what does it feel like to be attracted to someone else? What is Freddy's confusion? Does he feel betrayed by himself? Is he worried to the point of madness? His heart was now in a tangled mess. I can't understand that strange feeling. As soon as he stopped, the other classmates applauded in admiration. Team leader, is this really your first time acting? How can you be so good? Everyone had to acknowledge his abilities. Not inferior to Ryu Shin at all. When he heard people mention his name, he looked over there. Not inferior does not mean surpassing. Ryu Shin thought this to reassure himself. People were still discussing, if they are similar, Ryu Shin is probably better. That new actor made mistakes in his performance. I think so too, no need to bet. The main character will do well if he acts like Jim. Yu Myung did not say anything but just listened to everyone's discussion. Miho then appeared right on his shoulder. Interesting, his presence is not ordinary at all. Suddenly, his classmate noticed Yu Myung's reaction. At this moment, he was tapping on the table continuously. I'm going out for some air, okay sure go ahead. When Yu Myung hurried outside, everyone watched him. Even Ryu Shin could not understand his hasty actions at this time. After arriving at a private place, Yu Myung dared to ask, what are you doing here, Miho? More importantly, is it okay for you to appear so blatantly in front of other people? The next second, Miho revealed a mind-blowing truth, only you can see me. Besides, we can talk telepathically. Yu Myung calmly put Miho down at this time. Is that so? Then what was that you said, oh about that handsome kid? Miho recalled the feeling and revealed, his presence is no joke, around 75. That is why you thought you were doing better, but others thought you were equal. Hearing that, Yu Myung understood better, so that is how it is. The next second, Miho fell into silence again. After being silent for a while, she continued, right, and you wish to feel Freddy's emotions, right? Hearing that, Yu Myung was very excited. Is that possible? But there is a condition. What condition? I am listening. Seeing him so excited, Miho showed her cunning, when I want to. Lend me your body once. Hearing this, Yu Myung froze. He was stiff all over at this time. Oh. You are a good person, right? Miho just calmly waited in one place for an answer from him. Yu Myung was now thinking incredibly hard. She sacrificed a lot to bring me back here, giving me a chance to redo my life. Not inferior to Ryu Shin. He began to struggle psychologically. Immediately afterwards, he agreed with Miho, okay, just once. The contract was created. A contract was immediately established between them. A contract with Yang Wei has been created, reminiscent of Freddy's contract in his memory. One frame after another of Freddy appeared before Yu Myung like slow-motion film. I can't be like this. Before that, I trusted my love and her so much. Am I even by her side? The memory roll had been used, and after experiencing Freddy's life, Yu Myung collapsed. You cannot refuse the possession of your body in the future. His body was now drenched in sweat. Drops of his tears fell unconsciously, this feeling. No one. Yu Myung felt like he was being left behind. As if I am being forgotten. What if no one recognizes me? Tears continued to roll down his cheeks. Never before had Yu Myung felt such deep empathy. I understand that feeling. The atmosphere suddenly became heavier, anxiety. The next day, Suho finalized the list of actors, so if Ryu Shin is Freddy, the team leader will be Jim, Hye-seon will be Mary Austin, right? Ryu Shin had no objections. I think that is reasonable. How could his first performance be like that? If we are both newbies, I will lose. If I take this role, I will be a mean actor with no self-esteem. But his hands started to tremble. Ryu Shin was constantly struggling psychologically. It is not even the official performance, but I am still acting greedily. Suddenly, Yu Myung opened the door again. He gently smiled and greeted everyone. Team leader, what is going on? Are you feeling unwell? No, I am fine. He immediately reassured everyone. Can I try running through it once? I think I have grasped it now. Are you sure? Before Yu Myung's offer, Ryu Shin was very curious. What do you mean by grasped it? Okay, let us try it one more time. He did not stop Yu Myung but agreed to it. Cut to J-Pill's class. What is method acting? Can anyone tell me? As soon as Hye-seon heard the question, she eagerly raised her hand. Professor, it is an acting technique, where the actor must erase their entire self, to completely become the character, right? He remained silent for a moment after hearing her answer. Who knew J-Pill would deny what she thought was right? That is a common misconception, but technically speaking, the meaning of this method is discipline and technique. And as the name method acting suggests, there are many ways to immerse yourself in the role. He then wrote a few lines on the board. J-Pill pointed to the line with your own method and added, the important thing is, find the best method for each individual. So if you find your own method even while sitting in the lecture hall, it will be a great asset to your acting career, so I hope you will work hard to find that method. Last night at Lee J-Pill's house, even though it was late, he was still sitting at his desk. J-Pill noticed something while scrolling through the screen. Group 1 sent an email. That email immediately attracted his attention. J-Pill did not hesitate to click on their email. Have these guys finished assigning roles already? After reading the contents of the email, he was a little confused. The task of acting as someone different from yourself is only for the main character. But she even changed the gender of the supporting character. This made J-Pill a little surprised. He stood on the podium at this time and announced, those groups who have not submitted their assignments, please complete them today. Now, gather your groups and start practicing. Method acting is a difficult subject, even for film students. But this student from another department can change the atmosphere of the class, and says he wants to play the main character in an original script. Usually when reading a script, I start to imagine how they will be adapted. If reality is far from imagination, it will be really bad when the image in my head is shattered. So my unwritten rule is to never read the script beforehand, but something happened that made J-Pill change his mind. It has been a while since I have been so curious that I wanted to read the script, and Yu Myung is the one who gave him that feeling. When the lecture ended, he left. See you next class, you did a good job today. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, everyone was still talking about the play Suho, so the play is in 2 weeks. I know, time flies like a dog. We made a good choice choosing this group, right? I did not think our team leader would act so well. When he heard them talking about him, he paused a little. Ryu Shin was rehearsing the script at this time. Okay, let us try again. I will go first, okay sure. He paused for a moment to prepare himself to immerse himself in the role. Immediately afterwards, he performed his role. I am a musician, follow me, I will be famous soon. At this moment, Yu Myung immediately felt the threat. His acting is different from the beginning. How can he perform that poor skill on stage? They should. Yu Myung realized. The pitch of his voice has become clearer, and Freddy's inferiority complex is really pouring out through his body language. Ryu Shin was now expressing the inner thoughts of the character very well. They should put me on stage instead of him. This was truly the emotion of a real person. All eyes were now on him. Suddenly, Ryu Shin was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the silent atmosphere was broken by him. Next. Go on. Ryu Shin's performance had come to an end. And next was Yu Myung's turn. Okay, his skills are really extraordinary. However, the essence of Freddy's truth is not like that. At this time, he put the script down. The atmosphere once again fell into a silent space. Unconsciously, Yu Myung raised one of his hands. His eyes had left the script and were directed towards the door. Seeing that, Ryu Shin also turned his head back and followed. He was very confused by Yu Myung's gaze. What is he looking at? Suddenly, Yu Myung's next line attracted him. Jennifer, it is me, Freddy. Involuntarily, a current seemed to flow through Ryu Shin's body, causing him to startle. Before his eyes now was not Yu Myung, but Freddy. No, I do not have anything to say. Only, he gently reached his hand forward. Each of Yu Myung's hand gestures was now very natural. His voice rose gently like a melodious piano by the ear. I have disturbed your rest, I can't sleep. He could immerse himself in the role so well because he understood better than anyone the essence of Freddy's truth. It cannot only be defined as a musical genius. Yu Myung was very empathetic to that feeling, a human being tormented by loneliness to the extreme. That was the true essence of Freddy. Only when he realized this could Yu Myung perform the best role. Everyone now met again at the group meeting. After observing his performance, Ryu Shin could not help but be amazed. He said he would bring Freddy back to life once again. So that is how it is, a real Freddy. I have worked with other actors since I was a kid, but this is the first time a performance has convinced me to lose like this. Suddenly, his throat seemed to freeze. Yu Myung rubbed his eyes a little at this time and turned his eyes towards Ryu Shin. He did not insist but admitted defeat before Yu Myung. There is no need to try anymore, I lost. Hai Seon could not believe her eyes and asked him directly, Team leader, are you cheating? Your expression is quite different from the first rehearsal. Immediately afterwards, Yu Myung came up with a reasonable excuse to explain. Suddenly I understood Freddy's emotions. I really did cheat. Only Yu Myung knew what had happened. I did not expect that memory roll to look like this. Of course, even if you know what the character's emotions are, whether or not you can express it depends on the actor, but I do not want to become an actor who only knows how to rely on Miho's energy to perform. He did not want to be too dependent, so he decided, from now on, things like this won't happen again. A girl in the team asked about the actors, so the group leader will be Freddy, Hye-seon is Jennifer, Ryu-shin is Tom. Ryu-shin denied no. I want the role of Jennifer. Why you are? The task is to play someone different from yourself. Before this decision of Ryu-shin, he was very surprised. Ryu-shin then explained his choice. Instead of doing something predictable like me playing Tom and Hye-seon playing Jennifer, swapping positions will show our acting abilities. I agree, sounds interesting. When he received the agreement, he became even more excited. I will show you how reliable a Jennifer Austin is. The next day at the Changchun meeting, everyone after finalizing then Han Jun announced, we will start the audition. Yu Myung this time was determined to try his best. I won the role in that play with Miho's ability, but I will win the role of my dream by my own strength. And the audition now officially began. One young Han sang, Yu Myung who registered for the role of Kyeolsu, please step forward. Yu Myung, is he a sophomore? He is so brave to register for the main role right in his first performance. Han Sang when he saw him step forward scowled. This bastard said he would review himself, but now he continues to show off. Han Jun immediately after divided the roles for each person. Let us start. You will perform scene 3 scene 4, Kyeolsu's spiral of conflict and reporter Guak. I will be your partner. Let us start. Gu Won-young, and he was the first person to open the stage. For Yu Myung, he was not unfamiliar with this name, Senior Gu Won-young. He is one of the top 5 seniors of Changchun, but he lost the role to Cheol-ju because of his appearance. Senior Cheol-ju has left for a while. There is a great chance he will win this role. Won-young then immediately entered the role. Reporter Guak, please help me protect Jaina. The reporter immediately refused him. Go away, I can't. However, Won-ching still did not give up but grabbed his legs. I can't. Both Yu Myung and Cheol-ju were very appreciative of Won-young. Senior is acting so well. I think it is just like this. He is really hard-working. It has been a while since Won-young has received a main role. While Han Sang only looked with a contemptuous eye, ending Won-young's part. Next is Yu Myung's part. If I act after that kid, I will not be compared to Won-young. No, maybe my acting will look better. When Yu Myung just entered the position, Han Jun requested, Yu Myung start. He slowly stepped forward with a trembling voice, Reporter Guak. Jaina, please help me save her. Han Jun then jerked his arm from his trembling hand. Seeing that, Yu Myung immediately knelt on the ground with a distraught appearance like someone who had lost his soul. Reporter Guak, Yu Myung's tears were now rolling down his cheeks. Cheol-ju was now observing his performance very attentively. Unbelievable. Yu Myung continued to blurt out in amazement, those who praised me because I saved people while hanging the window cleaner, did not think I would turn my back suddenly like that. You should be grateful for everything. Han Jun was now amazed by his acting ability. Unbelievable, how can he act like that? The next second, Yu Myung was so immersed that he grabbed his arm tightly. Don't do that, you told me to trust the reporter. So I did everything the reporter told me to. Han Jun's eyes were now really full of terror. He even very immersed used his foot to kick him straight. Get out. Han Jun after realizing paused a little. I kicked him a little hard. Who knew Yu Myung still had not given up but rushed to Han Jun until the end. He sat slumped at his feet and hesitated with pleading eyes. At least give an explanation. Han Jun's face was now sweating profusely, although he knew it was just acting. But Yu Myung's immersion really moved him. Our Gina. I can't even pick her up at school because of the eyes around. Reporter, he suddenly had a feeling of uncomfortable restraint. I want to run. I need to escape from here somehow. Yu Myung's call was like a hammer knocking into Han Jun's ears. Reporter Guak. The entire auditorium was now eerily silent. Cheol-ju from just now could not take his eyes off his role. Suddenly something happened that attracted his attention. At this time Cheol-ju suddenly woke up and continued to read. That is also the end of Yu Myung's part. Next is Park Han-sang. Contrary to his confidence just now, he was now very confused when he saw Yu Myung act so well. At this time everyone was constantly giving Yu Myung compliments. Is this really the first time you have acted, like going to military service for 2 years? Have you ever participated in an acting class or something? The acting of reporter Guak and CEO Nam is also very good. I only diligently read the script at home. Now he was able to confidently exchange with everyone. Soo-yoon gently held a piece of pizza in her hand and said her opinion. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Many people do not even practice before going on stage. Hansang last year was good, but this year. Speaking to this, she then clicked her tongue. When he saw Yu Myung was the center of attention instead of him, he was very jealous. You should go practice instead of comparing me to that bastard. At the same time in the Changchun Theater troupe room, Han Jun and Cheol-ju were now discussing with each other. I think Yu Myung is the best actor. Not really, the same as Won Young. Cheol-ju at this time did not seem to support Yu Myung much. Moreover, Chang Cheol has never had a precedent of giving the main role to the first performance like that. Suddenly Han Ju called his name directly. Hey Choi Cheol-ju. In the sophomore year you said Chang Cheol's traditions are extremely unreasonable, but why do you use them when you are a senior, just because he is younger that he is dropped? While the skill is like that, does not it sound ridiculous? Both of them then argued back and forth. I admit that he has acting talent, however entrusting the entire part 3 to a recruit is too unreasonable, consider skipping the main role. What about Guak then? Cheol-ju also did not think it was a good idea. The same, reporter Guak, although it is a supporting role, but in reality it looks like a main role supporting, it is too much for a sophomore. Han Jun's face at this time darkened as if he did not agree with him. Suddenly he did not hesitate to blurt out a sentence. That is why Changchun loses to Oedipus. Hearing to this Cheol-ju also got angry. What did you say? At this time Han Jun was determined to protect his point of view until the end. Initially Ryu Shin received the main role when was it? Right after entering this school. And now what? He is a star of Oedipus. Because of this damn tradition, having to wait until you are old to receive the main role, it is not about prestige or fandom, it is simply losing to Oedipus. Cheol-ju also did not give in and retorted, Ryu Shin used to be an actor when he was little, Yu Myung. He should practice first, if he is confident he can get the main role, I will think about giving it to the fall performance. Hearing that Han Jun continued to ask, so what role are you going to give him? Cheol-ju's mind at this time was also very difficult to determine. I was not going to give this role to a recruit but give him the role of CEO Nam. At this time Yu Myung was sitting in a corner on the street. Coincidentally, Ryu Shin was also strolling on that street and caught him. Immediately, all his attention was directed to Yu Myung. Ryu Shin, have you heard, this morning in class? He did not bother to pay attention to his classmates and just brushed past, going straight. Both of them were very puzzled by his actions. Ryu Shin, after getting the can of water, then gave it to Yu Myung. He gently spoke to ask, Team leader, what are you doing here, Ryu Shin? Ryu Shin was not in a hurry to leave but lingered to chat with him. Today is the audition at Changchun, right? How did it go? Did you get the main role? Before his curiosity, Yu Myung was still hesitant. No. Hearing that, Ryu Shin then guessed, then an important supporting role, but he continued to deny no. He was now unable to utter what he was about to think then. Yu Myung reluctantly took the can of water and then each word he uttered, a supporting role. Crowd. Ryu Shin's facial muscles after hearing this also strained as much as possible. Even Ryu Shin could not accept this result. Damn it, are they blind? Those Changchun guys are really a mess, giving the actor who wins against me a crowd role. At this time Yu Myung still tried to remain calm. I am okay. Without him saying he also knew the reason behind it, again taking the old age with a bunch of useless experience. Damn it, really? Yu Myung thought, his appearance looks like the main character of a romantic movie. Why is his mouth so mean? If that was the case, then he also offered an invitation. What do you think if you come to Oedipus instead of Changchun? Yu Myung repeated, I told you I wanted to be an actor. Ryu Shin confirmed again, I know, sorry for being too excited that day, because your script is so great. Now I want to invite you to participate, as an actor. Hearing to this he then froze. What? Ryu Shin could see through Yu Myung's anxiety, so he reassured him, what are you hesitating for? Because our spring audition is over. If it is that, then do not worry. Do you know, Oedipus has a policy of good people come in, that is it. Hearing to this he was very confused. Good people come in what? Ryu Shin the next second immediately enlightened this golden deer. After the audition, if you think you can act better than the person selected, you can request a fight. If you win you will get that role. Sounds like the law of the jungle, If you win you will get that role, and this is very important. After listening, Yu Myung also hesitated a little. I can't leave Changchun, thank you for your comfort. This is also the first time I have been able to act on stage, and I think that role is quite interesting. I guess I have to refuse this time. Hearing to this, Ryu Shin then turned to look at him very attentively. I thought you were a competitive person. It turns out you are a person who follows the peace. He also expressed his point of view. There is no need to create controversy. If Yu Myung has temporarily decided like that, then Ryu Shin also stood up. If you change your mind, then tell me. He then reached out with a good will. To let you know, I am the main role for Oedipus's performance. Each person does their own work diligently. Nah. Yu Myung also stood up and shook hands with him. Right, let us have a really magnificent performance together. A few days later, the day the Changchun people practiced, all of them were now exhausted. Han Jun sat on the podium and was as tired as a banana. What is it? Just now you were tired. It used to be more terrible than this, but you and Chi were still fine, do you know that? I know it is very difficult, but there is no other way. Throughout the performance, everyone has to constantly move and read dialogue, so improving endurance is very important. They heard this and were completely helpless. Devil, he is really a devil. Go to hell, dumb D. Come on, it is almost done. If everyone reads the dialogue in 30 seconds, then you will get to drink water. Nah. Hearing to this, they saw a ray of hope. Water what? Start, and immediately after everyone tried very hard. Finally they were able to take sips of water. Gather around now. When everyone was complete, Han Jun continued to live. Acting, after all, is a type of performance of emotions. The richness of acting is determined by the level of diversity and detail of emotions. The things that are often called joy and sadness. So this time let us practice expressing joy in many different ways. Each clap will be a way to express joy. Let us see how many ways you can do it. The first person to perform. Then Han Jun looked around once. And the person he chose was none other than Yu Myung. Come up here. Everyone gave him a surprised look. Just stepping onto the podium, Yu Myung bowed politely. I have seen him act once before. He is okay when running lines, but is improvising like this too difficult. I often get scolded by my seniors for acting one-dimensional. It is so haunting. Before starting, Yu Myung suddenly asked, Senior, can I perform with words? Words what? Han Jun thought for a moment and let him decide at will. Is he about to express admiration for me? Ta. Just use it for your purpose. Then we can start now, right? He asked again to confirm. Suddenly, Yu Myung stepped forward. Hey. He suddenly asked Han Jun a question. I know it is a bit early, we have only met 3 times in total, but... Before Han Jun's bewilderment, Yu Myung went big and proposed to him. Can I marry you? All the other classmates at this time, when witnessing that, froze. And especially Han Jun, he was now frozen stiff. Marry. Next, when receiving the command, Yu Myung again changed roles and knelt down. Mom, do you remember me? His 2 hands were raised as if holding something. The scene in Yu Myung's imagination at this time was the hospital bed next to his mother. Today Mom exchanged eyes with me. It has been a long time, he thought while acting. I am too familiar with immersing myself in the character's emotions in short scenes like this. Supporting scenes often have little acting space. The time of appearance is also often very short. To perform real emotions in that short time, I need to get into the role quickly. Almost immediately. Of course there are very few long scenes. He always took on scenes with little acting space. In a flash, Yu Myung suddenly remembered his long acting career. In 15 years of acting, I have done 1321 supporting roles, a very admirable number. Those brief moments are a rare opportunity for me to show my role. Although in any scene or any role, Yu Myung always accepted and tried his best. He tried to smile no matter what happened. That is why I can perform this task easily. Not stopping there, Yu Myung continued to get into the role when he won the lottery. What is this? A jackpot. The short roles afterwards were all performed very well by him. Give me 2 of these packs into ramen naong chu. Yu Myung did not restrict himself but tried many different roles. Cuc Kung Ha, our son just reached hat not at school that. Han Jun was now very admired by Yu Myung's unpredictable transformation. Infinite Ha, I will probably lose in this challenge. When he was still performing, he then reached out his hand. Wait. More Ha even now. Yu Myung confirmed again. Right on, a coach is celebrating because his player scored a goal that, no, that is enough. All the people below at this time also looked blankly at them. A guy then turned to ask Su-yun, he is doing well, why did senior stop him? Well, she whispered to him, recruits stumble in the first challenge to make us work harder, but I did not expect that. Han Jun, after his performance, then asked them a little, although joy is quite similar, but when expressing them in 10 situations and 10 different expressions it will create 1,000 different shades, right? Let us give Shin Yu Myung a round of applause for this wonderful performance. Nay. Right when Yu Myung sat down, Su-yun was curious. Hey, those things you acted just now are from the script, huh? Some of them are from the script, some of them are I improvise. How much do you read the script? Yu Miyong did not hesitate to share. From high school I had a hobby of finding scripts to read. Han Jun in his heart at this time also secretly regretted. Cheol-ju should have come to see him act today. Immediately after his eyes scanned them once, add one more person D. Park Han-sang. When he saw him call his name in Han-sang's heart, he was secretly cursing. The next morning, Yu Miyong's stack of scripts was still scattered on the chair. At this time he was sleeping soundly on his bed. While Miho was trying to wake him up, 5 minutes, just 5 more minutes. It could not accept Yu Miyong's delay and scratched him. You told me to beat you up at 7 of the clock to practice koma. After waking up Yu Miyong, then did personal hygiene. He just brushed his teeth, just secretly remembered. It has been a while. Next week is the deadline to perform the short play in the method acting class. With Miho's help, I easily grasped Freddy's emotions. However, acting is not just immersing yourself in the character. Yu Miyong also grasped very clearly that it needs skill to express emotions. In that short play, there are 2 important moments that Freddy must go through to shape his personality, from a boy obsessed with music after meeting Jennifer for the first time, into a sincere young man who wants to communicate with others. Then realizing he attracted Tom, not Jennifer, causing his Tomong eye to really Dao Dong, what is called a turning point. In the script it describes that it will be approximately 3 seconds, the expressions and actions will be slow motion. It is a scene that is deliberately inserted even though it is known that it will be very difficult to perform. He calmly sat down on the chair before the stack of scripts. I did not expect that until the week before the performance, the acting would not be as expected. Miho at this time was very much looking forward to seeing his performance. Seeing Yu Miyong's mood was not good, it then asked, hearing that sigh, is there something wrong? Do you want to increase acting skills? Hearing that he was very grateful and patted its head, thank you but no need. This time Yu Miyong wanted to rely on his own abilities. I want to try with my own strength. Cheating is not the best way. Hearing to this, it then thought for a moment. Miho's tails waved up and down. Then do you want to hear advice? Advice what? As long as something is not cheating is okay. Miho before performing also made it clear, but if I help, my energy will transfer to you a little, about 2 presence points. Hearing that Yu Miyong also thought for a moment, why receive presence points to help? Both are beneficial to me that. From the beginning until now, I will probably have to pay something. No, what am I thinking? He shook his head strongly to dispel that thought. The next second Yu Miyong clapped his hands and agreed with Miho. Okay, you let me receive that. The contract was established. Then what should I do and how? Miho's tail suddenly lit up, first then. At this time it closed its eyes tightly and its whole body was glowing. Very quickly after Miho gave a piece of advice, let us act the last expression of Freddy, and the first expression when he is a young man. Hearing to this Yu Miyong did not hesitate and immediately tried. His face immediately showed 2 different expressions. Miho had recorded those 2 expressions of his, done already. If you do it like this, each of Yu Miyong's expressions kept appearing before his eyes in quick succession. Yu Miyong witnessing this surreal scene was a little surprised. It then answered what was happening. After memorizing the intermediate processes of the facial expressions, act in the way these intermediate processes return to the frame. After finishing his part, Miho turned to look at him with expectant eyes. It asked again, can you do it? At this time he was still observing and reflecting. It is not a continuous movement, a series of static movements. His face suddenly became extremely serious. I need to perform it, by this way or another. Yu Miyong suddenly realized he was almost late, so he quickly left the house. It is late. I am going to school, nay Miho. Without hesitating any longer he then stepped out of the door. It calmly acknowledged in a corner, his concentration is really scary that. The first time giving the opportunity to Yu Miyong, his presence only touched the threshold of 54. I give you 2 more points this time. Miho now turned into human form and was no longer in fox form. Just a little more time, I will achieve what I want. Miho at this time really revealed his true form. The last reporting day has arrived. Yu Miyong was gradually completing the final preparation. Everyone after changing his appearance roughly was quite surprised. Yu Miyong at this time was also wearing a wig that looked very like a young girl. Team leader looks very suitable with on Luana. Everyone's careful preparation also made Yu Miyong acknowledge one thing. The way everyone puts in the effort to prepare for the performance shows their passion. Not inferior to professional actors at all. Among them, the most outstanding person is definitely none other than Ryu Shin. Although cross-dressing, yet Ryu Shin was beautiful in a confusing way. Ryu Shin is really amazing. He looks too Shin to be. He was normally already handsome, but when cross-dressing he can still attract the eyes from everyone. At this time Yu Myung was also startled a little. He just smiled at me, huh? His facial expressions and gestures are completely different from usual always. He is really a good actor. Yu Myung did not dare to be negligent and reminded himself, I need to concentrate more, even though it is just a short play, but this is the first time I have received the main role. The first time in my life standing on stage, I will turn it into a play for life. At this time all the preparation has been almost completed. Come on, the groups, get ready for us to start performing. The play will have a time of 15 minutes. When one group finishes, the next group will have 2 minutes to prepare. Prepare everything carefully and pay attention to the time. J-Pill then turned his head towards Group 1. The order is, if starting from Group 1, if that group does too well, it will psychologically affect the groups after, so that is. He then changed his decision at the last minute. Let us start in reverse order, starting from Group 5. And that is how the play of each Group 1 was performed right on stage. J-Pill did not take his eyes off the groups, and his hands continuously noted comments. Finally, the most promising group has come on stage. Thank you, Group 2, for the performance. Group 1, let us start preparing. Start D. Opening for the play was music coming from the radio. The melodious music rose. Yu Myung was now crouching in a corner. My life savior. Whenever life is cruel, as if wanting to kill me, I forgive it again, because life has brought you to me. You are the only person who makes me want to live, the love of my life. Day after day death comes closer. My body is withered, but my mind is strangely calm. When seeing Yu Myung immerse himself in the role so well, the judges all had their eyes and mouths wide open. His gloomy mood was now expressed very successfully. With Tom by my side and Jennifer visiting every day, I have seen less loneliness than the days at the peak. He grabbed tightly the bottle of alcohol. Immediately after, Yu Myung faced up high with eyes full of determination. He slowly walked with a hesitant look. How dare he step on stage with that terrible skill? I am the one who should be standing on that stage. Yu Myung now seemed to release all his repressed emotions. J-Pill at this time also observed very carefully each of his movements, not only acting with expressions, he also acts with his body. When his mouth was scolding non-stop, Yu Myung then stopped. At this time Ryu Shin, with the role of Jennifer, was calmly walking towards him. He spoke softly like pouring honey into the ear. Hello on. Ryu Shin just brushed past Yu Myung as lightly as a breeze. Just a greeting and a brush past was enough to provoke in Yu Myung an intense emotion. He immediately turned his head to look towards Ryu Shin. Yu Myung's eyes were now full of suspicion. But only for a moment that I was filled with hope, as if just seeing a glimmer of light. Even Ryu Shin at this time was very surprised by his immersion. What is it? Everyone below all praised Yu Myung, feeling like watching a slow-motion movie in 1 second. Always I think so too. It looks like slow-motion videos too magnificent. Roy. J-Pill now had a satisfied smile, as if he had just found a bright gem. Unbelievable, all the changes between the movements are well trained before bringing them to the stage, huh? In the meantime, Miho was also in a corner observing Yu Myung. Creating a smile from a normal face is quite easy, but it is very difficult to switch shades from smiling to crying, because they use different muscle groups on the face. This scene is very difficult to perform because it uses different muscle groups on the face. You really did it, Roy. Throughout 15 years of living a dim life, even being crushed by the achievements of others, he has tried very hard to be able to move as he wants. He has really mastered every muscle, huh? This is really the aura of a talented actor. Yu Myung's potential has now been shown. The next second he again switched to an excited state. Everyone, please raise your glasses with me. Today's party I am organizing is to celebrate our successful tour. Whoever does not drink will be kicked out. That. Suddenly at this time from afar a voice rose. You are Freddy, right? I am Tom. I really like your performance. I am very much looking forward to your performance in the future. Before that handshake full of goodwill, Yu Myung paused a little. But the next second he still reached out to shake it back. When he left, Yu Myung still stood still in place with a blank look. In a moment his face darkened like the sky collapsed. Yu Myung pulled his hand back and turned back. He thought he was thinking nonsense, so he snapped to remind himself, I love Jennifer Ma, she is the only love of my life. But at this time Yu Myung could not clearly see his heart. Jennifer Tinyu. Immediately after, Ryu Shin again came to his face. Yu Myung at this time could not lie to himself any longer. I think I have been moved by another person, Matt Roy. Ryu Shin now did not make it difficult for him and said, I know, Roy, I want to pretend until the end not knowing anything both. Yu Myung then spoke his heart as if also speaking the heart of Freddy. But you are the person I love the most, ma. Can you not leave me, huh? I know I am selfish, also very stupid. But please, the love of my life. His face was now pale. Ryu Shin, hearing that, just smiled faintly once. Immediately after, he did not say any more words and turned his head to leave. And now on the stage only Yu Myung remained alone. He spoke following behind with a soft voice. You probably do not know, you are the only love of my life, do not leave me. You do not know how cruel that is to me, Na Dao. Tears involuntarily rolled down Yu Myung's cheeks. Everyone below at this time also empathized with the character Freddy through Yu Myung. Mao Kai, life is cruel, as if wanting to kill me. I forgive it again because life has brought you to me. You are the only person who makes me want to live, the love of my life. And this line that touched the bottom of the viewers' hearts also ended the play of Group 1. J. Pill at this time also gave them a round of applause. The entire auditorium now rang with non-stop applause. Yu Myung was silent on the stage with a feeling he had never had. The first applause after 15 years of acting. I finally received it, Roy. Although the body has completely changed, the color of my life is completely different from before. J. Pill then announced, thank you for your performance. I will comment in more detail during the midterm exam. And you, Yu Myung, as a professor I should be fair, but from the perspective of a viewer, I do not think it is polite if you do not praise such an excellent play. Thank you for bringing a play that can be said to be the best I have ever seen. Everyone hearing that also whispered to each other, Professor J. Pill just said what, huh, as if he was stuffing $1 trillion card into his hand. That. While bowing, Yu Myung suddenly heard Ryu Shin's voice. Very great, do. I have learned a lot. Even Ryu Shin now more or less acknowledged him. He was now enlightened to a truth. Debuting as an actor from the age of 7, I realized some things earlier than others. If you do not build an acting foundation firmly, everything will collapse. People praise me as a natural gemstone, but do not know that that stone is honed from an ugly stone, is the result of many high-intensity efforts for a long time, a refining process. A genius is a person who can easily overcome those years of futile effort of mine, and now perhaps Ryu Shin has met that person. He had identified a formidable opponent that he must overcome, if it is a genius. I need to try harder to overcome it. At Minhee's workplace at this time, she was rearranging some things. Everything was placed in the right place and was very neat. Chi, when hearing someone call her Minhee, then turned towards that. Yu Myung's presence made her surprised. Why are you here? Thank you for being so busy and still coming here. He smiled brightly like a flower and said, I am okay because I am done with the midterm exams, Roy. That was also a request from Chi Nua. Even if I am busy, I still arrange time to go. Hearing that, Minhee was very excited and patted his head, speaking so sweetly, Het Ca Tu Royna. Just finishing the words, Minhee turned to introduce him to them. Everyone, this is the Ka-M that I introduced, that he will work together with everyone. This is my best friend, Anzia, the main person in charge of today. Behind is On Minkyo, a filmmaker. She smilingly reached out her hand and introduced, I am Anzia, the designer of the Rococo brand. Support each other in today's photo shoot. Nay. This is Sin Yu Myung, who will model for the photo shoot. At this time he also politely reached out his hand to shake. Hello everyone, I am Yu Myung, looking forward to the help. Before starting, Minhee also had a few notes, and like I said before, because he wants to become an actor, so do not take pictures of his face, just take pictures of his body. Thoi nay. Leave that to On. Anzia then approached Yu Myung and observed very carefully. She immediately after measured back and forth and commented, these pants take size 32 cinch, the waist is okay, the body is balanced. Do. How tall are you? 1.78 m, huh? That is right, Minhee suddenly remembered and asked, but when is the female model coming? Vei, she replied, we just contacted a few minutes ago, probably coming soon, Roy. But I am not sure if she will do well or not, because she is a new actress. She is really beautiful, do, but why is the fee so low? Even the costumes cannot be as cheap as that. The next second a gentle voice suddenly rose, I am sorry I am late. A girl with a beautiful appearance immediately hit their eyes. I am the photo model today, Just looking, Yu Myung had recognized that person. She did not let everyone wait long but introduced herself. My name is Seol Suyeon, currently an actress, affiliated with Jaeon Company. Seol Suyeon. Images of Suyeon in the future suddenly appeared in his mind. The female lead of Destruction, the movie she acted in before I regressed, so she is one of the top female actors in Korea. I did not expect to meet her like this. She is really beautiful, do, but her personality when she was young is a little different, huh? I heard she is somewhat arrogant and decisive, my NHI. At that time Minhee and Anzia were whispering to each other, if she is so self-deprecating like this it will be difficult to shoot Lam. a big problem took, we have to start early thoy. If it does not work out, then we will find someone else. Anzia then clapped her hands and said, focus, we do not have much time so let us hurry a little. Minkyo not long after had lost all patience with Suyin. Suyin, why can't you get the right emotion, huh? Shooting for an hour already, but there is not a single picture that comes out well, ca. Even the male actor who has never taken pictures can do it, coma. And your partner is just a student that, he even does better than you. Suyin, hearing that, only knew to bow her head, I am sorry. Minkyo could not continue anymore, so he decided, break for 10 minutes, Suyin learned from others. At this time only the two of them remained in the photo studio. Yu Myung also could not help but be embarrassed and turned around, Ko Suyin. Who knew Suyin was so sensitive that her face was full of tears. In his heart then rose compassion, how pitiful, back then she had so much charm that even colleagues became fans. The radiant appearance of the top female actor, not only acting, but also has charisma. To see her, I watched all the movies and interviews she participated in. Before regressing, Yu Myung had always followed Suyin, director, who made the recent film, highly praised Suyin for her ability to blend into the character quickly and immerse herself. Is there a secret behind that ability, huh? My mother is a very strict person. Fast food, carbonated drinks are all prohibited, even movies and cartoons I was not allowed to watch, and I can't imagine how I would play with friends after school at all. At that time he also thought, it must be very stuffy living like that. Suyin then shared more, I use a lot of time to imagine, and when I become an actor, those imaginations have all become reality. It is so interesting that I can't help but immerse myself in it. So for me, drinking Coca-Cola is a way to relieve stress. At this time, Yu Myung suddenly remembered that. Immediately afterwards, he very thoughtfully gave her a towel. It is very difficult, right? Use this to wipe away your tears. Thank you, I am sorry, the photo shoot has been delayed because of me. From inside his bag, Yu Myung took out a can of soft drink and gave it to her. It is okay, drinking this will help you calm down. Suyin reached out to receive it. Thank you, Coke, this is the first time I have been able to drink it. What will it taste like, Nhi? With her curiosity, Suyin then opened it and took a sip. Indeed, the flavor seemed to recharge her with energy. Yu Myung leaned down and gently asked, Ko Suyin likes it right, huh? Can you close your eyes, huh? I can help you blend into the character of the photo shoot like you act vey. Suyin did not think much and agreed, okay. When she had closed her eyes, Yu Myung began to guide. First, draw a white dot between the black background, a faint white, everything around is swallowed by the night. Between that night, the white is getting bigger and bigger. Erase the moment of the present. Suyin at this time was very focused. Yu Myung's voice kept rising steadily, now you are in a void. You are in some castle, very ancient but also very clean. But when looking around, there is no one there, ca. And Yu Myung seemed to have brought Suyin to a world just for her alone. He again continued to say more, you have had to live alone like that for 20 years, you dream of having friends come to visit you on some day. One day, a friend of yours really came, also the first in her life of her, she wore the most gorgeous dress, eagerly waiting for that person to come. She wonders what that person will look like, and that person came. Now slowly open your eyes and greet each other. At this time Yu Myung had stopped his story. Suyin at this time really did not have any more shyness and uttered a very natural greeting, hello. When seeing that she had immersed herself, Yu Myung then said, on, I think we should go on now. Minkyo was a little confused, but still agreed, okay thoy. He also felt the difference. The atmosphere seemed to have changed. The interaction between the two of them was more natural and no longer awkward. Suyin's focus was now all directed towards Yu Myung. The next second, she gave a radiant smile like a spring flower. The photo shoot then went smoothly. Thank you everyone, you did a great job. Thank you very much Yu Myung, you should have done that better. What is it Nhi? Hypnosis huh? Minkyo looked very interested before this. Yu Myung also did not hesitate to share. It is a technique that is often used in the technique of association, blending into the role naturally through imagination. Ko Suyin is a person who easily immerses herself in her own imagination, so we were able to express it so easily. The Suyin before what Yu Myung did for her was very grateful. Thanks to Kai that I was able to immerse myself in the role, later I have to practice to be able to do that alone. Her eyes at this time were still directed towards him. Suddenly she hesitated a little, that person. What kind of person is that Nhi? Suddenly a curiosity rose again in Suyin. After finishing the photo shoot Yu Myung also turned back, I am back Roy de Miho. It immediately recognized his abnormality. What did you do today I smelled a strong source of energy from you. Yu Myung then told Miho about today's events. It is Seol Suyeon. Do you remember the first time I met you on the film set? Not. She is the main role of that do. Miho hearing that then remembered. Is she? She has a pretty good level of presence do. Hearing that Yu Myung was a little puzzled and asked back, you said her energy is good. Did you attract her energy? Miho then denied. I did not do that. I do not do what I have not asked permission. I only eat the remaining energy thoi. However, Yu Myung was still not over his suspicion. You can't do things without permission, so when you signed the contract with me is to attract my energy can I ask him this NHI? Miho then also explained, our contract is not just a contract, but I also give you more energy to increase the level of presence. Now you can even have an aura when going in the film set coma. Yu Myung then did not question it on this issue anymore. I am sorry for saying that so what can you do when signing a contract with me? Share energy It then denied, I can't do that, that is not a fair contract. Hearing this he was very confused. What does that mean? Seeing him so bewildered, then it also explained clearly, in the laws of the universe, all contracts must be mutually beneficial. What you said is only beneficial to me. But you do not get anything CA, so the contract will not form duok. Yu Myung now saw things were much more complicated. There are stricter laws than I thought. Suddenly Yu Myung's phone at this time received a call. He immediately took out his phone and prepared to pick up the phone. Yu Myung suddenly gave a relieved smile when remembering an important event. That is right, tomorrow is the first time I get to act there. The boy with the hair and blue eyes clapped his hands to remind everyone. The next day, come on, silence, silence. Biol SA went to the boy, introduced them to everyone. They bowed in unison. This is Senior Biol SA, the person who will help us today. Thank you on Senior. Biol SA went first, waved the boy with the blue hair, instructed them. There are 2 days left until the performance Roy, so I will be very busy. Please keep quiet, work and do not disturb others. Yes, keep quiet and listen to Senior Nay. Inside the room 3 people were busy doing their work. On the corridor 3 people were noisily discussing the story. Kim Sungjin stood with his arms crossed and shouted loudly, angry, Gu Wonyang. Kim Sungjin glanced at him sternly. He put his hands on his hips, turned around and shouted loudly at them, angry, hey, yes, I am coming here. Kim Sungjin frowned seriously and scolded Biol SA for admitting his mistake. Angry, acting is here the script cuts like that, but only one lighting device, then is that enough to use? Because the technical assistant suddenly had an accident. Roy I am sorry. Then you have to recruit someone else. Chu. The people behind looked, whispering. Shin Yoon Myung turned his face away and secretly said, you think Hyjin Hall has everything available? Roy do you intend to do everything by hand What is it what is happening Hyjin Hall? At the large luxurious polite stage building, which started construction in 1988, until now, it has always maintained its position as one of the top major stages in Korea, Hyjin Hall. Inside, the sunlight shines into the wide corridor, modern style, is operated by a leading corporation in the country. The facilities and interior design are the best. In the stage, the long and wide rows of seats the papers are marking halfway, a very harsh place in the selection of people, is the greatest honor in life that an actor can achieve. Shin Yu Myung thought secretly, staff at that saw. Shin Yu Myung went to them, hello Senior A. Biol SA nodded and Kim Sungjin together looked at Shin Yu Myung. Have you ever had experience handling lighting equipment? Can you support on Duok Kong? Lighting equipment saw, to what extent can you handle stage lighting equipment? Not. He replied. Kim Sungjin seriously frowned and thought secretly, I have had experience working with waves and ellipsoidal. Waves and ellipsoidal are 2 types of lights used in stage lighting. Kim Sungjin put his hand on his head, looked up at the ceiling, then that is. He pointed to the bag left at a corner. The boy looked over, my bag is over there, take gobo number 45 and attach it to fixture number 14. Shin Yu Myung slowly went to the bag left on the rows of seats. Shin Yu Myung opened the bag. Inside were the items and gloves. He held 2 items in his hand and assembled secretly, said, first attach the filter to the gobo holder. Then he took the piece of paper in the bag. Is this the lighting diagram? Not NHI. He held the paper, looked up in the direction of a lamp, secretly said, fixture number 12 it is over there. Shin Yu Myung picked up the ladder and climbed up and then adjusted the power of that lamp. Biol and Kim Sungjin both looked up together.
Kim Sungjin seriously.
Kim Sungjin introduced himself and then asked him. All of them stood above, chattering. I am lighting technician Kim Sungjin. And you? He even knew the techniques in stage lighting. What is going on? He rubbed his head, smiled brightly. I am Shin Yu Myung, class 00 and am a sophomore so please talk comfortably with me. Kim Sungjin nodded. Okay try to help on until you find a support person. In the film set everyone was busy. Shin Yu-myung stood below holding the ladder for Kim Sungjin to climb up. Kim Sungjin adjusted the light, turned on the switch. This light does not turn on duok. Shin Yu-myung held a new light, went to give it up. On, the new light is here. Thank you M. Kim Sungjin stood on the ladder holding Shin Yu-myung's new light. Gave. Have you ever worked part-time in electrical equipment No on, I am not very interested in this field He secretly said, smiled, if you are at a company that is always in deficit for 15 years like me, even if you are not an expert you will know one or two things I do. Kim Sungjin held the ladder, climbed up a high step, turned to talk to Shin Yu-myung. Do you know how to use the console not? The console is the control panel of the lighting system in the stage. Do you know a little about how to turn it on and off Then go to the control room and turn on and off the numbers on said nay, yes He opened the door and stepped into the lighting control room. Shin Yu-myung sat down, looked through the window Kim Sungjin's command and adjusted accordingly. Fader 3, 9, 12 maximum. Fader is the intensity of light. Kim Sungjin stood with his arms crossed, looked at the stage lighting, seriously. He continued to say the light numbers, number 3, 76, 9, 12, and 30. On the stage the lights adjusted, brightened off, constantly adjusting the color of the stage light. He said, now turn them off. D27, 28. The lighting was adjusted, blurred the shadows of objects on the wall. The atmosphere will be changed if we change the lighting that is shining in. The light flowing into a space will make it strangely fascinating. Shin Yu-myung looked surprised. He looked behind at the back of Kim Sungjin, sternly standing with his arms crossed, and secretly said, this is the skill of a lighting technician working at Hyjin Hall. Evening at a restaurant. Shin Yu-myung and Kim Sungjin sat on the table and talked in the quite noisy restaurant. You did great, you even did better than most technical assistants, do you know not?
Haha, 이탕하냐.
He poured beer into his glass, asked, are you in charge of lighting for any company not, or do you want to work with stage lighting not? Shin Yu-myung shyly replied. Kim Sungjin asked back, embarrassed, no on, I want to be an actor. Actor. Kim Sungjin sat seriously listening to him say, secretly thought, he wants to become an actor at Seoul National University and stand on the stage of Hyjin Hall in a main role. Seoul National University. Shin Yu-myung's handsome face held a glass of beer, smiled. He secretly thought, when he said he would stand on the stage of Hyjin Hall in a main role, he looked as serious as a long-time actor. He has not even graduated from his current school Nua. The large stage, the long and wide rows of seats divided into 3 rows, Chua Vo Ven, the stage at Hyjin, the most magnificent luxurious stage. He was wanting to talk about Sansu Saw. Kim Sungjin sighed, it does not seem like he is joking. Nhi, what a pity. I invited you to be my assistant, but if your dream is to be an actor, then why do you know how to handle those stage lighting equipment? Shin Yu-myung held a glass of beer preparing to drink and said, I think it will help me in some part in my acting career, acting, stage and sound. He smiled seriously, lighting is what creates the atmosphere, is the indispensable background in any play. Kim Sungjin offered an invitation to Shin Yu-myung, we'll take him for a walk around Hyjin Nae, MD Kong. His eyes were sparkling eagerly, he laughed loudly, really on, I thank on very much, give on the number D, to on save it too. Lunchtime sun at a tall building, a person's voice echoed, angry hey, kneel down. 2 boys held down the head of one boy, he has been secretly doing some very unexpected things lately, stay there you bastard. Ju Sunho turned his face, Hyung Nim, should we hang him Park Hansang reached out his hand and shouted, angry Ju Sunho, should act more cruel Chu. The boy in the green and blue shirt stood up looking, whispering small, like a man, you must crush him with your strong spirit Chu. He is starting to have a fit again Roy, I am sorry. Park Hansang seriously asked, do you know how many people want that role not? Ju Sunho lowered his head when hearing him curse, if you do not act it out properly, won't that cause trouble to other positions? Saw, I know Roy, I will try to practice harder. Inside the room he was arranging the documents and held the notebook in his hand. Ju Sunho sighed, sadly thought secretly, no matter how many times I think about it, I am not suitable for this role. That. The corners of his eyes were watering, crying, should I give up not? Ju Sunho looked to the side at a notebook. He picked up the notebook that had the name Shin Yu-myung engraved on it, secretly said, this is Senior Shin Yu-myung's script, the way he expressed joy during the practice has really made a deep impression on me. He was curious, so he flipped the notebook open, can I read it a little not? Ju Sunho opened the notebook, stopped at a page, his eyes were sparkling. Inside were the careful notes of Shin Yu-myung. He had marked all the confusing parts and explained it on the outside. Shin Yu-myung walked past and said, Ju Sunho startled and screamed, What are you reading so attentively, the EC? He looked at him silently. Ju Sunho turned back by the table, scared. Senior, I was just seeing who it belonged to and was going to find you to return it here. Ju Sunho with his hand holding the notebook gave it back to Shin Yu-myung was a little embarrassed. He laughed loudly. I am sorry, due to being too curious so I accidentally read it without asking. Oh, it is okay Dao, why are you embarrassed about that Chu? He said sadly, that is. Shin Yu-myung with his hands holding both sides of his bag preparing to leave. Ju Sunho bowed. Senior, can you help me do Kong He and he walked on the sidewalk talking, sad disappointed. Are you worried because you feel not suitable for your role Yes Shin Yu-myung looked at Ju Sunho's sad appearance secretly thought. Sunho said his role was the subordinate of the chairman of a corporation, the role I used to act in the past life. He looked sternly secretly thought, smiled. At that time was the time I just entered the profession so I could not express that role well enough, because I owe that role. Should I help him a little not? When Shin Yu-myung asked him, Ju Sunho was surprised. Sunho, when hearing the phrase serial killer, what image do you imagine? What He related to a boy all black violent papers printed issued wanted so, a pair of slanted eyes, shining with madness, the gloom extending from the eyelids down to the corners of the jaw. Like, a mess enveloping the eyes. Ju Sunho touched his chin thinking, like that, really Shin Yu-myung put his hand on Ju Sunho's shoulder, then. He behind dangerously sternly, let us check your assumptions line A. Ju Sunho was scared his eyes rolled white, what is it In the movie theater when the movie finished everyone gradually walked out and public opinion about the movie was noisy. This movie can't be joked with, it is really too is. So, who really is the killer Song Kang-ho acted really well do. Shin Yu-myung with Ju Sunho with his hand holding water and popcorn walked out of the theater, smiled king that, he really asked me to go watch a movie together always. Shin Yu-myung turned to ask Ju Sunho, Sunho, how do you see the movie? It is very good the plot and the actors of the movie are all really great. He sternly asked the character details in the movie and he turned to rub his chin closed his eyes thinking, so who do you think is the perpetrator who killed the main character? Probably actor Park Hae-il, because he seems clean neat and innocent. So I could not expect it either. Suddenly he thought of something Ju Sunho remembered the time he was walking next to Shin Yu-myung on the sidewalk before going to the movie there was a question. Sunho, when hearing the phrase serial killer. What do you imagine what And remembered his speech related to the image only is, still alive or dead, a pair of slanted eyes, shining with madness, the gloom extending from the eyelids down to the corners of the jaw. Like, a mess enveloping the eyes. Shin Yu-myung turned to look at him, smiled. Then he comforted him and said the problem, Sunho, there is no such thing as an inappropriate role there is only a role that the person can't handle Thoi. Night time at the balcony of the building lights were on in the street. Ju Sunho and another boy sat opposite each other talking. What is the name of Ong Nam's second subordinate It is Lee Cheol Sung so why did that person come under Ong Nam's command? He pondered to note because that person does not have an education but still has to go earn a living what did that person do before receiving this job? Shin Yu-myung's eyes were serious. Why does not he have an education? Ju Sunho's eyes were wide his sweat was dripping, worried stunned. What do you think about Ong Nam? Does Lee Cheol Sung still have a conscience or not? What is that person's connection with the first subordinate? He sat on the chair his two hands clenched grabbed onto his pants at his knees secretly thought. Deep in my heart, what do I think about Kim Cheol-soo? I can't answer him any questions I had created the past of Lee Cheol-sung according to my own mind. His eyes were wide stunned, starting from 1%. Shin Yu-myung held a cup of coffee preparing to drink replied, 1% the same between you and your role, there will definitely be at least one aspect similar between you and your character. Find it out. Ju Sunho crossed his arms secretly thought The red shirt boy darkened his face leaning against the wall inside there were two people torturing and beating a person. This is a scene where the first and 31st subordinates beat Kim Cheol-soo. And the second subordinate had witnessed the entire event. On his thinking why there is a description of this passage, perhaps Lee Cheol-sung is not as weak as we thought. The red shirt boy leaned against the wall darkened his face turned to eavesdrop, and it seems like deep inside he has empathy for Lim Cheol-soo, although he can't express it outwardly. Can't implement preventing that from happening, but also does not act. Eventually he chose to stand and watch and not do anything Ju Sunho smiled. From a short scene of the play, we have been able to interpret some part of the character information. Do you think what I said is right not, right Shin Yu-myung put the coffee cup down sternly. That is how to connect with the relevant details connect everything and add your imagination in to create the story. There is no need to try to force your voice to make it thicker, or turn yourself into an unsuitable model. He crossed his arms, sternly looking straight at his face. Just wear a suitable layer of ao and create a Lee Cheol sung of your own. Ju Sunho pursed his lips and replied, yes, A. At the living room all the people were present, fully standing and sitting talking. A few days later, at the living room of Changchun, why is this guy talking so much? Roy, the boss's request. He sat glancing at Ju Sunho and spoke, should teach that guy to know where his position is not. What do you think? Ju Sunho darkened his face and was alert. The boss did not request that. Do not do anything excessive. Choi Cheol-ju and Sa Jun-han sat on the chair straight sternly. Sunho's acting is better now, right? Not. I think so too. Now am I even changed the tone of his voice when acting Nua. Sa Jun-han, when hearing, said, dazed, surprised, previously due to my own prejudices about the image of a gangster, so I could not act it properly, so I made a change a little. Really, Luan? They seriously talked about the script of the movie. M has looked at the first subordinate with a quite sad attitude. Why did M do that? Yes, because I think the second subordinate still has a sense of morality. He heard that like lightning struck across his ears, helpless, angry, and installed for the first subordinate is a guy with trash personality. Trash personality. Based on what do you think like that? Ju Sunho thought silently of the scenes of both arguing and standing solemnly of the two characters. When going with other subordinates, the second subordinate is always the one to go a few steps behind, and when touching ethical issues, the second subordinate always avoids it, and seems to use less rude words than before. Currently, I know that building the character of the second subordinate is very vague. Ju Sunho, with both hands crossed, embarrassed. Sa Jun-han looked praising, unexpectedly smiled, but very possibly not completely losing his conscience is a characteristic of the character. Sunho is really very progressive. Did you realize everything yourself? No. Ju Sunho scratched his head, smiled embarrassed when saying the senior name. Choi Cheol-ju's eyes were serious. Senior Shin Yu-myong has helped me see the problem. He repeated his name. He stood scratching his head, dazed. Shin Yu-myong. Sa Jun-han snapped his fingers, smiled. Choi Cheol-ju coldly. Is there anything wrong? I understand, Roy. Yu-myong is a good senior, right, Kong? Suddenly all three were surprised when hearing them say coldly, okay, end the practice here. Nay, you guys go home. We need to fix the script a little today. Sa Jun-han pushed the three of them out. Choi Cheol-ju sat on the desk seriously. Quick, leave here quickly. The clock has already reached 17 hours and 20. The sound of shouting rose in the room. WAAA. Sa Jun-han opened his phone, unexpectedly shouted, we won. Rock, paper, scissors. Choi Cheol-ju, with both hands on the desk, looked seriously at the phone he handed. Oedipus will be the second, third and fourth, and we will be the fifth, sixth and seventh. That is a timely relief day. Sa Jun-han and Choi Cheol-ju talked with each other. Setting up the stage on weekdays will probably be very hard, but that is, being able to perform later will be advantageous for us 100 times more when compared to performing first. Of course, that is that, Roy. Now we start to proceed with printing posters, and tickets is just right. Sa Jun-han held up the pen, had an idea. Let us celebrate together and adjust the script now. Choi Cheol-ju suddenly spoke. First then, in part 3, scene 2, the first subordinate had resisted Ong Nam's request to deal with Kim Cheol-soo. I think that should be for the second subordinate to do. Han Sang's villain was pushed over for Sunho. Sa Jun-han looked into the script. Initially, Sunho acted too clumsy, so I pushed it for Han Sang, but currently you take to acted very well, Len. Even the content of that part seems to fit more with his acting. He darkened his face with a heavy voice, smiled coldly. I thought it was over there, but unexpectedly afterwards I had realized everything himself. Ha ha ha.
Em ấy release himself. Shin Yu-myong help mà.
Sa Jun-han swallowed his saliva and silently looked at him, stunned. He reached out his hand and asked, puzzled. So, normally when a senior helps a junior to find a way to act for the character, Ma, what are you saying? This is also Shin Yu-myong's first time acting. Ma, no one can teach recruits CA. What is it, Vei Chu? Sa Jun-han glanced elsewhere, unhappily. Don't pay attention to the small details anymore. Look at the big picture. Look at how he acted today of MI. You also see Sunho will be more suitable for this scene, Ma. He sighed. Choi Cheol-ju spoke. Okay, that is it. Now it is my turn to give an opinion, right, Chu? Choi Cheol-ju seriously talked to Sa Jun-han. He was surprised. I think we should do the ratio of the time Ong Nam appears lie. Every time Kim Cheol-soo collides with Ong Nam, they are like standing on the edge of death. What the hell? Both of them sat opposite each other, talking very sternly, angry. I had reminded Shin Yu-myong many times to not be too n-bat, but he still does not change. That is something that is not good for a play. You see it, Ma, right, Chu? Is there a problem, Chu? He does well enough for his part, Roy Ma. Choi Cheol-ju sternly frowned, angry. But that is necessary so that an actor can receive the main role. Boasting that you are good at everything I do is good saw. He clenched his hand into a fist, angry. I do not know why that person always stands out everywhere like Vei. Sa Jun-han hugged his head when hearing him say and then secretly said in his heart, even when I saw that during the stage incident, I did not say anything Roy. But interfering in the acting of others, this bastard. Sa Jun-han looked at Choi Cheol-ju seriously thinking, it is true that there are some inconveniences, but not to this extent. Every time there is a problem relating to Shin Yu-myung then this guy jumps up like someone touched his G-spot Vei. What happened between them Vei? He secretly thought between Shin Yu-myung and Choi Cheol-ju. He was uncomfortable instinctively because it seemed like, afraid that Shin Yu-myung would be able to surpass his peak period. He probably does not realize. Choi Cheol-ju held the pen while writing and saying even that is so, oppressing juniors like that is unacceptable. The character Ong Nam is a necessary villain in the play. If the villain character dies all at the same time, find a way to develop the main character how here. His hand held the pen wrote each word asking himself, there are only 3 weeks left, I do not even know if that can really be done not. Sa Jun-han seriously his eyes widened, angry, so you want to take down the role of a person who is doing well and is suitable just to give that person a mediocre role after. You want to ruin the play day damn it, what is the difference from our seniors in the past Dao? Choi Cheol-ju looked at him swallowed his saliva, worried. He darkened his face silently frowned secretly thought. Choi Cheol-ju spoke, then let us try Thoi, if it does not work out then, make sure you take responsibility and balance them as duok. Afternoon at the stage, the day the first performance of Changchun was held. Inside was crowded Choi Cheol-ju went about to everyone, I greet the seniors Cheol-ju is cool now then NHI, oh Cheol-ju, long time no see him. The short purple-haired girl turned her head to look at him. Choi Cheol-ju smiled. A person said Oedipus has sold out tickets. Should we expect that with Changchun's performance not? Haha of course Roy At Oedipus, they have loyal audiences, so this is a normal thing. Choi Cheol-ju secretly thought, smiled politely. Even if Seo Ryu Shin acts a little better than me at the present, what is to guarantee that will continue like that in the future Dao? If I continue to cultivate myself my acting ability, one day I will surpass him Thoi. He bowed once again secretly thought, hopefully you will like today's performance, and if there is anything then just give direct feedback to us I have heard that today there is a casting director. Of July, Senior Baek Shin is coming Nua. He left in his heart feeling very eager and happy, if I can show him my acting ability. Baek Shin was listening to the phone in a corner, then I will definitely win the role in July. Choi Cheol-ju walked past and looked over saw Baek Shin was listening to the phone secretly said, he has come Roy. He was listening to the phone from far away calling echoing, Senior Baek Shin. Choi Cheol-ju ran to Bae. It has been a while since I have seen you again, Cheol-ju, thank you for coming On just came to take a look over, convenient to see if there is anyone on Kong. No ma, 1 arrow hits 2 targets. Baek Shin patted Choi Cheol-ju's shoulder said good words and then left, good luck with M's force performance I will definitely make an impression with on I. He observed around a crowded person queuing standing waiting and sitting talking, with the first show, with the amount of audience like this is not too bad Roy. Suddenly he saw someone, unexpectedly The person Choi Cheol-ju saw was Seo Ryu Shin who was standing looking at the watch on his hand, Seo Ryu Shin. Choi Cheol-ju was stunned and thought, he has never come to see Changchun's performance ma. He looked at Seo Ryu Shin from afar secretly thought, smiling, as expected, finally Seo Ryu Shin has also paid attention to me Roy. Choi Cheol-ju clapped his hands and Sa Jun-han stood next to him, smiling, everyone is here already right Kong. Choi Cheol-ju sternly instructed all the actors, this is the first performance, but do not be too worried do not forget your acting part. He sternly instructed carefully, especially, do not do any unnecessary actions or lose the balance between the roles. Shin Yu-myung with an elegant polite suit. All the people were cheering loudly throughout the stage. Now let us go on stage Thoi. Changchun decisively wins fighting. The stage curtain slowly pulled out. All the people looked up at the stage a character wearing an apron sat being scolded by the boss. Baek Shin sat with his arms crossed sternly watching the show on the stage secretly thought, the style is still the same Vei, too normal, there is no personal acting style that really stands out. Ga? He covered his mouth and yawned said silently, so coming here was useless Roy. A person stepped out a voice called resoundingly authoritative, on has come Roy saw. Suit his hand holding a cigarette put it up to his mouth, coldly ha you bastards. Shin Yu-myung put his hand in his pocket and stroked his hair. All the people bowed. I am your boss, not your brother. We are sorry, welcome the boss back. Becky Shin put his hand down and widened his eyes, surprised. He looked up at the stage. Shin Yu-myung sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, politely coldly. What is this? He picked up the table phone. Called to a person, a reporter. Hello Mr. Chairman, I have heard that recently you have exclusive news, right Chu? Becky Shin sat leaning forward with his hand covering his mouth attentively with Shin Yu-myung's role. That is the concept of Spider-Man. Do you know not? Sounds great. NHI, one hero every day. Spider-Man. He analyzed every detail of the character, acting, an easy-to-listen voice, gentle. From the voice to the eyes, and a character completely contrasted with that politeness. Then to Shin Yu-myung's expression when listening to the phone, scheming smile. Does he have a supervisory unit? Not. If not, can you introduce it to me, Kong? The perverted expression could not be hidden, even when laughing. Becky Shin propped his elbow, watched a person kneel, begging a person stand coldly, secretly thought, although the main role has more acting space, but the attention is still focused on him. Shin Yu-myung put his hands on his hips, smiled schemingly. He has won the entire spotlight. Becky Shin looked, frowned, smiled, thought, that is not the most noteworthy thing, more than that is. Shin Yu-myung grabbed the hair of a staff member, then threatened, Spider-Man is just a mischievous bug jumping around in front of the audience. This person is really a scene stealer. Scene stealer is an actor who surpasses the rest of the cast completely. The show ended. Everyone stood in the middle of the stage holding hands together. Kim Cheol-soo is played by Gu Won-yang. Becky Shin clapped his hands, sighed, secretly thought. Reporter Gwak is played by Kong Suk-ho. Finally, the most worth watching is only the male character in this group. Shin Yu-myung's eyes were sternly cold. He secretly said, even when expressing insensitivity, he still looks really cunning. Perhaps his personality is not very gentle. Perhaps it will be difficult to give him another role, but without discussing that, his acting skills are still something. Becky Shin, when hearing the name of the actor playing the male president, unexpectedly looked up. The male president is played by Shin Yu-myung. Shin Yu-myung smiled politely. What is it? The Choi Cheol-ju stood high behind the rows of seats sternly with his arms crossed. He was very angry and secretly said, Shin Yu-myung, I told him to hold back Roy. I should call him out to talk separately seriously about this. Becky Shin walked up and called, Cheol-ju. He patted Choi Cheol-ju's shoulder, praised him. He silently looked at Becky Shin. Cheol-ju, the performance is great, even though it is the first show, but the amount of audience who came to see was still quite dong, although there were a few minor errors. Choi Cheol-ju sighed, secretly said, but overall it was still good, I thank Senior A. Becky Shin put his hand up to his chin and asked, I have something I want to ask MD. Yes, just ask away. Secretly thought, and when hearing him say Choi Cheol-ju widened his eyes. Finally, is he proposing to recruit me? What is the actor's major who is playing the male character? What year is he studying in? His 2 legs. What is his acting experience? How can he act other roles? Not with skill like that, then it is not just a hobby duok. Does he want to aim for a professional acting career? Kong? No, where is he now? Becky Shin asked, and happily, eagerly, can you introduce him to Kong? In the room the sound of knocking arose. Shin Yu-myung sat adjusting his tie, looking towards the door. Yes, come in. Becky Shin opened the door and stepped in. Hello, you are Shin Yu-myung, right? Kong, you're very talented. Are you interested in being an actor? Kong? Shin Yu-myung stood up. Becky Shin introduced, smiling. Please allow me to introduce is Becky Shin, former student and member Changshin class of 1990. Hello A. Shin Yu-myung stood sternly with his hands clasped in front. Have you ever heard of July? Not. Is currently the casting director here. He nodded, secretly thought. Why is a senior lie? Of course Roy A. No one is an actor who does not know July Ca. Becky Shin raised his hand. Happily, secretly thought. I know is interested. Join our company, Kong. It seems like it is not the same with my past life. He looks easier to approach. Shin Yu-myung was a little fanvang. You want to recruit to July? July. Co Ryu Shin sat on the chair posing like a photo model, a film company with top actors in his past life, including Co Ryu Shin. In the group photo there were many people and famous superstars. Actors. Has a scale that ranks 3rd in Daehak Row. It is one of the rare companies that can maintain its position only with annual performances. Shin Yu-myung sternly, secretly thought. I just received an invitation from a company like the. He bowed politely. Senior, then I thank you for your invitation, but perhaps I refuse, because currently I do not want to join a film company. Becky Shin looked at him sternly. He reached out his hand and asked why, if you want to build the foundation of your career, the best way is a management unit duh, that is my decision after having thought carefully Shin Yu-myung sternly secretly thought, if I want to stick with a company in the future, I will contact on first I have learned everything I need at the film company for more than 15 years Roy. In this life, I want to be selected and act in any place I want. Baek Shin looked at Shin Yu-myung sternly silent. He pondered silently thought, has I really thought carefully not, a promise to contact me first is probably good enough Roy, should not make I difficult Nua. Shin Yu-myung reached out to receive Baek Shin's business card. Okay, this is On's business card, do not forget your promise thank you for understanding He asked, but how did you act out the expression of the male president, I even thought that was your usual face always there not, that ha. Shin Yu-myung just finished speaking made that expression, like this is an emotionless expression. His hand covered his face. Then changed another expression, smiled schemingly, put a layer of expression on top of that, create a different expression. Baek Shin smiled awkwardly secretly thought, aha, throughout the time on stage, he always maintained it Shin Yu-myung stood sternly, smiled, isn't that very difficult saw. Choi Cheol-ju stood in the stage around everyone gradually leaving when the show ended. What happened Senior Baek Shin just criticized me and left to find Shin Yu-myung. He closed his eyes and shook his head, perhaps the only thing that can make me stand out is acting, perhaps because of that. He crossed his arms and leaned his back against the statue secretly thought, I have spent a lifetime building the image of myself as an actor, after all, perhaps I am not really suitable to be a director. Moreover July is only a second-rate company, perhaps Haesung will be more suitable for me. The boy's footsteps stepped up the stairs. Choi Cheol-ju turned to look at Seo Ryu Shin, surprised. Seo Ryu Shin glanced coldly and said, perhaps On is really blind Nhi. Choi Cheol-ju asked, unhappily, what is it Chu, the actor who plays the male president? If I would give that person the main role. Choi Cheol-ju frowned angry, I can't believe On is so blind that he can't see that person's ability, perhaps he is too good to stay at Changchun Roy. In the room behind the scenes he shouted loudly, angry, the behind the scenes after the show, Shin Yu-myung. Shin Yu-myung and Ju Sunho turned to look at him, did you turn deaf to what On said Choi Cheol-ju shouted loudly saw Jun Han turn to look, angry, On told you not to become too an about Roy Ma, why did not you listen Saw Jun Han pushed Choi Cheol-ju out, hey what is it with you it is over Roy Ma go breathe a little, if you still do that Nua, I will cut your part Luan. Ju Sunho turned to ask, Hyung, are you okay Chu, I do not understand why he is acting like this Nua, when I mentioned that you helped me last time then On also got angry the same way. Ju Sunho dazed, it is okay Dao what Shin Yu-myung turned his face back. The director is not allowed to go on stage throughout the show. While they were ending the show the audience cheered noisily. We would like to send our most sincere thanks to the audience who came to see today's show. If you want a group photo of our actors, please come before the stage. Shin Yu-myung behind had a voice calling, team leader. All the people looked Seo Ryu Shin with a bouquet of flowers walked to, smiled. In the crowded stage he went to him then received the flowers, smiled and said thank you Na, did you see me act Hong? Yes, I watched until the end Ma. Shin Yu-myung held the flowers, smiled, really the president of Oedipus came here to see to analyze the route of the opponent no, I am not interested in seeing how Changchun performs CA. The performance is quite boring. When hearing Seo Ryu Shin say he was surprised his eyes widened, except for one actor. Seo Ryu Shin turned and left, praised, your acting is good hopefully next time I watch it will be even better Nua. Shin Yu-myung looked at Seo Ryu Shin leave and left a sentence saying good wishes for his career, become the only flower growing in a place full of gravel. The hammer hit the piece of wood strongly. Shin Yu-myung with his hand holding the hammer hit the piece of wood that was cracked, secretly thought, the play has ended. He pondered, at the age of 23 in the past life, after the first show, I was the one who cried more than anyone. He remembered the previous times tired sighed, the stage has been dismantled after the show. The stacks of script papers on the table were piled high, I have to leave my role. Both people hugged their faces and stood crying holding the hammer, sadly, and the people that I love. Shin Yu-myung held the hammer and wiped his sweat secretly thought, I am surprisingly calm, and something has really gotten better. He and Shin Yu-myung blue suit suffered back pain together, after reversing time, the same path as the past life, for me, getting the supporting role at Changchun is a test. Miho has given me enough presents. But I still can't trust myself. One person left Shin Yu-myung bowed smiled before, I had not complained a word even when being paid little, fearing I would not be called the next time, watching indifferently as the new people took my role, happily filling in the space left behind after the talented members had taken everything. Shin Yu-myung stood in a corner, silently bowed his head, sadly, a true nameless actor. Seo Ryu-shin and Shin Yu-myung shook hands together, but when playing Freddy and receiving an invitation to join Oedipus, I had a belief, I am no longer the same as the past life Nua. His hand holding the hammer hit strongly, echoing the sound, but at Changchun there are still left over. He held the hammer, hit the wooden frame, making it crack. 15 meaningless years only filled with passion and love for acting. Shin Yu-myung stood looking at the wooden frame cracking into two, my first stage. His face was expressionless, a pity for the past. The hammer and gloves let the wooden frame be hit. Roy, let us end it here. Shin Yu-myung called Sa Jun-han, on Jun-han. Great job Yu-myung, there is a party to prepare. Do. He refused the party. He held the items, turned to look. You are not participating, eh? Sa Jun-han went to say to Shin Yu-myung, nodded. That is it, let me tell everyone you are not feeling well so you can't participate, thank you on. Sa Jun-han held the wooden board side, comforting him. I know you were very disappointed when receiving your role, I should have stopped Cheol July. Shin Yu-myung laughed loudly. It is okay, eh? I know you have helped me a lot. Sa Jun-han lowered his face, sadly. Changchun eventually lost a good actor. Sa Jun-han's eyes were sparkling. Shin Yu-myung smiled. But ma, I will still keep in touch with On Chu. When I act, then go through the back door and give on a ticket. Nay. He stood at the doorway chatting. Come on, if you have anything then remember to treat me to a drink. Do. Of course Roy, haha. A clear day. The bus ran on the road. Shin Yu-myung rested his hand on his chin, sat next to the window looking at the bus, announced. This is the stop. Oh. Passengers getting off at stop. Oh, please. Shin Yu-myung relaxed, looking out the window at the green trees. A scene of such a dense forest finally has arrived after. A forest in the heart of the city. After a long time working non-stop to prepare for the play at Changchun, from when time reversed until now, today I will spend time resting and relaxing. He pressed on the open door button, today. Then he stepped off the bus, the stage that every actor longs for. Looking in front of him, Shin Yu-myung and Yong-wai was a huge modern magnificent stage hall. I will visit Hyjin Hall. He smiled secretly, thought, even when I only come here as an audience, it will make my acting instinct boil. Shin Yu-myung looked up. On the hanging board were the words actor's dream. Are they having a festival? Saw. Shin Yu-myung turned excitedly, smiled and said to Miho, if there are still tickets then we can watch that show. Okay, sounds fun. Do. At the ticket booth. Shin Yu-myung walked to the door, tapped on the glass to buy tickets, smiled. Hello, can I ask if there are still tickets for the festival today? Kong A. The play Temptation has already taken place. At 3 o'clock this afternoon. He was happy because there were still tickets, happily eagerly. There are still tickets at 7:30 tonight. Do you want to buy a? Oh, there are still tickets. Saw. The ticket seller handed him the ticket, then take me one adult ticket. Here a. I hope you like the show. Shin Yu-myung held the ticket in his hand and Miho happily thought secretly, why are there still leftover tickets? Duok Nhi ha. While he was holding the ticket in his hand, happily thought secretly, the National Film Festival is a festival that gathers a lot of talented film crews. Only those film crews that have passed the regional evaluation round can participate today, and this event is also very famous. Nua, the ticket should have been sold out already. Moi Phi, because you are lucky. Do. That is right, Kong. Ha ha ha. From afar a voice called his name, Yu-myung. Kim Sungjin waved his hand, smiled, on Sungjin. He looked at Shin Yu-myung holding the ticket in his hand. What is it? You bought a ticket, huh? Are you going to see a play? Ha, yes on. He happily handed the ticket out for Kim Sungjin to see. There is a festival happening here, so I intend to go take a look after visiting. I should have told On Chu. On can give em tickets. Ma, no a. You leading me to visit like this is I am very grateful. Roy a. Kim Sungjin crossed his arms sternly. Today's play is definitely Temptation. A little disappointed. He walked while talking about the performance tonight. Y.A. On heard that due to disagreement in cooperation, so some film crews boycotted this event. So on average the quality of the teams selected this year has decreased. Shin Yu-myung remembered the book Temptation on the outside, the girl lying on the sleeping bed. Really saw a. But this play is based on the original Ma. Kim Sungjin sighed. There has been controversy occurring, but most think that the script this time is disappointing. Because of that, even though this is a film festival, the tickets have still not sold out. Saw. Shin Yu-myung and Kim Sungjin walked on the hallway in the stage building. Where are we going? A. He led him to see and visit holding the doorknob. On will show him a tour behind the scenes. The first room was a storage room inside full of equipment, machinery, and light items. This is the storage room. Oh. Next was the meeting room and waiting room, inside very neat and clean. This is the meeting room and waiting room. Next to the dressing room inside were a lot of dressing tables and luxurious. This is the dressing room. The makeup here is all high quality. Kong Duo. Shin Yu Myung and Miho looked around very much liked. Now we drop by the performance place always. Kong. Sounds terrifying. Deduake, where is the stage? Vae. Kim Sungjin glanced. Are you curious? Saw the stage. Looking towards the large stage, the symbol of hygiene, Su Hall. Kim Sungjin pushed Shin Yu Myung's shoulder when seeing him, embarrassed. Go and chew what a. Shin Yu Myung looked up. It is okay Dao, the two of us are the only people here ma. He looked towards the front to the stage next to the LED lights. Shin Yu Myung worried stood stunned. He stepped forward strongly. Shin Yu Myung's thoughts were very excited and a little worried. It is so strange, it is wider than any stage I have ever seen before. Shin Yu Myung slowly stepped towards the middle of the stage, secretly thought, the scene that only the best actors can see, will there be a day that I can? Suddenly he looked up at the ceiling, the lights went off, unexpectedly said, why suddenly did the lights? The lights shone on Shin Yu Myung. He was blinded, so he covered his hands, unexpectedly. He slowly opened his eyes, silently stunned. In front of the light were the rows of seats and people sitting blurred. He secretly thought, the brilliant lights gather on me, the audience seems to gradually sink into the misty haze. It feels like there are thousands of eyes watching me act. Vei. He looked towards the front, a little worried. Shin Yu Myung, standing in the middle of the stage, was worried, secretly thought, live or die, a frequent question. He stood upright bravely before the light shining down on him. Suddenly Shin Yu Myung was surprised. The dream of becoming the main role at a famous company and reaching the top, half of it is just talk too much, to be able to refuse on Sungjin's invitation. Shin Yu Myung, standing in the middle of the stage were the empty rows of seats, secretly thought, however, when really standing on that stage, the desire to be able to use my presence to fill those empty rows has become more and more intense. I am still not good enough to do that, but... His hand clenched, thought, if I try harder. Shin Yu Myung turned bravely confident about to, I will do it. Duok. Kim Sungjin gave Shin Yu Myung a cup of coffee. You were very surprised, right? Kong laughed. Your expression said it all. Luna duh. I thank you very much. He talked together in the meeting room, laughed happily. I do not have to pay the electricity bill ma. In the future, you'll become an actor who can light up the entire place with your energy. Always, haha, that is right. Kim Sungjin held the glass of water up, looked at the clock. It was 13 of the clock. Now I have to go to a meeting, Roy. My schedule is quite tight because I have to prepare for the event. A boy in the back sat listening to the whole story of him and him. Do you want to go see how us prepare for the film festival, Kong? Can I see the film festival? Are you two talking about the play Temptation Saw? He stood up, propped his hand on the railing, asked, surprised, when did you come here? An hour ago, I guess. What a crazy group. We were supposed to come to prepare from last night, Roy. But we did not arrive until this morning. He seemed tired and said again with Kim Sungjin, the time for setting up the stage is just right, Luan, 30 minutes before the performance. It feels like I am about to die. Vei. Everyone has done a great job, Roy. I am about to go back now. If you want to visit, then say my name once is Duok Roy. Okay, thank you na. Kim Sungjin led Shin Yu Myung to the film studio. The Houndy team has allowed visitation, Roy. Do, really Han, thank you on a. He bowed and then he left. Now I have to go, Roy, you have to watch yourself. Nay, yes thank you very much for today, Hyung. Shin Yu Myung sat down on the chair and observed, and Miho next to him. Shin Yu Myung hugged it and Miho sat on his lap happily. Shin Yu Myung sat observing them and learned, secretly said, I had wondered what assembling the stage would be like. It turns out that they have arranged and combined small details together. The main character's acting is worse than the level of this place. None. Have to go slowly. The show has not even started yet. Nuama, do not judge hastily. Chew. Suddenly something happened. Turned to look, there was an object up high preparing to fall down. Shin Yu Myung saw, unexpectedly, arg. A person had been hit by building material up high, falling down, and lay rolling on the ground. Everyone surrounded him, watching the situation noisily. Turn on the lights, Len. What happened here? Vei. Someone call the ambulance. Ambulance. After that the ambulance arrived and took that person to the ambulance. A boy sat next to the injured person holding the phone, picked up. Is everything still okay, Chu? Oh yes, the injury is not too serious. He called the phone, shouted loudly, unexpectedly, it is probably a broken bone, Roy. Ha, what is it? All the people in the behind the scenes heard the news noisily, unexpectedly. Our play has to, what the hell is going on like this? He held the phone and turned it off, worried. Everything is because they arrived late. We need to set up hurriedly, so perhaps it caused some incidents. He went to announce to everyone. Is there anyone here who has ever auditioned for the main role Kong? The boy platinum hair blue coat he spoke, half of the segments are the main characters acting Space Roy director, we should give up and contact the company Thoi. The conversations, and how to move Nua, how can you remember that much right away Chu? Shin Yu Myung and Miho sat above watching their situation tense noisy. So you want us to give up like this saw? No, that is not what I mean. Things have become quite fun. Roy do fun. Moho suddenly used his energy. I will use what I have saved for a long time. Shin Yu Myung looked down his hand. Suddenly a light radiated out. Unexpectedly. He stopped it from happening in time. Unexpectedly. Using the right according to Yang Wai's contract. Possession 0 out of 1. The command has been executed and cannot be refused. Wait dumb eye. In the stage the surrounding rows of seats were empty. They stood below noisily discussing at the place Shin Yu Myung. The light was radiating out. Suddenly he sternly raised his head high. Shin Yu Myung stood up. He walked down and spoke. They looked up. Can I try that role Kong? Shin Yu Myung smiled politely. All the people looked at Shin Yu Myung noisily. Unexpectedly. What is it Vei? Who is that person? It seems like the person who is visiting. The boy wearing the blue coat turned to look at him surprised when he asked him, have you ever had acting experience? Chua had, team leader. He glanced at Shin Yu Myung when walking past his face. I only have 1 hour and a half, everything is already near bursting. I will give you a better performance than even your old main role. And without paying me anything. Ca, what about Saw Chu? Shin Yu Myung went to hold the script, smiled, don't worry about the content, I will memorize them very quickly. Thoi, this is the script. That is right Roy. Shin Yu Myung sternly read every page in the script. After that Shin Yu Myung closed the script. Everyone stood around him. Shin Yu Myung smiled. I have memorized it Roy. He angrily shouted, what is it Chu, you crazy bastard? There are 2 roads to Kolmar. Shin Yu Myung Chin holding the script left said a few words with him, 1 shortcut passing through the city and 1 bypass, having to go through the mountains. As a matter of course, I will choose the second road, without the appearance of the hateful human species, a place with sparkling drops of sunshine falling on the lake. Of the melodious bird, sounds like a symphony of nature. Shin Yu Myung's cheeks were flushed red, embarrassed pleasure, how enchanting it is. He looked at him and asked, that is segment 2, episode 3, the part he is acting is the of the main role, there can be no mistake. How can he? Shin Yu Myung glanced at him and he replied, the last part in segment 3, episode 6, with this, the material to create a doll is enough, so the only thing missing is the bone powder of Galatea. To be able to make this doll shine. Shin Yu Myung sternly replied in a soft voice, because the most wonderful doll is created in this world, you go die D. He turned to look at him. Kong saw, do you have a moving position diagram and a light timeline? Kong. Shin Yu Myung put the script on his shoulder, there is not much time left Nua, try it quickly once then act always. Shin Yu Myung stood in a space holding his hand to hit the glass. In front of him were 2 people with unclear faces. This is the moving position diagram of the light timeline. If you do not understand any place, hey. Shin Yu Myung turned to look, unexpectedly scared. Don't call me throughout the show, it will make me lose focus. Shin Yu Myung held the stack of papers in his hand then read while everyone in the back stood talking looked at him. Be quiet for a moment D. At the end of the show I will return the body to you. In the role Shin Yu Myung grinded his teeth, scared, look carefully at it, it will be a lesson for you day, tch. He secretly thought while his hand was holding the script papers, I can't move my fingers. Shin Yu Myung raised his hand, sweat dripped down, worried secretly thought, I can't do anything other than wait for the show to end. Saw. He seriously read the script. No, Yang Wai. Shin Yu Myung crossed his arms sternly, start to run through, go to your position D. Yang Wai stood behind his back and secretly said, in film there is something called Q. In a house alone sitting quietly alone, lonely sadly, secret signals to each other to turn on and off the lights and sound, a Q, in other words, it is a signal. The boy wearing the backpack held a weapon in his hand. In this scene, the sound of polishing leather is a cue that has turned off other sounds and turned on a light len. That boy gave a girl wearing an old apron something bag. Next, the nanny receives money from the gambler, puts her hand in the apron as a signal. The cue for this signal is to turn off all the lights. Quite a lot of people in the small old house. The girl and the boy chatted. The change of sound, light, and the stage setup is based on the cue. Fast or not. There is a strange guy coming to make trouble. But how is he participating always? Vei, in the time you left everything went to where Luan Roy just missing the flow of the show. The actor, who has practiced for a long time, will be able to forget his cue. A person called him. He turned back, replied, Marion, get ready, okay? That boy darkened his face, marking cue, blocking. Shin Yu-myung stood in front of the room radiating a beam of light energy. He walked to the front. Just gliding along this energy flow is enough, Roy. Both of them looked at Shin Yu-myung. Director, what am I seeing, Vei? I am also wondering if my eyes are deceiving me not here. He sternly looked at him, secretly thought. Memorizing the script and the signals in a short time is crazy enough, Roy, but the most surprising thing is. He looked at Shin Yu-myung surrounded by blue light energy, secretly said, he has not even acted correctly, but I can't take my eyes off him. He clapped his hands, shouted loudly, I have a lot of questions, but currently there is not enough time, Nua, so, running through is okay, Roy, now move quickly. All the people shouted loudly, let us try our best for our second performance, fighting, fighting. The judging panel of 4 people, and on the rows of audience there were a few people coming to see keeping quiet seriously. At the judging panel, short hair, shirt purple, she looked up, judge. The man was moving to his seat, and some people sat separately, loosely, secretly said, there are so few people here, Vei. She turned to say, he sighed, smiled awkwardly, this is not a famous film crew, you know, ma, hopefully it is not worse than average, let us score it lightly, Thoi. The stage lights turned off, darkened, she looked up, unexpectedly thought of something, I guess it is starting, Roy. The curtain gradually pulled up high, the stage light turned on. With the role of the brown-dressed woman and the blue-dressed girl held the child. She and he watched attentively, then recorded it. The boy held a piece of paper, reached out his hand. Segment 1, Scene 2, Marion departs, okay. Shin Yu-myung sternly opened his eyes wide and looked carefully at it. What is it, Chu? He slowly stepped his foot out onto the stage. A thin body, old ragged clothes. Shin Yu-myung's eyes were sunken and disheveled, tired. He swallowed, intently focusing, looking up to watch. Shin Yu-myung stood in front of the screen. All of Marion's expressions and emotions. They flowed into me. These doll parts, separated like eyes, joints of hands and feet, displayed on shelves. Humans are an incomprehensible species. They do not understand what true beauty is. They simply see beauty as dazzling sparkle. Jewelry is considered the most beautiful creation in the world in their eyes. Shin Yu-myung pursed his lips. But for me it is not like that. He sat at his desk, clutching his head, screaming. His mind was a mess. It is not enough. 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 In the old house, his hand was burned. The fire in the back warmed him. Shin Yu-myung heard a noise behind him, so he turned around. Shin Yu-myung's eyes widened, startled by the puppet's image in his eyes. The 2 audience members sitting above covered their mouths, horrified. Only when made with human materials is it most beautiful. He touched his nose and nodded attentively, thinking, I do not know who this is, but his acting is amazing. It is even so impressive that it makes the audience uncomfortable. The image of a man with bright eyes reached his hand near the neck of a pretty blonde girl, scared. A disturbing, eerie feeling, as if a monster in human skin was in front of them. Shin Yu-myung hugged his head, kneeling down, being abused and beaten by the 2 of them. But why? He looked up painfully, thinking, crying, why am I gradually empathizing with that monster? Shin Yu-myung frowned, injured above his eyebrow, angrily crying, I am being drawn to its insane desire. He smirked, looking satisfied, thinking how beautiful could a doll made by a mad monster be, I want to see it with my own eyes. All the audience members watched excitedly. Yes, just kill one more. Shin Yu-myung, weapon in hand, raised it high, counterattacking behind the girl with the bun, eyes closed calmly. Ultimate beauty will appear before my eyes. Shin Yu-myung's face and body were covered in blood, smiling wickedly. Shin Yu-myung stood in front of the screen, his shoulders trembling. Is this possession like Freddy's? No, Marion is ultimately just a fictional character. Shin Yu-myung placed his hand on his heart. Is this what they call acting? I actually felt empathy with its desire. With the role of Marion, holding the puppet, with a body that can act, with my own role, moving thousands of audience hearts with incredible, unmissable acting. All around were hands with long, sharp nails grabbing and reaching for the doll, because of something called pleasure, throwing at them the delight of pure violence and ultimate beauty. The stage lights went out in the dark room. It really was something that was irresistible. All the audience members sitting above looked at each other, wondering, it is over. She turned and said to him, wow, who is that actor? I have never seen him before, director. He stood up, turning his head back and shouting, Director, get me the director right now. He stood with his arms crossed, sternly. I do not know who he is either. Today, during preparations, we had an incident. Suddenly, he appeared and offered to participate in the performance, but he immediately disappeared as soon as the play ended. The person who brought him here seems to be the lighting technician from Hyjin Hall. Kim Sungjin held a glass of water. I do not know who he is either. I helped him get in here to look around because he seemed very passionate about acting. He and she went to a boy. The boy in the blue shirt came over, waving his hand. So, is there a recording, right, about that? They said we could only perform it once because we are not a famous film crew, so. He and she were stunned. We should have recorded it. He sat at his desk, sighing, clasping his hands together. Perhaps we won't be able to see that play again. All of them were present, sitting at the desk. Chairman, please. No one knows who that person is, so we can't do anything. There were not many audience members there either, and he was even an actor not on the list. She looked at him sternly and stood up. I can't do that. If you revoke that entry's qualification, I will resign from my position as a judge. I agree with him. No. So how do you want us to resolve this? He stood staring blankly, stunned. On a day when that actor reappears. The figure around him was Green Energy, a method actor. He said sternly, give him the title of method actor, and award him the Best Actor Award at the 19th National Film Festival. Kim Sungjin stood in a corner, answering the phone. Yeah, hello. Shin Yu-myung answered the phone in his bedroom. Yu-myung, did you get home safely? Yes, I am fine, Hyung. Kim Sungjin stood in a corner, answering the phone. Everyone left after the performance ended, happily. Thank you so much, Hyung. I interfered a little, but I did not want things to get too noisy. What did you do to make those people go crazy? Shin Yu-myung, hearing the other end of the phone, his eyes widened blankly, stunned. There is a top secret, let me tell you. The Best Actor Award at this film festival has been decided for you even before the event ended. I am a little busy right now. Let us talk later, Hyung. Thank you for today. He closed the phone, hanging up, sighing, phew. Shin Yu-myung turned to look at the bed. Miho sat on the bed, raising her hand to lick it. What the hell did you do, Miho? She replied, huh. Shin Yu-myung stood looking at Miho sitting on the bed. I do not care how big that deal is. How could you suddenly take someone else's body without explaining anything? I did not have time to explain then. Miho looked up at him, smiling. If you are a genius or something like that, at least do not say something weird. I am glad they did not find me, or I would be in big trouble. How can I explain how I knew the script in 10 minutes? Shin Yu-myung frowned. Say that you have seen this script before. Miho helplessly praised Shin Yu-myung, suddenly remembering something. That is a really creative idea, oh right? Miho sat down, looking down, confessing, remorsefully, I am sorry. Shin Yu-myung pondered, thinking, watching acting all the time made me want to act myself and see what it felt like. He was silent, frowning. Shin Yu-myung sat on the bed, hanging his head. Ha. Miho sat next to him, listening to him. How do you want to act? The information sheet was blurred. Ah, that is right. I have always wanted to act, so I chose to be a spirit lingering where there is a stage. Was that the first time? Or have you tried it before? I have tried it a few times before as part of the contract. It has been hundreds of years since that time. He clasped his hands together, rubbing his thumb. Why do not you possess someone else to act? Miho smiled. I told you already, the contract will be limited by the laws of the universe. Shin Yu-myung sat pensively, silently thinking, if you do not agree to the contract, I can't take your body. To be honest, I do not believe everything Miho says. Shin Yu-myung looked up at the screen, remembering a role from earlier. Today's performance. He stood watching, ready, hand gripping his jacket. In a cloud of black mixed with white, it was approaching perfection. It was a black-furred fox, its eyes shining brightly, its large figure standing in front of Shin Yu-myung. The pinnacle of art. Shin Yu-myung, hands clenched tightly, sat pensively thinking, Miho's acting ability is a good opportunity for me. As long as I accept the help but do not blindly trust, it should be okay, right? Miho with the tail. Okay, I understand. At a place in the room, a voice sounded, Summer Oedipus Workshop. Lee J. Pill sat at his desk. Shin Yu-myung stood sternly in front of him. Yes, I am thinking of organizing a workshop for outstanding students. Are you interested? Shin Yu-myung hesitated, thinking, summer Oedipus workshop. In front of them, in the room, there were many people sitting watching the two people talking. It is a program that is held every summer by Oedipus, a program organized by inviting veteran actors to share and guide students on acting. Shin Yu-myung looked sternly, thinking, answering, I asked Ryu Shin earlier. He said he would help me. Of course, Professor. Lee Jae-pil sat sternly at his desk, looking at him. But I heard Ryu Shin say that you seem to have difficulty participating, because you are not an Oedipus member. I am sorry, Professor. Ah, Ryu Shin told you about this. Shin Yu-myung tilted his head. But the person I am talking about is someone else. Actor Yoon Han-sung requested that I be allowed to participate in the program. Yoon Han-sung, is he an actor? His eyes widened. Yes, because I am acquainted with him. I showed him the clip of you acting in class the other day, and he said he had some advice he wanted to give you, so he requested that. A boy holding flowers and a trophy spoke on stage. Yoon Han-sung, an actor, after enduring a long dark period of his life, became famous in his mid-30s. Opening the mask on his face, crying. He was dubbed Bazet because of his otherworldly acting ability, an artist who plays with people's emotional strings, the king of tragedy. Shin Yu-myung in an elegant suit. And above all, despite his small stature, he burned like a flame. That boy went over and patted Shin Yu-myung on the shoulder, saying good things. Keep it up. One day you will be successful. Yoon Han-sung smiled politely. A sincere encouragement from the main actor, the one who could sweep all the film awards with just a supporting role. That encouragement was a great source of motivation throughout his nameless life. Shin Yu-myung bowed his head. Lee Jae-pil sat looking at him silently. Advice from someone like that. Shin Yu-myung spoke. I agree to participate, Professor. One sunny afternoon, by the mountainside and the high-rise company buildings. Shin Yu-myung stood in the hallway looking at the wall. Shin Yu-myung silently watched, reading attentively. On the paper posted on the wall, there was a line written, Oedipus, Summer Oedipus Workshop. They must be nice people. He grasped the door handle. There were many people sitting in the classroom. Hai Seon and Gu Wonyang turned to look at the door, smiling in welcome. Shin Yu-myung walked in, bowing his head. She and he came over. Yu-myung, why are you here? Hello Hyung. All of them looked at him, bustling and talking. Hai Seon introduced. Yeah, let us work hard together until the end of the program. Who is it? That person was recommended by Senior Yoon Han-sung. Oh, I guess everyone knows. This person was recommended by Senior Yoon Han-sung. Please be gentle with him, haha. Shin Yu-myung looked sternly when a voice came from outside. Suddenly, it was that person. Seon Yuri came over, crossing her arms, looking annoyed. The outsider who kicked Ryu Shin out to participate. The blonde girl sitting next to the old couple ate watermelon. Is that Seon Yuri, who played Hisu in the movie Heaven's Diary? Shin Yu-myung thought, surprised, but kicked Ryu Shin out to participate. What does she mean by that? Seon Yuri looked at him, saying, so you did not know, Senior Ryu Shin had to give up the workshop so you could participate. Shin Yu-myung frowned, seriously silent, then said, I have never heard about that. Is that true? Hai Seon came over, grabbing Seon Yuri's shoulder, smiling. Yuri, how can you say that? Hai Seon turned to look at him, explaining. Hai Seon glanced at her, displeased. That is not true. This workshop is only for 20 people. Everyone stood watching Seo Ryu Shin and Seon Yuri, who had been arguing, having a conflict. They had prepared groups for 20, 40, and 50 people, but now with you, it becomes 21 people. There was an argument because of the disruption to the established plan, so in the end, Ryu Shin did not participate so you could be added. He said it was okay since he had participated once last year. Behind them, a girl came forward. Seon Yuri blushed, embarrassed. Ah, and this is Seon Yuri, Vice President of Oedipus for this term. This kid is a bit clueless, not easy to get along with. Hai Seon came over, putting her arm around her, smiling. Seon Yuri blushed, shouting loudly, embarrassed, hey, Hai Seon Yuni. Shin Yu-myung stood watching Seon Yuri and Hai Seon arguing. Gu Wonyang stood behind him, speaking. Oh, it is because of me. Honestly, it is not Shin Yu-myung's fault. It is not like we are suffering any losses. Why are you so upset? No, it is a big loss. Because of him, Ryu Shin Appa can't participate in this workshop. You know that. Seiun Yuri glanced in his direction, angrily jealous. No matter who recommended him. Gu Wenyang and Hai Seiun stood watching Seiun Yuri pointing in the direction of Shin Yumyong, then shouting loudly, angrily, I can't accept that this person is a better actor than Seo Ryu Shin. Shin Yumyong sighed, thinking about Seo Ryu Shin talking to him on the phone. I hope you will take this opportunity to feel the charm of Oedipus. That is what he said when he called me a few days ago. Seo Ryu Shin sat on the table, holding a beam of light on the table. There were cards and tokens. Seo Ryu Shin leaned back. This time, it is probably not a sacrifice in myself. I am throwing you the opportunity to feel the appeal of Oedipus, and you will act with me next time. A round card with Shin Yumyong's picture, a type of investment. Shin Yumyong thought, smiling, investment always comes with risk. Seo Ryu Shin is willing to gamble. I will evaluate for myself whether Oedipus is really as attractive as they say. If you want to invest, I can't refuse just because I am afraid of trouble. Hai Seiun and Seiun Yuri stood next to him, angrily. Participating in the workshop with me might have helped you. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Yumyong put his hand on his chest, determined and confident. I will show you my skills. She stood looking at Shin Yumyong seriously. I will make you admit, attending the workshop with me will definitely benefit you. Shin Yumyong smiled confidently and decisively. Seiun Yuri frowned, thinking, angrily. Throughout the last semester, everyone in the film and drama crew always talked about him, so I wondered who that person was. She looked at Shin Yumyong, full of confidence and determination, thinking, he used to be someone who believed in his talent and flaunted it, did not he? Seiun Yuri turned her face away, angry. The effort accumulated over time, and the time building a career. When she was little, in a crowded East Asian city center, Seiun Yuri, with her mother, saw Seo Ryu Shin sitting on a bench on the street holding a book. When I was a child actress, I learned this truth by watching Senior Ryu Shin. She looked at Seo Ryu Shin, sitting, kneading a book, wrapped in a scarf, wearing a warm jacket. Even with talent, he was the one who came the earliest to practice and left the film set the latest, a performer more serious than anyone else. Seiun Yuri held her mother's hand, seeing him serious, her eyes wide, thinking, if I am serious about pursuing the path of an actress, I think I should learn from someone like him. In a fleeting moment, I hated hearing comments about how easy it was to hire stunt actors because of beauty, and had debuted since childhood. Late at night, Seiun Yuri sat at her desk, only the lamp shone brightly enough, so I tried harder. In the morning, she practiced dancing, exercising in the gym, her whole body sweating. There can't be a genius who suddenly appears without any effort. She gritted her teeth, resentful and angry, but thinking about someone who studied a completely different major experiencing acting for the first time, someone who makes everyone buzz like that. Shin Yumyong and Gu Wenyang watched her leave. Seiun Yuri turned her face back and turned away, angrily thinking, I can't accept it. The woman with short shiny black hair sat on a chair, clapping her hands, introducing herself, smiling. If everyone has changed to be more comfortable, let us start. Hello, I am Lee Sun-ha from the Comet Theater Troupe. Everyone was noisy, sitting neatly, looking at her and at the board. She has been here for 3 years. During that time, she regrets not being able to meet the juniors because of her performance schedule. We too. Someone spoke. Lee Sun-ha looked surprised. I really wanted to meet you, senior. Lee Sun-ha looked at Shin Yumyong in a white t-shirt, sitting outside the row thinking, looking at you sitting apart from the other friends a bit, I can't help but wonder. Is that the person Han-sung and Jae-pil recommended? She thought calmly and elegantly, I do not know what kind of person he is. As mentioned in the announcement before, the topic of today's workshop is listening. On the board were written dialogues between A and B. From now on, please memorize the lines until you can easily retell them. I will play the role of A, and the juniors should respond with the lines of B. Lee Sun-ha sat sternly, all the students sitting neatly in a row, answering in unison, now then the person in the front row, let us try it. Ah yes. She sat up straight, asking, and the friends answered in unison, have you eaten? I have not eaten yet. So what shall we eat? Lee Sun-ha invited a friend in the class. Okay, just do it like that. The friend next to her. Lee Sun-ha looked down, asking the boy to answer, then stopped. Haven't you eaten? I have not eaten. The boy sat disappointed after answering wrong. She continued calling, the friend behind you. Hye-seon startled, hearing her speak, and answered, have you eaten? I have not eaten. Phew, this time I should stick to the original. She smiled, her cheeks red. Let us eat pizza soup. Then Lee Sun-ha laughed loudly. Kimchi, haha. Lee Sun-ha said seriously, dialogue is a predetermined language, so when actors have memorized the lines, they can react mechanically without listening to the dialogue of other characters. When she spoke, both the boy and Hye-seon stiffened, their eyes wide, with nothing left to describe, unexpected hairspray. In the worst case, some actors even memorize what the next line is while the other person is speaking their line. In a space full of spinning gears, going is called the gray area. This is when your actions and those of others are choreographed closely together, making them predictable. Lee Sun-ha said seriously, however, such acting has no life. Both the boy in the blue t-shirt and the boy in the black t-shirt listened seriously to her speaking. A good actor will know how to listen carefully. Shin Yu-myung raised his head, listening attentively to Lee Sun-ha teaching. Even with predetermined dialogue, when you completely listen to others and speak from your own heart, it creates dramatic pressure. Although it may be easy to think that acting is expressing a good role, the core lies in listening. He looked at her, thinking. Lee Sun-ha clapped her hands, smiling. The reason Lee Sun-ha is in the main lineup of Comet, for a long time, also comes from her famous listening ability. So we will practice listening a lot today. The next workshop is called the Review Workshop. An employee and a boy wearing a green jacket with questions and lines. If I ask you, do you like to eat apples? The answer could be, I do not like apples. I like watermelon more, something like that. Even though it is not exactly a refusal, you can get a line that means a little different than the original. The boy in the black shirt was called up to answer. Junior in the black shirt, please come up here. Yes. The boy in the black shirt sat on the chair opposite Lee Sun-ha. The two people conversed with each other, smiling and a little nervous. We are friends, right? No, you are my senior. I see. Where are you from? Cheongju type. The boy in the black shirt stood up and went back to his seat. Everyone laughed, sadly. In this case, you should ask her why she is interested in your hometown. Or you do not have a hometown, something like that. You have to accept the words of others. Next person. Seon Yuri sat with her hands in front of her, looking sternly at Lee Sun-ha. She looked at her, speaking hello. Seon Yuri crossed her arms, coldly replying, I am not in a good mood today. Hye-seon and the two boys behind her looked surprised when she answered the dialogue with her. What is your name? I do not have a name to tell you. Seon Yuri grasped her bicep. Have you heard many people praise your beauty? Seon Yuri was a little uncomfortable, frowning, angrily. The shell does not matter. What matters is the content. Lee Sun-ha smiled, praising, well done, go back to your seat. Seon Yuri stood up, bowing, thank you. She turned her face and said, next. Shin Yu-myung was surprised. Junior sitting on the left, come up here. Yes. Everyone looked in the direction of Shin Yu-myung as he stood up. Shin Yu-myung and Lee Sun-ha sat sternly and confidently. As soon as she asked the question, he hung his head. Who are you? Well, who am I? He said sternly, coldly, do I need to say it? Lee Sun-ha looked at Shin Yu-myung, thinking to herself, and continued to ask, and her acting is not the task. How can I know the answer that you have not said? Where are you from? Shin Yu-myung curled his legs up on the chair. I do not remember either. Outside the window, looking at Shin Yu-myung sitting, shrinking, I guess it is a dark place. Lee Sun-ha was surprised to see him with his level of acting and dialogue expressions, thinking, then continued to ask him, has he created the character himself? While still sticking to the structure of the review task, is there anywhere dark around here? Are you afraid of the dark? Shin Yu-myung hung his head, sitting, shrinking back in the chair. I am not afraid, I am stronger in the dark. Lee Sun-ha hesitated to say, but you. She looked at Shin Yu-myung sitting on the chair, his hand on his knee, shrinking, timid, scared. You look very weak, you do not look like you have any strength inside. He spoke, strength is not just violence. Shin Yu-myung folded his arms, closing his eyes. I know how to fly. Lee Sun-ha asked, know how to fly? She widened her eyes, stunned to react. Shin Yu-myung opened his eyes, he remembered something. Ah, I understand, thanks to you, I remembered. On the branch, wiggling, Shin Yu-myung appeared with butterfly wings behind him. I am a butterfly. All of them sat looking up, surprised. Lee Sun-ha laughed. Junior, you are an interesting actor. Seon Yuri sat with her hands on her knees, sternly. One sunny day, green trees, tall buildings. Shin Yu-myung wore a bag, going up the stairs. After the workshop was instructed by Lee Sun-ha, the workshop lasted 2 weeks, with 6 hours each day and one instructor every 1 to 3 days, continuing for the remaining time. The short-haired girl put out her hands, individual task on the theme of building a character, sports workshop to balance physicality. Both boys, one holding the legs, one doing sit-ups, paired up to evoke true emotions through empathy. In the room for people, the boy in the white shirt grabbing the shoulder of the boy in the blue shirt, both of them turning to look, create a group of 4 people to enhance the image. And creativity as much as possible. Seon Yuri stood behind, crossing her arms, sternly observing them gathering, sitting, talking happily, when we participated in these tasks together, before I realized it. The members of the Oedipus theater troupe had a better view of me. Shin Yu-myung turned to look, and so my impression of Oedipus also changed. Senior, is not the rhythm 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2. Both people stood talking. That is right, sorry, it is okay, let us start again. Unlike Changchun, they freely exchange opinions between seniors and juniors without feeling behind. Shin Yu-myung turned to look at them talking to each other. Oh, and in yesterday's workshop, I had a problem balancing my physicality when spinning, if you have time. Can you look at it for me? Of course, senior. In the hallway, he walked, smiling. The cast was ready to ask for help without hesitation, helping others, and above all, there are individuals who are really hard-working. Despite their busy schedules, the juniors at Oedipus are all attached to the workshop room. I think I understand why Seo Ryu Shin mentioned hoping. Shin Yu-myung held the door handle, smiling confidently, stepping in, let me feel the attraction of Oedipus, and... Suddenly, he saw something, recognized something, stunned. Shin Yu-myung walked in, seeing Seon Yuri mopping the floor, stunned. He asked Seon Yuri, who turned her face away coldly, you came early today too. Shin Yu-myung thought helplessly, still cold to me, Seon Yuri's image has also changed a lot, so sorry. Shin Yu-myung opened the cabinet, putting away personal belongings. Seon Yuri mopped the floor, thinking, Seon Yuri, the person responsible for leading the workshop, always comes first and leaves last, working hard. She also rarely asks for help, she usually carries the responsibility in her hands as much as possible. Shin Yu-myung looked into the shiny sparkling door, unexpectedly saying to himself, wow, how strong do you have to mop for the cabinet to be so shiny? She stood sternly, practicing her voice. He turned to look. Seon Yuri, even without tricks or strategies, she can be good at speaking but... Shin Yu-myung smiled, looking, seeing her always trying, it is hard not to appreciate her. Seon Yuri rubbed her throat. She tried her voice again, ahem. Shin Yu-myung put his hand to his chin, listening to her reading and practicing her voice, do re mi fa so. Shin Yu-myung went to Seon Yuri, choral singing is not always the answer. He explained to her, saying to himself, try using falsetto when singing, I think you will express the dialogue well and your voice will be better. If it were the early 2000s, it might be a common prejudice, always needing to gather in a chorus to pronounce well when singing, excuse me. Seon Yuri frowned, uncomfortably, are you happy that you can easily answer everything like that? Seon Yuri frowned angrily. A young man guided her, pronunciation, why are you suddenly worried about pronunciation? Are you afraid that your voice is not conveying enough to the audience when acting in a play? The boy crossed his arms, sitting, listening to her speak. Because of that, I was pushed out of the main role in Oedipus's autumn performance, so recently, I have been constantly practicing singing. In a chorus, but there is no progress. I have never had any problems when acting in movies, right? Moreover, in movies, people record the voice separately, what is there to worry about? Seon Yuri's eyes glistened downwards, anyway, plays are just a small genre. He put his hands together in front of him, seriously darkening his face. Are you planning to continue after graduating? Doing that is not good, let us quickly go back to the old ways. Seon Yuri sat sternly, straightening her back, thinking to herself, listening to him speak, I am already here, why do not you look at the script that we have been proposed to? There is a difference between not being able to do it and choosing not to do it. Seon Yuri held a glass of water, sternly frowning, thinking to herself, an actor who only acts in movies because they have difficulty pronouncing on stage, what kind of actor is that? In the room with the girl speaking and her practicing her voice, I do not want to set limits and avoid doing anything even without trying, so I practiced until I mastered it. Do re mi fa so, the foundation of pronunciation on stage is singing in a chorus. Sian Yuri practiced her voice until her throat hurt. After a long time of practice, I succeeded in singing in a chorus, but aa. She put her hands on her hips, sighing, tired, phew, it is weird. Sian Yuri put her hand on her stomach, thinking to herself, every time I use a chorus to speak, I get tense, maybe I can't express the dialogue better than just speaking. Sian Yuri stood in the middle of a deep abyss, with a dark shadow in front. Am I really not the right person for the play? She angrily gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, for me, this problem lies in my ego as an actor, and he is saying it so easily. Sian Yuri turned to look at Shin Yu-myong, shouting loudly, angrily, whether it is a task or acting, do you have a clear answer? Does following that answer solve the problem? Shin Yu-myong looked sternly, listening to her speak. The lives of geniuses must be easy. Sian Yuri turned her face away. No one really knows what is on someone else's mind. Shin Yu-myong turned to look. Actually, there are no monologues or dialogues. Sian Yuri stood in the room, looking silently. Her white shoes, we are not even close, and he thinks he can understand everything even after observing a few practices. Sian Yuri continued to practice her voice, thinking to herself, do re mi fa so, actually there are no monologues or dialogues. Sian Yuri lay sleeping on her desk. On the desk, the lamp shone down on a pile of homework. Her mother called, Yuri, wake up, you need to go to the audition. Sian Yuri's eyes sparkled. The person next to her put their hand on her shoulder, happily. The role of Hisu in Heaven's Diary officially belongs to Sian Yuri. Sian Yuri had heard others talking about her, looking down on her, maybe she was chosen because of her pretty appearance. Sian Yuri turned her head to look, a little sad, thinking to herself, living like that must be comfortable, I also try my best but. While going to school at the new school, she was gossiped about by her friends. Hey, Sian Yuri is entering our school this year. Sian Yuri went behind, already heard and stopped, looking at them sadly. Really, our school has high standards, how did he get in? She hung her head, pensively, sadly, of course, there are separate standards for actors. She stood behind two people walking ahead, continuing to gossip. Wow, so unfair, people study 16 hours a day just to get into this school. I know, the world is so unfair. Sian Yuri widened her eyes, angrily thinking, I also got that score on the college entrance exam, what do you know about me?
Sian Yuri shouted loudly, angrily, do, re, mi, fa, so.
She shuddered, hawk. Her hand clenched, angrily enduring. Actually, if there were monologues or dialogues, there would not be such a thing as misunderstanding in this world. Sian Yuri, her cheeks flushed red, wiping the sweat on her face, thinking to herself, I can't believe I was acting like those people. In her head, the image of Shin Yu-myong sternly, because Shin Yu-myong is an amateur actor, I quickly concluded that his training time could not compare to mine. Without knowing anything about Shin Yu-myong's situation. Sian Yuri pondered, her eyes looking down, thinking about the words, sadly, try using falsetto when singing, I think you will express the dialogue well and your voice will be better. She raised her face. Sian Yuri looked up at the light in the window in the room, thinking to herself, Romeo, why are you Romeo? Sian Yuri's eyes sparkled. She raised her hand, touching her neck, saying to herself, my voice is as clear and strong as usual. In the room she stood, raising her hand to her neck, and more comfortable. Hai Sian stood up, stretching her body. The people around looked at her. Finally, the last program has arrived. Today is Yoon Hansung's workshop, right? A blonde-haired boy smiled, wearing a white shirt, walking past confidently. Yes, I am really looking forward to it. After watching his latest movie, I cried. Me too. Hai Sian smiled. I wonder what he will share. Everyone looked towards the door. The blonde-haired boy, wearing a polite shirt, opened the door and walked in. He walked in, introducing his handsome face. Hello everyone, I am actor Yoon Hansung. Yoon Hansung sat down on the chair, putting his hands on his head, hugging his knees. Today, I decided to open a conversation about the topic of emotional connection. In the room, light from the window shone in. Somehow, I am still famous for my sad acting excerpts. I think that is explained by the phrase truthfulness of emotion. A boy looked through the screen of an actor acting, crying loudly, saying to himself, the audience understands more than I imagined, so even if I am acting, what the heck? The image of that person was printed on new newspapers. If I myself do not see that those emotions are real, I will immediately deceive it. New news, actor Hong Gil-dong's acting is causing a lot of mixed opinions. Contradictions between the director have erupted. So where does this truthfulness come from? Shin Soo-ho sat next to everyone. Yoon Han-sung sat in the chair. Personally, I also believe that an actor's experience is also an important factor. An actor who has experienced ups and downs in life will definitely be able to express their emotions more easily. His eyes looked down, sternly. As everyone knows, when I was young, I had a very difficult life. Patience did not last long. My little daughter also left me. Everyone sat neatly, carefully listening to him speak. Yoon Han-sung raised his hand, smiling. If everyone has an incurable disease, then everyone can also become a good actor if they lose the people around them. The truth is that it is not like that. Yoon Han-sung put his hands on his thighs, hanging his head. When we are sad, let us really think back to whether we are feeling the sadness that engulfs ourselves. Actually, most people will be swept away by that flow of emotions. There is a high possibility that not even our own body can recognize what those emotions are. The man in the blue shirt raised his hand in green, sadly crying, "Today might be the worst day of my life. Let us think about the moments of joy and sadness." Yoon Han-sung said sternly, "We will practice gradually expanding the range of our emotions by reflecting deeply on them. This process is also known as maximizing emotions. Today will be very difficult." On the ceiling, there were fragments of white dust glowing. "Then let us begin. I have 2 requests for everyone." He went to pull the light string, making it brighter. If negative emotions are increasingly felt more clearly, this can be expressed through violence or self-harm. In the dark room, with only one light bulb, everyone sat listening carefully to him speak. No matter what you are feeling, please keep in mind that you are a precious existence and please restrain any violent behavior. Everyone sat neatly, answering in unison in the dark room. With one light bulb, Yoon Han-sung sat in the chair, talking, and from now on, all the stories shared here will be kept secret in your hearts. When you leave, but those who personally take the suffering of others to experiment with themselves do not deserve to be an actor, yes. Shin Soo-ho raised his hand. Yoon Han-sung turned to look. First, there should be a volunteer to share first. The student who just raised their hand, please come closer and sit on the mat. Shin Soo-ho stood up. He asked, "What is your name?" "Shin Soo-ho, sir." He sat on the mat. Yoon Han-sung sat in the chair opposite, looking, and asked, "I won't exchange anything further, so Soo-ho, what is the most intense emotion you have ever experienced? Whether it is joy or sadness, please feel free to share." He widened his eyes, sternly, "Soo-ho, joy is an emotion that is usually not very carefully chosen. When do you feel joyful?" Shin Soo-ho hung his head, pensively, silently thinking. Yoon Han-sung listened seriously to Shin Soo-ho speaking, his legs curled up, hunching his back. "When my parents divorced, I had to choose one to live with, and I chose my mother." Everyone sat carefully listening, the girl surprised. Shin Soo-ho said sadly, "From the time we were still living together, my father was very distant from a whole family, until later when I grew up, I realized that he wanted me to have a lover." In the house, 2 brothers hugged each other, standing in front of the door while their parents were arguing. Whenever my father was home, the atmosphere in the house was very bad. There were times when I wished that my father would never come home again. The father sat on the sofa, the mother sat next to the table, and the 2 brothers stood watching. But when my parents divorced, my father said that he would take one of the 2 of us with him. Even now, I still can't understand whether the decision that year was due to blood relations or simply that he did not want to lose his shares. The father asked the 2 brothers, "Shin Soo-ho, my father made my mother choose like he was being very generous. Like trading pets, we usually choose the prettier one." He said with sad eyes, looking at his younger brother, "I have always loved my little brother very much, but at that moment." Both brothers held hands tightly, but then let go. The younger brother, his eyes widened, smiling, "From the bottom of my heart, I really hoped that my mother would choose me." Yoon Han-sung asked sternly, "Do you remember how you felt when your mother stood out as the legal guardian?" Shin Soo-ho rubbed his wrist. "Yes, the feeling at that time was very bad, but at least I was very happy. I glanced at my younger brother's expression and felt a little proud, even though at that time I was still young and inexperienced and somewhat selfish." He sat with his legs curled up, recounting sadly, "But remembering that time again makes me feel really nauseous. What did my younger brother look like at that time, my younger brother?" His younger brother cried a lot. Yoon Han-sung sat in the chair, looking at Shin Soo-ho, hanging his head, covering his head with his hand. "Well, instead of feeling tense because of those feelings, just take it slowly and gently." Shin Soo-ho covered his mouth, his eyes tearing up, worriedly crying, thinking my father's expression, as well as my mother's expression, and also my younger brother's. How did I feel when I saw them? Yoon Hansung said sternly, express it in words, this is not joy. Shin Suho's chin trembled, then tears fell on his cheeks, clenching his lips, crying, Suho is just mimicking the feeling of happiness. He covered his face, wiping away his tears.
Y Hansen comforted. Suho, I'm sorry, anxiety syndrome.
Some of them sat with their legs curled up, some leaned back. Yoon Hansung sat seriously, around them, everyone was silent, pensive. Yoon Hansung stood up, bending over. Everyone must have rested enough, right? This time, I want to participate myself. He took off a button on the top of his shirt. Because there is no one to guide, this will be more inclined towards monologue than optimizing emotions, with the meaning referring to how to express different emotions. He took off his shoes and then stepped onto the mat. Yoon Hansung stood seriously, his hands clenched tightly in the room with only one light bulb. He lowered his face, taking a deep breath. Closing his eyes tightly. Yoon Hansung softly called out, my little princess, burn, my innocent daughter. He remembered his daughter and his wife in the hospital, a happy family, joyful. I still remember the moment when you were born, the first cry of yours, I remember it like that. That was the greatest joy of my life, but now every time I remember it, I can't help but burst into tears. Every day, Yoon Hansung went to work, his daughter always bowed, greeting him, along with his wife. I still remember the day when you spoke saying, Dad, come home soon. I was really surprised by that sentence and could only smile and awkwardly pat your head. The girl with the pink braided hair reached out her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks, calling, crying, and when I just stepped out of the house, I started crying like the world had come to an end, with eyes shining with the question why. He stood in front of his daughter's toys on the floor. Every time I returned to that empty house and realized that this place was missing your existence, my heart would tighten, and the question why as well as resentment would repeat in my head again. His daughter, with a 4 in her hand, held Yoon Hansung's hand tightly. You had to go through so much pain and then even grow more mature than me, when you whispered in my ear, don't cry anymore, Dad, I am okay. Your hand gripped around my finger so tightly that it made me cry. Yoon Hansung's whole body trembled, worried. Even if this world is full of storms in my arms, I decided to protect you, even if it is as thin as paper. Yoon Hansung could not hold back his tears, his hand on his forehead. You know how to pray, there is nothing else I can do anymore. Shin Yu-myung sat in the back, pensively thinking, they are not good at all. Those intense emotions are also the source of actor Yoon Hansung's emotions, so I myself have become more sensitive to the suffering of others than to my own. Yoon Hansung went over and patted Shin Yu-myung on the shoulder. I think that I can really empathize with the sadness of those extra actors. He was a little touched, thinking to himself, he is truly a good person and a great actor. One night, the building was still lit up at the classroom. Shin Yu-myung and everyone looked at Hai-seon, wiping her tears, hanging her head, going back to her seat, crying. Shin Yu-myung said to himself, ready, now it is my turn. He was just about to stand up when Yoon Hansung went over and turned on the lights, blankly thinking, thank you very much everyone for participating in today's difficult challenge. Before I go, I have one more thing to ask to see how much everyone knows. I have not gone up yet, or have I been forgotten? He smiled. He called out, Shin Yu-myung. Yes. Yoon Hansung sat down in the chair. You must have heard about me recommending a friend to participate in this talk. Actually, today is the first time I have seen you. Professor Jae-pil Lee showed me a video of you acting in class. Shin Yu-myung stood up. Everyone looked up, bustling. Hai-seon smiled, praising, asking, the emotional maximization of a training method to help us break the limits of emotion. I do not think this means anything to that friend. Is he famous? Yoon Hansung rubbed his chin, darkening his face. Instead, he propped his hand up, looking at him. I just want to see your acting before the monodrama. I am not sure if this might be referring to the name of an upcoming play or something. Shin Yu-myung widened his eyes, stunned when he heard him say, can I? Yoon Hansung spoke, proposing to Yu-myung, if you have a script for a one-person play, that would be great, or you can perform from a script that I have prepared. Everyone, after hearing, started whispering, a complete one-person play, then at least it is 40 minutes. At this moment, all eyes were on him after hearing Yoon Hansung ask, can you try it now? Yu-myung confidently replied, if you give me some time to prepare, I can do it, because I have a script. After hearing, everyone's mouths were agape, is he serious? Even he did not expect him to say that. Yu Myong continued, asking for help. I need some equipment for the play. He politely asked, can I use it? After a while, the items that Yu Myong requested were brought over. He focused on assigning tasks to each person. Suho Hyung, shine the light from behind like this, okay? Everyone watched Yu Myong prepare each step. Hyson, put a gobo on the light and... After a while of watching, Sean Yuri spoke skeptically. He said that doing that is necessary, so they prepared, but can he really perform a complete one-person play? The person next to her blankly replied, huh. She continued, complaining, just a 10-minute play already makes me want to die, let alone 90 minutes. The other person, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly. It will definitely be very stuffy. Suddenly, the person behind spoke, chiming in, the audience like us are also very tired. Do you think that we can focus on watching a 90-minute performance? Everyone is already tired from the workshop. He added, but I am a little curious. That person could not help but spout out a bunch of questions. What kind of script will it be, and how will he divide the scenes? Yoon Hansung sat watching them. Only smiling awkwardly, he said that everyone is tired, but the mood is quite lively. After a while, Yu Myong was ready. Everything is ready, can I start? He spoke, signaling him, okay, start. Before that, Yu Myong softly asked for permission. Sorry, but I will turn off the lights. Okay. As the play was about to begin, Yoon Hansung spoke, asking, what is the name of the play? He, hearing this, replied, the name of the play is The Survivor. Seeing that no one said anything else, Yu Myong announced, okay, let us start. He began to get into character. Yu Myong pleaded, please give the real killer the maximum sentence. His face was now full of fear before the verdict. Murder case number 2000-0124. There is no doubt that the perpetrator of this incident is the victim's son, Kim Young-do. The audience below carefully observed every gesture of Yu Myong. The evidence is clear as follows. First, the fingerprints, on the kitchen knife in exhibit number 13. Second, there is no alibi for Kim Young-do at that time. Third, the relationship between them had gradually deteriorated until the incident occurred. He, hearing this, spoke to defend himself. This is his fault. You ask why, I am not sure. Is it because he was intentionally born and the illegitimate child ruined his father's life? The court, based on those words, immediately retorted, perhaps because he could not make money, so he completely lost control, because you are someone who likes to hurt yourself. Hearing this, Yu Myong's face flashed with fear. Who said that? He panicked, stammering, my father. Yoon Hansung was also gradually drawn into this play. It was very tense from the very beginning. He secretly assessed the arrangement that Yu Myong had prepared. Moreover, the way he used the lights and the screen was really great. The light illuminated the space and filled it with the shadows of the people watching the play. The screen behind the actor gave the feeling of watching a square TV. Yoon Hansung could not help but marvel at their idea. The audience suddenly became viewers, witnessing a demon who had killed his father. But if we look ahead, we will see a young man being abused by his father since he was young. We will see a young man growing up with a lot of scars. At this moment, Yu Myong had switched to acting hesitant. The scene of the crime, you want me to detail? He timidly recounted the process of committing the crime. That is, the knife that I usually use to cut fruit behind my father. The deeper he told the story, the more the look of horror was clear on Yu Myong's face, from behind. He suddenly collapsed to the floor, completely broken down. Tears had begun to appear on that face. I can't. Suddenly, Yu Myong startled and shouted, his hand reflexively raised to support father. He kept screaming and begging, which shocked Yoon Hansung greatly. Even Seon Yuri was made to feel nervous by that cry for help, don't hit me. The whole room at that time was full of people carefully watching Yu Myong act. Hai Seon was focused, starting to move the lights according to the agreement. Right now, Yu Myong's shadow had appeared on the screen. He turned to greet, yes, Mr. Lawyer. Seon Yuri eagerly observed every change in the story. The scene has changed. Now it is the second part. Yu Myong nodded, discussing with his lawyer. Public opinion has changed a lot. He smiled slightly at the information that the lawyer brought. Accidental murder due to continuous abuse from childhood. You are saying that this is a defensive factor. A fan cafe has been created on the internet. Yu Myong calmly stroked his hair and then laughed. Then I have to prepare carefully for the next performance at the trial. Seeing the lawyer doubting him, he immediately retorted, what, the killer? Of course I am not the killer, I said that from the beginning. Yu Myong suddenly remembered the terrifying image at that time, and became panicked. When I got home, my father was already lying there. He stammered, proving to the lawyer, I do not know who framed me, but the situation is very bad, so I would rather confess and request to be examined. for having a mental illness. That is the lawyer's defense. You said that you believe me. The viewers could not help but be confused by this role. What, are he and that person from before the same person? Suddenly, Shin Yu-myung shouted, "Not guilty, you just declare that he is innocent, Your Honor, psychological trauma from continuous exposure to violent behavior." Saying this, he started laughing like a madman. This laughter of Yu-myung made Seon Yuri feel scared madman. At that time, he switched to a different emotion, saying confusedly, "Hire lawyers, why no, I am not paying you to do that, lawyer, do it again." Then Yu-myung turned to affirm to the judge, "No, Your Honor, as revealed in the first trial, I am under extreme stress." Saying this, he suddenly stopped, his face clearly showing fear. Yu-myung's personality changed once again. He at this time directly admitted, "So you are right, this is premeditated murder." He put on a resentful, aggrieved expression recounting, "I hate the way he looks at me with a scary look as if I am an insect. I said that I did not know what he was thinking." Kicking, punching, and screaming. Yu-myung faintly flashed a barbaric smile, "So I waited." He began little by little to recreate the process of committing the crime, when my father relaxed and held his breath, slowly and carefully. Yu-myung seized the opportunity, rushing over, the knife in his hand stabbing straight into the opponent's neck. Eerie sounds rang out, thump and splurt, and then everything fell into silence. He breathed tiredly. After finishing, Yu-myung coldly turned to say to the judge, "And that is the end of the whole story, are you satisfied?" Shin Soo-ho, hearing the signal, looked at the script that was provided. He spoke, leading the story. The defendant was sentenced to life imprisonment. At the same time, the stage lights also went out. After a while, the light shone down, highlighting Yu-myung's lonely back. The warden appeared, ordering him, "Hey prisoner, eat." Yu-myung also obediently tasted the grains of rice in prison. Suddenly, his whole body trembled non-stop. Yu-myung emotionally blurted out, "The hot rice is so delicious." The whole space was filled with darkness, silent to the point of eeriness. After a while, the lights were turned on completely. The play was also over. Yu-myung politely bowed his head, "Thank you." Everyone in the auditorium at this time dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Yoon Han-sung, witnessing the whole thing just now, could not help but be shocked by this acting ability. He could not help but immediately come up and praise, "Shin Yu-myung, I thought you were just a rookie actor, but you are a very great actor." Yoon Han-sung proudly announced to everyone, "From now on, we will be honored that there are no empty seats anymore." Everyone clapped in agreement. But his next words made Yu-myung worry, "And I think I was right, there is a problem." He fearfully asked, "A problem?" Yoon Han-sung nodded, saying seriously yes. He continued to comment on his performance just now. "The reality is that when watching actor Shin's acting in the one-act play, I felt that your acting was absolutely perfect. Even if you gave up the ability to immerse yourself in the role and said that this was something that you were born with, you still know how to use your body and acting skills. So I do not see any weaknesses in your acting at all." Yoon Han-sung softly taught, "I think that I need to give some advice as an actor." He pensively pointed out the shortcomings of the play, "But my prediction was correct. If it is a one-act play it is okay, but when performed in a complete play, the acting is very perfect, but it might be a little hard to watch." These comments made Yu-myung feel very tense. Even though you are on land, you still can't get rid of the habit of spitting water because you are afraid of sinking. Seeing him so tense, Yoon Han-sung smiled, comforting, "But I want to tell you that you do not need to try too hard." He spoke, reminding Yu-myung, "Shin Yu-myung can stand there because he is an actor who deserves a lot of attention." Hearing these words, along with the smiles of everyone below, made him very emotional. Yu-myung gratefully bowed before them, "Thank you." On the evening of the next day, Seon Yuri raised a glass of beer, speaking to everyone around. "Thank you everyone for following to the end of Audius's workshop. Thank you everyone for working hard." After speaking, everyone clinked glasses to celebrate. While everyone was gathering, Yu-myung and Yoon Han-sung were sitting at a separate table. "Drink, thank you." After the play just now, Yoon Han-sung could not help but look at him worriedly. He hesitated a bit and then decided to ask, "Hey, was any part of yesterday's performance from your experience?" Seeing this, Yu-myung explained, "I do not know what to say, but my family is very harmonious. I even get along very well with my younger sister." But he was still a little doubtful, right? He suddenly changed to a different topic. "Hey senior, talking about experience, can I tell you my opinion?" Hearing this, Yoon Han-sung smiled, agreeing, "Tell me as much as you want." Yu-myung immediately spoke, expressing his opinion, "I do not think that the level of emotion is determined by experience." He did not say anything, just silently chugging all of his beer. At this time, Yoon Han-sung was also a little drunk. He suddenly pondered the words just now. The level of emotion is not determined by experience. Yoon Han-sung suddenly remembered his appearance when acting, thinking to himself, only 23 years old, unless he has experienced incredible ups and downs in his life. So where do all those sincere emotions come from? Seeing that he did not say anything, Yoo Mi-young added, for me, when I open my heart and immerse myself in the role, I really feel their emotions. He put his hand on his chest, expressing his emotions with all his heart, not based on understanding from my other experiences, but the real feeling that I would feel if I were this person. Yoo Mi-young continued, telling the truth, so I do not really like the workshop on maximizing emotions very much, in which the actors have to be true to themselves. Saying this, he suddenly remembered the image at that time. What can help awaken the emotions inside but? Yoon Han-sung listened silently to those expressions, because delving into pain can be dangerous. After a while, he also spoke, so the new actor. Yoon Han-sung continued to ask him, how do you awaken your emotions? Yoo Mi-young, hearing this, immediately gave his solution, ignoring the new reputation. I will open my heart and try to feel what it would be like if I were Kim Young-do. I gather emotions by observing similar people or searching for data. He kept rambling about his method. When reading the script, I look for every emotion that Kim Young-do must feel and build the character from there, until I gradually become the character. After listening, Yoon Han-sung immediately gave a comment. This is a very textbook method. Yoo Mi-young also nodded, saying basically, it seems difficult. He spoke explaining to him, but that is why instead of Kim Young-do based on Shin Yoo Mi-young, I was able to create a Kim Young-do who is more like Kim Young-do. Yoon Han-sung, hearing this, pondered in silence, a role based on Yoon Han-sung. After listening to the explanation, he realized that, this is what I am aiming for. Expressing emotions clearly is focusing on tragedy, because the emotional base has been established. So the characters are always expressed similarly. Although liking this method, there was still a barrier that worried Yoon Han-sung. However, there are still many places inviting me because the audience likes my acting. My arrogance with the role is gradually reaching its limit. I think that I can't recreate it because I have never felt happy as often as that. Does this mean that the new performance method is the problem? He glanced at Yoo Mi-young, a strange feeling suddenly rising in his heart. It feels like I am talking to a colleague who has been thinking about how to act for a while. After confiding in him for a while, Yoon Han-sung seemed to realize something new. He said emotionally, thank you Actor Shin, I also have homework to do. After sitting inside for a while, Yoo Mi-young also stepped out to get some fresh air. Seeing this, Seon Yuri also hurriedly chased after him, sorry. Hearing this, he could not help but wonder, what is wrong, she said shyly, stammering, it is that. Suddenly, Seon Yuri bent down deeply, shouting, I am sorry. She said remorsefully, I was too rude, you were just talking to everyone without trying to understand them, so that made me feel uncomfortable, I am really sorry. Yoo Mi-young did not find fault with that. Changing to a different topic, can I ask you something? Seon Yuri said timidly, yes. He spoke wondering, is organizing the workshop together helpful? After hearing that sentence, Seon Yuri suddenly turned stiff. You have to take responsibility for what you say, Seon Yuri. After pondering for a while, she also answered, very much. Yoo Mi-young stood listening to Seon Yuri answer, could not help but smile. The first day's task was very impressive, especially yesterday's performance. I learned a lot from watching. He thought that it was too long, so he chimed in, let us skip that, we are the same age, let us be friends. Hearing this, she could not help but be surprised, yes. Seon Yuri hesitated for a while and then bravely asked directly, do you hate me? Yoo Mi-young calmly replied, no, I like you. But she understood it in a different way, immediately startled, huh? He said innocently, I am a fan of Heaven's Diary and Hisu. At that time, Seon Yuri realized, her face turning even redder, iced coffee I know thank you. Looking at Seon Yuri's reaction, he felt very interesting, teasing a young friend is also fun. Suddenly, Yoo Mi-young praised, he acted very well. He smiled, continuing, although he is still young, his attitude is very professional, so I encouraged him. Hearing this, Seon Yuri was also moved. She stepped forward, shaking Yoo Mi-young's hand, thank you. And then it was the next day, a car was climbing rapidly on the long road. Yoo Mi-young's family were going on a vacation together. His mother kindly asked, Mi-young, are you comfortable sitting in the back? Do you want to drink water? Yes. If it is hot, turn on the air conditioner in the back to be colder, yes. She asked anxiously about the situation. Did Ji-yeon say she will arrive safely? He updated the information. Yes, she just got off the train, they said she is off now. After that, she turned and nagged at her husband, "Even if I am an elderly person, I won't go home during the vacation." He nodded, replying, "You have to do so much to pass the employment exam, right?" Yu Myung, hearing them say that, could only smile awkwardly, "But we are still spending the summer vacation together." After speaking, he pondered silently, "During the remaining vacation after the workshop, I had a trip with my family for 3 days and 2 nights. This was a very meaningful event because it was my first trip with my family after returning home. It was even more special because I had many things to confess to my family." He suddenly remembered that moment. Yu Myung mustered up all his courage to announce, "I am going to become an actor." His mother and younger sister, after hearing, could not help but be stunned. She asked worriedly, "Myung, is it necessary to do that?" His younger sister next to her also advised, "That is right, think about it again so suddenly." Hearing that, Yu Myung spoke to correct them, "It is not sudden, I have been starting for a long time." Suddenly his father chimed in, "Famous." He sternly asked him, "Son, among all those people who just standing there are shining, can you grab the attention of the public?" The question was too realistic, making Yu Myung a little hesitant, but he still steadfastly replied, "It has to be like that, otherwise you can't be an actor." His father continued to ask difficult questions, "So you are satisfied with being a mid-level actor?" He coldly continued, "Can you bother if you become an unknown actor? If not, then just do whatever you want." Hearing such cruel words, Yu Myung could not help but be upset, and shouted loudly, "What are you saying? This is the first thing that your son wants to do, at least you should support me." He loudly cut him off, "Don't talk nonsense anymore." His father angrily affirmed, "It is clear that my son will never be happy." These words made him feel very hurt. What parents can tolerate that jerk? And from that day on, I decided to live independently at home. Their worries, although I did not know that it was another name for love. After that, my family could not be close again. We only ate awkward meals and separated once or twice each year during the holidays. After returning, I realized how much I had lost. Before announcing that I would become an actor, I was just a son in the family. Not only did I lose a lot of things, but my family also lost their home. After that mistake, Yu Myung said to himself, "So this time I have to convince my father gently. This is a rare opportunity that will never come again." He was determined to convince them, even if his parents opposed, step by step. After a while, they arrived at the place. Yongwei happily looked outside the window. It excitedly looked at the blue beach before its eyes. There is nothing better than going to the beach. Suddenly something attracted Yongwei's attention. It silently observed the other person's aura. "Wow, the aura of the person coming from that direction looks really great, the type of aura that you should learn from." Hearing Yongwei say that, Yu Myung was also curious, looking at it where. He seemed to recognize that person. It was none other than Ji-yeon, Yu Myung's younger sister. She happily cheered Mom, Dad. Seeing her come, her mother happily welcomed her. "My beloved daughter has arrived. Was it hot on the way here? Sit near the air conditioner, dear." Hearing that, she reassured her, "It must have been difficult for Mom and Dad to get here too. I am fine." After speaking, Ji-yeon turned to speak to Yu Myung. "What about you, Appa?" He also smiled, greeting, "It has been a while since I have seen you, from when I was discharged, right? Have you been doing well lately?" Seeing her brother like that, Ji-yeon suddenly stopped. She blankly asked, "Who is this?" Yu Myung, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly. "You are joking." After a while, Ji-yeon also came to her senses. "Does the military now have the ability to change heads and transform people? This voice is really Shin Yu Myung's." Her mother, hearing that, scolded her, "Hey Shin Ji-yeon, I have told you not to call your brother by his full name." Yongwei, witnessing everything just now, spoke, asking him, "Hey, so this is your younger sister?" Yu Myung, hearing that, explained, "A twin sister, I am the twin brother." Even at this time, Ji-yeon still could not believe it, asking curiously, "But hey, did you experience a life event? How can the same person change this much?" Hearing that, he laughed. "Is your brother different?" She firmly replied, "That is right." Right at this moment, Yongwei suddenly used its energy to observe Ji-yeon. "I have been wondering why Shin Yu Myung's frequency is like that." After sensing the energy that she emitted, it also had an answer. "Now I understand." Yongwei turned to ask him, "Hey, has your younger sister been getting a lot of attention since she was young?" Yu Myung nodded, replying, It is like heaven and earth compared to this brother." He blankly asked it, "Why are you asking?" Yongwei explained, "Because I sense the contrast in frequency that you should have also had." Yu Myung, hearing that, could not help but be confused. What are you saying?" It spoke, explaining the mechanism. "Because, according to common sense, the frequency of twins is double that of single births, but I do not know why in your case. it is like a single birth. Hearing those words made him stunned. It is quite ironic, but I see that you are still existing because of this twin sister. Yang Wei continued to add, because of the same bloodline, it is also easy to hide one's weaknesses. It is not clear why you were not affected when you separated, but never mind that, Ji-yeon. Yu Myung moved his eyes to look at his younger sister, could not help but be touched. She helped me, I remember. He suddenly remembered. Mom used to say that when I was little, just separating from Ji-yeon even for a moment, I would cry non-stop. I do not want to. At that time, Yu Myung did not struggle, acting spoiled when he had to be away from his younger sister. No, wait for me. Seeing him act like that, the group of kids started whispering, who is that? Did he invite you? It was not me. Right at that moment, Ji-yeon suddenly stepped forward. She gently helped her brother up. Get up. After that, Ji-yeon tightly grasped his hand. Yu Myung immediately stopped crying. She spoke, introducing him to the group of people. This is my older brother. Ji-yeon seriously set conditions for them. If you want to play together, you have to be friends with him too. Hearing that, the group of people agreed. Okay, let us play together. But you do not use honorifics with your brother. No need, we are twins the same age. The kids there, after hearing her speak, exclaimed excitedly, I have never met twins before. And so they opened up more to Yu Myung. So let us play together again. Do you want to play this game? Thinking about those things, he was even more grateful to his younger sister. That is right, it is all Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon has never said that I am annoying. Yu Myung could not help but be grateful to his younger sister. Thanks to her, my life has been pretty good up to now. After a while, he turned to praise Ji-yeon. You look a lot prettier since the last time. Seeing her brother acting like that, she panicked. What is this guy saying? Ji-yeon unexpectedly realized something. Wait a bit. She questioned her parents. Did you give him a lot of money when I was not home? Why is he wearing all this designer stuff? Yu Myung said helplessly, let go of me. But Ji-yeon still did not let go, whining, screaming, buy clothes for me too. Her mother scolded, stop being a brat. Her father and Yu Myung could only stand outside watching. This time I am on mom's side. The atmosphere today is really good. After a while, they started a grand barbecue party. Taking advantage of that, Yu Myung spoke once again to them. Dad, he replied in surprise, what do you want to do? He seriously repeated, I have decided, I want to become an actor. Ji-yeon asked in disbelief, hey, are you really my brother, or an alien disguised? Her mother also asked worriedly, Yu Myung, are you sure? Yu Myung spoke, recounting everything to them. During the last semester, I participated in 2 performances. During the summer vacation I also participated in an acting workshop. I see acting as a serious path that I want to pursue. He got carried away, adding, although there are no achievements yet, a senior said that I have talent. His father asked curiously, a senior, who is it? As soon as Yu Myung mentioned that name, Ji-yeon exclaimed in surprise, it is Yoon Han-sung, the main actor in The Last Moment. He nodded, replying, yeah, he came to the workshop to guide us. She still did not believe her brother's words very much. He really praised you, Yu Myung continued. Proving, yeah, he also left his phone number. Still, Ji-yeon was doubtful. Just as I thought, he is really an alien disguised. Yu Myung said helplessly, I know my choice will make everyone worry because this is not a stable path, but... He spoke, looking straight into his father's eyes. This is a passion that makes me happy. Seeing Yu Myung so determined, he only sighed softly. After thinking for a while, his father spoke, because of the play last semester, you kept practicing until late at night to get home. Right at that time, you never came home before 12 of the clock at night. Suddenly, he gave a light-hearted smile. His father's next words made Yu Myung very surprised. I am very happy to see. At that time he was no longer opposing, but only softly saying, that you also found something that you want to do, very different from you from before. His caring and worried words made him feel very emotional. Your parents always respect your decisions, but to be honest, we can't help but worry, since you were little. You have always been a passive child. After a moment of silence, Yu Myung also spoke, proposing, I have a performance at school soon. Please come watch, Mom and Dad. After it ends, if you still feel uneasy, I will consider it. His mother replied worriedly, but your father and I are not familiar with places like that. But he spoke, reassuring them, it is okay. Yu Myung enthusiastically, confidently affirmed to them, I will prove it to you, Mom and Dad. And then the vacation came to a close. A new school year began. As soon as Yu Myung walked into the classroom, someone called, Hey Shin Yu Myung. Hai Seon and Shin Suho excitedly waved, calling him over here. Yu Myung immediately became happy when he saw them. Suho Hyung, Hysean. He spoke, asking them, how was senior's vacation? How was your summer, Hysean? Did you go mountain climbing? They kept updating each other on the situation of the past vacation. So besides the acting class, you are also participating in the screenwriting class, after being able to write a script myself. My acting ability has also improved significantly. Is this the initial intention of being a career changer? Yu Myung looked around for a moment and then curiously asked, but there are only 2 people in this class. Yuri is not studying together, ah. Suho, hearing that, told him, Yurin has taken a temporary leave of absence due to directing the play this time. Yu Myung could not help but be surprised. What? Hysean also chimed in, gossiping, there are also secrets behind directing, I will tell you later, okay? Suddenly, the figure of someone attracted his attention. Yu Myung was stunned when he recognized that person. He spoke, asking, Woo Junyoung. He startled when he realized he was recognized. Woo Junyoung instinctively turned to the place where the voice came from. You're Junyoung, right? Yu Myung smiled, greeting, it has been a while. After the class, the 2 sat together, drinking water. He spoke, asking, did you come back to school this semester, Woo Junyoung hesitated for a moment, then curiously asked, but are you really Shin Yu Myung? Yu Myung, hearing that, could only smile awkwardly, I have changed a bit, right? Seeing Woo Junyoung like this, made him remember the old days. Woo Junyoung and I were classmates in the Department of Business Administration, called Outsiders. For convenience, we lived together when we were in school, but after graduating, we stopped contacting each other. I never thought that we would meet again like this. After a while, Yu Myung also opened up, starting the conversation, by the way, you are also participating in the screenwriting class, right? He asked, wondering, are you also interested in writing? Hearing that, Woo Junyoung quickly denied, no, not really, it is just that I am a little curious, so I participated. He was silent for a moment and then asked back, what about you, why are you participating in this class? Yu Myung calmly shared, I am studying acting. He, hearing that, replied in surprise, acting you. He nodded, replying, that is right, I also worked as a staff member at Changchun in my first year. Woo Junyoung said emotionally before that name, Changchun, wow. He suddenly felt guilty, I saw that you were very interested in acting, I did not realize that. Yu Myung reassured him, because I used to be a quiet person. After a while, Woo Junyoung hesitantly added, speaking of you studying acting. He blankly asked, huh? Woo Junyoung spoke, expressing, I am also interested in the stage too, although in the past. After he finished speaking, he became embarrassed, it does not seem to suit me very well, right? Yu Myung silently listened to Woo Junyoung sharing, although I have not studied it properly, I heard that there is a class like that, so I bravely tried it. Hearing those words just now from him, made Yu Myung suddenly remember his appearance from before, doesn't suit me, someone like me, at one time, I had thought about this thousands of times. Seeing Woo Junyoung being so worried and not doing anything, he could not help but be concerned. But Junyoung, if you do not take another step, then you will end up only being able to admire it for the rest of your life. After thinking for a while, he also spoke, I really like reading scripts. Yu Myung smiled, asking him, have you tried writing something? Hearing that, Woo Junyoung's face immediately became enthusiastic. He excitedly rummaged through his bag, let me show you this, it is a little embarrassing. Woo Junyoung, while giving the script to him, also instructed, but do not laugh after reading it, okay? Yu Myung pensively read through it once. Looking at that attentive appearance, he could not help but be emotional, he seems to be taking it quite seriously. Not seeing Yu Myung speak for a long time, Woo Junyoung could not help but be anxious, but has not he been reading it for too long? This caused him to start having negative thoughts. Does he think this is trash? No, it is trash. After a while, Yu Myung spoke, you do not remember me. He continued to read the dialogue in the script, no. Yu Myung's tone at this time also changed, I guess you were disappointed because I only bought it for Hyunji last time, cute, right? The more he heard him speak, oh, it is so embarrassing, Woo Junyoung recognized the familiarity, that arrogant attitude, and these malicious comments. Yu Myung continued to get into the role in that script, today I will also buy you anything you want, to reduce your anger, and then he also realized, the main character in Illusion, Oh Jun. Woo Junyoung could not help but be impressed by his performance just now, the world that you created is really colorful and vivid. Yu Myung finally finished reading, he praised admiringly, this script seems fun, are you a genius? At the same time, Woo Junyoung also gave him an admiring look, because there is only one actor. In another place, a long tired yawn echoed softly. Seiun Yuri glanced at the pile of documents in her hand, helplessly complaining, Senior Ryushin, what should I do? Going back to a few weeks ago, she looked at the book on the table with interest. What is this book? Seiun Yuri read through it once, speaking, proposing to Seo Ryu Shin, are you planning to include this in Audius's autumn performance? It will be very fun. He suddenly spoke, calling Yuri. Yes. Seo Ryu Shin spoke, asking her, can you direct this time? Seiun Yuri blankly asked, yes, isn't the next performance directed by you, senior? He spoke expressing, I also have a different wish, I have never wanted to act like this before, I am sorry. Seiun Yuri was silent for a moment before guessing, is it Yu Myung? Seo Ryu Shin also honestly admitted, I can't guarantee that I will be cast as the main character, but I still want to try acting in the fairest way. He continued, expressing his desire, I want to come to this performance, it will be the best, not only for the actors but also for the director. Seo Ryu Shin seriously begged her, so at all costs, I want you to do this. Seeing herself being valued like that made Seiun Yuri very touched. And that is why she now has to be overwhelmed with the pile of scripts. Seiun Yuri felt very worried about this assignment. Senior Ryushin suggested me because he trusts me, so somehow I want to bring the best result. Although she wanted to do well, there is a trouble blocking her way now. However, there is not a single script that I like. Seiun Yuri pondered, thinking of a way to overcome this. Should there be a new adaptation from the original work? She finally came up with an idea. Although not wanting to very much, but because this is a dead end, Seiun Yuri had to take a risk. I really do not want to ask her at all. A few days later, at the odious meeting, Seo Ryu Shin and Yu Myung came forward, shaking hands with each other. There you are. Thank you, I really liked this workshop. He smiled, continuing, I also felt the charm of Odious too. Seo Ryu Shin also praised, I heard that you were very excellent at the workshop just now. It is a pity that I did not get to see it live, but I am sure that we will work together in later plays. So let us try our best. Seiun Yuri coughed a few times to attract everyone's attention. She announced, it seems that everyone is here, so we will have a meeting about this play. Please sit down. After arranging the seats, Seiun Yuri spoke to introduce, hello, I am Seiun Yuri, the person who will be responsible for directing Oedipus's play, as announced. This play will be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. However, some problems have arisen. She honestly shared with them, of course the original work is a very excellent work, but there is nothing attractive in the script to me, even though I have seen all the versions. It is still the same, so I want to hire a screenwriter to remake a new version, but... Seiun Yuri continued, announcing, the screenwriter said that she can only do it after she confirms everyone's skills. She began to announce the criteria. First, the casting will continue with the original script. Just as Seiun Yuri was speaking, someone came in from the outside, and the screenwriter has requested to see this process. Min Juran swaggered, throwing the door wide open, confidently saying, hello, seniors and juniors. To avoid confusion, she introduced herself. My name is Min Juran. Min Juran faintly flashed a friendly smile. Going back to the night before, she was confused, answering the phone, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Seiun Yuri nodded, asking for help. That is right, I want to make a new script. Hearing that, Min Juran hesitated a bit. After a while she asked, so, what do I get from this? Seiun Yuri pondered for a moment, then made a proposal. Your name will be on the list as the screenwriter for Oedipus's main play. Not bad for a portfolio, right? Hearing that, Min Juran was also a little satisfied. Not bad, but not that good. What are you doing this time, assistant director? Hearing her ask that, Seiun Yuri denied, no, I am directing. Min Juran asked curiously, why is that? Is not it Senior Ryushin's turn this time? She spoke, telling the reason. He said he wants to act. Hearing that, Min Juran made a request, I will do it if Seo Ryu Shin is the director. Seiun Yuri panicked, replying, you know that the roles are decided by casting, I can't promise anything. Seeing that, she asked curiously, why, if Seo Ryu Shin wants to do something, who will stop him? Hearing that, she said sternly, anyone can be the director if they do well. Min Juran replied dissatisfied, no way. She continued to ask, that student from another department, who there were rumors about last semester, is not he a candidate for the main role? Min Juran said unfairly, he is a part of my career, no way. Seiun Yuri did not want to argue anymore, only answering briefly, can't guarantee the role, think about it, and then contact me. After that call, now Min Juran is sitting watching the casting. She suddenly noticed Yu Myung. I have never seen this face before. Min Juran observed him for a while, secretly assessing, is it Shin Yu Myung? The style is not bad, but it is best to be an amateur. She pondered silently, Seo Ryu Shin will take on the main role, but if not, I can eliminate him at any time. The fact that a perfectionist like Seon Yuri contacted me means that it can only be done with my script. Min Juran cleverly made a plan. I have the hilt of the sword. After a while, the announcement rang out, as if announcing, we will begin today's casting. Seon Yuri spoke to everyone. I believe that everyone has practiced with the script that I sent to everyone. After speaking, she thought to herself, different from Changchen. Odious is extremely free. And however, no one does it in moderation. Even during the workshop, everyone stayed up late practicing, even though no one told them to. After a while, Seon Yuri continued to add to reassure them, of course, today's casting is not the only opportunity. If everyone is confident that they can be better at a certain role, everyone can try. Hearing that, Yu Myung also understood, so this is the system, you go out doing a good job, Odious, in many different ways. After finishing the publicity, she also opened the casting. So, let us start with this audition, the desire to play the role of Jekyll and Hyde. Completing her part of the work, Seon Yuri went to the audience seats. The classic achievement of 1866 by R. L.B. Stevenson, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Perhaps it was written more than a century ago, but its way of exploiting human nature is not conventional. Today it continues to be recreated in many media and genres, including movies, plays, and musicals. The interesting thing about this original stage work is, Dr. Jekyll, who is clearly a good-natured and from a noble lineage, compared to Mr. Hyde, who is the embodiment of the devil. They have similar appearances but completely opposite insides. Because of such a great script, Seon Yuri had extremely high expectations. In other words, it is all about how an actor juggles these two roles, and I want to see the conflicting response between them. After thinking for a moment, she also spoke, directing, we are at part 1, scene 2. Seon Yuri continued, calling the names of the contestants, Seo Ryu Shin, Shin Yu Myung. The people behind, hearing these two names, whispered, but this time, no one other than these two people applied for the main role, right? They could not help but look forward to the acting of the two people. Who would want to be in that group, when you have a genius who has taken on the main role for 3 years and is praised by senior Yoon Han-sung as actor Shin? Well, I guess so. Seon Yuri spoke, assigning the roles to them. In the first round, Senior Ryushin will play the role of Jekyll and classmate Yu Myung will play the role of Hyde. After distributing, the start signal also rang out, part 1, scene 2 begin. Seo Ryu Shin immediately got into the role. Hey Utterson, it has been a long time, my dear friend. He smiled, lightly praising the person in front of him. You're still the same, your way of speaking is very attractive and the friendly smile always soothes people. You always make me smile every time I meet you. The co-actor humbly spoke, you flatter me, Jekyll, you always shine every time I meet you. While they were engrossed in acting, Yu Myung only blankly stood watching. Are you kidding? But it could also be because of that tennis game. He could not help but be amazed at that skill. In Yu Myung's eyes at that time, Seo Ryu Shin had completely become one with the character. There is something worth saying about relieving the irritation, under the sunlight. Both physically and mentally. He faintly marveled, Dr. Jekyll, a beautiful nobleman. I have seen Seo Ryu Shin acting many times when he was in his 30s, but even compared to before going down, his skills have not decreased at all. Seo Ryu Shin has been a great actor since he stepped into university. While he was pondering, Seon Yuri spoke, changing the roles. Next, part 2, scene 3, with the role of Hyde, Shin Yu Myung, let us start acting. Yes. Part 2, scene 2 is Hyde's first appearance. Hyde is discovered to be brutally beating an innocent old man, and stopped by a passerby, Richard Enfield. The co-actor spoke first. Hey you, what are you doing? Yu Myung immediately got into the role of a gloomy person, calmly replying, that old man just raised his finger and pointed it in my face. He began to switch to a pitiful voice, seeing himself as the victim. He cursed under his breath, saying I was a hunchback, I was very heartbroken. The other person, hearing that, fearfully retorted, I never did that, sir. Seeing him dare to deny it, Yu Myung went crazy, shouting loudly, don't lie, I can read minds. Seon Yuri excitedly observed him acting. On the outside, they seem pitiful, but you will never know the evil thoughts that they hide inside. They are like pigs and dogs. So just beat them and it is done. She nodded satisfactorily before this performance. That is right, that is it. Yu Myung flashed an evil smile, uttering horrifying words to the man. Do you want to punish him too, sir? Looking at his expression and voice made Seon Yuri shudder. Not just an evil character, but an embodiment of the devil. Seo Ryu Shin, standing watching just now, could not help but be impressed by this skill. I can't believe this is his first play in years. Seeing himself praising the opponent, he quickly shook his head to deny it. No. Seo Ryu Shin tried to adjust himself. This is unreasonable, this guy. Finally, Yu Myung completed the role. Seon Yuri immediately signaled to switch roles. I really liked watching your performances. In this round, classmate Yu Myung will play the role of Jekyll and Senior Ryu Shin will play the role of Hyde. Immediately, Yu Myung began to get into his role. Hey Utterson, it has been a long time, my dear friend, you're still the same. Your way of speaking is really attractive and the friendly smile always soothes people. But before this role, Seon Yuri could not help but be confused. She carefully observed him for a while, yet did not see a bit of interest. You always make me smile when I meet you. Why does Jekyll look so normal? The people around also started to talk. It is good, but Ryu Shin's way of acting seems much nobler, right? That is right. Seon Yuri, after watching, signaled to switch to another role. Next is Senior Ryu Shin in the role of Hyde. Please get ready. However, when watching Seo Ryu Shin act, she also had a confused expression like before. Seon Yuri carefully observed every facial feature of him. Do you want to punish him too, sir? This feeling is great. But Seo Ryu Shin did not show her the feeling that Yu Myung brought. He looks too good compared to Yu Myung's Hyde. After the casting ended, Seon Yuri spoke, announcing, I will have a short meeting with the production team. After discussing for a while, the blonde-haired friend spoke, asking, after all, is not it Ryu Shin? Seon Yuri pondered silently. It will be very difficult if we choose Yu Myung, right? He nodded, replying, that is right. It is a pity not to choose the version where he played Hyde. But I think the distance. This made her very confused. Both of them acted very excellently, far exceeding the level of university students. However, if we evaluate the roles of Jekyll and Hyde based on the score. Seon Yuri began to calculate to give the results. Senior Ryu Shin's role of Jekyll is 7 and Hyde will be 3. And Shin Yu Myung's role of Jekyll will be 2 and Hyde will be 8. Although the total points are the same, Shin Myung's distance is greater. After thinking for a while, they also chose, I think that is right, because the quality must be guaranteed for both roles. However, that blonde-haired friend was still a little hesitant. That is right, but... He spoke, expressing his opinion. The role of Hyde was too excellent to be passed up. After discussing a little more, the two of them also came out. The meeting is over. Seo Ryu Shin nervously waited to hear the results. After the director's meeting, the others were also looking forward to it no less. The role of Jekyll Hyde. Before continuing, Seon Yuri suddenly stopped for a moment. Her face at that time was full of tension. And then the final decision rang out. Has been decided for Seo Ryu Shin. Hearing this news, Yu Myung could not help but be stunned. Yuri, after holding the list in her hand, announced, the role of Hyde will be given to Ryu Shin. Now it will switch to the next role. Jurin at this time looked at Yu Myung with a triumphant face. Yuri continued to distribute roles. Shin Suho for Minseek, and Yu Myung will play the role of Utterson the lawyer. Remember to prepare. Yu Myung then immediately raised his hand and announced his absence. Sorry, but I will not participate in the next audition. Yuri, hearing that, could not help but be surprised. Do you mean that you won't participate in the Oedipus performance if you are not given the main role? He immediately denied no. Yu Myung immediately expressed his clear desire. I want to be passerby number 1, not the main role. Everyone hearing this, also whispered, passerby number 1, is it the old man who was beaten by Hyde? Yu Myung's eyes at this time were full of determination. I can guess why I failed. The script that Yuri brought is a classic script from an era where speaking the dialogue exaggeratedly on stage was considered a virtue. But the world that I live in after 15 years is less exaggerated, and the old scripts are often rewritten to suit the tastes of the time. Among them, I am a type of actor who pursues realistic acting, so acting each scripted line will be very difficult for me, especially the conversations of Jekyll using too many exaggerated words, making it difficult for me to get into the role. But if I had a little more time, I would be able to overcome it. Normally I would try with any role, but this play does not have room for in-depth portrayal or any important roles besides the main role. If I want to convince my parents, who do not know much about plays, with my acting ability, then I have to get the main role at this time. Yu Myung also set his goal. He was determined not to waver and still held firm to his choice. I will continue to apply for the role of Jekyll and Hyde. Until I am chosen. This decision of his also caught Ryu Shin's attention. He was quite surprised about Yu Myong's boldness. Does he want to destroy his reputation? That is the only way to put his heart and soul into Jekyll and Hyde. I know I was chosen because I do not have a scheduling conflict, but I will hone my acting skills, and will play the role of Hyde convincingly, no less than Yu Myong. Ryu Shin at this time was determined to compete to the end. He insisted on playing to the end with Yu Myong. No way will I give you the main role. Juna in her heart felt a little surprised. I did not expect this sudden announcement, but anyway, the main role is still Co Ryu Shin's. Suddenly, she leaned a little as if she had something to say. Hey Yuri. Juna then volunteered herself. I will take care of the adaptation. If it is Co Ryu Shin, then there is no need to worry about the achievement. Another professor in his class, one hand holding the 1001 Night script, the other hand holding the lie, asked, these two scripts, 1001 Nights and the lie, are essentially the same work. Or should we say that the same author has edited his work, but when you read, the style of both is so different that you would not think it was written by the same author, in such a short time. I tried to mention this in the first class. I can't help much when you are still in class, but I am always willing to comment on your work. The professor then also shared an experience that he received. However, there is a student who sent 7 scripts, up until this point when the course has only been running for 3 weeks. This is the play that he submitted. The interesting thing is that the quality of the works has clearly increased in 3 weeks. At first I thought he was just starting, because the dialogue and layout were quite poor. But gradually later, he changed his view, but the writing level has changed significantly through each work. Now I can hardly call that student a beginner in terms of building dialogue and changing scenes. Right after that, the professor directly called the name Wu Junyoung, a student from the Department of Business Administration. He directly expressed his appreciation for him. Thank you, it has been a long time since I have met a student with such intense passion. My heart has vibrated just like the first day I studied acting. You should consider this path, because you have potential. His friend next to him also supported him a lot. See, I told you that you are promising, right? Junyoung at this time could not help but be embarrassed, replying, it is also thanks to you giving me a lot of comments. It is because I like your idea. Junyoung at this time still could not stop thinking about the comment just now. You should consider this path because you have a lot of talent. If a suspicion about life suddenly arose in his mind, if Yu Myong not only read the script once, but also distributed the roles to the real actors to try, then what would it be like? A question mark with no answer immediately appeared in his heart. Meanwhile, Yu Myong was training his body with everyone 1-2. Each steady beat rang out along with the exercises, raising the knees. He at this time was also trying to control his breathing well and maintain the rhythm with the person next to him, very slowly. Bringing the feet up, Yu Myong was also no stranger to this exercise. This is a high-intensity exercise, requiring the use of muscles and always being aware of the surrounding environment. Coordinating the position and rhythm with other actors. After practicing very diligently, he had a short break. The warm-up exercise is over. The main exercise will begin in 10 minutes. Maybe it is because we are all specialized students. So the difficulty is different like this. At this time, Yu Myong stayed in one place and observed everyone, perhaps because they are friends with each other, and chose the path of acting from a young age. Their knowledge and bodies are much higher than the majority of the theater troupe members. Hai Sian at this time also came to him and chatted for a bit. Yu Myong, today is the first day but you look good, right? Is that so? When observing her performance, Yu Myong also commented, your center of gravity is not off at all, the angles are also very accurate. Yu Myong then clenched and opened his hands. Maybe it is because my body has become lighter. In my previous life, I always felt heavy when practicing with other actors. Like being sunk to the bottom with double or triple the gravity. He sighed a little when remembering it. At that time, I thought I did not have enough endurance, so I practiced hard. If saying that it was because of my presence, it would not make much sense. At this time, someone brought a box into the room. These are the new scripts, everyone come get a printout. Even Yu Myong at this time did not expect everything to happen like a wind. It is really fast, just as I thought. It is different with Juran Uni. And what caught his eye first was Lawyer Utterson's dialogue. When he saw that everything was no longer exaggerated, Yu Myong could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God, the dialogue sounds more natural than before. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yuri immediately put the actors into the roles. Let us get to practice. Let us start with the scene of Jekyll and Utterson. Passerby number 1 does not need to practice. At this time, Yu Myong sat down next to the wall and held the script in his hand. There is still plenty of time to practice. Yuri did not make it too difficult and also gave everyone some time to rest. Today's physical warm-up ends here. A 10-minute break, then we will get to the rehearsal part of the scenes. Suddenly at this time, A voice rang out from afar, Director. Yu Myung did not hesitate at all and expressed his wish directly. I want to audition for Jekyll and Hyde. All the people, before his sudden decision, were wide-eyed in surprise. Even Ryu Shin at this time could not hide his surprise for him, so the selection of the Jekyll actor is over. Yuri, before his earnest request, also made a fair decision. Okay, you also know clearly that if both of you act well, the well-known actor will be chosen, right? I know. What scene do you want to act? Any scene is fine. When he gave the right of choice back to Yuri, she also quickly gave a scene. Scene 2, Scene 2. Scene 2, Scene 2, is the scene where Jekyll presents his professional theory at the conference podium. In this scene, Jekyll needs to show noble charm and highness, and also convey his deep knowledge, making many viewers fascinated. After grasping what he needed to perform, Yu Myung went in front of everyone. How will Yu Myung act? Without making everyone wait long, he immediately put his hands behind his back. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of whether human nature is inherently good or evil has been a persistent debate in the history of philosophy and religion. After a long time of research, I realized that the human body is a combination of these two qualities, and they cannot be physically separated. What would happen if we tried to separate them? He, after asking, also answered himself with a profound look. Of course, this is still just a hypothesis, but the separation of those who are completely good from those who are completely evil may be possible. If yin and yang are separated, can they share memories? Certainly yes. Yuri at this time was also very surprised at his profound appearance. Yu Myung in the next second put his hand on his head with a pensive look. It is very likely that these two forms of existence will have completely opposite tendencies in how to assess values and react to those memories. The character that I think of. The things that Yu Myung was showing were completely opposite to Yuri's. Like Senior Ryu Shin had shown, someone who is always happy, shining, attracting all the attention of the people around him. But Yu Myung's Jekyll had completely taken her to a completely different image. I am researching a formula to separate these two qualities, along with a drug based on that formula. In front of Yuri now was no longer Yu Myung, but a true erudite researcher, exactly like a scientist with mysophobia, if human nature can be imprisoned in a separate entity. Yu Myung at this time glared ahead. Then we will not be long, will not suffer this dark nature to torment us. The more Yuri heard him speak, the more incomprehensible and surprised she felt. Will not have to endure anymore. A questioning sentence suddenly arose in her. What has Jekyll been enduring for so long? She again began to sink into contemplation. Jekyll is a person with a happy and warm personality, always attracting the attention of everyone, in contrast to Hyde. But I find it hard to believe that a person who seems to possess all the research of that drug and drink it himself. However, she suddenly realized something. Jekyll, as portrayed by Yu Myung, is a man with flaws in morality, but always aiming for perfection, not a molten light, but a cool light. Dark, evil to keep himself always clean. Through his performance, Yuri seemed to be able to see Jekyll in a different aspect. Yuri at this time also drew a conclusion. Most importantly, when Yu Myung performs, it is very suitable for Hyde, the contrast between a dark Hyde, representing evil, and a clean and pristine Jekyll. Right after Yu Myung finished the performance, Yuri expressed her satisfaction. I really liked your performance, and after having a small meeting with the production team. Suddenly he cut her off. Please wait a moment. I think I need to show you the role of Hyde again. Yu Myung again suddenly made an incredible decision. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be stunned. Even Yuri at this time froze for 5 seconds. That Hyde was already very good. Why, okay, Scene 2, Scene 5, Hyde's dialogue after the death of Sir Danvers. Start acting. Ryu Shin at this time also stuck to watching Yu Myung's performance. Before starting, he also took a deep breath to prepare himself. In just a few short seconds, Yu Myung gradually moved forward. Suddenly he bent over. An extremely bizarre laugh immediately rang out throughout the room. Yu Myung's face now was full of horror mixed with an unspeakable triumph. His hands clenched together and trembled in spasms. He is dead. Is it true? Was it that easy? Yu Myung at this time, as if not being able to control his body, staggered. That is right, old man, you should not have nagged me like that. That mouth that used to talk and tremble can now never be opened again. Yu Myung's mouth at this time opened very wide, and he is not as fast as me either. In the next second, he flashed a sly grin, because his body has been torn apart. Yu Myung suddenly broke into a laugh, unable to close his mouth, very much like a villain. Before this immersive acting of his, Yuri also shivered. Seeing the humans writhing in pain is so much fun, completely opposite, but both originate from the same root. The extreme avoidance of Jekyll, for the cruel and disgusting things, and the pleasure in contrast to Hyde's frenzy. That stupid Jekyll, Yu Myung at this time was no different from a real demon. I can't believe that for so long, I have been restraining such fun hobbies like this. She this time was truly opened her eyes. Compared to the evil he showed at first, it is now much more brutal. And Jekyll today is not only compatible, but they are a perfect combination. Yuri first gave him praise, then a question. Hyde and Jekyll are really too excellent, but I wonder one thing. Hyde from before with the twisted body, the person who shrank up, not like a human, was really impressive, so why is his image bigger than before this time? Before Yuri's subtle observation, he explained it more clearly. Before was Hyde in scene 1, and now is Hyde in scene 2. What? Before her incomprehension, Yu Myung also revealed more of his understanding. In the original play Dr. Jekyll's dark side is much smaller than his bright side. Therefore, Hyde initially is very short and hunched over. However, when the darkness inside has an increasing effect, then the initial body is twisted. Then it will still develop and take over Jekyll. That is what I want to convey. Yu Myung clearly had studied the character very carefully to be able to do this. Everyone, after hearing him analyze, were silent. Ryu Shin more or less had to secretly be wary of his abilities. Yu Myung's acting can't be simply explained in words, because he is a genius. Both a genius and hard-working, Yu Myung truly possessed the good qualities needed. A wise decision was then made by Yuri. The role of Jekyll and Hyde will be given back to Yu Myung. I thought I would only change the roles once. Right after settling the role for him, she then turned to ask Ryu Shin. The role that was replaced is Ryu Shin SSI. Do you want to switch to another role? Hearing this, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. The actor who was replaced, using that phrase is too harsh. Ryu Shin did not hesitate for long and made a decision. Will play the role of passerby number 1 that Yu Myung had taken on before. Yuri, hearing that, also did not object to that decision. As for Yu Myung, he looked at him with eyes full of determination. Ryu Shin was also determined not to give up here. The role of Jekyll and Hyde, I will take it back from you. Juna in her heart secretly had a little surprise. I did not expect this sudden announcement, but anyway, the main role is still CO Ryu Shin's. Suddenly she leaned a little as if she had something to say. Hey Yuri. Juna then volunteered herself. I will take care of the adaptation. If it is CO Ryu Shin, then there is no need to worry about the achievement. Another professor in her class, one hand holding the 1001 Night script, the other hand holding the lie, asked, these two scripts, 1001 Nights and the lie are essentially the same work. Hearing her so overbearing, she could not stand it anymore and slammed the table. Hey Duran SSI. She did not change her mind and was still stubborn. Don't look at me like that. You are making me confused. Both of them then continued to argue, neither of them willing to give in. Besides giving the main role to CO Ryushin, what else did I ask you to do? I am not saying that you are choosing someone who is not suitable. I am just suggesting choosing an actor who has been widely known. But you do not know what Shin Yunyoung has prepared for the role of the character yet. If even a dog acts better, it still has to be CO Ryu Shin. I only choose actors who have potential on the list of main actors for my works. Juran said very calmly, maybe Shin Yuwong or someone will become a potential actor, but not now, right? Then I do not care. Suddenly her eyes were very serious, and hey. Do you think I can't revoke the decision because the script is completed? At this time, Yuri had completely lost her patience with her. Revoke what? Get out of here quickly. I will hold a meeting and discuss it with you later. Juran only calmly replied, I also want to make a living. Do not make this a personal issue. You know I like you, right? Even to this point she was still able to joke. Before Juran's unmanageable childishness, Yuri was also speechless. The others, after hearing it from Yuri, were shocked. What, is she crazy? Summoning an emergency meeting, what should we do? Before her confusion, Ryu Shin was very determined. What do you mean what should we do? We should just ignore her. Yuri at this time was very headache, but the current scripts are really bad. Even if we find another screenwriter, the editing will take time, and at the same time make it difficult to remember the new script. Ryu Shin tried to reassure her, you do not need to worry about that problem. I am okay, and so is Yu Myung, right? Ah yes. Yuri although did not want to but still had to obey her, but it does not solve the problem of finding a new screenwriter for the adaptation, if there is no other way. At least I will find a way to apologize to Juran SSI. Ryu Shin could not let her be arrogant, so he put his hand on Yuri's shoulder. Then he reassured her once again, from now on, we will find a way. A director should not easily lose their pride. Hearing these words from Ryu Shin made her very emotional. Senior, I am willing to lose my pride if it means that I can create a really good performance. Ryu Shin immediately explained to her, but it is also not necessary to consider pride the most important thing. As actors, we have to face a lot of pressure from life, and there will be many times that we lose our pride, but know how to sacrifice for things that are more worthwhile. That is not the pride needed by a screenwriter who has no official work. Hearing the words from the bottom of his heart made her throat stiff, unable to speak. Yuri then closed her eyes tightly and thought very carefully. At this time she had regained her spirit. That is right. Ryu Shin did not hesitate and declared directly, that adaptation can't be done anymore, we will find a new screenwriter. Rewriting the script from the beginning is impossible, so let us try to revise the version used to choose the actors. The missing parts we can compensate with acting and improvisation. Yu Myung suddenly remembered something and suggested, I have a friend who is a screenwriter, should we ask him for help? Who is it? And the person he was mentioning was none other than Won Young. Without hesitating any longer, Yu Myung called him, adapting from a novel. I have done it before, but why are you asking so suddenly? Hearing this, he hesitated a bit. After a while, Yu Myung was able to make an invitation. Do you want to be the script adjuster for Oedipus's play? Right after that, he added some information. We are having some problems with the current screenwriter, so I want to find a replacement. I can't guarantee that it will be on the air. But you can try. After speaking, Yu Myung was only waiting for a response from him. What do you think? Won Young at this time also pondered for a moment. The actors will act according to my script. Won Young finally accepted their offer. Anyway, I do not hope that the scripts that I write will be on the screen. If it does not work this time, at least I can still learn from my mistakes. How long will it take? He rummaged through his memory a little. The novel Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right? If I go by that novel right now and stay up all night then. Yuri not long after received a new script from Won Young. And his speed really surprised her. I swear, only 2 days, it is really impressive. He, hearing that, was only modest. The results are still very rough. Won Young at this time was very nervous, waiting to see the feedback from them. The more people read the script, the more they praised it. Look at the visuals of the actors. Yu Myung also has visuals on par with the two of them. Great. The atmosphere at this time suddenly fell into an unusual silence. This made Won Young feel anxious. It feels like I am about to die. I did not feel this bad when getting the SAT scores. Yuri, after reading through the script, hesitated a little. He quickly felt uneasy and explained first, is it not good? I accept criticism, so please feel free to give your opinions. Contrary to Won Young's worries, Yuri praised it. It is great. What? She really felt very impressed with this script. I see that there are still many shortcomings in the dialogue and scene transitions, but it is indeed very new. It is different from Juren's version, but I like this creativity. Then she pointed out to him, in this part, the part where Jekyll transforms into Hyde. With the script done, now all Yuri was worried about was the actors. Our actors, can they do it? When seeing that enthusiastic expression of hers, Yu Myung was very relieved. It seems like she likes the script, thank God. When adapting a novel into a play, only the scenes in the novel are marked and used, so the situations in each scene will be completely changed by the adapter. And more special than anything else, only keeping the atmosphere of the original. And the finished products can be different depending on the adapter. Won Young's script lacked quite a lot of detail, but Yuri said that the creativity made it stand out. The more unclear dialogue was used instead of, but these details can still be adjusted. Yu Myung, after reading through it, also gave his opinion. Won Young, I think the actors will have to add to the dialogue, and the director will need to review those scenes. Okay, of course. Won Young then hesitantly made a proposal, but can I watch you adjust it? I think I will learn something. Yuri then gave him an invitation. Do you want to participate in the rehearsal as well? I think you can participate as a guest of Oedipus, and perform the reading as a member of the directing team. Really? Hearing this, his face was full of delight. I will be very happy if you allow that. I will come to the practice room every day. I will constantly read the script. Yuri then flashed a bright smile. We are even more grateful. This certainly is not an easy job, but let us fix it together. And so Won Young along with Yuri's group began to cooperate with each other. The Winter Rococo poster at this time was also completed. Colorful posters were pasted everywhere to promote their product. This poster also attracted the attention of many young people. Everyone, after looking at those beautiful posters, could not help but marvel. The Rococo poster is also here. That model looks like a fairy. Hey, we still do not know who that guy with his back turned is, right? I think he is very handsome. I think so too. Yu Myung at this time tried to shield himself as much as possible and get out of here. Anzia's brand Rococo, was a great success because she had scattered posters about her fashion brand on university campuses without an explanation, and some people even collected posters and traded them online. And I was also a bit shy about my back becoming famous, but when seeing that there were a lot of people gathered in front, Yu Myung wondered, why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? Everyone at this time was looking at Suyin and could not help but praise her. Is that a celebrity? She is so pretty. Is not she the Rococo photo model? I wonder if I can talk to her. He could see the awkwardness in Suwon, so he took off his hat and put it on her head to help her avoid being watched and talked about. When Suyin realized that the person in front of her was him, she was a little surprised. Yu Myung at this time gave her a smile as warm as the sunshine. It has been a while, Suyin SSI. People, when seeing them standing close to each other, again whispered among themselves. Suyin at this time was very embarrassed when facing him. When did so many people gather? Yu Myung softly asked. It is okay, do you want to drink water? Right after that, the two of them found a quiet corner to sit together. Both of them held a can of soda in their hands. While drinking, Yu Myung asked about her life. I heard from Minhee Yuni that you are getting a lot of work thanks to the Rococo poster, right? Suyin's face at this time was a little melancholy. There is a lot of work. She did not hesitate to share. I am not as interested in the profession as before, so I have some difficulties when working. Sometimes I even have my contract cancelled. I tried drinking coke to stabilize my mind like I usually do, but it did not work. Hearing about her current situation, he temporarily did not know what to say. Suddenly Yu Myung asked her about another issue. Have you ever tried to play reading? And so after that he decided to take Suyin to experience it. Hello. Everyone at this time was very surprised when he brought such a beautiful person here. Yu Myung, what fairy is behind you? Right after that, he kept getting pressured with questions. Is that your younger sister, Appa? Aren't your genes all equal? Is this your girlfriend? No, everyone calm down. Yu Myung, after denying, then asked director, can you let her participate in the performance? Yuri asked back, who is it? He slowly explained and introduced. She is a promising actress. It is just that she is a bit lost. She can watch everyone for a bit to relax. Yuri, hearing that, also took a chair for Suyin to sit. Just choose a comfortable place to sit and watch, and if you have something busy to do then just leave quietly. Yes. Yuri then clapped her hands a few times and announced loudly, okay, let us start practicing, everyone get in position. Suyin at this time sat quietly in the chair and her eyes were directed forward. Everyone's hard work and enthusiasm also made her pay attention. Everyone is great, they practice like that every day. The most prominent was probably Appa Yu Myung, right? Meanwhile, he was also practicing his lines. Dr. Lanyan, do you want to know? Suddenly at this time, she looked towards him with a blank gaze. It turned out that Yu Myung was getting into the role of Jekyll, so she would get to witness his villainous persona. You have two choices. You can pretend that you do not see anything and continue to be the stupid Dr. Lanyan who is respected as you are now. Or you can face it and witness one of the darkest secrets of the universe. The person facing him, hearing that, turned pale. What do you mean? What will you choose? Suyin also recognized the difference when it was actor Yu Myung. Was he the person who treated me so well before? The remaining actors are also like other people. She suddenly looked back at her person, her determination. Still not enough. Suyin then left quietly. Because she felt that she needed to try even harder. Finally, after some time of effort, the practice was done, the main practice was over. Ryu Shin took the stack of scripts and sat in a corner. Among them, Yuri and the others continued to discuss. Wonying, this is the scene from before, alright, then let us revise the dialogue a bit. Suddenly, Ryu Shin called out to Yuri, the director. He was still hung up on the role and suggested, passerby number 1 Ryu Shin, want to try out for the Jekyll Hyde role one more time. And so, this time Ryu Shin stood in front of everyone instead of Yu Myung. At this point, he had also realized quite a few things. 2 weeks ago, after watching Yu Myung's performance, I understood. I realized that the character I was playing did not just have Jekyll and Hyde, but archetypes from the very roots. And developing in completely opposite directions. After more passionate debates than ever before, a character was formed, Jekyll, a person with an aura of brilliance and purity like an angel, perfectly combined with Hyde. A dark, evil being no different from a devil. At this moment, Ryu Shin really started his performance. He is dead, really. He stood up and looked incredulous. His left wrist bent 90 degrees in the opposite direction, and his leg twisted about 270 degrees. Oh, how fragile humans are. The next second, he stretched out comfortably. Henry Jekyll, that idiot, I think it is kind of interesting. Observing, Yumyong realized that what Ryu Shin was portraying was not a fallen devil, but a devil in the guise of an innocent child. Maybe that aspect does not suit my Jekyll, but it definitely suits Ryu Shin's Jekyll. He was now also showing his cunning. Whose bones should I break next? If not a person, then a cat would do. Immediately after, Ryu Shin ended his short performance, that is all. In his heart, Yumyong secretly admired him. The anxiety, the choices, and the execution were shown through every movement. No wonder he is Ryu Shin. Everyone was also very impressed with Ryu Shin's performance. Ryu Shin Hyung is as expected. So what do you think the result will be? Because both were very deserving, Yuri then had to consult for a bit. Honestly, she felt that they were evenly matched, both were very impressive. Actually, for the directing team, this is very fortunate, but what should we do? Both Jekyll and Hyde versions have their highlights. She then analyzed each of their performances. Yumyong's realistic acting as a deranged nobleman, but very pitiful because his spirit collapsed. The audience will be drawn to the character after observing Yumyong's performance and feel the inner turmoil with the character. On the other hand, I like the strong personality of Ryu Shin Sunbae, like a mix between an angel and a devil. First-time viewers will be more captivated by this character. The key here is a devil in human form, not a complete devil, so what now? Since even I can't decide, Yuri had to follow the rules. If you can't determine which actor is more or less outstanding, the rule is to choose the actor who is widely known. I must say, Ryu Shin Sunbae's acting has far exceeded what he has shown in the past 3 years. Suddenly, Wonyang raised his hand. Excuse me. If it is too difficult to choose, is the option of playing a double role feasible? After everyone heard his suggestion, they could not help but be excited. Play a double role. And Yuri also found this to be the most reasonable option at the moment. Yes, I think we do not necessarily have to keep just one of them, because both are acting very well. Hai-Seon then asked, so, how will the roles be divided? She then revealed, our screenwriter came up with a very good idea. Wonyang then put forward his idea. In total, there will be 4 performances, Thursday evening, Friday evening, Saturday afternoon and evening. In my opinion, if Ryu Shin Sunbae plays both Jekyll and Hyde in one show, and Yumyong is the same. According to his idea, the two of them will take turns performing. And Wonyang concluded, on Saturday, the two of them will play Jekyll and Hyde separately. What do you all think? Ryu Shin then had some doubts and raised his hand. What about the scene where Hyde transforms into Jekyll in front of Dr. Lanyon in the Saturday performance? The transformation scene is the climax. And of course Wonyang had also considered this issue. Then can we use a screen? A screen, yes. If we use a white cloth and light it from behind, the shadow will appear very vividly. He then continued to explain this trick. The actor playing Hyde will act until the shadow transition, and when he reappears from behind the curtain, it will be a completely different actor playing Jekyll. Everyone had another concern, but if the voices of Jekyll and Hyde are not the same, the audience will be very surprised. Regarding this issue, Wonyang was still a bit hesitant. Right, there could be a lot of risk, huh? Suddenly, both Yumyong and Ryu Shin then turned to look at each other. The two of them suddenly became unanimous. I can do it, of course, so can I. At the odious main stage 43 at this time. From outside the door, the sound of someone running frantically echoed. The next second, Juna flung the door open and loudly asked, Yuri, are not you making things difficult for me? She came to Yuri and questioned, Ryu Shin and Yumyong are playing a double role. If that was the condition, I would not have objected. You are having trouble writing and revising the draft from a non-professional, right? Then use mine. Faced with Juna's arrogant attitude, she was extremely uncomfortable. Is this woman short-circuiting? Yuri then snatched back the book and said bluntly, go back, Juna. We have already finished changing the script. We have memorized it and even rehearsed it. Hearing this, she froze on the spot. Juna felt like she was being abandoned and asked, then what about me? What are you talking about? She then expressed her frustration. I spent all my time writing the script according to your requirements. Now, what about all my efforts? Yuri was not one to be trifled with and questioned back. You're the one who left. Why are you arguing? Juna then continued stubbornly. That is not right. I would not have broken my promise if you had chosen Ryu Sunbae from the beginning. Besides, what if the main performance of the Oedipus troupe has a terrible script? She said this right in front of Wonyang and Yumyong. They also did not stand on Juna's side and defend Wonyang. Isn't mine more poetic and better than yours? Take a look again. The dialogue is boring, the detailed effects and the performance have nothing. professional about them. Juna then felt unfairly and said, "It is not fair. Does not the Oedipus troupe focus on skills? Although I am a guest, I am also listed on the Oedipus troupe list. As a director, you need to evaluate fairly." Suddenly, Yu Myung then held up his phone towards them and spoke. "If a famous actor says Won Ying's script is better, then what?" He did not say much and just asked a short question. Juna heard this and calmly asked back, "Who is that actor?" Yu Myung did not hesitate and said the name, Lee Seon-ha Sunbae of Haesung. Everyone was surprised to hear this. "Do you have Lee Seon-ha Sunbae's number? During the workshops, I was given her phone number to contact if I needed advice. I just sent a message and she said that she would read the script if I sent it by email." At this moment, Yu Myung was very eager to receive the evaluation. "How is it? Do you want to hear the evaluation now?" Juna heard this and froze for 5 seconds. "The author is blind, so can you just evaluate the work?" he added. "Of course, I will also check the contents of your email." "What kind of script is so sloppy?" Won Ying then looked not at all confident about his product. An hour later, Yuri also received an evaluation email. An email was sent. "Let me read it to everyone." Each fair comment was then read aloud by Yuri. "I really like this script, both Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Script A also looks really confusing. I laughed out loud after reading it. Some parts do not have any lines that match and some others are more prominent. It seems that this script was written by a beginner for a long time." Won Ying hung his head down with a self-conscious look. "I think script B was written by someone with writing experience. The scenes are well arranged, the dialogue is smooth, there are still some details that need to be corrected, but this is a script worthy of being in the performance immediately." Hearing this, Juna was extremely pleased. Who would have thought that the next line would surprise him? "But I like a more." Yuri continued to read the explanations. "Although the dialogue is stiff, the inner descriptions are very good. Although writing experience is lacking, the author has a very deep heart. I gave a screenwriter in the group this script to see and he liked it. Can you send me a copy of the script after the performance and the contact information of the person who adapted it? Our screenwriter said that he wants to polish it a bit and will apply for the special performance at Haesung next spring. Have you received feedback yet? If you have any further questions, please contact me." When she finished reading, Yuri looked towards Juna. She seemed to not accept this result. The script is well written, but the dialogue is stiff. Then once again, would not it be more convenient to let an experienced screenwriter polish the dialogue? Faced with her stubbornness, Won Ying had to accept. Juna Nuna is the assistant director. A moment later, Won Ying and Yu Myung were walking and talking about things. As Juran said, it is hard to ignore her because she wrote the entire adaptation, and the rehearsal will also be difficult while revising the script. I know that, but... He then reassured Won Ying, "Don't worry too much. We have added clauses to remove Juran if she makes a fuss and she is agreed." Won Ying could not stop thinking about her at this time. He hesitated with a slightly shy look. "I am afraid of her." Yu Myung then gently placed his hand on his shoulder. "Won Ying, you have read about Dr. Jekyll and Hyde a lot during the adaptation, right?" Won Ying then confirmed, "Yes, I have read it over and over again dozens of times." Hearing this, Yu Myung did not hesitate to suggest, "You must have imagined a lot of Hyde's lines when writing the script. Do you want to practice the role of Hyde with me?" Jun Young still hesitated and asked me why. Suddenly, he lowered his voice seriously. "Sometimes in life, we should be a little like Hyde. Especially for those who look down on us." He then did not have any opinion and just remained silent. Yu Myung suddenly remembered something and instructed Jun Young, "There will be times when you need to work with Min Juran. She may complain about something and dominate the conversation. At that time you just need to say one sentence. What is it?" The next second, he whispered something into his ear. Jun Young heard this and strongly objected. "How can I say those words?" Yu Myung reassured him, "But you have to say it, Juran, and you can work happily together once you do that." Jun Young still felt concerned. "Are you sure it is okay?" He heard this and asked back with a scary face. "Do you believe me? Then let us practice right away. I will train you on facial expressions, tone of voice, and gestures too." Hearing this, he could not help but panic. Without letting him wait long, Yu Myung immediately began to teach him while it was hot. The next morning, both Jun Young and Juran were present to rehearse the performance. "The warm-up is over, we will take a 10-minute break and then start the main practice." She was idle and then turned her face to him. Suddenly, Juran expressed her frustration. "I can write the script via email, why bother coming to the practice room?" Yu Myung glanced at Jun Young with an expectant look. "Do what I taught you yesterday." Just like yesterday, his body finally moved. So when Junyoung spoke, Juran also glanced over. Who would have thought that he, contrary to his usual shy demeanor, would coolly ask her a question, "Want to pack your bags and leave?" Everyone was very surprised to see Junyoung change his attitude so sharply. Even Juran was confused by his expression, He did not have any extra movements and seriously glanced at her and said, "Then please leave." When she saw him putting on the appearance of a CEO talking to her, Juran was also shocked. Indeed, this made her obedient immediately. "That is not what I meant, it is just that I have been a little busy lately." He then remembered what Yumyong had instructed. Even if Juran shows weakness and apologizes, do not accept it and continue to talk about work. Junyoung then followed his words and stood up. Act 2, Scene 7 is the most important scene in the play. The moment Hyde transforms into Jekyll, later you remember to check the rehearsal and revise the script. Jorah now had a different view of him. "What is that?" He looked shy, so I thought I could tease him as I pleased. Once I open my mouth to complain, my dream of participating in the special performance of Hai Sung will vanish into thin air. Seeing her being so slow, he then urged, "What are you doing, Juran? The main rehearsal is about to start." "Oh, okay, I will fix it right away." Their performance was now also approaching its opening day, the odious main performance, 17 Days Countdown. After watching everyone rehearse once, Yuri also had some suggestions and reminders. Sunbae Ryu Shin is generally okay, but I suggest that you should run to the lower left when you meet Dr. Lanyan. Like that, right, perfect. She then continued to note for Yumyong, after you enter the position, pay attention that the frame line has been expanded by 20%, and adjust the position accordingly. Okay, I understand. Take a break, and then they continued. Now we will review it again, clear. Yumyong also felt quite relieved. The rehearsal was going very smoothly. Min Juran knew how to restrain herself more, when Junyoung stood up to direct. The main problem is this: I still can't overcome the character mismatch when separating Jekyll and Hyde from Ryu Shin's role. Regarding himself, Yumyong was not very satisfied. When we synchronize habits and facial expressions, we will look more like the other person before, but there is still a feeling that something is not matching. How should I handle this problem? While he was still confused, Miho asked, "What is the matter?" "It is nothing, but people are making a fuss. People are really stupid. It is like 49 meeting 50. He also did not give in and said, "What do you mean? Explain it to me quickly." Miho winked as if she had an intention. "She won't speak for free and will be accompanied by a condition. What do I get out of it?" In Yumyong's heart, there was a little concern. Another deal. Miho suddenly sighed. Because she read his mind, she then reassured him, "This help is so small that you can't even call it a deal. Just tell me and I will reveal it to you." He did not need to save face and earnestly begged her, "Please, Miho-sama." Seeing this, she became even more excited, then kneeled down. The next second, Miho then put her foot on his forehead. "You just need to act correctly. It is difficult to imitate someone and still keep your own style. Just imitate Seo Ryu Shin's voice. After all, it is just a separate scene." After hearing Miho's words, he seemed to be enlightened. "Why do I have to try to be exactly like the character? The first performance is myself playing both roles. And then the third and fourth performances with Ryu Shin are two different performances." Yumyong now knew what he needed to do. "Thank you, Miho. I need to play different characters, so I need a new script, and I also need to analyze Ryu Shin's acting." Miho breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "It is not easy to abandon the original image, and at the same time play a new character in someone else's voice. This guy does not care about that at all. He is really an eccentric." The odious main performance, the opening day, finally the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. Everyone was now ready with their costumes and things needed for the performance. Sunha Sunbae is here. She heard this and happily asked back, "Is she here? Han-sung, you are really stingy with words. Are you trying to be equal with me because things are going well?" He then denied, "No, I thought we were all equal even when things are not going smoothly, J-Pill then also asked Sunha, "Sunbae, how have you been lately?" Hearing him ask, she also replied with a sentence that left him speechless. "Oh my, Professor J-Pill, your review of our troops' regular performance was a bit harsh, Shin came from behind and immediately recognized the idol was right in front of him, Sunha Sunbae. She was quite surprised by his presence. "What are you doing here, Becky Shin?" He then explained, "There is an actor that I find quite interesting." "But why do you keep avoiding me?" Sunha turned her face away and explained, "It is not that I am intentionally avoiding you, it is just that my regular performance schedule has been a bit thick lately." Shin then still teased her, "Oh come on, July is not that bad, right? After today you have to arrange some time to meet me. Han Sung turned to Jae-pil and said tiredly, I came here today because it is the opening night, but then I found out that there are actors playing a double role, so it is a bit of a pity that I can't choose my favorite actor. I will just come back on Saturday then. As for me, I will watch all 4 times. Hearing Jae-pil say that, Han Sung then commented, you are too greedy. At this time, Yu Myong's parents were present in the auditorium. Is this the place? They slowly walked inside and found their seats. Seeing that it was crowded, she smiled and said, this club seems to be famous. The stage lights were now off, signaling that the performance was about to begin. Yu Myong's mother was very eager to see his performance. It seems like it is about to start. The light at this time was directed towards the center of the stage, where Yu Myong was standing in front of the podium. He slowly spoke in his eerie voice, ladies and gentlemen. The play that everyone has been waiting for at this moment officially begins. Yu Myong stepped onto the podium and introduced, welcome ladies and gentlemen to attend today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jekyll. Before I start, I would like to send my sincerest thanks to you, who have taken the time to attend my lecture. Is human nature originally good or evil? It has long been a controversial issue throughout the history of religion and philosophy. After some time of research, I realized that humans are made up of 2 elements, good and evil. Physically they are inseparable, so what will happen if we separate them? Of course it is still just a hypothesis. I think we can separate the evil part and the good part from the body. If the yin and yang are separated, will the memory separate or not? It may separate, however. It seems that those 2 entities will have opposing tendencies in the way they value values and the part that responds to the memory the entity receives. I am trying to model that, and create a drug that can do that. If human nature can be separated and put into a separate entity, he then pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket. Then Yu Myong placed the handkerchief under his hand, his eyes suddenly becoming dangerous. We won't have to fight with the evil within us anymore. The villagers, after hearing Jekyll's lecture, were constantly chattering. Suddenly, a young man in a red suit noticed a familiar figure. Is that Richard Hyung? He immediately recognized who the other person was, Lawyer Utterson. The 2 of them did not rush to leave but lingered for a moment to chat. Did you come to Dr. Jekyll's lecture too? Yes, it was an interesting lecture, but a little hard to believe. I look forward to the doctor's next reports. Me too. Richard then whispered something to Utterson. But have you heard any rumors lately? He asked back. What rumors? He immediately recounted what he had heard, that the dark alleys of London have been occupied by a disgusting monster. Those are just rumors, not worth believing. When he saw that he did not believe him, Richard was very flustered. But I saw it with my own eyes, it really is. A devil in human form. Richard had seen what he should not have seen. Under the bright moonlight, he slowly turned his back. Richard, as if urged by something, just kept moving forward. He stepped directly on the wooden planks to move forward. In front of Richard at this time was an extremely violent and horrifying scene. His eyes were filled with fear as he witnessed the victim struggling. I was wrong, sir, please forgive me. Richard could not just stand by and watch, so he tried to stop that person. What is going on? What are you doing? Yu Myong as Jekyll then turned his half-awake, half-dazed face towards him. His mother witnessed this immersive performance of his and could not help but gape. She could not believe her eyes. Is that really my son? Back then, Yu Myong was still a weak child who cried easily. He was still nagging his mother little by little. Oh my God, why are you crying? Who hit you? The teacher. The girl standing next to Yu Myong at that time explained. He raised his hand to answer, but she called on another friend. At that time, she hugged her little son in her arms, a child whose existence was faint from a young age. Until the final years of elementary school, when he was ignored, he would get very angry and burst into tears. But at some point, that child no longer wanted to attract the attention of others. He just wanted to spend peaceful days. It was as if he had given up something he never had. Their dialogue then pulled her back to reality. I just need to pay you the money, right? Yu Myong then reached out and ordered, interesting, you're being a bit nosy, leave that old man alone, follow me. His face at this moment also showed a cunning look. Where did the gentle child learn to express himself like that? She then looked around to observe everyone. Everyone at this time was like frozen statues, motionless in place. All eyes were focused on Yu Myong. He had attracted everyone's attention. Like a bottomless black hole, at this moment she also felt a distinct attraction from him. Cut to the scene of Jekyll drinking tea with Lawyer Utterson. What do you mean, a promissory note? He recounted based on the information he had. I heard from Richard. The Devil Hyde gave him a promissory note with your signature. For the debt of an old man, Yu Myung at this time was not flustered but still calmly drank tea. He heard this and slowly put down his teacup. "You're making me curious. It seems like someone paid with a promissory note." He sighed and expressed his agreement. "I think so too." Lawyer Utterson at this time also expressed concern for him. "I was worried that your reputation would be tarnished by a scoundrel, thank you." When he realized that he had lingered too long, he asked to leave. "Oh my God, is it that late already? I have to go now, excuse me, thank you for the cup of tea." Yu Myung gently replied, "You are welcome, goodbye." Contrary to his calmness just now, at this moment his face was covered in sweat. Now Yu Myung felt a looming threat, for the first time. "For the first time I found my ego, and it is that kind of terrible behavior. That time I just wanted to go out for a walk, feel the breeze lightly brushing my eyelids. I did not fasten all the buttons of my shirt, and loosened the tie on my neck. I thought the evil part of me was limited to that." After those words, Yu Myung at this time felt himself filled with fear. Is there really a monster living inside me? The feeling when hitting that person, and the feeling of excitement when lying on the bed of a dirty whore. He hung his head down. I do not want that name to appear again. Why do I feel like someone is squeezing me? Yu Myung's face at this time showed extreme confusion. In the next second, he jumped up in a hurry. It seemed that Yu Myung realized something and moved forward. He stopped in front of a bottle of red medicine that looked very mysterious. Yu Myung raised his hand to his shirt as if wanting to tear off this uncomfortable suit. "It is so stuffy, I feel suffocated." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. The next second Yu Myung still tried to reassure himself. "If I loosen it, no. No, I can't." Even though he tried to stop himself, his hand still reached forward. Yu Myung could not resist anymore and directly picked up the bottle and drank it. As soon as he absorbed that strange liquid, a red aura was released. Everyone at this time was anxiously waiting for the next scene to happen. Yu Myung was still motionless in one place. Suddenly, he slowly raised his face as if preparing for a liberation. Yu Myung now tore off his outer shirt and revealed his toned body inside. He had finally been able to live with his true self. Yu Myung raised his head high and laughed loudly. Suddenly, a man appeared. "Excuse me, young man, can you give me directions?" Yu Myung turned his head with an annoyed face. "What?" Yu Myung did not hesitate and reached out to push him with an arrogant attitude. "Don't bother me, get lost." And so the evil part of Yu Myung rose again when he pushed him down below. Not only did he not regret his actions, he laughed with pleasure. His eerie laughter made the audience hold their breath and watch. After committing the crime, his mouth grinned. Sir Danvers Carew. "Is he dead yet? Why so easy?" The stage light at this time was directed straight at Yu Myung. Yi Shin, before his immersive performance, was a little incredulous. "What? The presence of Hyde, has the presence become stronger?" Yu Myung walked leisurely while uttering an eerie voice. "Is there anyone nearby for me to pick on? If there are no people, then cats will do." He was now really impressed by his acting ability. How can he act like that? Is there any way to keep him and bring him to July? But Yi Shin quickly shook his head, strongly rejecting that idea. "I should not do that. I must maintain a good relationship with him." Back to the play. It was not long before someone accused Yu Myung's crime. "I am sure I saw clearly, it was Hyde." In the meantime, everyone was spreading the word. "Have you heard the news, Dr. Jekyll is organizing a volunteer event again. He is really a good person." Each of Yu Myung's crimes seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Although we contacted the police, we could not find Hyde, as if he disappeared from this world. He now stood up unsteadily with his mind spinning. "I am so dizzy." Yu Myung looked around. "Water. I definitely left water on the table." But when he looked at his current appearance in the mirror, a fear suddenly rose in Yu Myung. His hands trembled as he placed them on the mirror with an incredulous look. "I did not take the medicine, but why?" "No, I need medicine to make everything back to normal." No matter what the circumstances, Yu Myung still looked for that strange medicine. Suddenly, a stabbing pain like a knife cut suddenly stabbed in him. Yu Myung was in extreme pain and mixed with despair and shouted loudly. In just a moment, he knocked everything off the table. The scene became extremely chaotic. Yu Myung's eyes widened, the red veins bulged. In the meantime, the writing and logistics team were standing in the distance to observe. Junha at this time had to praise his acting, unbelievable. Suddenly, Junyoung raised his hand to signal her to be quiet. In his heart, he was also secretly relieved that everyone was still doing very well, and now is Section 2 Scene 7, if we get through this scene, we are safe. Yu Myung, after having no way to return to normal, then sought help. "Dr. Lanyon, Hyde, how did you get here?" He stood in front of him and asked in a pleading voice. I am running errands for Dr. Jekyll. Do you have the medicine he needs? Seeing Lanyon silent, Yu Miong pounced and questioned with a fierce attitude, do you have it or not? Lanyon at this time was very dissatisfied with his arrogant and disrespectful attitude. He did not want to argue with him anymore, so he handed over the bottle of medicine. Take it and get out of my sight. After receiving the medicine, Yu Miong's face became haggard again. Suddenly, the next second he gave a strange smile and questioned, Dr. Lanyon. Aren't you curious about the doctor's discovery? He could not help but wonder and asked, what do you mean? Yu Miong now held the bottle of medicine in his hand, his face becoming cunning for a moment. If I drink this bottle of medicine, there will be a surprise for you. Doctor, the truth is that this thing has approached both heaven and hell, strange and beautiful at the same time. You can turn your back on it and live your life, as a mute and live as before, or grab it and become an entity that touches the truth, full of pain. What will you choose? At this time, he was very curious about which direction he would choose. Before Yu Miong's eerie questioning, his throat stiffened and he could not speak. Lanyon closed his eyes tightly and did not want to say any more words to Yu Miong. Let me know the truth. Yu Miong at this time could not control himself and continued to laugh eerily. He was now completely out of control and poured the bottle down his mouth. Look at the stupid humans. Lanyon now did not dare to do or say anything and just silently observed. After absorbing the medicine, Yu Miong writhed in pain again. Witnessing this scene, he was extremely horrified but could not do anything. And the figure that appeared before his eyes then could not help but amaze him. Jekyll. Yi Xin not only praised the acting but also praised their script. The story development is breathtaking. Lanyon dies, and Jekyll commits suicide. Yu Miong soon after took his own life. Everyone was very shocked by this great loss. How could this happen? Yu Miong's close servant then held a letter in his hand. Is this Jekyll's letter? In this letter, he revealed everything hidden. The inclination to pleasure is my biggest flaw. Like everyone else, I have a certain self-esteem, wanting to appear in public with the most holy and pure appearance. Satisfaction is a bitter pill to swallow. One day I suddenly came up with the idea of separating the good and evil parts of humans into two different parts. If successful, the good nature will no longer be tormented by evil. Or the evil nature will be released, no longer imprisoned by the court of conscience. Surprisingly, the experiment was successful. Separating the two personalities is possible. The transformation continues. The balance is collapsing. I am getting weaker and weaker, while the presence of Hyde is getting stronger and stronger. He is trying to take over my body. This is completely beyond Yu Miong's control. To prevent everything from going too far, he decided to pick up the gun. However, I can't let him end my life. I will do it myself. Goodbye. And this is also the last farewell from Yu Miong. The entire auditorium at this time also burst into emotions and gave the actors a warm round of applause. The actors held hands and greeted the audience before the curtain fell. In Yu Miong's heart at this time, he could not help but want to know, this is my first role, what do my parents think? His face for a moment was full of surprise. At this time in the auditorium, Yu Miong's parents were clapping enthusiastically. A pride surged in him, causing him to unconsciously remember, in my previous life, whenever I received a small role, I would try to send tickets to my parents. But I did not do that. My own self-doubt made Yu Miong flinch. He left in the white snow without putting the invitation ticket in the mailbox. When I have a better role. And now Yu Miong has really done it. He has won the trust and love of the audience. Yu Miong then bowed. The entire auditorium at this time seemed to have only 3 of them. I'm sorry for doing this too late. Thank you Mom and Dad for allowing me. In the meantime, Ryu Xin was also standing watching them in the auditorium. He left with a strong determination. Tomorrow, you wait and see. The next day came very quickly. Everyone was very excited. CO Ryu Xin will perform today, right? Isn't he very famous? I can't even buy a ticket. Without letting them wait long, the announcement immediately rang out. Dear audience, the performance will begin shortly. And at this moment Ryu Xin was standing on the podium to open the play. He calmly spoke like a sage. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Jekyll. Ryu Xin's demeanor at this time was very much that of a polite academic researcher. The girls sitting below could not help but be moved by Ryu Xin's handsome appearance. Cut to the scene where Jekyll transforms into Hyde. He stepped down forcefully. Ryu Xin's unfortunate victim tonight had appeared. He felt very excited when performing such sinful actions. Yuri at this time was also standing in the distance and observing the progress. Her face showed seriousness, not daring to be careless even for a second. The audience above was also swept away by Ryu Shin's psychological vortex. The audience has been drawn into the extreme description of the character. As expected, from the first time we met, my attention has been focused on Ryu Shin's sunbae. If we continue to be nervous like this, we will get as good feedback as yesterday. Cut to the scene where Ryu Shin stands in front of Dr. Lanyan. Doctor, what will you choose? He only had one request to be fulfilled: let me know the truth. If Lanyan wanted to know like that, Ryu Shin did not hesitate to drink the entire bottle of medicine. He reached out and wiped the medicine drops left on his pale white face. Ryu Shin at this time also felt the powerful transformation taking place in his body. A piercing feeling in Ryu Shin made him freeze on the spot. Yu Myung at this time standing on the CAK to observe had also realized. A series of movements have stopped. This is the special move I used to play Fred, in the Play 1 screen. Ryu Shin Hyung asked me for advice and I told him how to do it. It seems that he has succeeded. An actor who is independent is really suitable for him. I am glad to have met an opponent from whom I can learn a lot. Yu Myung also felt fortunate to have met Ryu Shin. After the play ended, the actors gathered and bowed to the audience together. With the popularity of the play, there were some people who tried to hunt for tickets at all costs. I am looking for tickets for the odious performance tomorrow at 3 p.m. If anyone can't go, please let me know. Even if it is higher than the original price, I am still willing to buy it as long as it is not too expensive. Please suggest the price you want. Immediately afterwards, many lively comments were released. What is going on? These posts have been constantly appearing since yesterday. Marketing strategy. That is not it. Our tickets have been sold out a week ago. Odious planning team. This Friday I can't watch because all the tickets have been sold out. Why play a double role? Heavens. I have seen both versions, and last Thursday was a hit. I will go see it again tomorrow morning and afternoon. This is a play that everyone should watch it everywhere all the time. That girl at this time could not hide her displeasure. These people are the reason why I can't get tickets. I do not even have one ticket. Restrain yourself a bit. Heavens, I can't watch because the tickets are sold out. He reached into his shirt and rummaged for something. The next day, Do-han was standing alone on a street corner. He then took out some tickets clipped in a small notebook. Do-han ruffled his hair for a moment and then made a decision. I heard that the Gawon University play is playing a double role, so I booked both spots. If the first time is too bad, then I will switch to watching at Yonhart University. Hopefully this time I can find it. He then closed the notebook and sighed. Before the play started, Do-han had managed to settle into a seat in the auditorium. The crowded scene in front of him made him a little surprised. I know that Oedipus is very famous, but are they always this crowded? The stage lights at this time had been turned off, and today's play officially began. Yu Myung was ready. He slowly stepped up and stood in front of the podium. He raised his head high and took a deep breath before playing Jekyll. Without letting everyone wait long, the gentle voice of a doctor was then uttered by him. Ladies and gentlemen. Although Yu Myung had just spoken, Do-han above had goosebumps all over. Oh, my notebook. While he was bending down to pick up the dropped notebook, Yu Myung was giving a speech. My notebook, the question of human nature being good or bad. This is a topic that has been debated for a long time in the history of religion or philosophy. Do-han's fuss at this time also made the people sitting nearby uncomfortable. He had to temporarily leave the notebook there and sit quietly. The name of the actor is in the notebook. The next second, Do-han lifted his glasses with a serious look and continued to watch. Speaking of this, I am very surprised. The voice is really attractive to listeners. Actors with voices like this are very rare. I will check his name in the notebook again. Here it is, Co Ryu Shin, and he was the person that Do-han was looking forward to. He has been an excellent actor since he was young, and he still is now. It is worth coming here. It is a bold creation to choose separate roles for Jekyll and Hyde. But after watching both plays, he began to feel that there was something amiss. Wait, there is something mysterious that has attracted Do-han's attention. He was now following the play very carefully. Dr. Lam Yan, are not you curious about Dr. Jekyll's invention? Let me know the truth. Ryu Shin at this time did not hesitate and drank the entire bottle of medicine. Immediately afterwards, he gently raised his hand to wipe his mouth. A white curtain appeared, covering Ryu Shin's entire body. Behind that curtain, the terrifying transformation was taking place. Lanyan, after witnessing this scene, was shocked. Even the audience below was now very surprised. That white curtain immediately fell down. Another figure appeared. At this time, Do-han could not hide his surprise. He had seen the trick but could not see the method. How is it done? Even though the actor is changed in the middle of the play like this, it does not cause discomfort. Although the makeup and costumes are the same, the demeanor of the two people is completely different. No way, even seeing it with his own eyes, Do-han still felt unbelievable. He unconsciously doubted life again. Is the uniformity from before not a hallucination? Do-han at this time sat frozen in place, no different from a person who had lost his soul. Immediately afterwards, the audience gave the play a huge round of applause. Do-han immediately bent down and picked up the notebook. My notebook. Do-han immediately opened it to see what he had written. Do-han clearly noted the time and name of each actor who would take on that role. He could not hide his amazement and surprise. It is so perfect that you do not believe it is a student's play, and the synchronization is so perfect that you refuse to believe that they are two completely different people. Unbelievable. I think there is no need to go to Yeonhak University anymore. I will watch the remaining play at 7:30 p.m. and then make a decision. And Do-han's eyes then turned to Yu Myung. Next is Ryu Shin. One of the two of them will be my actor. The performance starts at 7:30 p.m. All preparations are complete. The performance is about to begin. Miho at this time also specially appeared here to enjoy the performance of the actors. It stood quietly in a corner with its arms crossed, its eyes looking forward with pleasure. Miho could easily feel the passion, tension, and afterglow in the hearts of the actors, even the excitement of the audience and high expectations. Even in any era, the performance hall is still full of life. Immediately afterwards, it reminded itself, but this is not the time to sit and enjoy it. A person who has struggled for 15 years without knowing he is a genius, because the moment when talent and effort explode is very interesting. That is why I keep getting drawn into it. Yu Myung this time still expressed emotions very well. Sir Danvers' crew, is he dead? Why did he die so easily? Is there anyone nearby for me to break their neck? If there are no people, then cats will do. After experiencing it, he also thought to himself, when I play the person who is searching in the game of hide and seek, the feeling is different from when I play hide. I am named Hyde, who is closer to pure evil in the way Ryu Shin interprets it, while Hyde is excited about what the opponent fears. Then Hyde will be satisfied with what he destroys, and his task is to express emotions well. Even though we say the same words, there is no confusion. When building a character, I usually only keep the best version to practice, but this is the first time I am playing two different versions of the same character at the same time. Yu Myung looked up under the radiant light and revealed all his inner emotions. Suddenly, Miho stopped a little when it realized something. This boy in its eyes seemed to show the image of a true genius. Even Miho could not explain why his vitality was so great. The performance at this time had ended, but there were still people who were concerned. Oh my God, I still have not gotten over the acting that those students stirred up. To be honest, at first I was a little worried that Yu Myung's skills would be difficult to complete it. After watching both performances, that person realized that Yu Myung was not easy to deal with either. Honestly, I think he is on par with Ryu Shin. At this time, Ryu Shin had to admit, I completely lost today's performance. Shin Yu Myung, who played my character perfectly, his performance really made him admire him. Ryu Shin at this time looked at Yu Myung with a probing gaze. If you were going to act like that from the beginning, then why? The daytime performance is my version. There are 4 versions in the nighttime performance. Wasn't he the one who suggested that we take turns practicing? No, Ryu Shin at this time still wanted to be determined to surpass Yu Myung. In his heart, a feeling of fear of being surpassed arose. Even if he suggested that, I can't make it as perfect as Yu Myung. Unbelievable, I even thought about asking why he did not agree to it, but now Ryu Shin can't say a word. Suddenly, while he was confused, Yi Shin stepped forward. Hello. I am Beck Shin, and I am the casting director of the July stage. After introducing himself, he handed over a business card. The next second, Ryu Shin also reached out and took that business card. An actor who can master the stage like Yu Myung can't be missed. Yi Shin at this time was intending to recruit Ryu Shin to his company. Your acting is very impressive, and I think you will be very suitable for our company, a theater company. Soon after, Yu Myung also heard about this from him, a theater company. I have no intention of joining such a theater company. When he saw that he was not interested, he could not help but be surprised, really. Yu Myung wanted to freely try himself out more, so he was not very interested in the theater company. Whether it is theater or film, I want to act in many different fields. Hearing this, Ryu Shin blankly looked at him for a moment. Then he looked up and pondered something, in many different fields. Under the influence of Yu Myung's words, Ryu Shin refused. Yi Shin, I am sorry, what? Yi Xin at this time still wanted him to think more carefully. I do not need you to answer right away, once you think carefully about it, but Ryu Xin was very decisive. No, I will refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, he bluntly turned and left without saying another word. In his heart, Ryu Xin still secretly regarded Yu Miyong as his lifelong rival. Xin Yu Miyong, I will stand on the same stage with you, no matter what the genre, I will definitely surpass you. Do-han, after watching the play starring Yu Miyong, greatly admired him and gave him flowers. Hello Yu Miyong, I enjoyed the play both morning and evening today, they were really impressive. At this time, Yu Miyong received the flowers from him with a dazed look. Ah, thank you. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah, hearing him ask like that, Do-han suddenly startled when he realized he had forgotten to introduce himself. Immediately afterwards, he seriously introduced himself. My name is Ki Do-han, and I am a director, Do-han. After hearing the name he had just uttered, Yu Miyong could not believe his ears. No way. He was stunned like that because he knew better than anyone else. This is the man who became a billion-dollar director in 2014 with the work The Devil, with superstar Suk Suyin. Do-han at this time did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The thing is, I am looking for a role for my next film. He also gave a brief introduction about it. The name of that work is Phantom of the Ballet. It is a tribute to the Phantom in the theater, telling the story of a female ballet dancer. We need an actor to play the Phantom, and we have been very difficult to find someone like that. We need to find someone who can accurately convey the unparalleled existence and the feeling of not being human. But today I have found the right person. Do-han snapped his fingers as if to let him know that he was the chosen one. Hearing this, Yu Miyong also felt that this was a great deal. What an attractive offer for someone who has not debuted like me. But Yu Miyong still had a few things to understand clearly, so he asked him first, but why did you choose an unknown actor like me? The issue needs to be guaranteed or something like that. If he was so concerned, Do-han also decided to share a little. No, the budget is quite generous actually. This is a self-funded film. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. Do-han then spoke more carefully. The screenwriter is the daughter of a large film investor. But the writer is also the female lead. The more he listened, the more Yu Miyong felt a little wrong. Afraid that he would refuse, Do-han used all his strength to persuade. It is not that I do not know what it will look like. It would be a lie if I said a new director like me does not value not encountering production problems or anything. Also, if the script is not good, then I would never make this movie. I can guarantee that the role of the Phantom is a mandatory role that requires acting ability, and I have seen that image through Yu Miyong's performance today. I very much hope that Yu Miyong will agree to this role. Although this was the first time they met, Yu Miyong quite trusted Do-han. I do not think he is lying. The next second, he asked a rather tricky question. You said you watched both performances today, so why me? If Yu Miyong wanted to know, he would also tell the truth. I did not have any hope until I watched the play all day today. Your performance was really good, but I noticed a few things when watching the play tonight. This is not a synchronized play, but a performance adjusted one way by Yu Miyong. Hearing this, Yu Miyong asked shyly, in what sense? He recalled a bit and said Jekyll and Hyde. Do-han then scratched his head and added, it is not only harmonious in the daytime performances, but the nighttime is also suitable, although I have cut each one and pasted them into my head. But Seo Ryu Shin's are in sync with each other as if they were a work of art, while yours, Yu Miyong, seems a little faint. I am looking forward to seeing when it is not like that anymore. Suddenly Do-han's face became serious. At this time, only Yu Miyong knew how successful Do-han would be in the future. He may not be known now, but the talent will always be there. Yu Miyong needed more time, so he made an appointment with him for another time. I have to go clean the stage now. I will contact you later, thank you. The next morning when Yu Miyong arrived at school. As soon as he arrived, everyone on campus noticed Yu Miyong. The girls at this time when they saw him coming, immediately turned all their attention towards him. Isn't that him? It is that guy. Junyoung walked from behind him and sharply noticed this. Hey Yu Miyong. I think everyone is staring at you. Yu Miyong had now truly become the focus of attention. The female students at this time surrounded him and shyly asked for autographs. Excuse me, but can you give me an autograph? Ah, sorry everyone. The next second, Yu Miyong reached into his pocket and held the phone that was ringing. Wait for me a bit, I am on a call right now. Hello, the other end of the line asked to confirm. Is this Yu Miyong's number? Yes, it is. The other end of the line continued to introduce. Hello, I am, but he could not hear clearly. What did you say? When he got home, Yu Miyong was very eager to show Miho. Look at this Miho. The reporters who interviewed me last time have released the article. Seeing this, Miho curiously asked, are you modeling for the magazine cover? He did not hide anything from it and also honestly shared. In that interview, I was also asked to model for the cover photo. You have never liked modeling before. What made you change your mind? Before Miho's question, he then explained with a gleeful look, this is an interview with actor Yu Myung. I do not want to miss the opportunity to make myself more known with acting. Miho at that time was listening to him while flipping through each page of the magazine. Inside were pictures of Yu Myung and followed by his sharing words. At that time, Yu Myung had been scheduled to go to a cafe for an interview. She wanted the image quality to be the best, so she told him in advance, don't be afraid of the camera, just talk to me as usual, okay, then let us start the interview. The reporter then asked Yu Myung easy questions to start. When did you start acting? I started acting seriously about a year ago. Really, that is hard to believe. She then asked more deeply about his plans. When you say seriously acting, did you practice acting before that but not as a career orientation later, right? Yu Myung at this time held the cup tightly and shared honestly, I always wanted to be an actor, I did not have the means to act full-time, so all I could do was read lines and reenact the parts one liked. The reporter hearing this could not hide her curiosity. When was that? It seems like 15 years ago. It is almost New Year, so it is probably 16 years ago. Hearing his answer, she was somewhat not quick enough to load. If it is 16 years ago. That was when you were 7 years old, she asked back with an extremely surprised attitude, and he had no other choice but to confirm, something like that. Seeing that Yu Myung had a passion that stretched throughout, she really wanted to know his motivation. What has always made you cherish the dream of acting from 15, 16 years ago like that? At this time, he also confessed honestly, I am a closed and taciturn person. Hearing this, the reporter did not think he was like that. That is very different from your current appearance. Is that due to the change in personality as you grew up? Yu Myung slowly uttered the words from the bottom of his heart. However, when standing on the stage, I thought that it was completely unsuitable for me. I did not expect to be chosen, but I was still very excited. Now thinking about it, I see that I got that role, because they did not realize that I was quite bad mentally. I had a very fun acting party back in kindergarten. Only when standing on the stage did Yu Myung feel that his passion was satisfied, but when I stood under the stage lights, everyone's eyes were focused on me. Even the people who usually never paid attention to me. The emotions Yu Myung received when being a real actor will always live in him. That feeling makes me remember forever. At this time, even the reporter and the cameraman could not help but be stunned by his touching confession. Suddenly, the reporter asked him a question that hit the bullseye. You have quite complex thoughts for this age. If you love it so much, why did not you go into acting sooner? The self-doubt before the regression made him flinch. No matter how hard I try, I am not chosen for any role. Yu Myung, no matter how much he tried, his entire future was only submerged in a gray color. He had never received attention from the people around him. The reporter at this time asked very excitedly, aren't you going to start this year or later? But Yu Myung denied, that is not what I meant, no matter how hard I try. I do not think I will get the role. She then wanted to know more about Yu Myung's changes. You looked a bit shy before, but now you are not like that anymore. What made you change? Yes, I have a friend. Hearing this, she also understood, yes, friendship will make people change. What kind of friend is that? He then remembered his best friend and described, a very smart and lovely friend. Lovely. Yu Myung also shared more about what he received from her. Sometimes I feel stressed because I do not know how to handle something, but that friend has helped me on the path of becoming an actor. She is a precious friend that I always cherish. Yu Myung uttered this with a radiant face. Miho at this time also read the line expressing his love and affection. It suddenly froze for 5 seconds without saying a word. Then Miho looked up and looked towards him. It reminded itself of the words he had said before, a precious friend that I always cherish. A week later, Yu Myung and Do-han had scheduled a meeting to exchange scripts. Do you want to see the draft first? Yes, that is the fastest way to understand the plot. When he held the script in his hand, he hesitated a bit, the veneration of the phantom of the theater. Yu Myung immediately opened the script and began to read it briefly. Once upon a time there was a little girl named Karen. Karen wanted to wear red shoes so much that she wore them to church. And suddenly Karen's shoes started dancing. Karen kept dancing in the red shoes without being able to stop. Whether it was day or night, sun or rain, she still could not stop dancing. Whether it was through fields, thorn bushes or fences, Karen's feet continued to dance even if they might bleed. They never stopped, she kept dancing in utter helplessness. Until one day, Karen found a way to free herself. Karen went to the executioner and asked him to chop off her feet. Even though she no longer had feet, the tragedy continued. Karen lost both feet. but her feet continued to dance. The female dancer in the story could not help but feel sorry for Karen. So stupid, why chop off her feet when she can dance? The main character, the ghost of the female dancer, is a ballet dancer in the national ballet team. If it were me, I would not do that, just because I am tired or pricked by thorns. The female lead in this story also has a situation exactly like Yu Myung. She wants to become a main dancer on the stage, but there are too many other talented contestants. When she was practicing in the middle of the night, she met a ghost that she had only heard rumored about at national stages. Yu Myung also quickly realized, up to this point, the plot is exactly like the Phantom of the Opera, but the development in the back is more like rebellion than worship. When he saw that he had finished reading the script, Do-han immediately asked, "What do you think?" Yu Myung also thought the script was not bad. "You said this script is very good, and it is indeed so. The arrangement is very detailed. Is the screenwriter very proficient in this field?" Do-han immediately confirmed, "That is right. She is a ballet dancer, mostly autobiographical, so she wants to play the main role. I heard that because this is the first time she has written a play, she hired a screenwriter to revise the unnatural parts, but she is the one who wrote this story." Yu Myung then expressed his point of view. "She wrote A Chance to Live." He slowly held the cup of coffee and sipped it. A Chance to Live. It is a work that can only be written once in a lifetime, because the author has put all her heart and soul into it, a thing in life that everyone has experienced. So the script must be good. At this time, Yu Myung was a little curious, so he asked, "Why do not you hire a professional ballet dancer for the ghost role?" Do-han explained, "If so, the author's purpose would be too obvious. She said that it is a role that needs acting more than ballet skills." He also told him this in advance. "However, you also need to learn a little ballet. I will have a substitute for the dancing scenes, but you also have to be able to do the close-up shots." For Yu Myung, he thought this was not difficult. Maybe. He pondered for a moment. "Even though this is just a self-contributing film, I won't trust an amateur actor and director." Yu Myung did not hesitate and asked directly, "Excuse me, director, is this an audition for the role?" Do-han at this time also confessed always, "Actually, there is another director who wants to film this movie." Yoon Se-ryun said that she could give this film to another director so that he could find a more suitable actor for the ghost role. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "This is a dictatorship always. Do-han was determined not to lose and enthusiastically said, "That director has already found an actor. That name is also a ballet dancer, but I do not think his acting is as good as Yu Myung's. It really is impossible." Temporarily ignoring that, Yu Myung was very curious about the female lead and asked, not to mention other issues, "What is Yoon Se-ryun's acting experience?" "The person who will play the main role." Do-han hurriedly replied, "She is still an amateur, but if you consider ballet as a way of acting, then she is a professional. But she is quite beautiful, that is the truth. If I were given the right to choose the female lead, then I would choose Se-ryun for the female lead." Suddenly, he spoke, "Director." He wanted to receive an affirmation, so he asked again, "After I agree, are you sure that you will not be changed your mind by the main actor, writer, and investor?" Do-han confirmed again with certainty, "When it comes to work, I will not change my point of view." Hearing this, Yu Myung at this time crossed his arms and pondered. The next second he declared a sentence that shocked Do-han, "Even if I am approved, if I think I am not suitable, I will do it on the condition that I can withdraw at any time." Do-han at this time hesitated with embarrassment. "It is a bit, the decision is made after you agree, so it will be a bit difficult to refuse." He then stood up very decisively. "Then unfortunately, I can't help it. Good luck with your project." He could not let him just leave like that and immediately grabbed his wrist. "Wait, Yu Myung. I am just an amateur director. The ghost role is a necessary role, and if there is no one to play this role, what should I do?" Unfortunately, Yu Myung could not do much either. "My career is just as important as yours, director. It is too dangerous to make a decision when only hearing your words, and not witnessing anything." Hearing Yu Myung say that, Do-han had nothing to say. He the next second hung his head down with a sad look. "I agree to your condition, please do not go." He had achieved his goal when he accepted, so the negotiation is over. The next step is, a very important step for the role, that is to learn ballet. When Yu Myung entered, there was immediately a female dancer to greet him. "Please come in, oh my god." He politely spoke, "Hello, is it possible for me to learn ballet?" At the dance studio. Seeing him arrive, Ms. Chu stepped out to greet him. "Hello, oh my." Yu Myung adjusted the scarf around his neck and replied, "Hello. I was wondering if I could learn ballet here." Hearing this, she looked around the classroom with a bit of hesitation. A young man. Wanting to learn ballet. As she spoke, Ms. Chu raised her hand to her chin, thinking hesitantly. After a moment, she gave a forced smile. It is good for a man to learn this too, it really is. But. She paused and thought, I heard that a harasser appeared at another ballet academy recently and caused quite a stir. Seeing her expression, Yu Miang gave a gentle, honest, and persuasive smile. I am not sure if I will pursue it seriously, but as an ambitious actor, I want to audition for a role this time. There will be stunt doubles for the high-level technical moves, but I still want to have a basic understanding of ballet. Seeing his sincerity, Ms. Chu replied happily, Ah, I see. In the room filled with many pictures of ballet dancers, Ms. Chu began to ask, so, what level are you aiming for? Basically, a ballet dancer's muscles are different from regular muscles. That is the key point. Then he placed his hand on his chest and spoke honestly, even if I can't achieve it immediately, I want to build my physique to resemble a dancer's appearance as much as possible. Hearing this, Ms. Chu's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed pink. After a while, she walked inside and called out, Come on in. Walking up to a large mirror, Ms. Chu saw he was still wearing his coat and said, Why do not you take off your coat and stand straight in front of the mirror? Hearing this, he hurriedly took it off. Ah yes. Now that Yu Miang was standing before the mirror, Ms. Chu professionally walked around him, observing his physique. After that, she gave an evaluation that made him breathe a sigh of relief. While your body is not perfect, most people would consider it a well-maintained and attractive physique. And ballet muscles are a bit different. Saying this, Ms. Chu took off her jacket, revealing her muscles. Seeing the sight before him, Yu Miang felt a little nervous. Ms. Chu stood tall with a serious demeanor. She held her neck high and instructed, The core of ballet is stretching your muscles to the maximum limit your body allows. First, you must get used to completely relaxing your muscles before you can stretch them. After finishing the instructions, Ms. Chu put her jacket back on, looked at Yu Miang's worried expression, and laughed. Making muscles hard and strong is the next step. It is not effective for this, right? She looked at him with kind eyes and continued, Children are relatively easier to mold, and adult women are a bit better, but it is not easy for an adult man to recreate his body. Do you still want to continue? You have a stunt double anyway, so why not choose the easier way? Suddenly, Yu Miang spoke up, making Ms. Chu freeze, but I still want to do it. Then he cracked his knuckles and added, I might fail this audition, but knowing more about these muscles will help me in other roles. Then Yu Miang tilted his head and started a conversation, by the way. He gave a wry smile and asked, Private courses. They are quite expensive, are not they, Ms. Chu burst out laughing in relief and replied, What are you saying? I will only charge you the rate for adult classes. Besides, I am really looking forward to seeing how motivated you will be while studying here. Hearing this, Yu Miang breathed a sigh of relief. And there is one more thing I would like to ask for your help with. Ms. Chu was immediately curious. At this time, Do-han sat opposite him and said, The competition takes place on December 23rd, which means there are 20 days left. There might be an interview about the interpretation of the phantom character, scripted acting, and free acting. An illustration appeared. Round 1, the host asks, How did you interpret this phantom character? Round 2 sets a requirement. Please reenact this segment. Round 3, please perform any scene you would like to show. Just imagining it made Miang feel a bit dazed. It sounds no different from an audition. Do-han replied calmly, The difference is they will interview the director too. I think the conclusion will still come from the actor. Then he raised a question, So does the female lead perform ballet herself? He immediately replied, Mostly just close-up shots. However, for movements like jumping, she will need a professional stunt double. Hearing this, Miang was a bit surprised. Why is that? Has she been retired for a while? Receiving this question, Do-han hesitated slightly. It is more than that. An image appeared of an actress in a ballet dress who was injured. Because of a leg injury, she had to retire. Hearing this news, Miang felt stunned. A blurry scene of a ballet studio appeared. He thought, the female lead's impression after reading The Red Shoes is actually Yoon Se-ryun's own thoughts. Do-han then spoke up, snapping Miang back to reality, So let us start preparing seriously. Like a pair, the two sat smiling at each other. He obediently replied, Yes. Tuesday, December 23rd, in Chungmu Aro. White snow had appeared on the streets. Myung, wrapped in a scarf against the cold, walked down the street. As he walked, his eyes were a bit pensive. A small production company named Blue Film. This would not be a very pleasant project for them. The script is very good, but it is not the type of film that brings in a lot of revenue. Myung walked quietly through the streets with a bunch of thoughts. Even so, they took it on as producers because of the small scale of the project. To score points with investors. At least there are not any difficulties regarding production costs. Suddenly, a noise from afar caught his attention. Hey, look over there, she is so beautiful. Curious, Myung also glanced over to take a look. Over there was a girl with a slim, radiant figure. The boys around her were all blushing, wondering, is she a model? But standing in the middle of this crowd, the girl still maintained a cold expression and let out a sigh. The traffic light turned green, and the girl walked away. Myung remained standing still, watching her intently. After watching for a while, he noticed the muscles on her back. Myung followed slowly from behind, observing. A ballet dancer. A moment later, as Myung was walking on the sidewalk, someone waved and called out from afar, "You Myung over here." Over there, Do-han appeared in his usual look. Recognizing him, he called out loudly, "Director." Then Myung walked closer, looking apologetic. "I am sorry, it is my first time here, so I got a bit lost." He gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "It is okay, we are not late yet. It is getting cold, let us head inside." Inside the stairwell, a floor guide appeared. The two of them chatted animatedly. "What is the other actor's name?" "It is Kwon Sung-han." As they walked, Do-han recounted, he used to be a ballet major but switched to the entertainment industry, and he is currently acting in various minor roles. Myung followed behind, thinking to himself, the name sounds strange. I guess his acting career has not been very successful. While walking, he stopped and turned back to look, startling Myung. "But what are you trying to portray in your free acting? Is it going to be a secret until the end?" Receiving this question, Myung happily replied loudly, "You will see it soon. Because I want to show you, director, my completed version." Next, both of them entered the office. Do-han spoke casually, "Hello." The female employee inside also politely asked, "Is Director Ki here?" The girl happily reported, "Someone from the investor side and the screenwriter are here. This way, please." Do-han replied comfortably, "Oh, I see." Quickly, the two of them arrived at the door. The female employee knocked and announced, "Director Ki and the actor have arrived." From inside, a voice rang out, "Come in." Immediately after that, the girl looked at Myung. "You go around this way." Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. Inside, the investor was looking very worriedly at Seryun, who was lying on the table, and called out, "Seryun, wake up." She only lazily replied, "Yeah." As soon as he saw her, Myung recognized her. It is the girl from earlier. Inside, the investor kept pleading, "Hey miss, I am still recovering from last night's drinking. Anyway, we can't start until everyone has arrived." When the three of them walked in and saw this scene, they also looked shocked. Then Do-han stepped forward and said, "Ms. Seryun. As promised, it is exactly 2 o'clock, and we have gathered here so we can work." Hearing that voice, Seryun opened her eyes groggily. She immediately raised her head and gave a wry smile. "I am sorry, director. I am a bit tired so." He stood there and added, "I hope you can consider this carefully." Seryun responded very cooperatively, "Yes." Then Myung spoke up, making her freeze, "Are you really putting much heart into this audition? Whether you are an actor or a ballet dancer, an audition is a necessary and important opportunity." At this point, Seryun could only listen in silence. After a moment, Myung asked a question, "How would you, Yoon Seryun, feel if you were auditioning for the role of Giselle and the competition judges did the same thing?" By this point, even she was stunned. Seeing this, he stood still and asked seriously once more, "How would you, Yoon Seryun, feel if you were auditioning for the role of Giselle and the competition judges did the same thing?" Seeing this demeanor, both the investor and Do-han were speechless with surprise. Next, Do-han, a bit worried, ran over and grabbed Myung's wrist. Myung thought very seriously, "I can handle rude and selfish people, but I can't work with people who are not serious about acting. If this continues, it is better not to start at all." At this point, Seryun slightly tightened her grip. Then she raised her head and spoke hesitantly, "You are right." Seryun stood up with dazed eyes. I sincerely apologize. Suddenly, Sung-han appeared, swinging the door open forcefully and shouting, "Sorry we are late." But as soon as he stepped inside and felt the suffocating atmosphere, he knew better and fell silent. Finally, everyone sat in their chairs and looked at each other. Myung observed seriously, "That guy is Kwon Sung-han." Sung-han was sitting with a serious posture, while he silently evaluated him. His physique is certainly very balanced. It is clear he has studied ballet. At this point, Sung-han leaned forward and said, "Excuse me, but I have been a long-time fan of MS. Yoon Se-ryun." "Truly, from the bottom of my heart," Se-ryun asked. Feeling it was hard to believe, "You know me," he answered naturally, "Of course. Who in ballet does not know Yoon Se-ryun from Jinhwa Arts High School? I thought that one day you would be the principal dancer for the Aurora Ballet Company, but it is such a pity." Se-ryun sat frozen. A serious voice cut in, "Enough about the past. Let us focus on the main task." Sung-han felt embarrassed. "Ah yes." Myung gave a wry smile watching them. He does not seem very tactful. Later, Se-ryun focused on opening the script. Scene 8, the meeting between Yoon Waran and the Phantom, and Scene 75, the Phantom stalking Waran. We will go through each scene. I will read the narration and Waran's lines. I will start first, followed by Mr. Kwon Sung-han. Myung sat in deep thought. Scenes 8 and 7. One scene depicts the innocent and gentle nature of the Phantom, and the other depicts his chaotic and contrasting prowess. He imagined the setting of the movie. The script was read by Se-ryun. Scene 8, Yoon Waran is practicing alone in the room and gets lost in the building because the exit is locked. Waran loses her way and accidentally enters the ballet theater adjacent to the practice building, where she meets a masked man. The man says to Waran, "Young lady." Returning to reality, Sung-han was performing with full immersion, continuing the dialogue, "Are you lost?" The investor and Do-han watched the two converse, sighing with worry. They did not notice and kept going back and forth. The man realizes Waran is one of the Swan Lake dancers and asks her name. Sung-han jumped into the dialogue, "Ah, so you are one of those kids performing in Swan Lake. What is your name?" In the room, they kept going back and forth. After hearing Waran's name, the man prophesied that the next performance would be Giselle. "Meeting like this must be fate. So let me tell you one thing, after Swan Lake, the next production will be Giselle." Myung sat listening intently, thinking to himself, when reading the script for Phantom of the Ballet, there is a special point in it. The image of a dancer appearing with a fluid body, the emotions of the female lead are portrayed in a way that almost dominates the entire production flow. So, naturally, we sympathize with her perspective. But what about the Phantom? Thinking this, Myung opened his eyes wide, filled with emotion. He stared at Se-ryun, wondering, how would she look from his point of view? After the two finished acting, Do-han spoke up with an evaluation. "Mr. Kwon Sung-han, although you did not have much time to prepare, you did a great job. You may sit down now." He replied politely, "Yes, thank you." Se-ryun sat with her chin in her hand, thinking, I did not think the Phantom in my imagination would be so formal, but... She scribbled on a piece of paper, so sloppy. The script she had pondered over could speak, but had never been intended to be executed. Se-ryun's mind was in a total mess, her face showing boredom. It started with my father forcing me to do something in any project. An actor not like what I expected. How annoying. Then someone called out, "Mr. Yu Myung, please prepare for scene 8. Suddenly, the investor turned and called, "Ryan, Se-ryun," the narration. Hearing this, she was jolted awake. Immediately, she began the narration. At that moment, a ray of moonlight shone down from the skylight, and a masked man appeared. Myung gave a slight, meaningful smile. He entered the role instantly, bowing slightly as light as the wind. "Young lady." Using eyes full of emotion, Myung said, "Are you lost?" A scene at a cafe appeared. At that time, Myung was holding the script, listening intently. For scene 8, just act like Jekyll. Make him look as angelic as possible. He replied with the script in hand, "Director, I think the Phantom in scene 8 should have something pure, but with a few signs of an omen." Do-han found it reasonable and agreed. "That is good, but I am worried it might make the audience think he is a villain." Myung spoke back reassuringly, "It will be fine if we just change the tone of certain words." He was surprised. "What, how?" Having just finished explaining, he demonstrated. His tone became gloomy as he reached out his hand and said, "So you are one of those kids performing in Swan Lake. Then Myung tilted his head and gave a smile full of meaning. What is your name? Hearing this tone, Do-han was instantly stunned by the shock. After that, Myung happily put his coat back on. What do you think, snapping out of it, he said. The whole sentence sounded very bright, but just that part is what gave me the shivers. He happily praised him. You were quick to notice. Do-han expressed his curiosity, but why that part? Immediately, Myung stated what he had noticed. The Phantom actually already knows Waran's name. In the story, it looks like a chance encounter, right? But I think he met Waran for a purpose. He is someone who lives in seclusion behind the ballet theater and observes everything strictly. Hearing this, Do-han thought in amazement, that is like. Then said aloud, but what method can cause such a chill with just one word? It sounds like it would be very difficult. In a corner of the cafe, the two of them chatted passionately. It is about applying an inner monologue. An inner monologue, even when there is no dialogue, you just act by saying it in your head, then the reaction becomes much more vivid. An illustration appeared. Myung said, for example, if someone you dislike is rattling off a bunch of boasts about themselves, oh, he is at it again. He never gets tired of talking. If you think about these words while reacting, you will naturally express a feeling of boredom. He listened intently, learning. Myung added, I will apply it to scene 8, the scene where I maintain an angelic state, but internally, when reading the line. Hello Yoon Waran, in which part, returning to reality, Myung acted fully immersed in the character and said, meeting like this must be fate. So let me tell you one thing. After Swan Lake, the next production will be Giselle. Seeing this, Do-han smiled with satisfaction. Only exactly 2 words in those sentences carried that tone. I have truly met a genius actor. Seryun, who was writing, had to look up in surprise. Then she gripped her pen and wrote something, thinking powerful. But warm and generous. The angel that Waran had imagined. A scene of the Phantom dancing gracefully under a halo of light appeared. After that, the two continued their dialogue. That is right. Mr. Subin, who plays Albrecht, what is the current situation? Myung's expression turned anxious and fearful. Waran, I have seen many ballet dancers. Most just join the dance troupe and then disappear, but a few let their talent shine. And when they can move forward as artists, it is love, relationships, and marriage that hold them back. Seryun rested her chin on her hand, nodding repeatedly in thought. The Phantom in scene 75 needs to reveal his obsession with ballet. He is a teacher and completely capable of persuading the female lead, Waran. I wonder if these scenes are being acted correctly. She kept watching Myung as he acted. He spoke his lines. Now the production of Giselle is in its final stages of completion, and then she suddenly realizes she has fallen for Albrecht. Fine, good. Because it is unrequited love that will make Giselle complete. Myung tilted his head, revealing an obsessive look, and asked, so you can stop here. He acted so realistically that he faced Seryun directly. Don't disappoint me. Looking at this, Seryun gave a wry smile, acknowledging in her heart, he is the Phantom I had envisioned in my mind. When it was over, she voiced her praise, I really like it. Next, please prepare for the free acting portion. Sitting in the waiting chair, Sung-han glanced at Myung warily. At this rate, I am going to lose. Fortunately, I have prepared a dance for this part. Thinking this, he stepped forward nervously. I will show you Albrecht's performance in Giselle. With that, Sung-han began to dance as gracefully as a bird, his face still showing anxiety. Seryun watched the performance intently, her face expressionless. She watched his every gesture, silently evaluating. He was a ballet dancer, so I expected to see an impressive performance, but even this is a disaster. A complete failure since the en dehors. Reject, she thought, then used her pen to cross him out on the paper while being polite. That is all. Mr. Kwon Sung-han, thank you for your hard work. He exhaled, ah yes, thank you. Next, Seryun announced, Mr. Shin Yu-myung, please prepare to start. With that, she felt curious. What will this actor do? Hearing this, he stepped forward without hesitation and said, I will reenact scene 34. Hearing that, Sung-han, sitting in his chair, was startled. Seryun, sitting in her chair, had a slight change in expression, somewhat surprised. In that case, is not that the scene where the Phantom teaches the production of Giselle to Waran, that scene where the Phantom plays the role of Giselle himself. At this point, Myung had already entered a ready position. A pure woman appeared Giselle, a classic ballet masterpiece composed during the Romantic ballet era. A tragic scene appeared. In Act 1, Giselle falls for the young Albrecht, but when she discovers he is a nobleman and already betrothed, she goes mad and dies. Act 2, Giselle becomes a wheelie, a fairy who lures men at night and makes them dance until they die. When Mirtha, the queen of the Willis, sees Albrecht visiting Giselle's grave with the intention of apologizing, she places a curse on him. He must dance all night and die of exhaustion. But Giselle still loves Albrecht dearly and dances all night with him to protect him. Seryun was currently staring blankly in one direction, pensive. Scene 34 is when the Phantom teaches Waran the difference between Giselle in Act 1 and Act 2 by dancing it himself. Why would an amateur choose this scene? At that moment, Yu Myung spoke up, entering the role, Yoon Waran. The performance of Giselle in Act 1 and Act 2 is completely different. Look. At this point, Seryun was also so mesmerized watching him perform that she was surprised. Looking at his graceful and immersed appearance, she thought, this is. Yu Myung's face was full of emotion as he performed every ballet movement. Seryun realized, Giselle in Act 2. Despair. At the same time, his eyes were also overflowing with that emotion. Suddenly, Yu Myung stopped and called out, Yoon Waran. With a troubled mood, he used a disappointed face to instruct, your Giselle still has too much strength. Giselle in Act 2 is soul. You cannot act the way you did in Act 1. Hearing this, Seryun was so shocked her mouth hung open. After finishing his performance, Yu Myung stood modestly and said, that is what I have prepared. She asked in disbelief, have you ever done ballet before? After asking, she looked at him with a nervous face. Yu Myung hesitated for a moment. Then he answered frankly, no, I have not. I just went to a ballet academy and practiced this movement over and over until the day of the audition. Seryun was even more surprised upon hearing that answer, thinking, even if it is just one or two movements, how could someone unfamiliar with ballet? Then she asked, so why did you choose this scene? Yu Myung answered honestly, this is the moment he has to show Waran what a true teacher looks like. I think it would be difficult for a stunt double to pull off this mid-shot, and as an actor, I believe I should demonstrate what I am capable of. Do-han, sitting nearby, gave a strained smile out of shock. He never imagined Myung would prepare something like this for the free acting portion. Then he glanced over at Sunghan's worried assistant and felt a secret sense of joy, thinking, this is a brilliant victory. A voice echoed in the room, we will now conduct the interview with the actors. After they sat at the table, the investor and Seryun sat opposite Sunghan and Yu Myung. Seryun spoke first, Mr. Shin. Yu Myung, what do you think about Giselle? He replied confidently, if she were my sister, she definitely would have gotten revenge and cursed that person. Yu Myung lowered his eyes, looking sad. But I understand her. Because if there is something valuable enough that I can't help but chase after it, even if it means falling into a state of loneliness, or constant betrayal, I would still follow it to the end. Seryun remained silent, surprised by his answer. Then she looked puzzled. Isn't Waran very unpleasant though? Myung calmly analyzed. She is not unpleasant. If I could obtain something that valuable just by hurting someone, it would be very hard for me to resist that temptation. But that is not the result you would get. And unfortunately, Waran did not understand anything. While listening to the answer, Seryun diligently took notes. At this point, she frowned as if she did not fully grasp the issue. Waran got what she wanted. Isn't that a happy ending for her? Myung closed his eyes tightly and spoke his mind. In this play, the ending is Waran becoming the principal dancer, but an image of her under the spotlight appeared. He added, is the obsession with the position Waran gained by hurting others a benefit or a burden to her? If you succeed in eliminating your rivals and cutting off all competition, and then another opponent appears, would you still feel the thrill of overcoming them at any cost? Yu Myung said these words with a serious face. I feel like I would have to spend the rest of my life enduring it. Suddenly, Seryun excitedly countered, I do not agree with that assessment. Then she stared at Myung's appearance and thought to herself, anyone capable of acting like that at this age is definitely a genius. Effort. Effort is something anyone can do. Her legs pressed together slightly out of nervousness. But what if you were faced with a major disaster that even the most absolute effort could not solve? Next, Seryun turned to Sunghan. Let me ask you, Mr. Kwon Sunghan. He replied with a start, I think he is a wonderful character. The greatness and strictness of ballet are truly impressive. While answering, Sung-han glanced at Myung worriedly. Therefore, I think it would be beneficial for someone who is passionate and can actually dance ballet to play this role. Seryun turned and asked, "What about you, Mr. Shin Myung?" He replied succinctly, "It is fine, but I am a bit disappointed." She looked confused. In which part? Imagining the scene of the play, Myung shared his analysis. This script is entirely from Waren's perspective. While Waren's thoughts and goals are described in great detail, the Phantom character is depicted as someone with ambiguous emotions, like they are from two different dimensions. Hearing this, Seryun closed her eyes, looked down, and replied, "In reality, the Phantom is exactly that kind of person." Myung clicked his tongue. He imagined the Phantom's cold appearance. A man who gave his life to ballet, who lived in the cracks of early memories, is he truly a divine character with no dark side? I think the story would be more compelling if the Phantom were given a bit more of a human touch. After hearing those words, everyone in the room looked at Myung in surprise. Do-han gave a wry smile and thought, Myung, you could have saved such sensitive remarks for later. Being criticized about the script like that, Seryun pointed her pen toward him, looking a bit angry. But Mr. Shin Myung's performance just now. Was not he exactly the image of the Phantom I wanted to create? Myung immediately replied, "Yes, that is what the current script dictates." She froze for a moment. He added, "That is why I acted exactly like that." Finally, Seryun stood up with a relieved expression and reached out her hand. "Mr. Myung, I am looking forward to working with you." Finally, the two actors and the two directors shook hands. Seryun said, "Please excuse me for being so rude earlier." He did not take it to heart. "It is fine. By the way, you practiced all night, did not you?" Seryun was suddenly taken aback. "What?" Then Myung recalled her back and said aloud, "You did not look like you were drunk at all." Then he thought, those muscles would not be that warmed up after a night of drinking. Caught red-handed, Seryun blushed with extreme embarrassment and shouted, "I." Finally, she left and slammed the door. "No, I did not," he just watched her, feeling awkward. Then Myung glanced over and noticed something. Nearby on the table was a cup of steaming tea. He recognized it. The scent of chamomile. In the evening at a building, a loud voice echoed, "Casting for a play." Inside the house, Ji-yeon said happily, "Then I guess you will have to take a leave of absence next semester." Myung, obediently eating strawberries, replied, "It is necessary to focus on the performance." Hearing this, his parents looked sad and said, "I really want you to finish school, but he already tried out for the role. It is not like he is quitting forever. He is just taking a temporary break. It will be fine." Ji-yeon sat in her chair, tilted her head, and said to Myung, "If it is a movie about ballet, will there be real dancers? I love ballet so much." Hearing that, he remembered something and glanced over. Ah, that is right. The two of them sat chatting animatedly. "You know Yoon Seryun, do not you? Yoon Seryun from Jinhua University of the Arts. Yeah, I think so. She is the female lead in this movie." As soon as she heard this, she jumped up in a panic and asked loudly, "Really?" Myung was startled by her excitement. Her mother scolded, "Shin Ji-yeon, stop scaring your brother." Once she sat back down at the table, Ji-yeon asked excitedly, "How is her leg? Is it better now?" Myung covered his mouth in surprise. Then he asked, "How do you know about that?" She looked nonchalant and tilted her head. "This is so famous that fans are spreading it through word of mouth." The image of Seryun shining in her ballet outfit appeared. Ji-yeon added, "She is famous for her skills, artistry, and a talent rarely seen in Korea." When she joined the Aurora Ballet Company, everyone expected her to be the youngest prima ballerina. But before that could happen, she had a ligament problem in her toe. They say it was not the result of an injury, but that it wore out from too much practice. So recovery is almost impossible. I was worried about how she could face giving up ballet after spending her whole life on it, but it seems she has become an actress now. That is great. Hearing the story, Myung was pensive for a moment. A week later at the office, Do-han held up 4 fingers and announced, "The filming schedule will start in April." He folded his arms seriously and added, "Even though the film company assigned me as assistant director and casting manager, I will still be front and center, organizing the lineup, casting, and locations." The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Do-han continued, "Mr. Myung needs more ballet training, and Ms. Seryun needs more acting practice. In the meantime, You two can help each other train, and I will visit often. Also, we will have a session on the script and character interpretation. Oh, and we found a stunt double for MS. Seryun. Hearing the news, she was also surprised. You already found one, Do-han replied. Yes, I invited her to the practice room today. Immediately, a loud greeting rang out. Hello, he looked happily at the door. Perfect timing. A girl with a slender figure walked in and introduced herself. My name is Moon Soo-jin, and I am in the dance department at Wondae University. I look forward to your guidance. Then Do-han explained the reason for choosing her. I chose her because her appearance is quite similar to MS. Seryun's, and I am also looking forward to seeing her dance, although I do not think she is an expert in ballet. If MS. Seryun wants to take a look. Seryun stood listening quietly, looking a bit dazed. Seeing her looking distracted, he called out again, MS. Seryun, hearing his voice, she snapped out of it awkwardly and replied, oh yes. Let us watch. Do-han gave instructions casually, then quickly change into your dance clothes and remember to take notes. Yu Myung also understood the current situation and stared intently at her back. After Soo-jin finished changing and stood before the three of them, Seryun strictly folded her arms and gave a task. Can I see the solo from Act 2 of Giselle? The part with the jeté. She replied politely yes. Next, Soo-jin moved her feet very gracefully. Suddenly, she spun and raised her arms and legs skillfully. Seryun recognized it, pirouette. With graceful steps, she jumped high. This was a sauté. When Soo-jin's feet touched the ground, Seryun silently evaluated, stable and decent. Under the witness of the three of them, Soo-jin leaped high with her legs spread wide. Seeing this sight, Seryun froze, her eyes wide as if in longing. More. Jeté. After a series of internal evaluations, she became sad. Finally, Do-han left with Soo-jin. Good work training, see you again. Myung and Seryun inside also bowed back. When only the two of them were left, she started to ask, have you thought of a training direction yet, Yu Myung? He sat on the floor and replied happily, maybe any exercise that burns 5 kilograms would be better. Seryun, who was tying her hair, replied, you are already very thin. Yu Myung shared his idea, since I am the phantom, my bone structure needs to be a bit more defined. A symbolic image of the skeleton appeared. Seryun began teaching, most ballet movements are performed in an unstable state, so the core must maintain balance. Core muscles, back muscles, and abdominal muscles are very important. At this point, she gave a light cough. It is not like you just keep dancing like that, but since the camera filmed the upper body, let us train with intensity. Suddenly Yu Myung interrupted, as if I am continuing to dance. Using gentle eyes he continued, not in the usual way, but following a professional training regime. Hearing this, Seryun's cheeks turned red and she asked teasingly, do you regret it? 2 weeks later, Seryun was wearing a jacket with her body shivering. A voice rang out, sister, it does not look like you are shivering, it looks like you are angry. But then she acted shy and made an excuse, no, I am not. Yu Myung's voice rang out, in ballet, acting through the body can be conveyed more subtly through facial expressions. Don't just put on pretty expressions. Pain, anger, jealousy, portray them a bit more. Hearing this, Seryun lowered her head and closed her eyes, trying to endure it. Finally in the room she shouted, it is time, let us take a break. Immediately, she sat down on the floor, sighing with exhaustion. But suddenly she gave a laugh. Seeing this as strange, Yu Myung was curious, why did you suddenly laugh? On the floor, belongings were scattered in a mess. Seryun replied honestly, it is just. I did not have any expectations at first, but the more I train with you. At this point, her cheeks turned pink and she smiled radiantly. It seems the ideas in my head are finally capable of becoming a reality. Seeing this, Yu Myung stared at her in silence. Then he gave a calm smile. Even if you praise me to the heavens, do not think you can add more work. Receiving that shocking news, her face changed. Hey, do not overdo it. Then Seryun stood up tiredly. Yu Myung said to himself, now, let us deeply feel what I never had throughout 15 years of my past life. Quickly, evening arrived. Yu Myung walked outside in the winter air. So cold. Today was exhausting. When I get home, I have to wash my training clothes and review the script segments I read. Suddenly he realized something and looked up, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Immediately, Yu Myung opened his bag and could not find what he needed. When he did not see the script, he realized, the script is still at the studio. In the dark night with only the moonlight shining in, Yu Myung gently opened the studio door. Going inside, the sound of melodious music surprised him. Music. Inside, Seryun was wearing a ballet outfit, dancing and leaping high like a swan. But at this moment, her face looked a bit pained. Seryun's toes touched the ground and then curved into an arch. Seeing this sight, Yu Myung's face changed, filled with fear. Quickly, she fell freely to the floor in extreme pain. Myung shouted loudly, "Sister." He rushed over, even more worried. "Are you okay?" Seryun braced herself on the floor, turned her head away, and stammered, "I." Now she sat slumped on the floor, tears falling as she sobbed, "Jeté. I used to be so good at the jeté." A while later, the two sat together in a corner by the wall. While crying, Seryun recounted, in the 19th century, Marie Taglioni was the first person to dance with the point technique. Yu Myung listened intently. A ballet dancer like a butterfly dancing in the forest appeared. She continued, "They said that dance was as light and beautiful as a fairy, as if she were flying without weight. But oh, how painful it was." Back to the present, Seryun pressed her wounded feet against the floor. Her toenails were torn and bleeding. The blood had dried in her shoes, so removing them would tear her skin. Even so, she kept crying and learning. Seeing her pain, Yu Myung hesitated and spoke up, "Is it so miserable that you are determined to keep doing it?" Her eyes looked a bit less sad as she replied, "Because ballet is a dance toward the infinite sky." Straightening the back and lifting the hips. Seryun looked pensively at the starry sky. Her cheeks began to flush as if she were very happy. Lifting the arms to the limit, and finally standing on the tips of the toes. A dance pursuing the beauty of the earthly world. After speaking for a while, Seryun bit her lip. "But now I can't do point anymore." She began to pour her heart out at length. "Even though my father was a soldier, he was not too conservative. He advised me to try things I would never done while doing ballet. Do not worry about weight. Just eat delicious food, go to clubs, and get pretty pedicures." But I found none of it fun. Yu Myung listened intently to the story. Memories flooded back. Seryun as a child was standing in a ruined room. She said, "After that, I read the story of the red shoes, from a fairy tale book I accidentally picked up. That red book was illuminated by the sun like a ray of hope. It is so frustrating." Now Seryun hugged her legs tightly, feeling sorry for herself. "If it were me, if I could only dance, then I would dance regardless, day and night." Christine from Phantom of the Opera was the same. She was chosen by the angel of music, but did that ruined face matter? Why choose love like that? This is not an opportunity that everyone gets. Yu Myung sat in a corner, silently looking out the window. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, "Isn't it that you just want to dance again right now?" She remained silent, bowing her head. Then she closed her eyes and brushed it off. "It has been 2 years. Even if I could dance again, I would not be able to dance like I used to." But casting aside the negativity, Yu Myung told his own story, which surprised her. "There was a time when no matter how hard I tried, I could not act. But then one day I could act as if it were destiny. So when I first heard about your situation, I tried to think about it. Having tasted the flavor of acting, if I went back and could no longer act. If I could continue this work or not." The two were silent for a moment until Seryun asked curiously, "Then what would happen?" He leaned tiredly against the wall. "It would be very difficult, but I wonder if in the end, I would follow that path anyway. No matter how hard I tried, I could not act like I do now. Could I put in the effort for another 15 years? I can't be sure because I have never experienced anything more than that." Seryun listened intently to the story. Finally, Yu Myung stood up. "Of course, there is no single answer. Everyone will have a different one." Next, he reached out his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "But let us walk this path together until the movie is finished." The two of them smiled at each other gently. He added, "You are just my partner, after all." The next morning at the studio, Do-han clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Okay, everyone focus here for a moment." Standing before the entire film crew, he began his analysis. "First, I want to announce that our movie has been titled Ballerina High. Due to the nature of the film, many dancers are unfamiliar with acting. I will handle it with the director, but if there is anything unclear about acting, you can ask Shin Yu Myung." He gave a bright smile to everyone. I will help you as much as I can. Just let me know if you need anything. Next, Do-han glanced at a man who was sweating profusely and introduced him. Additionally, there is someone here for the first time. This is Director Choi Ruin. Let us give him a round of applause. It was very difficult to invite him here. Facing this scene, he looked a bit annoyed. Don't say it like that. Ignoring his gloomy mood, Do-han turned to everyone with a look of awe. So, let us crank in. Ballerina High, a ballet shoe was meticulously placed on a wooden box. An actress was holding a water bottle in her hand, and at the same time, a shout rang out, the position of the water bottle has changed. The one on the far right, do not cross the marking, the actress hurriedly changed her position. Yes. Quickly, the director's voice rang out, cut. Seryun began to get nervous. She stood before everyone, listening to Do-han's instructions, Ms. Seryun, immediately after overhearing the conversation of the other ballet dancers, please make a more surprised expression. Seryun nodded obediently, yes. Do-han said, let us do it again. Yu Myung, standing behind, looked tired. Director Ki Do-han is a perfectionist, so he does not let any shot slide. He glanced over and thought, the dancers who are not used to filming will have a hard time. But the one having the hardest time is. On the other side, Seryun was leaning back, dripping with sweat. Is it time yet? Stacks of food trays appeared. Good work, everyone. Let us have lunch and continue in the afternoon. Watching everyone, Do-han folded his arms and sighed. The pace is slower than I thought. Do-han and Ruin stood next to each other, watching everyone eat while chatting. These were supposed to be scenes where we could get 6 or 7 shots, but we only got 3 all morning. It is because everyone is not used to the camera yet. It will get better slowly. At this moment, Yu Myung went over to Seryun to check on her. Can you do it? She replied confidently, this much is easy. Then Yu Myung gave the lunchbox to Seryun. Because the scene is short, you seem to have a hard time grasping the emotion, right? She began to speak her mind. In ballet, emotions last continuously for several to tens of minutes. In movies, it is cut every few seconds or minutes. It is very hard to recognize the camera's position. Yu Myung smiled gently, his eyes half closed, and replied, Waran is the character that represents your ego. For acting, you just need to be yourself. The director wants that too, does not he? Hearing these words, her cheeks turned slightly pink as she whispered to herself, be myself. The two of them were engrossed in conversation, catching the attention of the other actors. As for the camera, do you want to consider it a member of the group, the camera? A lineup of dancers appeared. Yu Myung asked, even though ballet dancers do not look at each other, their movements are still coordinated. How do you coordinate? Seryun replied calmly that. When we start practicing, we have to watch and then anticipate. Later, through intuition, I can feel my surroundings. Hearing that, he imagined the passionate look of a ballet dancer and said, that is it. The camera is not the audience. If you think of yourself as a member of the group creating that performance, would not it be less stressful? People who remember the choreography of dozens of people and feel the energy won't find it hard to recognize the markings or the camera. The dancers nearby, who were eating while eavesdropping, also said to each other, that sounds good, right? Yeah, let us do it like that. At this point, Yu tilted his head, his mouth still rambling. I did not know much either until I studied it this time. Ballet is a truly fascinating and satisfying art form. Then he turned to look at those dancers and joked with them, everyone, relax and try your best. Show the beauty of ballet to as many people as possible. Standing nearby, Ruin also noticed this scene. He gave a hem as if he were thinking about something. 3 days later, Yu Myung and Seryun stood in a dark room. The two of them looked up in surprise. Wow. This room was dark and had an unusually eerie vibe. It turned out to be a set like this. In a corner of the room, countless mannequins and wigs were scattered in a mess. The two of them walked in cautiously. Seryun said a bit nervously, if I got lost in a place like this at midnight, I would probably faint. On the floor, ballet shoes were thrown about haphazardly. Myung still smiled and joked innocently, I think Waran will adapt just fine. She agreed, that is true. Seeing the two step into position, Do-han came over to announce, let us start filming. Everyone moved to your positions. Seryun heard him and tilted her head yes. The scene was ready to begin. Roll 8, Scene 3, Take 1. Prepare, and action. At that moment, Something ran quickly, panting continuously. Above, Seryun looked out with a very worried face. She leaned slightly, standing frozen in place. Right then, Seryun gritted her teeth and spoke with a tremble, "Where on earth is the exit?" Her eyes showed clear despair. "Practice is tomorrow, I can't mess this up. Why did the security guard lock the door for no reason? If I miss this chance, I will truly." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind her, catching her attention. Driven by sheer terror, Seryun let out a piercing scream. Amidst the hazy darkness of the night, Yumayong appeared in his role as the Phantom. He stepped forward slowly and asked, "Oh little girl, are you lost?" as Seryun, playing Waran, crawled across the floor in fear. Her face turned pale as she stammered, Who are you?" The Phantom reached out his hand with a gentle smile. "Ah, you are one of the girls from the Swan Lake troupe. Your name is..." What was it again? Waran gradually opened up and took his hand. "I am Yoon Waran." Suddenly, a powerful force pulled her up, making her startle. The silhouettes of their faces, inches apart, were reflected in the glass. In the stillness of the night, their voices were mere whispers. "Indeed, meeting like this is fate, so I will let you in on a secret. The next performance after Swan Lake concludes will be Giselle." Upon hearing this, Waran was incredulous. "What? How is that possible?" The Phantom then arched his legs into a flexible, supple curve. Witnessing this technique, Waran was utterly stunned. The Phantom danced gracefully, as if floating on the wind. Seeing this, she realized, from Giselle. Seryun gripped her backpack straps tightly, thinking to herself, Yumayong's ballet technique is not as flashy as a professional dancer's. But as for his upper body movements, Yumayong was spinning in a dance of pure passion. He swung his arms, every leap executed with perfect precision. Finally, Yumayong stopped and gave a gentle smile. Seryun watched intently, marveling, so beautiful. Staring at the dazzling sight before her, Waran stood frozen in place. She thought, an angel of ballet. Yumayong returned to the cold demeanor of the Phantom character and looked at her. Then he extended his hand in an invitation, "Dance with me." Looking at that palm, Waran seemed a bit hesitant. Then, she slowly reached out her hand as well. Finally, their hands locked tight, and at that moment, the director's voice rang out, "Cut." Everyone behind the camera was immensely satisfied with the scene. Dohan spoke up, "All right, done." Ruin, however, was still reeling from the shock of such acting talent. After a moment, he spoke up, catching Dohan's attention, "What does that young man do?" In response, Dohan shared the background info. He is an amateur who used to do plays in college. Though strangely, there is nothing amateur about his angles. Ruin was surprised to hear that. An amateur. He then cast an anxious gaze down toward the stage. After a while, he held the camera and adjusted the angle. Sometimes, there are actors who command attention just by standing still behind the lens. He did not have that, so at first, I did not think he was anything special. Recalling the filming of that scene, Ruin spoke his heart. But once he starts acting, even in a full shot, it is like I am being pulled right in. The camera captured it all, the image of Yumayong fully immersed in the Phantom role, dancing with masterly skill. With a complex expression he continued, "I was surprised a few days ago seeing the dancers relax, but today I am even more shocked." That actor is 24, Dohan, standing beside him, laughed with delight. "I know what you mean. It is not just flashy. It is deeply profound." Then he turned his head toward the stage and praised, "He is a fine actor. He fits the lead role perfectly. Thanks to you guys, the shoot went smoothly." The scene then shifted to a gloomy atmosphere, like a confrontation between a dragon and a tiger. Seryun was now standing opposite Yumayong, looking extremely annoyed. Dohan could not find the words, watching the scene. Filming. Smooth. Yumayong stood with one hand on his hip, the other gesturing as he reasoned, "No, look, I am saying the Phantom is also obsessed with Waran." Seryun crossed her arms and countered irritably, "The Phantom is a god of ballet. Why would he be obsessed with such a perfect existence?" The two kept bickering. Waran is considered a goddess. The reason the Phantom teaches other dancers while leaving Waran behind is that he is conscious of her. That is just because he is disappointed in her. The crew watched the scene, feeling awkward. They are certainly ambitious, are not they? The two continued to argue. Exactly, feeling that emotion is proof that he is not perfect, Do-han finally raised his hands to intervene. Hey, you two. He waved his hand to settle the matter. It is true the movie is from Waren's perspective, but I think the story would be richer if we added a more human side to the Phantom. Hearing this, Seryun cast a weary glance toward them. But she maintained her prideful stance and replied, "Understood. I will set aside my bias and listen, so try to convince me. If it does not work, I am sticking to the original path."
Ok, Yo Mayong replied, "Fine."
An image from the film appeared, Waran peeking at the Phantom's conversation with another dancer. Yu Mayong began his analysis, scene 87. The Phantom is teaching another dancer quite calmly. Let us reenact the lesson after Waran witnesses it. Saying this, he turned to the director with a suggestion. "Director, could you film us acting this out?" Ruin happily agreed, "Sure." The camera was in position, ready to roll. Yu Mayong added, "Stand in Waren's spot." Then, the four of them looked at the monitor to analyze the scene. Yu Mayong spoke first. In scene 87, the Phantom is quite composed. Waran was restless with jealousy, so she eventually brought it up, right? On the monitor, Seryun and Mayong were filming that very scene. He continued, "It is unclear what Waran actually learned. But the Phantom noticed the details." The screen showed the Phantom using his eyes to analyze her movements. Then the screen switched to the two of them arguing. And when he argues with Waran, it is the same as always. He is so cold and rigid that she feels resentful and wronged. The image of a perfectionist. Listening to those words, Seryun's eyes flickered away as if she were deep in thought. Looking at the monitor of them practicing, Yu Mayong added, "And if you look at the practice scene with Waran." In the frame, he was meticulously adjusting the waistband of her pants. Both of them were lost in the music. Seryun stared at the screen and finally understood. Ah! The Phantom's gaze. On the screen, his eyes looking at Waran were full of deep contemplation. Seeing that look, she was filled with confusion. Why? Why did the Phantom look at Waran like that? Sensing her thoughts, Yu Mayong glanced back and asked, "Curious, are not you?" Then he happily explained, "Waran believes the Phantom is a perfect being, so acting that part is not a problem. There is just one side story about the Phantom left." Hearing this, Seryun lowered her head shyly, thinking, "I was so confident I would not be persuaded." Then, a voice echoed in the room, "I get it now. That is brilliant." It was a starry night. The scene outside a restaurant was quiet and still. Inside, Ruin held a beer, feeling refreshed. The Phantom's emotions becoming a subplot. But I can't see the source of those emotions. The four of them sat around a table. Do-han immediately followed up, "The reason the Phantom, who lives in the corners of the theater and thinks only of ballet, becomes obsessed with Waran. It can be understood without explanation." Ruin, sitting next to him, countered, "That is because we know the whole story. It won't reach the audience's intuition. There must be hints in the video." The table was spread with delicious, glistening dishes. He continued, "And it was not just one or two dancers he taught. You have to show the audience why he specifically became obsessed with Yoon Waran." Seryun, holding her chopsticks, agreed. "That is true. Specifically, there needs to be at least one scene to convince them." While everyone talked, Yu Mayong sat silently with his chin in his hand, pondering. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "What about the outside? The Phantom's limits are darkness, night, and moonlight. Besides those, everything is inside the theater." The dark setting of the film appeared. What if he were led outside by Waran for the first time? Ruin looked as if he would have been struck by lightning, while Do-han grabbed a pen, ready to write in the script. With glowing eyes, he scribbled continuously. "Let us see. Between scene 38 and 39, that would be 38.5. Waran suddenly grabs the Phantom's hand and they disappear after class. Wouldn't it be boring if you just stayed inside? Shall we go for a walk?" The other students only see her as a scary, difficult rival. The Phantom hesitates at Waran's vibrancy. Stepping out for the first time, the fresh air feels strange along with Waran's blooming laughter. Hearing this, both of them laughed. Yu Mayong offered a suggestion. If the setting were cherry blossoms at night, would not it be more atmospheric? Since the rehearsal room and the theater have a similar feel, there should be a scene with a dreamlike, ethereal atmosphere. Do-han laughed loudly. "That is it, hazy under the cherry blossoms." Suddenly, Ruin slammed his glass on the table and shouted, "We can't wait, we have to film this right now." Everyone in the room was startled. What? He added, today is the day the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Outside, the trees were covered in blossoms, looking ethereal and beautiful in the night. As soon as they stepped outside, they were overwhelmed by the sight. Wow, it is truly beautiful. The four of them stood under the cherry blossoms, creating a stunning picture. Someone remarked, take it all in. Once the redevelopment starts, this scenery will be gone after this year. No wonder there is no one here. It is a redevelopment zone. Dohan looked at the scene, feeling hesitant. But will the video quality be alright? Ruin, standing nearby, reassured him, it is supposed to be an ethereal scene anyway. We can just touch it up a bit during editing. Then they moved into the shoot. An audio recorder was set up. Before filming, they instructed each other carefully. All the sound will be dubbed later, so do not worry. Just move naturally as the Phantom and Waran. Talk, dance, whatever, just follow your mood. Yes, sir. Alright then. Ready, action. Entering the scene, the two held hands tightly. Waran laughed, pulling the Phantom along. Over here, it is right here, Yu Myong, as the Phantom, looked dazed by the sight. He gazed at Waran's beauty under the cherry blossom canopy. She said, my favorite spot. Isn't it beautiful? The two of them stood together under the trees. Waran flitted about like a bird, dancing for the Phantom. During the acting, the Phantom's gaze was full of devotion. Internally he thought, even though she usually radiates energy soaked in jealousy and desire. Before him, Waran danced to the music. But when the music starts and she begins to dance, she shows a pure passion that borders on reverence. Suddenly, the Phantom removed his mask and wondered, ultimately, after Waran sees the scarred face behind the mask, will she still be able to dance before me like she is now? Even if she treats me like a god, once she looks at my face. Before he could finish the thought, Waran reached out her fair hand and touched the hand holding the mask. Finally, the mask fell. Seeing the scarred half of his face, Waran still happily extended an invitation, let us dance together. Seeing her expression, the Phantom was stunned. Looking at Waran's innocent beauty, he thought, I used to think beauty was only ballet. At the same time, the mask hit the ground. The Phantom's eyes were filled with disbelief. I used to think beauty. Standing outside witnessing the performance, the two directors were captivated and watched intently. As the performance ended, the two directors chatted under the radiant scenery. Director Key, should we film while drunk from now on? That is a sound policy. 2 weeks later at the practice room, Yong Wai's voice rang out, well, tell me. Looking at Yu Myong, it asked, what has been worrying you lately? You look so grumpy. He replied gloomily, the director says I am appearing too much. Yong Wai just listened in silence. Then it understood and replied, well, it is natural for an actor to appear, is not it? Yu Myong began to explain softly. There is a scene where the Phantom teaches Waran about Giselle in Act 2. Giselle in Act 2 is a ghost. Yong Wai still did not get the point. Yes, so. He answered dejectedly. The director asked if I am really a ghost. He wants to see an ethereal phantom. We have filmed it over 30 times, but it is still not right. The fox understood. Oh, I see. Yu Myong continued while chewing on a snack, so I postponed that scene and practiced for a few days. It is really hard to kill my presence. It is not completely impossible, but... Suddenly, Yong Wai interrupted, that is obviously impossible. He was startled by the comment. Then he became agitated. What, why? It calmly sipped a drink and explained, we can't control the minimum vitals needed to stay alive. There is about 20 of them. And you can't control the vitality I gave you. Your original vitality is 29, plus my 27 makes 56, right? You can control 9 of them, but... As he listened, Yu Myong's mind became chaotic. It continued, no matter how hard you try, you will never drop below 47. The more he heard, the greater the disappointment in his heart grew. Myong's voice began to tremble. That can't be. The Phantom won't be the only role requiring this kind of acting in the future. Yong Wai opened its mouth and smirked. Its face took on a devious look. It is not that there is no way. Yu Myong immediately asked, there is a way, what is it? Yong Wai sighed. But for me, it is a huge loss. Ignoring the food on the table, it began a long explanation. Strictly speaking, what I gave you is a loan. I have to grant you control, for you to be able to manage it. But in that case, if you get into an accident and die, I can never get my vitality back. That is the risk. At this point, Yu Myong went silent, looking clearly worried. After a while he asked, "Is there something you want?" Hearing this, Yang Wai's tail wagged continuously. "Accept 3 more existences." In the room where they sat, the atmosphere turned gloomy. Yu Myong was shocked. 3, he thought to himself, "It is not a request, but I have to take more, this is a serious deal." He stared at Yang Wai, who was happily sipping the drink, and wondered, there is a catch here. "However, your future acting range will expand to an incomparable degree. About 3. Thinking of this, he swallowed hard, feeling extremely tense. Yu Myong lowered his head, sweating with worry, and told himself, "It will be okay, right?" Right, just then, having waited too long, Yang Wai asked, "Are you doing it or not?" He thought further, "All right. My existence is already 56, so even if it increases, I will still be the lead. Sounds okay." Then he immediately agreed, "I will take the deal." It praised him good. Instantly, an aura surrounded Yu Myong's body. A series of system windows appeared, contract with Yang Wai signed, control over vitality transferred via contract. You must receive Yang Wai's existence according to the contract. You have received Yang Wai's existence.
Existence. 62.
Seeing this stat, Yu Myong was shocked. Not 59, but 62. Meanwhile, the fox sitting opposite him noticed and was secretly surprised. Then it leaned over the table anxiously and called out, "Shin Yu Myong, how much existence showed up on the notification just now?" He hesitated. Her existence, he wondered, can't Miho check my stats directly? For some reason if I tell it, I will feel uneasy. After thinking, Yu Myong answered hesitantly, "Let us see. I remember. You can just check it yourself." Yang Wai sat in silence, looking extremely worried. It quickly jumped off the chair. "Fine, whatever." He sat there in silence, watching its retreating back with fear. The scene shifted to the film set. The director's voice boomed, "Cut, good work, everyone." Do-han laughed and praised him. "Mr. Yu Myong, what happened in the last 2 weeks? I felt like Giselle had truly become a Willis." Myong was polite. "Thank you." In the background, Seryun stared intently at them. She grit her teeth, feeling very wary. The quality is completely different from the audition. How can a normal person look so much like Giselle? While thinking this, she stared at Yu Myong as if trying to find something strange. That evening, in a brightly lit room, Seryun practiced until her body was drenched in sweat, her breath coming in heavy gasps. She then stretched her arms tiredly to relax. The Giselle Yu Myong played this morning really looked like a ghost. Seryun skillfully and gracefully rotated her foot as she spun, as if he could not even hear sound or air. Thinking this, she recalled the scene he had acted. The image of Yu Myong using his flexible body to perform ballet appeared. A Giselle as light as air. Seryun's eyes widened in horror. She kicked her leg high into the air with sharp precision. She tried to reassure herself, "I can do better," but as soon as the thought passed, pain surged through her, making her face contort. From the pain, Seryun slumped to the ground. She rubbed her foot in agony, moaning. At that moment, her face looked somewhat sad. The final recording. "Can I do well? I have practiced non-stop since retiring. It is a shame the body I trained until now is gone." Seryun's gaze lowered slightly. No. Her dark mood felt like it was drifting in the wind. "Having made up my mind, I am afraid that if my body is damaged, I won't even be able to start over." The more she thought, the more self-pity she felt, hugging her legs. But a torn ligament is diagnosed as irreversible. Even though I am training with accessory muscles and ligaments, even if I run with all my might, there is no guarantee I will reach the finish line. A path no different from a slow, boring marathon. Then she remembered Yu Myong's words, "It will be hard, but I think I will eventually follow that path. Let us think about it together, my partner." Remembering this, her cheeks turned pink. Seemingly regaining her motivation, Seryun stood up with effort and told herself, "That is right. I have a partner who supports me. Even if it is slow, starting from the beginning is enough." From the beginning. The space grew quiet as she stood looking at herself in the mirror for a long time. June, at Hyjin Hall. The entire film crew was crowded there. Looking at the hall's building, Yu Myong was amazed by its magnificence. He spoke with great admiration to Seryun. "Do you know, Hyjin Hall is very strict with performance reviews. It is famous for not easily granting filming permits. I heard they only allow 1 or 2 works a year, limited to those of high artistic quality. Maybe they really liked this script. She replied sleepily, Is that so? Do-han, walking ahead, turned back with a gentle smile. It is a pity Sujian Hall did not allow filming. The next best in scale is Wucheon Hall, which is also admirable. Hearing this, Yu Myong became excited. That is right. The two of them stepped inside. Lively conversations echoed around them. It is nerve-wracking to stand on the Hyjin Hall stage, is not it? It is not even an official performance. So what does it matter, but it is cool. Suddenly, a girl in the crowd noticed them. Then they hurried over to the film crew. Oh. The leader shook hands with Do-han. Hello, director. We met at the meeting. He responded politely, ah yes. It has been a while. After the greeting, Do-han pulled Yu Myong forward and introduced him. Mr. Yu Myong, this is the Aurora Ballet Troupe. They will be helping us film today. And this is our lead actor, Shin Yu Myong. Please get to know each other. Being introduced, he was shocked. The Aurora Ballet Troupe, then he greeted them hello. The entire troupe then surrounded Seryun to check on her. How have you been, Seryun? On the side, Yu Myong and Do-han whispered to each other. Director, if it is the Aurora Ballet Troupe, then Seryun. Oh, so you did not know. Then he explained, when I was struggling to cast a ballet troupe, Seryun was the one who suggested it first. My father is a long-time supporter of the Aurora Ballet, so casting them would not be a problem. Hearing this, he was stunned. What? Yu Myong looked at the crowd with a worried expression. He stared at her back and wondered, will she be all right? In the dressing room, the sounds of lively gossip echoed. Is Seryun from a rich family? Even though she retired, she seems so well off. I am so jealous. These were the dancers from the Aurora Ballet. They continued talking while focused on changing. But anyway, is Seryun actually going to dance? She will have to do the important scenes herself. But luckily she is recovered a bit. One of them flashed a smug, knowing smile. Recovered for what? She imagined the arched foot of a dancer and mocked, she can't even do point work anymore. An image appeared of a line of ballet dancers moving gracefully across the stage. They danced in unison to the melodious music filling the auditorium. Watching this scene, everyone was struck with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Standing in the wings, Seryun watched them silently, deep in thought. She felt a tinge of sadness. When I decided to contact the Aurora Ballet, I was actually a bit scared. Her feet remained still, hesitant. She remembered the regretful looks and mockery from her former colleagues. Facing those who might have progressed while I waited, I feared the sense of disappointment would only cut deeper. Yet, Seryun stepped forward with newfound confidence. But now, she began to dance with a radiant, happy smile, telling herself, that does not matter anymore. Even though she could not wear a short tutu to protect her muscles from the cold, the dancer who mocked her earlier was left speechless by the sight. Below the stage, Yu Myong also looked visibly surprised. Seryun continued thinking, even if I can't do my toenails because I have to wear ballet shoes. Because it is just not fun otherwise. Thinking this, she rose high onto her toes. Seryun performed the point work perfectly, filled with pure joy. I just can't give up ballet. Watching her performance, Yu Myong gave a gentle smile. My partner has dispelled those worries. I have taken another step forward. Standing under the spotlight, Seryun wore a brilliant smile. She and her partner danced with fluid, synchronized grace. In the center of the ensemble, the two of them were in perfect harmony. A smile never left her lips. In Act 1, Giselle is a girl completely immersed in love. Every gesture of her fingers expressed pure love for Albrecht. The image of her sitting pensively with a flower was recreated. Her happiness was palpable as she sat beside Albrecht. However, when Giselle discovers Albrecht is a nobleman, the scene shifts to her standing frozen, filled with devastating disappointment. Finally, she walks away quietly, accepting his departure because Albrecht already has a fiancé. Giselle clutched her hands, feeling utterly crushed and hollow. Eventually, she held her head in a frenzy, weeping piteously. Giselle turned away, as if running to search for something. The girl approached a woman with eyes full of fear, then realized something and looked back with a calm expression. Giselle's small hand gripped the blade of a sword. Just like that, she lunged toward Albrecht and his fiancée, seemingly having lost all control. The moment Giselle faced Albrecht, her eyes were filled with resentment, while he looked back in shock. But suddenly, she broke into a happy smile. She had gone mad, no longer in control of her actions. This was the image of Giselle driven mad by Albrecht, just like Waran driven mad by the phantom. She beat rhythmically against the man's chest. Finally, Giselle's slender hands went limp. She collapsed like a boneless puppet into Albrecht's arms, an image of her own madness for ballet. Ultimately, Giselle lay motionless on the ground. And so, Giselle died. The silhouette of a woman in a white wedding veil appeared in the stillness. She walked silently, her spirit seemingly hollowed out. The veil fell away, revealing Sarion's delicate face. Next was a scene of her bending her flexible body low. Sarion continued to dance gracefully before the camera. Behind the lens, Yu Myong stood stunned for a moment by this beauty. Watching Sarion's passion for ballet, he thought, her existence is gradually fading into the role. Sarion danced with total immersion, though her eyes were tinged with a clear sadness. Yu Myong grew increasingly amazed. Her acting is incredibly captivating. In the darkroom, the director's shout rang out, "Cut, MS." Sarion, that was peak performance. After the scene ended, Sarion stood alone to one side, looking exhausted and massaging her muscles. Immediately, her colleagues from the Aurora Ballet gathered around, admiring her talent. "Sarion, how did you act so well? You only struggle with point. You have improved so much, I almost forgot my next move." Do-han also praised her, "She really did a great job." Yu Myong stood silently, cheering for her internally. Though the acting in Act 2 was also great. In his mind, he recalled the scene of her falling lifeless into Albrecht's arms. That acting in Act 1. Was it because she has experienced the pain of loss before? Her performance had deeply moved the viewers. His eyes remained fixed on Sarion as she laughed happily among her colleagues. Back in a room, the director announced loudly, "Only scene 110, the accident, is left. Let us give it our all." The final scene, the accident at Hyjin Hall. Yu Myong and Ruin stood together discussing the scene. This scene was a psychological battle between Waran and Yun Yung, the one the Phantom chose after Waran. The screen showed the girl approaching Waran in the restroom. "Senior." The girl walked over, washing her hands as she asked, "Senior, you know that person too, right? Have you ever seen his bare face?" Yun Yung in the play flashed a sinister smile. "I have seen it. It is hideous." Despite his talent, living as a recluse is very suspicious. "Aren't you scared, Senior?" Hearing this, Waren's eyes widened with a chilling vacant stare. Then she asked, "Do you dance ballet with your face?" Waren advised her gently, "As an actor, do not judge others like that. If you keep this up, you will lose your job." Hearing those words, Yun Yung frowned, looking annoyed. She immediately stormed out of the restroom. Waren thought, "I only wanted to say I have had a few romances, yet he bypassed me and chose my junior." Walking along, Waren continued, "If I do not compare myself to the dancers he has taught from the past until now, would I have gone this far?" She gave a cold smirk. "How ridiculous. Giselle died because her psyche was weak. But not me. I just need to take care of Bathild." Waren's face seemed shrouded in darkness as a wicked smile appeared. The scene shifted to their troupe's performance. Waren called out irritably, "Park Yun Yung, go get my headband." She replied with clear annoyance, "Yes." "Where is it?" Waren answered calmly, "In the lit area backstage." "What are you standing there for? Rehearsal is about to start. Bring it here now." Yun Yung ran off frantically. "Oh yes, I am sorry, Senior." The other members of the ballet troupe looked worried. What is wrong with her? Waren stood still, looking a bit restless with a forced smile. On the other side, Yun Yung reached the spot and walked in slowly, complaining, why would she leave the headband here? Her foot stepped on a piece of paper, and she froze. Sensing something was wrong, Yun Yung's eyes widened in sheer terror. A piercing scream erupted from inside. Everyone outside adjusting their tutus jumped in shock and looked toward the source. Over there, Waren's hands were trembling uncontrollably. People around were screaming, "Oh my God, blood, is her ankle broken, call 119. She covered her mouth, weeping piteously. On the stage, the seats were empty and shrouded in darkness. A footstep approached the spot from earlier. It was the Phantom. He stood looking at the bloodstain for a long time. Then, he leaned down slightly. He reached out his hand and gently touched the bloodstain. Finally, the phantom flashed a meaningful smile. The phantom brought his blood-stained hand up and inhaled the scent. His eyes rolled back as a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Off camera, both directors were a bit frightened watching this. Do-han was trembling all over. Finally, papers flew in the wind along with the shout, "That is a wrap, good work everyone, wow." Hearing this, Yu Myong broke into a joyful smile. The filming process had lasted 3 months. Seryeon also laughed happily. Including preparation, it had been 6 months. Ballerina High was complete. Everyone ran to embrace each other in celebration. A few days later, at a noisy shopping mall, Myong sat on a bench, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Yu Myong. From a distance, Seryeon approached wearing a stylish dress, her long hair down. Yu Myong, have you been waiting long? The two walked toward the cinema, chatting. I just got here. Oh good. Let us head in then. Nearby moviegoers watched them and gossiped. I only watched this for Yoon Han-sung, but it is worse than I thought. Has his acting gotten worse? Maybe, I do not know. The movie was a family comedy / slice of life starring Yoon Han-sung. The man dubbed Bazet did not fit the film at first, yet he chose this genre anyway. Thinking this, Yu Myong looked at the poster and smiled. He stood by Seryeon in front of the theater, thinking, it is because he wants to find a new path, even if it is a dark one where the future is not visible, and he has to discard his established image. The scene then showed them both raising wine glasses over a tray of grilled meat. To the success of Ballerina High, Ballerina High. Feeling very cheerful, Yu Myong laughed and asked, but do you care if the movie becomes a massive hit? I do not see any ambition from you to recover your investment. She laughed back, what are you saying? Of course I hope to get my money back. Her cheeks were flushed from the wine, and she giggled happily. I am kidding. I figured art films do not usually break even, but the director said this one should at least make back the investment, so I am hopeful. He seems very passionate, so I even asked for my acting fee. Yu Myong, busily eating the grilled meat, replied, that could happen. Suddenly, Seryeon leaned forward as if to say something, then went silent. After a moment, she spoke her heart. I found filming this movie more interesting than I expected. He looked up, confused. Pardon. Seryeon pulled her legs in slightly and spoke honestly, so I started thinking. Do I actually care about movies? That is why I asked you to watch one with me. Nothing felt as interesting as being on set. Her eyes lowered, full of emotion. But it seems it was not the filming itself. It was getting to dance ballet again that I loved. I really want to dance again. Hearing this, Yu Myong smiled as if realizing something. He began to advise her, you are right to think that. Seryeon immediately countered, even so, I have not lived with low self-esteem for 15 years like you. I am going to try for 2 more years, because I have already wasted 2 years since retiring. With a wine glass in hand, she talked non-stop. I am beautiful like this, so I am not worried about being unemployed. It is okay if I waste that much time. Yu Myong fell silent, his eyes looking down at something. Where his gaze rested, Seryeon's hand holding the wine was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, he spoke up, Senior. You are my first partner, and someone I consider talented and beautiful. Receiving the compliment, she sighed, don't say things like that. Yu Myong spoke with sincere eyes, that is why. I am very proud. Because both those things exist in you. Hearing this, Seryeon sat in silent contemplation. After a while, she crossed her arms and laughed politely. Because of what you said, I will extend it by 1 more year, 3 years total. Myong smiled encouragingly. Then Seryeon's eyes lowered, looking sad. She called out hesitantly, thank you Yu Myong. Amidst the sizzling sound of the meat, her voice continued. The person I imagined as the phantom was a supreme figure, like ballet itself. I still can't stop chasing him, even though he did not choose me. But the phantom role you took on was that of an imperfect human. As she spoke, she remembered his performance. The horrified face of the phantom appeared. It was a role as agonized as Waran, wanting to hold on tight, to give and receive comfort. Saying this, Seryeon stood up seriously, crossing her arms and looking at Myong with lingering affection. That, in a way, became a source of comfort for me. She tightened her grip on her arms, her lips pressed thin. It showed me that the character I imagined was not real. It also told me that whether that person is near or far depends on how I act. Seryun closed her eyes and smiled. So I have decided to stand on my own feet, no longer depending on anything. To live strongly, believing in my own time and effort. Seeing this energetic side of Seryun, Yu Myong smiled with satisfaction. Finally, as the two walked together, he said, I will always support you. A few days later, a door was opened. Yu Myong walked in and asked, is the Oedipus summer workshop doing well? Everyone saw him and froze before cheering, wow, Shin Yu Myong. The college magazine cover model, seeing their excitement, he just waved and gave a friendly smile. Yu Myong made an offer, I received my acting fee, I am treating everyone today. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, you are the best. Then he sat at the table and started chatting. Isn't Yuri graduating this year? That is right. Anyway, since the Oedipus workshop is doing well, I want to learn more before starting work. Ryushin, what have you been up to lately? An image appeared of Ryushin coldly assigning tasks to an assistant. Yuri, Yu Myong, he resigned with his former manager and is probably looking for a new project. She then looked at Myong curiously. Haven't you signed with an agency yet? Yu Myong, who was eating, looked up startled. Oh right. I have not yet. He lowered his head in thought. An agency. I do need to sign with one. Under the curious gazes of those around him, Yu Myong rested his chin on his hand, lost in a mess of thoughts. I just want to focus entirely on acting. An agency would probably reject projects that do not pay well, right? Maybe they would force me into activities other than acting. Since I am working alone and do not have high recognition yet, my access to project info is limited. I will think about this later. After a long while, Yu Myong turned back with a serious expression to change the subject. How was Jun Young's performance? I heard the script for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was chosen for the High-Sung special performance. Yuri asked back, looking very curious, the High-Sung special performance. In the middle of the fragrant table, their conversation continued. That is a spring performance, so it probably ended a month ago. Really, I wanted to see it. What a shame. The performance got great reviews. Because of it, Jun Young's career is on solid ground. He probably even got an offer to be a trainee at High-Sung. The scene showed Juran looking gloomy while cherishing Jun Young. Yuri speculated, maybe that is why Juran has been following Jun Young around lately. Yu Myong imagined it too, so everyone has found their own path. Yuri calmly drank some water. Now that filming is over, you should see everyone more often. Aren't you going back to school? Yu Myong replied cheerfully, I am not going back yet. Right now, there is a project I am interested in. The scene shifted to a building under the night sky. He arrived home with a tired face. Mom, Dad, I bought ice cream, oof, it is so hot. Shin Ji-yeon, come out and have some ice cream. Hearing no response, Yu Myong tilted his head, searching for her. Seeing her sprawled on the bed, he added, weren't you in this exact position when I left this morning? You have too much free time. Ji-yeon remained sprawled out lazily. You told me to stay still until I was assigned. Lying beside her was Yong-wai, looking amused. Yu Myong glanced at it silently. Seeing him raiding the fridge, his parents reminded him, our ice cream is in the fridge, help yourself. Since that day, it seemed Miho had been avoiding him. It did not come to the set and only stayed in Ji-yeon's room at home. Yong-wai thought happily, he said Ji-yeon's energy is strong and warm, so it feels very comfortable. At the same time, it flew out with a happy smile. You are not going out today, is filming over? Yu Myong answered coldly, yeah, just editing left. It hovered nearby and asked, so what do you plan to do now? He replied, there is a project I am interested in, so I am going to look into it. It was instantly curious. What genre? Yu Myong gave a light smile. A TV drama. It is called Acting Fundamentals. I wonder if you have heard of it, produced by MBM, 16 episodes, aired in late 2004. An image appeared of a couple bickering. The story was a romance centered on the female lead, an aspiring actress working as the manager for the male lead, a top star, and her process of adapting to the entertainment industry. Memories flooded back of Yu Myong sitting with his sister watching TV. It was one of those dramas that was not a massive success but was well received by many. Then the silhouette of a handsome actor appeared. There were interesting supporting characters with personality, but unfortunately, the actors did not portray them well. I have often thought about what I would do and practiced the acting for it. He continued happily, I think I can pass the casting for the role I want, so I asked Senior Yoon Hansung for the casting director's number. Yong Wai listened with great interest. It crawled onto his lap and said, dramas are good too. You will feel pressure because you have to keep up with a tight schedule. Yu Myong asked innocently, really, what is fun about being under pressure? Yong Wai rubbed its head against him. The set will be more chaotic. It gives a sense of excitement. He replied, is that so? Well, it seems it has gotten more comfortable with me. Suddenly, a sharp red needle sprouted near Yong Wai's hand. Realizing something, it immediately jumped up and looked outside, agitated. Yu Myong reached out with regret. What is wrong? It looked coldly toward the door and announced, I have to go for a bit. Yong Wai grit its teeth, looking very serious. I am being summoned. From the celestial realm. With that, it vanished instantly. Yu Myong was left behind, stunned. What? He sat there dazed, his mind filled with questions. Summoned, the celestial realm. Meanwhile, in the ethereal celestial realm, Yong Wai, with a stunning face and body, walked through the crowd with cold indifference. People around whispered, is that the emperor's illegitimate son? Why was he summoned? As expected, he looks exactly like Hua Ho. He glided past, unmoved by their words. Soon, Yong Wai arrived before a house with a massive signboard. He stepped through the door, seemingly entering a different, darker world. Inside, 5 beams of light appeared before him. Suspect Hi-Ho, listen well. The powerful figure shrouded in blue flame spoke coldly, you have been summoned to clarify the fairness of life contract 153-8720, signed on October 23, 2008. In the face of his composure they continued, if you cannot explain yourself, you may be punished for an unfair agreement. They looked at each other with grave expressions. Granting life is a benefit bestowed upon you, not a reward to be received. Yet, the reason you signed suggests that granting life was the reward. Was it not for the ultimate goal of seizing existence? Yong Wai stood still, his expression unchanged. Eerie scenes appeared, including the image of a monster wanting to devour humans. When more than 2 lives crowd into one entity, whichever life holds more than half gains ownership of that existence. After listening for a while, Yong Wai let out a mocking laugh.
Saising existence.
He raised his head confidently. Yes, that is right. Yong Wai looked up at those seated on high and thought, anyway, the laws of the other world only ask about the fairness of the trade, not the intent behind it. Gu Tae-yun has no reason to lie. One of them spoke, the first issue to be explained. A person in red sitting there said, assuming you achieved your goal, were you clearly aware of the dangerous situation Party B could be placed in? Explain this. Yong Wai answered calmly, I believe Party B receiving life was his compensation. And this not just for Party B, but for me, Party A was clearly understood as a beneficial covenant. His face, in its beastly form, looked full of schemes. No, for me, this was actually a good thing. Looking like a cunning fox sprawled out, he said, indeed to me, it was a major investment, as I had to use my 10th tail. However, that is why the price I paid was so high, so what I receive in return should be of equivalent value. That is how it is. Reversing time is a great paradox, but compared to what was received, it can be called a great compensation. The emperor asked why I lost my 10th tail, why I would give away something so precious. Suddenly, the person in red among them spoke up, stop. She looked down seriously. Very well. I acknowledge this transaction as fair between both parties. In that case, regarding the recently amended covenant, what was the reason for transferring control over vitality and adding a 3rd portion of life? Was this done so penalties could be applied if the contract only benefited Party B? Receiving the question, Yong Wai hesitated slightly. That. He let out a sad sigh. The thing is. Sighing continuously, he confessed, spending so much time together like that, I have developed a bit of affection for him. The person in red was startled. Affection. He added, besides, he is quite interesting, so I wanted to give him more chances. She became agitated. What on earth are you saying? But at that moment, Yu Myong's image appeared in his mind. His original life was 29. The life I provided through the 2 successive covenants was 27. Then an image of the 2 of them high-fiving happily appeared. Even when he acts and gains everyone's attention, His life could only be extended by a maximum of 1 day. If I gave him a third portion of life, it would only maintain the same ratio. An eerie and terrifying scene intertwined with Yang Huai's words. When there is such identity within the life force, whether seizing existence succeeds or not depends on his will. At this level, I believe it is relatively fair. However, there has been no change at all. Hearing this, the woman in red was startled. Yang Huai opened his eyes with determination. If so, there is only one answer. During this time, the inherent life of this human has increased on its own. I also need to know why such a thing is possible. Sitting on high, the woman in red shifted slightly. Then she snapped her fingers. Understood. This can be verified simply by checking Shin Yu-myong's human life records. A record book opened and floated before the three of them. But as they read each line inside, all three were simultaneously stunned. This. How could? It is unbelievable. Yang Huai looked at them with a helpless expression. Then, all three of them looked somewhat embarrassed. Finally, the woman in red spoke to verify. The fairness of life contract 153-8720 has been clarified. The Hyong Sian Ho acknowledges the fairness of this contract, and the demon Hai Ho may return to the world. Hearing this, Yang Huai's eyes widened in surprise. But suddenly he shouted excitedly, "Tell me, what was the reason?" She replied decisively from above, "I cannot tell you." Seeing this, Yang Huai narrowed his eyes and let out a cold smirk. They looked at the agitated figure below and continued, "Just as you cannot explain every disadvantageous condition to that human party B, we also do not need to explain every detail regarding that human circumstances. Isn't that perfectly fair?" Hearing those words, Yang Huai glanced away and remained silent for a moment. Then he stood still, hesitating. If so, can I at least get the result I want from this covenant? I believe I have the right to know that much. The woman in red pondered for a moment. Then she replied, "Yes." Immediately, Yang Huai turned to leave. "That is enough then." Watching his retreating back, the woman added, "The most important thing for a demon to become an immortal is life. What do you plan to do after transferring your life like that, just to receive a human body for a single day?" Hearing this, Yang Huai froze in his tracks. Finally, he stepped toward the door with determination. "I believe. I have no reason to answer that question." Meanwhile, at the MBM customer service office, the atmosphere was busy and noisy. "Yes, MBM Broadcasting, how can I help?" That actor jumped from the troupe again. "Oh." Min Jong looked at the computer screen, surprised. An actor without an agency. How did he know my email to send a resume? Let us check his face first. A while later, the girl appeared in a luxurious room, greeting him with a bright smile. "Hello, I am the casting director for Acting Fundamentals, Lee Min Jong." Yu Myong happily shook her hand. "Hello, I am Shin Yu Myong. It is a pleasure." After greeting her, he thought to himself, "I did not think they would ask to meet immediately after I made contact." Later, in a cafe, their serious conversation continued. "After reviewing the profile you sent, it really left a deep impression on me. The acting video you sent was filmed with professional equipment, right?" "Yes, a director I worked with filmed it for me." "Ah, as I thought." Min Jong then asked with a bit of concern, "But where did you hear about our drama and get my contact info? The script was only sent to talent agencies." Since an unmanaged actor applied, I was. Yu Myong replied cheerfully, "I had a meeting with an agency, and the person in charge stepped out for a moment. I accidentally saw the script he left on the table." After answering, he thought, "Actually, I got the contact info thanks to Senior Yoon Hansung." An image of a happy Hansung appeared, since actor Yu Myong asked, "Of course I will look into it for you." He bowed politely. "I am sorry for surprising you." She picked up the script and replied, "Well, as long as it did not leak outside, it is fine." "So, you did not sign with that agency?" Yu Myong replied thoughtfully, "Yes. I think I should choose an agency carefully, so I plan to take my time and decide slowly." Opposite him, Min Jong smiled with interest, praising him internally. His voice is so gentle. Meeting him in person was definitely the right move. Then she spoke aloud. "You're not currently filming anything, right?" She continuously took notes about Yu Myong as they talked. "Yes, the movie I was filming finished a month ago. A student, currently on leave. Do you have plans to return to school?" "I do not have plans for that yet, as I want to focus on acting." "Okay, that is fine. Then she asked with searching eyes, "Why did you choose the role of Bo Hyung? You do not seem unrealistic enough to demand the lead role, but you also do not want to start step by step for minor roles." She was assessing Yu Myong's appearance. After the evaluation, Min Jong's eyes lit up. "So, a supporting role of moderate weight." Yu Myong spoke with confidence. "It is a very charming character, so of course I want to try." Hearing that, Min Jong froze for a moment. Then she looked away, annoyed. This dry personality. While he just sat there with a silly grin. Min Jong placed a hand on her lips and said seriously, "But there's a very strong candidate for that role." Yu Myong replied with surprise, "Oh, is it someone who is guaranteed the part without an audition?" He thought, "I clearly remember them saying they would cast through auditions." Min Jong cut off his thoughts. It is true the selection is by audition, but unless there is a massive gap in acting skill enough to make the judges reconsider his chance of being cast as Bo Hyung, is 99%. Yu Myong radiated confidence. "But what if I still intend to participate in that audition?" Min Jong's eyes widened in surprise. This guy. Why is he so determined not to give up on that role? Then she rummaged through her leather backpack, looking hesitant. "Really? I am not allowed to take the script out like this, but..." Quickly, Min Jong placed 2 stacks of scripts on the table. "Take these." Seeing this, Yu Myong was deeply grateful. "Oh, thank you so much." But as she handed him the scripts, Min Jong warned him with a threatening face, "If this script leaks, your acting career and my career as a casting director will fall into darkness." "Got it." Yu Myong trembled and stammered, "Yes, madam." Once finished, Min Jong sat back to analyze the situation so he would understand better. This scene and this one are the designated audition scenes, so practice them hard. You also need to prepare a free acting piece. Also, regarding what else to prepare. She went silent for a moment. Soon it was evening, and the moonlight lit up the sky. Yang Wei returned to his animal form and sat on a chair. "You are back." Yu Myong walked in and stared at it. Then he ran over happily. "Miho, when did you get here? Did you resolve the business in the celestial realm?" It replied calmly, "I just got back." It was not a big deal. Yang Wei rocked the chair happily. Yu Myong took off his coat and smiled. "I was worried because you looked serious, but I guess it really was not anything major." Then it hopped onto the bed and asked, "How's that project you were interested in?" Yu Myong replied casually, "I sent my resume to the casting director. They contacted me immediately, and I just got back from meeting them." It was surprised. "That sounds like a good response, does not it?" Yu Myong recounted the situation. "The situation over there seems quite complicated. I heard they have already chosen a candidate for the role. Even so, I told them I still want to audition." Yang Wei was puzzled. "Why?" Receiving the question, he pushed the script forward and said, "I think the drama will become more popular depending on how the roles are acted. This is the script." It approached with interest. It used its power to flip the script pages. "When is the audition?" he answered honestly, "Exactly 1 week from now." After reading, Yang Wei gave a soft smile. "So it is this kind of character." Yu Myong looked surprised. "You finished reading it already?" Suddenly, it raised its head happily and called out, "Shin Yu Myong. Among your friends, is there anyone who is obsessed with designer brands?" Receiving the question, he froze for a few seconds. A week later, at the MBM Drama Studio, Yu Myong was wearing a yellow distressed off-the-shoulder shirt. His trousers were neatly fitted, and he wore a watch on his wrist. Passers-by saw him and gossiped. "Oh my God, look at that guy. Is he filming? But that watch. Is not it An's Lex? No way." Ignoring the whispers, Yu Myong stepped forward confidently. A doorknob was turned. Yu Myong walked in wearing his eye-catching outfit. In a corner of the room, 2 young men talked to reassure each other. "Will it be okay? Don't talk to me." "Right." Others were full of anxiety and nerves. "Bro, I need the restroom." "What if they call your name while you are gone? Just sit still." "Okay." Yu Myong watched the scene happily, thinking, "It has been a while since I have been immersed in an audition atmosphere like this. Observing the relationship between managers and actors like this is really interesting." Seeing him, Min Jong welcomed him cheerfully. "Mr. Yu Myong, you are here." Yu Myong recognized her. "Hello, madam." The two talked naturally. "Is this outfit? Is it Bo Hyung's costume?" Yes, I did my best to increase my chances. Haha, writer Yuk will probably love this. Others sitting near them whispered. What, does he have a close relationship with the casting director? Seems so. Min Jong noted something in the documents and said, since you were added at the last minute, you are last on the list. It will take a while, so please wait patiently. Yu Myong bowed comfortably. Yes, thank you. Finally, he sat in the row of chairs with a focused expression. Seeing this, Yu Suk turned around and asked with some concern, you are an actor, right? Yu Myong replied curiously yes. Receiving the answer, he smiled and introduced himself confidently. I am Moon Yu Suk from Good Entertainment. If I may ask, do you have an agency? Receiving the question, he replied shyly, I do not have an agency yet but... In his heart he screamed, oh Moon Yu Suk, while Yu Suk calmly suggested, I heard them say you are last on the list. Would it be convenient for you to step outside with me for a moment to discuss a few things? Yu Myong was now completely bewildered. Right here, people around them noticed and gossiped. What, on the spot casting? He said he does not belong to any entertainment company. Finally, Yu Suk stood up and went to him. Let us go outside. I will ask the staff for understanding. Yu Myong hesitated. Oh. Okay. The actor accompanying Yu Suk looked on with annoyance. Manager, what about me? He replied calmly, your turn won't be for a while. Just review the script and practice. The actor frowned but endured in silence. Soon, they were outside at a nearby cafe. Sitting at a table, Yu Suk gave a friendly smile and handed over a business card. Shall we introduce ourselves formally? My name is Moon Yu Suk. Yu Myong shyly took the card. Yes, my name is Shin Yu Myong. He thought, a manager following someone right into an audition like this. Surely he must have business at the TV station, right? Seeing him silent, Yu Suk spoke first. If you do not mind, I would like to ask you a question. You do not have an agency, so how did you find out about this secret audition? He answered seriously, I happened to find information related to this drama and contacted them directly. The manager asked curiously, the role you want to audition for is Bo Hyung. Yu Myong immediately replied yes. Receiving the answer, Yu Suk sat back, arms crossed, smiling with interest. After a moment, he asked, what do you think of Good Entertainment? He was very surprised. Yu Suk continued as if introducing the company. Our company is not huge, but our actors are quite talented, and the support rate for newcomers is very good. Myong listened intently, not missing a word. Good Entertainment. This was a medium-sized company, but it was not an exaggeration to say it possessed some of the most elite talent. A series of shining actors appeared. This company owned a powerful roster, and in fact the person who made Good what it is today was the person sitting right in front of him, Moon Yu Suk. The title of manager was just a way for him to fly under the radar and operate more easily. There were rumors that running the company was actually his hobby. At this point, Yu Myong spoke up, you do not need to see my audition, or even my resume. Yu Suk laughed heartily. I am no scammer. I trust my intuition, and I really like the fact that you, without an agency, were able to contact the casting director directly to get into this audition. The contract term is 5 years. For newcomers, we can share profits directly without a signing bonus, also known as a deposit, money or other valuable assets given by one party to the other upon signing. For rookies in acting, we can stipulate the contract term including training time, but for some reason, I think you won't need that. Yu Myong sat listening with a strange look, wondering, could it be my existence is attracting Good Entertainment? After hearing all the info about the company, Yu Myong pushed the gold card back toward him and said, my condition is this, first, watch my acting in this audition. Then, make me an offer again. Yu Suk was very surprised by this move. Then he laughed loudly. Even if I watch, the result won't change. Ah no, if Shin Yu Myong is acting, I will be there. Keep my card. Yu Myong replied, you just need to come in and watch. I think you have the ability to get in and watch. He spoke with a serious face. Yu Suk started to say something, then stopped. Finally, he happily took back the card. In that case, I will hold on to this card for now. Quickly, they were back in the casting room. Min Jong stepped out and asked Mr. Yu Myong, you must have waited a long time. Let us go to the interview room. Yu Myong sat there and replied happily, yes madam. As soon as they reached the interview room, Min Jong introduced him politely. This is the final candidate. His name is Shin Yu-myong, 24 years old. He has no experience in television dramas. In the first half of this year, he appeared in a supporting role in a feature film, which is currently in progress. He said he previously acted in a university theater troupe. Hearing this, writer Yukmi Yun chuckled. What is that outfit? Right next to her, PD Ju rested his chin on his hand, looking bored and quietly judging. It has personality. Then Yu-myong bowed and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am a rookie actor named Shin Yu-myong. It is a pleasure to meet you. I will do my best. Mi-yun asked cheerfully, nice to meet you. That outfit is Bo Hyung's costume from episode 1, scene 27, right? He answered politely, yes, though it is still lacking. I tried to make it similar. She thought for a moment and suggested, I think we could just use the outfit you made as is. But PD Ju immediately cut in, let me interrupt for a second. We need to see how the acting is first. Have you prepared the acting part we requested? Yu-myong replied, yes. I have prepared 2 versions, one truly agonizing, and one pretending to be pitiful. Which scene would you like to see? Hearing this, Mi-yun's mouth dropped open in amazement. You prepared to that extent, I am interested in the pretending to be pitiful scene. But PD Ju argued back, I would rather see the truly pitiful scene. Isn't pretending too obvious? Seeing this, Yu-suk stood with arms crossed, smiling naturally. Then Mi-yun suggested, first, show us the true scene. You have really prepared a lot. Following the suggestion, he complied. Yes, I will begin now. The camera was ready. Immediately, Yu-myong sat flat on the floor. The corners of his mouth turned down. Yu-myong hugged his knees, eyes welling with tears as he sobbed out, Hannah. Standing right next to him, Min Jong read the lines from the script. Ah, Bo Hyung, what is it? What is wrong with your shirt? His voice trembled. My house is ruined. To the point I have no clothes to wear, and no place to sleep tonight. Min Jong replied, oh my god, are you okay? What about your parents? Yu-myong replied, they grabbed me. Then ran away. Meanwhile, the 2 judges watched intently. He cried even harder and lamented, they even took the cat with them. Probably because I eat more than the cat, that is why they left me behind like this. Hannah. Bo Hyung had become friends with Hannah after a few chance meetings while walking his cat. Bo Hyung, the son of a chaebol family, after running away from home to avoid being found, sought out and decided to stay with Hannah, an acquaintance his family did not know. He now pressed himself to the floor, weeping and pleading, do you have any newspapers at home? I heard newspapers are great for keeping out the cold. Min Jong replied, ha. Yu-myong looked pathetic. Don't all the homeless uncles cover themselves with newspapers to sleep? Bo Hyung had paired the expensive accessories he was wearing with clothes he picked from a donation bin, with the intention of making himself look truly pitiful. But Hannah was a girl who knew nothing about luxury brands, so naturally, Bo Hyung's acting fooled her. Hannah now looked worried. I live with my grandma. Why do not you come stay at my house temporarily, until you have money to rent a room? Seeing he was accepted, he looked overjoyed. Hannah, thank you so much, I will definitely repay this kindness. Thank you. At this point, Min Jong held the script, her face looking embarrassed. Sitting on the other side, Mi-yun wore a shocked expression, thinking actually, the dialogue written here was just Hannah listening, but they added this situation. I am very satisfied with this well-proportioned physique. Then she bit the end of her pen with intense desire. Then she glanced at PD Ju to gauge his opinion. What do we do about this? Over there, the judges still maintained their cold expressions. To ease the tension, Mi-yun spoke up, is it true he has little acting experience? It is really masterly. I think he portrays a cute Bo Hyung. PD Ju frowned and replied, let us see. I find it a bit different from the Bo Hyung in my imagination. Yu-suk stood in a corner with a satisfied smile. He glanced to one side and thought, even if I watched a talent agency's audition, at this level, he would be passed immediately. As expected, he is not just about looks. PD Ju let out a long yawn.
Mi-yun smiled seriously.
Well, next, let us watch the free acting part. Yu-myong looked a bit hesitant. Ah, but everyone has been busy with auditions all day, so you have not seen the news, have you? Everything is in chaos outside right now. PD Ju, who was yawning, became curious. Chaos? What kind of chaos? He bowed his head and stammered, A terrorist attack just happened in the middle of Seoul. The judges were worried. What kind of terrorism? Yusuk was very curious. Yu Myong continued, it was not large scale, so there were no casualties. I heard it happened at a small cinema in Haiwa. Saying this, he scratched his head as if trying to remember. How did they tell me? At that cinema, they were showing a war movie, and some guy threw a homemade bomb inside. As he told the story, Yu Myong raised both hands expressively. He said he was curious since everyone was excitedly watching a movie with gunfire. How would they react if something actually exploded? PD Ju began to panic. What, is he insane? Saying this, he bowed his head and gave a smirking grin. He is not insane. The judges' faces turned pale with fear. Seeing this, Yu Myong immediately asked, is it not interesting? PD Ju stammered in confusion, huh? At that moment, he took on a terrifying expression like a demon, one who witnesses and delights in the misfortune of others, yet is horrified when a similar misfortune befalls them. Seeing them panic like that, I found it quite interesting. PD Ju began to feel genuine fear, his face contorting. Then he finally realized, oh, was that acting? Yu Myong bowed gratefully. Yes, that was my free acting piece. Thank you.
Mi-yeon laughed, immensely satisfied.
That was improvisational acting, was not it? Did you two prepare this before coming here? Yu Myong replied, I prepared it before I came. She asked further, what was the reason you prepared this role? He began to explain, and Yusuk listened with satisfaction. Free acting usually shows common emotions like crying or anger. Since this is a TV drama audition, I wanted to show a different kind of free acting. I apologize for the deceptive setup.
Mi-yeon laughed comfortably.
It is fine, it was truly fascinating. That is why I sometimes do not want to ask for free acting. Everyone really made it hard for you. Yu Myong gave a happy smile. Thank you. With his acting skill and sincerity, despite being too busy with the audition to go out, his strategy had satisfied the entire judging panel. Yusuk smiled with delight. I have to catch that fish immediately. Or rather. Outside, as they prepared to leave, Mi-yeon saw him off. Yu Myong, you worked hard today. I will notify you when the results are in. But are you planning to leave wearing that outfit? He smiled back. No, I brought a change of clothes. Then Yu Myong tilted his head and asked with an innocent face, is there a second round for the competition? She answered honestly, no. Our headquarters is in a bit of a frenzy right now. We have not had a hit drama this year, but Company S had a massive one. We are rushing the schedule for next year's expected hits. Production time is tight, so there is no time for that. You will get the results in a few days. Meanwhile, inside, PD Ju and Yusuk sat facing each other. PD Ju rubbed his hands together flatteringly. Manager Moon, writer Yuk keeps insisting it has to be that young man. Yusuk leaned back and countered, we only have Baek Sung Hyo for the lead role. You clearly promised that the role of Bo Hyung would go to our actor. Sung Hyo has not signed the contract yet, has he? The man opposite him trembled. Manager Moon, you know our production schedule is very tight, do not be like this. Suddenly, a call came out, PD Ju. Yusuk smiled with fake friendliness. Our Sung Hyo has another drama planned, but we paid the contract penalty to come here. At this point, the only thing we ask for is the Bo Hyung role. If it stays like this, it will be very awkward. Should Sung Hyo return to his previous drama project? Hearing this, the man's face turned frantic. Mi-yeon added, a good actor should play the lead. Can you find another actor with such skill on such a tight schedule? PD Ju clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. You despicable man. Should I just say the script is so good there will be no loss? He recalled how Mi-yeon had constantly objected, I will tolerate him in a supporting role, but not as Bo Hyung. If we do not save the project with the actor's charm, the drama will be ruined. PD Ju thought, because of writer Yuk's persistence, I had to hold a sham audition, and then that name suddenly appeared. Now my position is shaky. I can't ignore the opinion of a writer with 3 hits. He made a weary, contorted face. No, Manager Moon. You also said you would bring a capable actor. About that level. Yusuk's face remained impassive. Finally, he gave a scheming smile. You're still doing that lately, are not you? Hearing this, PD Ju's face turned pale with panic, his heart sinking. Ah. He raised his hands to make excuses. No, perhaps the role of Bo Hyung is a perfect fit for Manager Moon's actor. I will try my best to convince writer Yuk. Then he told himself, I should not cross the line for no reason. PD Ju turned his head to look back. The door opened and Mi-yun walked in with a serious face. Manager Moon. Seeing her, PD Ju stood up and stammered Writer Yuk. She walked over and bowed to him. Yusuk gave her a cold glance. What brings you here? Mi-yun remained bowed, speaking from the heart. You have helped us with this and that, so we know we have no right to speak up. But the role of Bo Hyung is truly vital for delivering the story. I believe the manager also wants this drama to succeed as much as we do. He turned slightly toward her. And so. Mi-yun continued, I hope you will understand our position just this once. Yusuk smiled. I am glad you are being so honest. PD Ju was stunned by the scene. What? What is going on? What is this situation? Then Yusuk gave a gentle smile. Well then, writer Yuk, you owe me one. A few days later, Yu Myong was at home answering his phone. Congratulations, you passed. Over the speaker, he was stunned. What, I passed? Mi-yun smiled brightly. That is right. You had the chance from the start. It is the first time I have seen such overwhelming acting talent. Do your best from now on. Yu Myong gripped the phone, speechless. He bowed his head in happiness. I never thought the day would come when I would hear these words. He spoke aloud, yes, thank you. But then Mi-yun continued rapidly, the first script reading is in 2 weeks. Filming starts in mid-September. It is tight, right? The call times won't be fixed. Do you have a car? We also need to discuss hair and costume ideas with the styling team. How should we handle that? Yu Myong felt helpless. He then said calmly into the phone, among the people I know, one is a stylist. I will ask if he can help. Mi-yun replied happily, that is great, if he can help, please give me his contact info. Her voice continued to drone from the speaker. And about signing the filming contract. It would be very inconvenient to handle all this as an independent. Do you have plans to sign with anyone? If you become more famous later, staying independent will be difficult. He remained silent for a moment, thinking, so it comes down to this. Looking at the gold business card on the table, he spoke into the phone. Yes, I am thinking about it. If anything changes, I will let you know immediately. Soon, in a luxurious room, Yusuk gave a friendly smile. I have been waiting for your call for a long time. Yu Myong walked in looking nervous. The man seated below invited him, I have ordered these dishes. Don't feel burdened. Please sit and enjoy. He prepared to sit and said, I thought you would contact me first. Yusuk explained, I did not have your number, so I could not. But Myong spoke as if he would guessed. You probably knew about this issue beforehand. Yusuk calmly picked up a bottle of wine. It is not easy, is it, you know? However, if we only look at it from our own perspective, the deal would be one-sided. He poured wine for Yu Myong. That day was truly interesting. Since when have you been acting? Receiving the question, he began to reveal himself. You probably know about my actual acting experience. If you count practicing alone, I have been putting in effort for a very long time. Suk's eyes widened in surprise. Seeming to understand, he tilted his head. If it is at that level, you must have been certain about becoming an actor. Why did not you ever audition for a talent agency? Yu Myong's face went dark, and he remained silent for a moment. He spoke gently from the heart. I wanted to enjoy the fun as much as possible. Because I did not know how long I could act freely, I did not know if joining an agency would restrict me. They chatted shyly. Are you hurting anywhere? No, nothing like that. I can't fully figure you out. Are you keeping secrets about your body? Haha. No, it is not that. After a while, Yusuk rested his chin on his hand, looking at Yu Myong with satisfaction. He sat there bashfully, smiling softly. Then Suk reached for a stack of papers nearby. Actually, I have a lot of money. I only do business as a hobby. He held out the papers along with a black card. And within the records, I have a special hobby. Since I have the money to do it, I want to do things that are interesting and useful. On the black card was the text, Bad Entertainment, CEO Moon Yusuk. Taking the papers, Yu Myong read the card and was shocked. Bad Entertainment, so the rumors that he had another company besides Good Entertainment are true. Seeing his expression, Yusuk explained quickly, don't misunderstand the name. Both good and bad are based on my criteria. He took a sip of tea and continued, I know this sounds suspicious, but this is a company that supports actors with hobbies that I find interesting. It is nothing special, just better conditions than typical entertainment companies. Yu Myong's eyes widened in shock. He read the document carefully. Party B shall not force Party A to participate in entertainment activities against their will. Party A is permitted to participate in acting projects they desire. Party B is obligated to negotiate to the maximum extent possible. Party B ensures Party A's right to choose their works. He was amazed. An actor managed by Party A. Precisely with these conditions, even one movie could earn a lot, without restrictions on acting freely. When finished, Yu Myong looked a bit worried. After a moment, he asked, why are you offering such generous conditions? Yu Suk just smiled gently. Good entertainment is where I raise my friends who only play in my waters, providing public relations with suitable movies. He picked up a piece of meat. Then he added a piece of vegetable. Proper treatment. And it brings me profit. Suk calmly ate the meat. He then looked up and continued, however, for those who want to escape my waters, I have decided to be a sponsor. I am not catching a big fish for dinner. Looking at the two colored fish swimming in the tank, he added, instead, I will put on diving gear and gaze at the beach and the ocean together. That is my hobby. Yu Myong was completely stunned. Then he frowned and asked loudly, but since you prepared such great conditions, why did you wait until I contacted you first? Suk just closed his eyes and lowered his head. Ah, that. He pointed toward Yu Myong and analyzed, if I were an actor, I would be greedy because I would be jealous of you. There would be a little envy. Finally, Yu Suk gripped the contract tight and let out a soft sigh of relief. Later, he stood alone in front of the restaurant using his phone. Realizing something, Yu Myong looked up. From a distance, a black car drove up close. The door opened, and two very friendly people appeared. Sir, hello, greetings, sir. Yu Myong quickly sat in and buckled his seatbelt. Is today the first script reading? Is Eun Soo going to the station too? Eun Soo replied happily, I have a meeting with the styling team. These two were sent by Bad Entertainment to support him. Eun Soo was the stylist, and Ho Cheol was the road manager. They were chatting happily. Ho Cheol, please drive safely. Of course. Moon Yu Suk had been worried about the contract, so he provided a high-paying drama contract higher than the director's offer and provided a dedicated stylist and road manager. Managing his own schedule would have been a bit difficult. Signing with Bad Entertainment was the right choice. The car drove down the quiet street. In front of a room with a sign, Drama Script Reading and Actor Introduction, September 1st, 2004, Meeting Room 3. On the table inside was a nameplate, Role of Yoonbo Hyong, Shin Yu Myong. Standing there, Yu Myong breathed heavily but happily as he looked at the nameplate. He looked around the room and thought, no one's here yet. He then took out his phone to take a photo of the nameplate. Suddenly, someone saw him and spoke up, making him embarrassed. Is it your first time seeing that? You look happy. Cha Ha-rin, still sleepy, sat up and yawned. Hello there. Yu Myong recognized her. It is Cha Ha-rin. He immediately bowed with great politeness. Hello, senior. I am rookie actor Shin Yu Myong. I look forward to your guidance. She looked weary and did not react immediately. After a moment, she asked, how old are you? He replied nervously, I am 24. She continued, brother then. Just speak comfortably. Ha-rin rested her arms on the table with a bright smile. I hope you have a fun shoot. Yu Myong felt a bit suspicious. What is this? She is completely different from how she appears on TV. Soon, a group of people walked in, making the atmosphere lively. Hello, hello. Seeing them, Yu Myong bowed once more and announced loudly, hello, I am rookie actor Shin Yu Myong. I will work hard. The others were friendly. Haha, nice to meet you. Suddenly, respectful greetings rang out, catching his attention. Hello, senior. Yu Myong recognized her instantly, actor Lee Ok-hyung. She appeared and showed concern for Ha-rin. Ha-rin, are you sleepy today too? When everyone was seated at the table, lively chatter filled the room. Is your schedule busy lately? Yes, I only sleep 2 hours on weekdays. Wow, you are working hard. Overhearing this, Yu Myong felt a bit intimidated. 2 hours. Then PD Ju, sitting next to director Yuk, spoke up. Is everyone here? Let us start with some brief introductions. I am PD Ju. Mi-yeon also introduced herself.
I am Director Yok Mi-yeon.
This is my first collaboration with MBM. I have high expectations because we have such talented actors gathered here. I would like to visit the set sometimes, but due to limited time, I am busy writing scripts. While she spoke, everyone listened intently. Mi-yeon's eyes shone with conviction. That is why I came to this script reading to clarify the roles of the actors as I imagined them. If you show me your distinct abilities and acting skills, I will be truly grateful. Hearing this, Yoo Mi-yeon's eyes widened, fearing something. A dark realization dawned. A script reading is usually for adjusting characters and getting familiar with faces, but the writer had made a special request for acting. Looking around, the other actors looked cold and somewhat wary. It depends on how I act. At the thought, Yoo Mi-yeon gave a smile to reassure himself. The roles could change. He looked at the others, who all wore daunting expressions. After a moment, PD Ju said politely, "Now for the actors' introductions." A handsome young man stood up. "Hello, I am Baek Sung-hyo, playing the role of Kwon Do-jun." Next, Ha-rin gave an innocent smile and introduced herself softly. "I am Cha Ha-rin, playing Hannah." Next was a girl with short curly hair.
I am Seong-uniwebe, playing Ryu Kun-kyung.
Then an energetic young man in yellow spoke up. "I am Lee Gyu-sung, playing Tak Gyu-min. I have always wanted to be in a drama by writer Yok Mi-yeon. Thank you for choosing me for such a charming role." Finally, Yoo Mi-yeon stood up shyly, hands clenched. "I am Yoo Mi-yeon, making my TV debut as Yoon Bo-hyung. I look forward to receiving valuable advice from all my seniors. I will work very hard." Seeing this, PD Ju sighed quietly. The others continued introducing themselves. "Hello, I am." The specific purpose of the script introduction was to outline the plot. The main character, Kim Hannah, is a strong girl living with her sick grandmother. She dreams of becoming an actress, and to achieve that, she works in a place connected to her dream. She joins Star Agency as a road manager. The image of a bickering couple appeared. Here, she becomes the road manager for the lead, Kwon Do-jun, an arrogant guy. She learns that living in this world is not easy, and Do-jun learns that not everything goes his way. They gradually fall in love. Actor Tak Gyu-min plays the second lead and rival to Do-jun, who likes Kim Hannah. Ryu Jun-kyung plays the female rival who desires Do-jun. They form a cycle. These four form a complex love quadrangle, bringing a fresh atmosphere. Then someone spoke. "We will begin the reading." An orange script appeared on the table. Role of Yoon Bo-hyung, Shin Yoo Mi-yeon, MBM Company. Script by Yok Mi-yeon, Executive Producer PD Ju. Script Introduction Part 1. A person stood up to read the narration, Scene 1. In front of Star Agency's main gate. Kim Hannah, dressed shabbily, walks up to the building. Ha-rin naturally entered the role. "Wow, is this Star Agency?" She looked extremely excited and happy. "If I work here, I can meet so many actors, right?" But then the character Hannah looked a bit sad. I want to be an actress too, but poverty is a curse. Poor me." Yoo Mi-yeon watched with admiration. Everything changed when they started acting. The narrator continued. While walking down the hall, Hannah hits a wall and breaks it. Her face turns pale and weary. Gyu-min passes by and talks to her. Gyu-sung acted out a caring demeanor. "Are you okay?" He gave a polite smile. "You are not hurt, are you? I will take care of everything here. Don't worry." Hannah's voice trembled. "Thank you." The narrator continued. Hannah joins Star Agency. Do-jun is unhappy that Hannah, a rookie, is assigned as his road manager. Sung-hyo shouted in character, "No, a young girl who is a rookie. How can you make her a road manager? Are you sane?" Another person acting as the manager countered. "What else can we do? No one wants to be a road manager for an arrogant brat like you." The narration continued. Throughout the day, Hannah is nitpicked by Do-jun on the way home. She meets Bo-hyung. As the narration ended, Hannah shouted, "Kwon Do-jun, so disappointing, I was your fan, but I am also someone whose personality is easily shattered." Suddenly she stopped and stared. What is that over there?" Over there, Yoo Mi-yeon was trembling and weeping piteously. "Hannah." Seeing him, people started whispering. "That is the boy writer Yuk praised so highly." Meanwhile, The two exchanged lines. "Ha, Bo Hyung, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Our house was destroyed. What? I have no clothes today, and no place to sleep. What do I do? Are you okay? What about your parents?" Bo Hyung replied with a tearful, contorted face. "They ran away. Left me all alone. They took the cat, but they left me because I eat more than the cat." People in the room saw this and began to praise him. "So cute." Sung Hyo also began to pay attention to Yu Myong. Bo Hyung continued, "I wonder if you have any newspapers at home. I heard they keep you very warm." Sung Hyo stared blankly at this, thinking, what is this? I have a feeling his acting is strangely different from the norm. He followed the rhythm of the lines and felt the flow. Bo Hyung was still sobbing, his voice shaking. "A box would probably be too much of a luxury, right? I expected too much from you. I am still small, so newspapers will do." Meanwhile, Hannah closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling of floating buoyant sensation. The narration rang out. Next scene. Hannah brings Bo Hyung home. Ha-rin as Hannah said, "Grandma, I am home. Are you still in pain today?" "Okay Hyung," as the grandmother replied calmly, "Our Hannah is home. Don't worry too much about me." She then frowned with a bit of wariness. "Wait a minute. Who is this boy?" Bo Hyung was like a happy cat. "Grandma, I am Hannah's friend. I have heard so much about you. I have really wanted to meet you." Hearing this, the grandmother character became shy. She pursed her lips and assessed him internally. This young lad is quite something. He still held the script and smiled brightly like a flower. "I am really bothering you a little bit, are not I?" she replied. "I see. This kid." PD Ju sat at the monitor, chin in hand, looking annoyed. Why is he overacting like that? But suddenly, Mi Yun shouted with an excited face, "Bo Hyung, that is exactly what I needed. How did you do that? I mean that tone." Receiving the praise, Yu Myong replied happily and gently, "The script says Bo Hyung speaks as if he is singing. I am trying to deliver the lines as rhythmically as possible without distorting the character's voice too much." Now everyone turned their attention to Yu Myong. Writer Yuk asked another question. "From your perspective, Yu Myong, what kind of person do you think Bo Hyung is?" Myong replied calmly, "I feel like he is a guardian angel." Getting the answer she wanted, she flashed a bright smile. Exactly, nowadays, finding a drama where only the leads stand out is as hard as climbing to heaven. That is why I created a supporting character with as much charm as Bo Hyung. The silhouette of an elegant man appeared. He helps Hannah stay grounded in the entertainment world, a mentor who gives various advice, compensates for her financial situation, and provides material support. Mi Yun thought to herself with joy, he is a character hard to find in reality. I wanted to highlight that, which is why I added the phrase as if singing. She spoke softly. "I loved what you showed in the audition, and this is even better. I am really looking forward to the broadcast." Under the curious gazes of the other actors, he replied without hesitation, "Thank you, madam." A week later, heavy footsteps walked down the street. Then came a chaotic scene, people bustling about carrying equipment and shouting, "The crane has not arrived yet. I told you not to take photos. The bulb here is broken. Do not walk through there." Another corner was even more crowded. "Is there a production team here? Hurry up and pay the food delivery guy." Yu Myong appeared and smiled at the sight. "It has been a while since I have felt this busy atmosphere on a film set." Nearby, Ha-rin approached with a long yawn. "Let me through for a second, please." Hearing her, he was startled. Then he spoke, "Ha-rin, you are here early." Hearing his voice, she stopped in her tracks, surprised. Her eyes swept over him, scrutinizing everything from his hairstyle to his accessories. He was now made up as the handsome character Bo Hyung, raising a hand in greeting. "Hello." Ha-rin was momentarily stunned by his good looks. She stood there staring, asking shyly, "Mr. Yu Myong, how long did it take to style you?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "It took 4 hours." Ha-rin just gave an embarrassed laugh in response. Someone called out, "Please stand to the side." The two of them leaned against the wall to chat. "By the way, where did you learn to act?" "I was in the school drama troupe, but I am mostly self-taught." But suddenly Ha-rin asked hesitantly, "Then what was the reason for that?" Seeing her look, Yu Myong froze with a strained smile. Yu Myong stood still, observing his surroundings and thinking, this is the archetype. There is a guy like that, usually hiding his claws deep beneath this amiable exterior. The image of a cute young Y appeared. To quickly take down an opponent if needed. An anonymous creature. It has been a long time since a shoot. The camera lights switched on. The director shouted, "Action." Bo Hyung stepped out looking handsome, holding a vacuum cleaner. He said cutely, "Grandma, someone left this in front of our house." Okay, Hyung, as the grandmother, acted surprised. Huh, what is this? He stood before the grandmother and granddaughter with the vacuum. It is a vacuum cleaner. With this, you won't have to bend over to sweep the floor anymore. She looked at the item with regret. Throwing away something this good. It is a sin. Hannah, standing by, looked interested. Wow, it is brand new, Bo Hyung asked worriedly. A sin, can't we keep it? Outside, the crates were being opened. Inside, the voices of the two characters drifted out. We should give it to someone who truly needs it. Yes, Grandma. I have to go to work now. As Hannah headed out, Bo Hyung followed and asked caringly, Hannah, are you coming home late today too? She replied softly, yes. If Grandma eats alone, she will be sad. I am glad you are here. But Bo Hyung frowned, looking annoyed. Then he waved his hand grumpily. If you do not work overtime today, Kwon Do-jun will nag you again. Hannah laughed. Like Mimi, maybe I should do that. Finally, Hannah walked away. The two waved goodbye. See ya. Then an orange cat walked over and rubbed its head against his leg. Seeing this, Bo Hyung sat down to talk to it. Mimi, your owner is really strange. How can she be so full of energy when she has to do things she does not want to every day? Is it because you are just like your owner? Shall we go for a walk? The cat opened its mouth and let out a loud meow as if agreeing. He happily patted its head. Good, good. You are so adorable. Suddenly, the director's voice boomed, cut, great job, prepare for the next scene. Other writers watching were moved. So heartwarming. Indeed. The scene shifted to Hannah in a bathrobe, frantically answering her phone. To the office right now, but I just got home. She continued hesitantly, Mr.
Kwon Do-jun, listen.
But from the other end came only endless shouting. When the call ended, she looked at the phone in shock and anger. What was that? He just hung up. Hannah threw the phone onto the mattress in a rage. How can someone be so bizarre? The director called, cut. PD Ju appeared, gesturing for emphasis. Ha-rin, you are the female lead. What is with that behavior? Too extreme, I was just expressing my frustration. Back to the scene, standing on the outside, Eun-soo and Ho Cheol whispered to each other. We are okay, right? Eun-soo, calm down. Yu Myung stood nearby, arms crossed, thinking, there is another female character, Ta Ryung. Writer Yuk wrote, she is an independent and strong character. First was the personality style, pretty but as PD Ju requested not even a recent trend. An image of the girl appeared in his imagination, like a female pirate, pained, struggling, but still standing firm on her path. Yu Myung looked at PD Ju and thought, I heard he has been a famous PD for 5 years. How can he be so outdated? Just then, the old man barked, cut, Cha Ha-rin. Do not you understand what I am saying? That is not personality. That is just pathetic cuteness. Is it that hard? Ha-rin replied hurriedly. I will try harder. At that moment, Eun-soo patted his shoulder. Sir, hurry and change for the next scene. Myung replied, startled, oh okay. But as he turned to leave, he glanced back with a worried look. Yu Myung looked at Ha-rin's exhausted state and wondered, Ha-rin, are you okay? Under the streetlights at night, a shout rang out, wait. Bo Hyung appeared, looking cold. Hannah was sitting on a street corner, hugging her knees and weeping bitterly. He watched from behind. He approached with concern. Hannah, what is wrong? Seeing him, she immediately wiped her tears. Hannah's eyes were still teary, but she pretended to be fine, stammering, no, it is nothing. But then her voice broke into sobs. It is just today. At the same time, Bo Hyung started sobbing along with her. What happened today? Who said what to you? Hannah, while crying, turned to ask, hey, why are you crying? He sat down sadly right next to Hannah. Because you are crying. But what happened today? Her eyes were full of sorrow as she spoke her heart. It is just. Grandma is in some pain. Whenever I think of her, I tell myself I have to do something useful. I feel so pathetic just lingering in the entertainment industry. Hannah bowed her head, her hair falling disheveled. Even though I try so hard, the boss always criticizes me. I feel like a mistreated dog. Hearing the story, Bo Hyung spoke calmly, if you are the boss. His eyes turned cruel as he spoke the name, Kwon Do-jun. Standing off set, seeing this look, Sung Hyo felt somewhat anxious. Bo Hyung added, it looks like a system. Hannah replied in a low voice, well, even a dog still has. But before she could finish, he countered loudly, it is not a dog, his weapon is very important. Then Bo Hyung's voice softened again. Hannah, you know, a real sab does not abuse their own kind. Under the lights, Bo Hyung gave a dangerous smile. Those at the bottom of the food chain. As soon as you want to move up a bit, they will exploit you thoroughly. The two continued talking comfortably. Is that so? Yeah. Did you know you can do it too? Going up step by step, I believe you will take care of your grandma. Yeah. Standing behind the set, Sung Hyo thought worriedly. The expression on his face shows pure contempt for Kwon Do-jun. By separating emotions and actions. How can it be so natural? Finally, the two stood up. Hannah walked inside and patted his shoulder. Come quickly. He thought further, I just thought his tone was unique, but it seems that is not all. Bo Hyung, under the lights, said calmly, for those who act like dogs, they must be treated like dogs. Sung Hyo's face contorted as he continued to think. Depending on the situation the character faces, he can flexibly change his actions. The director's voice rang out, cut. But then PD Ju walked out with a script, shouting and making everyone uncomfortable. Shin Yu Myung, why did you suddenly change your tone of voice? After yelling, he looked at him with a scowl, cursing internally, you arrogant brat. If not for him, I would not have had to suck up to Moon Yu-suk, and Yuk Mi-yeon would not have been so loud. Yu Myung, hearing the yelling, just stood there dazed, looking at him. PD Ju shouted louder, Bo Hyung has shown a certain image until now. If you change your expression like that, what am I supposed to do? Let us go again. But Yu Myung slowly stepped up to him and said, Sir. Director. He explained with a cold face, in my opinion, when Bo Hyung faces Hannah versus when he faces the rest of the world, he is a character with clear distinctions. But PD Ju refused to listen, shouting over him, hey, what are you saying? He was still scowling in annoyance. You are new to the business, so you do not know. If you change emotions suddenly like that, the scene loses its quality. And it is not time for you to show off yet, is it? Yu Myung stood there trying to explain. But, director. PD Ju would not listen, turning his back and cutting him off. Assistant director, 5-minute break, then we shoot again.
Arin approached sadly.
Brother, I have tried too. Once the PD gets obsessed with something, no one can sway him. Yu Myung remained firm. I still had to say it. If I do not understand it, how can I perform it? Ha-rin heard this and smiled softly, letting out a sigh. She put her hands behind her back, looking up at the sky with satisfaction. That is why I keep getting cut. Myung looked at her with confusion. Ha-rin's eyes showed a clear sadness. We will keep filming until the PD gets tired. I would rather look a bit stupid than be disrespectful. She gave Yu Myung a meaningful look. The character Hannah. As a human, rather than just a woman. I can't let it go. Hearing this, Yu Myung tilted his head, puzzled. Thanks for the advice, Ha-rin. He also marveled internally. As expected, 12 years of experience makes a difference. PD Ju's face remained tense. If anything, he looked angrier. Under the lights, Hannah and Bo Hyung sat together. The director's voice rang out, cut. Again cut. Other actors watching from the sidelines looked exhausted. One more time, PD Ju rolled up the script and pointed it directly at the two, screaming, cut. His face contorted with rage as he yelled, how many times is this? Why can't you do it normally? Fine, doing it again won't change anything. Yu Myung pretended to be sad. Saying in a tearful voice, I am sorry, I will do it again. Sitting there, the two shared a look, seemingly in complete agreement. Okay, this is for real, not a joke. It was dark inside a house. A phone lit up on a table. Yu-suk picked up the phone and walked to the door.
Yeah, okay.
Did you get Yu Myung home safely? After receiving the answer, he pulled back the curtain. I see. Yu-suk gave a mysterious smile, looking outside. So that is how it is. A few days later, the sky was strangely quiet. Inside a house, a supervisor spoke to everyone. This scene is incredibly important. It is the first time Do-jun confronts Bo Hyung. Everyone focus. Everyone replied in unison, yes sir. The director's voice rang out again. Ready, action. Do-jun appeared, straightening his clothes and walking in seriously. He approached a room and knocked. His mind was racing. The grandson of the Hyok Song group is a fan of mine. If I perform well this time, I might get many commercials and can fire that annoying new manager. Upon entering, Do-jun stood before Bo Hyung and bowed respectfully. Hello, I am actor Kwon Do-jun. Bo Hyung held a glass of wine, wearing a suit that radiated power.
Ah, yeah.
Just sit anywhere. Faced with this aura and killing intent, Do-jun bit his lip, trembling with fear. Finally, he sat down and replied hesitantly, yes thank you. Seeing this, Bo Hyung began to praise him. Your acting is quite good. I have been following you closely. Do-jun replied politely, acting is an actor's responsibility, so I always try my best. He replied, an actor's responsibility. An actor's responsibility is acting, but what about a human's responsibility? Hearing this, Do-jun was stunned, unable to say a word. Bo Hyung's gaze turned terrifying as he began to lecture, when looking from a human perspective. Both being an actor and being rich are just a shell. Do-jun sat there in fear, not understanding what was happening. Yes, that is right. Remembering Hannah crying in front of the house, Bo Hyung added in a stern voice, but one should not identify themselves with that shell, right? Sometimes people let the shell consume them and do things they should not do. Then Bo Hyung poured him a drink. I am only advising you because I am a fan. Do-jun politely took the glass. Ah yes. I will keep that in mind. He emphasized once more, you really need to keep it in mind. Do-jun's mood plummeted as he became extremely nervous. Bo Hyung took on the arrogant persona of a young master. If I only look at the shell, I could speak informally to you, even though I am using honorifics now. Drop by drop, the wine was poured until it overflowed. Having said everything he needed, he gave a cute smile. Got it, and in this drama, Do-jun does not save Hannah. Hannah, who was once a supporting character, will grow to confront Do-jun, and they will fall in love. Bo Hyung's role is to help Hannah find balance and support her in achieving that. But suddenly, PD-ju screamed with all his might, cut again. He gripped the script in his hand, scowling at the two. He began to lecture, why are you letting the supporting character overshadow the lead? Act better. Min Jong held the script and explained hesitantly, director. The lines were like that from the start. But she only received a harsh questioning. You can still act at a level of gentle advice. Why use such a confrontational attitude? Sung Hyo raised his hand with a cold face. Director, I think in this scene, Do-jun actually is overshadowed by Bo Hyung. Many people agreed, and he fell silent, unable to argue. Then he said, let us see. If not done right, the lead will look like a weak coward. Sung Hyo bowed slightly with a friendly smile. Well, he is a bit of a coward. Do-jun at the start of the drama is not very good. Since he is a character who grows upon meeting Hannah, he can show a great image later. Receiving that answer, PD-ju crossed his arms in frustration. Min Jong stood behind him, looking at him with annoyance. Then he asked, he can grab all the attention in the middle of the drama, right? Sung Hyo replied, of course, director. Seeing everything was settled, Yu Myong let out a sigh of relief. This scene passed thanks to Sung Hyo. The filming continued. Hannah blocked Do-jun's path with a folder and shouted, hey, Kwon Do-jun, this made him startle. But then PD-ju jumped in again. What did I say before? You have to act with a face like you are about to cry. Ha-rin, do not you have the ability to learn? She could only accept it. I am sorry. Standing nearby, Yu Myong looked worried, thinking, not just the PD, but Ha-rin should not be underestimated either. She is always so polite and serious. Suddenly OK Hyung, sitting right next to him, spoke up. Is it because she is the eldest sister, that she endures everything like that? He immediately asked, eldest sister, Ha-rin, in the company, not at home, she began to explain. She does not leave the small agency and stays loyal. If the company were a bit stronger, she would not have to endure such humiliation. There, besides Ha-rin, no artist brings in money, so they can only use her. Even though she works so hard, she is never late to the set. Yu Myong listened, looking at her with empathy. Ha-rin was bowing politely. I am sorry, I will work harder. He thought to himself, a normal actor's body would be sluggish, Yet she radiates explosive energy when the camera rolls. An actor with such passion and brilliant talent. Why did not she reach the top in her past life? It makes me wonder. Turns out external factors also hindered her. Thinking this, Yu Myong bit his lip. The wall clock ticked through the night. In the room, Yu Myong and Yang Wei were sprawled on the bed, groaning in exhaustion. In the quiet of the night, they whispered to each other. Miho, I have a call time at 12 noon tomorrow. Yes, so what if I do not hear the alarm? Then everything returned to its original silence. Yu Myong opened his tired eyes to look at the glowing phone. He groggily picked it up to check. Who is calling at this hour? His eyes drifted shut against the phone's light. On the screen was a message. Yu Myong, check the morning papers tomorrow. It will be interesting. Manager Moon Yu-suk. He was curious. The papers, tomorrow morning. He did not reply and fell asleep, his hand holding the phone going limp. The next day, a shocking shout rang through the building. Yu Myong, Shin Yu Myong. Yu Myong's father ran in with a newspaper. Son, come look at this. He woke up with a start coughing. He ran over with the paper. Isn't this the PD from your film crew? He rubbed his eyes, not yet awake. Ha, what? His father insisted. Look at this. Yu Myong took the paper and read it intently. After a moment, his eyes widened in shock. He let out an involuntary cry. On the newspaper was a headline, National TV PD suspected of frequent marijuana use. Yu Myong stared at the paper and remembered the message from yesterday. Yu Myong, watch the morning news tomorrow. Interesting news. Manager Moon Yu-suk. Both Yu Myong and Yang Wei looked at the phone and the paper reflecting. Yang Wei touched the paper with a soft paw and guessed, so it must be PD Ju then. It thought silently, and Yu Myong replied through their mental link, most likely yeah. Alright then. Hearing this, he was a bit startled. What? Yang Wei looked at him happily. Think about it. What if this broke while the drama was airing? Isn't it better to pull out now? But Yu Myong was worried. True, but... It looked at his expression and continued, you must be very surprised, are not you? He could only bow his head in a daze. Suddenly the phone rang, making Yu Myong jump. After calming down, he answered. Hello, Ho Cheol replied. Sir, it is Ho Cheol. The station just called to say today's shoot is cancelled. Yu Myong was surprised. Because of the article today, most likely. The station says it is a misunderstanding, but it will probably be hard to film for a while, so just get some rest. He replied with regret, yeah, I understand. Thanks for calling, Ho Cheol. However, contrary to the station's claim of a misunderstanding, in the garden outside, a fountain was trickling. The massive house in the garden looked incredibly peaceful. It turned out to be a Japanese restaurant. Inside, Yu-suk spoke. You heard about the PD change from Ho Cheol, right? Yu Myong sat politely and accepted a drink. Yes. He closed his eyes and smiled calmly. I heard PD Ju was giving you a hard time. You should have told me sooner. Was the gift okay? Hearing this, Yu Myong remained silent for a long time. Then he spoke up. It was not a gift for me. It seems you had this planned from the beginning. Yu-suk calmly poured wine into a glass. He paused and looked at Myong in shock. How did you know? He continued with his deductions. I heard Baek Sung-hyo even paid a penalty to return to this project. Yu Myong bowed his head with a sad look. You were certain PD Ju would resign, or you were confident you could make it happen. I only realized it when I heard the name of the newly appointed PD. From the start, the PD for acting fundamentals was not Ju Il-ho. A few images appeared under the lights, but a promising young PD who had just returned from a strike. Even then, surely Moon Yu-suk had already pushed Ju Il-ho out. Yu Myong spoke almost mockingly. The script is great and it is in a prime time slot. If the schedule were not so tight, no. If the PD were more reputable, the lead role would have surely gone to an A-list actor. Both men looked at each other seriously. Yu Myong continued, so he went along with that process for the time being, and as soon as the PD strike ended, he kicked out PD Ju right. Hearing those words, Yu-suk gave an intrigued smile. Shin Yu Myong, I thought you were just a gentle and hard-working person, but I did not expect you to be so sharp. Seeing Yu Myong's angry expression, he looked flustered. All right, I will explain. Both MBM and PD Ju were being backed into a corner by all sorts of pressure. That is why they reluctantly dragged writer Yuk into it. The broadcasting schedule. The staff, and even the promotion schedule had several times more investment than usual. Yu Myong recalled what Min Jong had told him. No, everything is in a mess right now. We have not had a hit this year, but Company S just won big. The drama plan for next year was suddenly pushed forward, and the production time is extremely tight. Yu Suk continued, even an actor like our Sung Hyo, though he is okay, is not at the level that people would prioritize or invite in a situation like this. Memories of the past flooded back. Yu Suk gave a friendly smile. Actually, my Sung Hyo already had a project lined up. But he accepted the contract penalty to come here. We went that far just to request the role of Bo Hyung. It would be very difficult for us if you acted this way. His narration continued, but in such an urgent situation, breaking another contract to come here. That helped raise our status significantly. In this situation, just changing the PD would settle everything. We have the overwhelming advantage, do not we? Yu Myong listened with a weary face, thinking as expected. Then he spoke up, you gave me some advice last time, so may I offer a suggestion as well? Yu Suk looked calm but clearly curious. What is it? Yu Myong began to speak his mind. You said you did all this just for me, even though it was actually planned beforehand. That is a very effective way to make me feel indebted. Hearing this, Yu Suk's mood dropped, and his face showed fear. Yu Myong expressed his dissatisfaction with a stern face. I am really not happy about it at all. Seeing the situation, Yu Suk gestured frantically and stammered, no, it is not like that, I did not intend to make you feel indebted or anything. It is just that I have very high expectations for you. Shin Yu Myong. Yu Myong sat still and replied calmly, I understand. The lavish dishes on the table remained untouched. He continued, you pulled Baek Sung Hyo from that project because the script for this drama was too good. And you got rid of PD Ju because he was someone hindering a great work, right? You might be a scary person, manager, but you always prioritize an actor's career and the value of a work over short-term profit. Hearing this, Yu Suk was slightly moved. Yu Myong's expression remained unchanged. Turning sincere feelings into such calculating words is not a good thing. If you do that, then later on, even when you speak from the heart, people will find it hard to believe you. At this, Yu Suk's eyes widened as if realizing a new truth. Finally, the room fell silent, save for a small sound. Yu Suk leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling, laughing with satisfaction. After a moment, his face turned red. He wiped his eyes and said, I have been put in my place. It has been a long time since I have been scolded like this. Then Yu Suk's gaze turned soulful as he said, I have always hated acting like that, but it turns out I was doing it myself. His brow relaxed, and he politely held out his glass. I am truly sorry. But my heart for supporting actor Shin Yu Myong is real. Please believe me. Seeing this, Yu Myong relaxed as well and gave a gentle smile. Of course. Finally, the two clinked glasses in friendship. At this moment, Eun-soo was holding a makeup compact. Her face turned upward as she let out a yawn so big it brought tears to her eyes. Then she skillfully applied powder to Yu Myong's face. You must tell the manager to take us out for a team dinner. I did not expect we would have to go all the way to Busan for a business trip. He sat still and replied, I know, I will tell him. Busan, home of the International Film Festival. I Ho Cheol and Eun-soo rushed down to Busan today. Because news broke that Ballerina High was nominated for the Busan Film Festival. Du-han had only informed them yesterday. He stood with arms crossed, watching him intently. Wow, Yu Myong, you look like a real actor now. And because the schedule was so tight, we could not book train tickets. Eun-soo and Ho Cheol worked very hard since early morning. At that time, Ho Cheol was driving like a man on fire. Being late is not in my dictionary. Yu Myong turned pale, while Eun-soo remained calm. Ho Cheol, just take it slow. As Yu Myong sat on a bench, thinking with relief, luckily the drama paused filming, or we would have missed the first afternoon. Director from afar, Du-han walked over happily. While Ho Cheol was dozing off, Eun-soo suggested, I will do a bit of light makeup for the director. He replied politely, no need. Just lending me the equipment is fine. But Eun-soo gave a threatening look, radiating a fiery aura. Sit down. Being slovenly is not in my dictionary. Seeing this, Du-han had to obey. Yes, madam. The reason Eun-soo was so enthusiastic was that after the Ballerina High screening, there would be a GV session. Seryun unfortunately could not attend the GV because she was too busy. The two of them chatted while getting ready. I will do your hair too. Oh yes, thank you. Seeing this, Yu Myong smiled happily. Until now, I have only attended film festivals as an audience member. But this time, I am attending a GV as an actor. Soon, a staff member walked in and called, Director Ki Do-han, actor Shin Yu Myong. It is time for the screening, let us go. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and nodded. Outside, the atmosphere was incredibly sophisticated. Paraji sat in a seat to watch the movie, arms crossed, looking very serious. The theater was crowded and bustling. Thoughts flickered through his mind, working in the film industry, yet coming to the cinema during vacation. Truly unbelievable. A sign introduced, GV, Audience Q&A, Ballerina High. I chose this movie because I like both ballet and the Phantom of the Opera. He thought further, will it shine with a wonderful combination? At this thought, Paraji's gaze wavered slightly. Or will it be an unbearable oddity that I can't even keep my eyes open to watch? An image of a girl with a darkened face appeared. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Karen. Karen loved red shoes so much that she even wore them to church. An eerie scene appeared. But suddenly, Karen's shoes began to dance. The shoes continued to dance. Through rain or snow, day or night, even through explosions. His face puckered slightly. The image of the little girl being dragged away into the night appeared, yet she still crossed fields, bushes and walls, continuing on and on. A scene of a masked man holding an axe appeared. Finally, Karen went to the executioner and asked him to cut off her feet. Karen lost both feet. The image of the feet wearing red shoes appeared, still skipping and dancing, blood splattering everywhere. But the feet continued to dance, moving in a rhythmic beat across the ground. The hazy scene of those feet in the past, when they belonged to Karen, appeared. A pair of supple feet in white ballet shoes appeared, dancing. Why cut the feet off when they can still dance? The silhouette of Waran in the movie appeared. If it were me, no matter how tired or pricked by thorns, I would never give up these dancing feet. Having said that, Waran's face showed a clear sense of menace and scheming. In one place, flexible ballet dancers were chatting. Did you hear? The next production has been decided and is being cast. Really, who is the lead this time? Senior Hee-won just retired, has not she? Whoever gets the lead this time will surely be promoted to the top rank, won't they? Waran, sitting nearby, listened silently to the story. Then she tilted her head and looked straight at the two. They were still laughing and chatting. Exactly. Just looking at the practice hours, Waran is the #1 choice. Think practice hours are enough, not like someone over there, who only knows how to practice pointlessly all day without using her brain. Anyway, the competition is fierce, so she is bound to lose. Waran tightened her grip on her shoes, looking at them with a cold, unmoving face. At that moment, a door opened, and light from inside the room spilled out. Inside, Waran was dancing continuously without rest, grit her teeth in pain. The mockery echoed in her head, one look at the practice hours and you know. If you want to mock me, feel free. Pointless practice. I will climb higher than you all, just you wait. Thinking this, she did a determined split. When finished, she stood up, her body drenched in sweat and exhaustion. The room went dark again. Then Waran stood still and looked out, shouting, "Hey, there is still someone in here." Seeing no response, she walked out, extremely annoyed. How hateful. I have not practiced enough yet. As she stepped outside, Waran flung the door open and shouted, "There is still someone here." But outside was only a dark, seemingly endless corridor. Seeing this, her face turned pale with fear. Finally, Waran had to accept it and grabbed her bag to leave. But when she reached the outside door and pulled with all her might, the locked door did not budge. Realizing it was locked from the outside, Waran began to lament wearily, "What on earth, is the door locked?" Then she irritably turned back inside. Unbelievable. Standing inside, Waran looked up anxiously. She rattled the lock of another door. At that moment, she sensed something and became terrified. Waran's face was covered in sweat, her eyes wide with horror. Finally, she ran around inside, shouting frantically, "Where the hell is the entrance? How could they just lock everything up like this?" Then she stood alone in the place, feeling desperate. If I miss this chance, I am truly. Suddenly, a sound from somewhere made her freeze. At this point, Everyone in the audience was highly focused. Perigi, surprised by the plot twist, thought, the ballet movements are excellent, but the director's talent is limited. Compared to the ballet skills, the female lead's acting is a bit regrettable. In the movie, the Phantom appeared and spoke coldly, "Hey little girl." He appeared with a cunning smile and a ray of hope. "Are you lost? Are you one of the kids from the White Swan troupe? What was your name again?" Perigi watched the movie intently, thinking, recreating what work, portraying the Phantom perfectly like his predecessor. No, even so. In the movie, the Phantom leaned in close to Warren's face and continued, "Indeed. Meeting like this is fate, so I will tell you something." He was panicked as he watched this unfolding scene. In the movie, the Phantom knelt beside her under the quiet moonlight and said, "After the Swan Lake performance ends, the next one will be Giselle." With those words, amidst a dazzling light, he gave a gentle smile. Warren looked at the Phantom in suspicion. How did he know about the next performance? Was he in charge of the theater? Then she clenched her hands and told herself, "I do not care who he is." Warren's eyes widened with joy. "If I practice Giselle in advance, I will have the advantage." Watching this, Perigi rubbed his chin and evaluated silently Giselle. How will the performance of Albrecht in the role of the Phantom be? In the middle of the night, the two stood facing each other. The Phantom began to instruct her, "Yoon Warren, the acting for Giselle in Act 1 and Act 2 is completely different." Then he laced his fingers together as a demonstration, like this. Once again, his eyes widened in surprise. Giselle's posture. Then he was captivated by the Phantom's dance. He leaned his body with great flexibility. His face, full of emotion and expression, looked up at the sky. All the audience members in the theater were full of admiration at this part. Perigi looked at the Phantom's feet and realized, effects. He bit his lip, watching the movie nervously. What kind of effect did he use to create this feeling? In the movie, the Phantom was like a breeze dancing under the moonlight. When finished, the Phantom paused to instruct further. In Act 2 of Giselle, you must project gloom. Even sounds and movements must be made silent to the ear. He stood still with hands on hips, glancing at Warren. You must reach this level to win the role of Giselle. Perigi smirked and evaluated. The ballet moves and the acting are both excellent. From then on, the Phantom and Warren met secretly behind the theater. Every night the moon was down to practice ballet. They were a pair wrapped in happiness. Time passed, and the way Warren looked at the man gradually showed clear respect and unconditional trust. In the night, Warren appeared and boasted happily, "I got the role of Giselle." Then she turned and ran a few steps before asking, "Doesn't practicing behind the theater like this all the time feel stifling? The weather is beautiful today, let us go for a walk together." Warren's footsteps gradually moved toward the light out there. "I know a very beautiful place." But when she saw the Phantom standing still, she stopped and turned back. Then she said, "What are you doing? Come here quickly." He remained still as a statue in the shadows. After a moment, Warren ran back and pulled the Phantom's hand. "Hurry up." Then, unconsciously, the Phantom was pulled out by her before he could react. Soon, both of them appeared under the cherry blossom trees. It was incredibly romantic. Standing there, Warren smiled happily. "Let us dance together." The Phantom was also stunned by the sight. Until now, I have silently taught many ballet dancers in the shadows. However, has any of them ever proactively led me toward the light? At this moment, the two held hands and began to dance. The Phantom's mask was cast aside. Then the Phantom wrapped his arms around Warren's waist. "When she sees my scar, will she stay away from me?" At this point, Warren happily embraced the cold Phantom while dancing. His eyes widened in shock at her reaction. Warren still gave a bright smile as if nothing was wrong. In this moment, the gap between their lips closed. Finally, they shared a kiss under the cherry blossoms and the bright city lights. The next morning, the other ballet dancers looked at Warren with annoyance. They watched her dance and asked each other, "How has that girl's skill improved so much lately, just as long as she does not make a mistake in the audition?" While dancing, Warren glanced at them with a confident look. "These idiots. That is why the heavens are not on your side." But suddenly her eyes became desperate as a voice rang out, "Seo Heewon's Giselle was not like this." At this moment, under the moon, she froze and looked at the Phantom. Then she asked, "Seo Heewon," realizing his slip of the tongue. The Phantom covered his mouth, looking worried. But Warren immediately became agitated and shouted, "Why do you keep comparing me to your previous ballet dancer? The person you should focus on right now is me. It is me. Facing this scene, the phantom only let out a silent sigh. Then he turned and walked away. That is enough for today. Waran was left in despair, her face contorted. Then her expression turned incredibly malicious. Waran looked at the phantom's retreating back and said, I have decided to date Su Bin, the one playing Albrecht. Hearing this, the phantom stopped. She smirked and added, I meant to tell you before, but I forgot. At this moment, the phantom's eyes turned hollow as he glanced back. Then he slowly walked back and asked, Do you know what time it is right now? Waran arrogantly crossed her arms and replied, So what? Giselle loves Albrecht. This will help make the role more emotional. But suddenly the phantom lost his composure and grabbed her shoulders. You fool, your Giselle role is almost perfect, and you're talking about loving Albrecht. Fine. A failed love will perfect the Giselle role. Hearing this, Waren's gaze maintained its emotion but was filled with curiosity. Finally, the phantom looked worried and cautioned, So do not disappoint me. His hands gripped Waren's shoulders tighter. Don't let me down. He gripped so hard that Waren was startled and looked down. Finally, she brushed the phantom's hands away and called out, I will do my best. Then she smiled and walked away, leaving the phantom behind. But who I date? That is my decision. Hearing this, the phantom's eyes widened as he watched her in despair. Another scene appeared. In the night, the phantom was adjusting another female dancer's posture. Right foot higher. That is it. Extend your arm further forward. From a nearby door crack, Waran witnessed everything and immediately lost all hope. Finally, standing in the dark corridor with no exit, she screamed, Why? In a room, Waran stood before the phantom, shouting continuously, I am right here, and you are only teaching Park Yun-jong. What do you mean? The phantom sat in a chair, arms crossed, and replied calmly, There are many very talented new members this year. Opportunities are always shared equally among outstanding ballet dancers. Hearing this, Waran was startled. The phantom's eyes also revealed an incredibly cold indifference. She bit her lip, looking worried. Finally, she turned and left without a word. Outside, the bright moonlight shone silently into the theater. The phantom's footsteps stood alongside the graceful footsteps of the ballet dancer. Waran was now having her dance posture adjusted by him in silence. During this time, her eyes were somewhat sad as she thought to herself, what happened in the rehearsal room yesterday? Must be because of Park Yun-jong. Then she kept staring at the phantom's expressionless face. The phantom used his hands to lift Waren's supple body high. If I say I broke up with Su Bin, will he go back to only guiding me? When the movement finished, the two stood still, looking at each other in the silent rehearsal room. Then she stood there blankly and called out, Sir. But the phantom immediately turned and left. Don't expect anything today. She stood under the moonlight, watching him in disappointment. Waran walked over to a nearby mirror and talked to herself, not even once. Has he looked at me? She wore a worried face, terrified. Has he lost interest in me? Seriously, what does Park Yun-jong have that I do not? What is it about her that he likes so much? Then the restroom scene appeared. Yun-jong stood beside her and chatted, that person. Do you know him too, senior? The girl flashed a scary smile and added, Have you seen that person's real face? I have. It is truly terrifying. Hearing this, Waran stopped her actions and was startled. Yun-jong continued, His skill is excellent, but he is suspiciously reclusive. At this, Waran saw a provocative image in her and called out, Aren't you scared, senior? Suddenly, a door was slammed shut with a loud bang. Waran walked out quickly with a dark face. How dare she insult him? She grit her teeth as she walked, her desperate eyes recalling beautiful memories between the two. Who does she think she is? What does she know about him? An invisible kite appeared from behind, heading toward Waren's feet, while she stood still, secretly forming a plan. I am going to kill Park Yun-jong. Inside the theater, the audience was terrified as they watched this. In the movie, it was a blood-soaked scene. Waran used all her suffering to let out a massive scream. The phantom silhouette appeared, while Waren's beautiful legs were severed and drenched in blood. Then came the image of Yun-jong clutching her own legs and collapsing to the ground. Looking at the severed legs, Waran gave a bizarre smile, immensely delighted. The beautiful, graceful legs were tossed aside, blood splattering everywhere. The image of a pure female dancer gracefully performing ballet was accompanied by a long streak of blood. The bloodstains were everywhere. Hwaran, like a pure white flower, stood under the sparkling lights. She shone brilliantly before the massive audience. Then Hwaran stopped, her face covered in sweat, breathing heavily. Among the crowded people, the phantom appeared silently in a dark corner, looking up. Finally, he gave a sinister smile, full of schemes. Hwaran's whole body, like a pure white flower, was now soaked in blood. It is complete. I am only looking at you. Yu Myong sat in the back row after the screening finished. Watching the edited version, he felt his own acting was strangely unfamiliar. Do-han, sitting next to him, nudged his arm. Hey, Yu Myong. Look behind you. Look, he said. Hearing that, Yu Myong curiously glanced back. Immediately, his expression shifted to one of pure surprise. The audience seated above were overwhelmed with emotion, happiness, joy and gratitude, while some were even moved to tears. A staff member stepped out and invited the two of them. Director, actor, please move to the front. We are about to start the Q&A session. As they took their seats on stage, Do-han looked at the audience, picked up the microphone, and greeted them. Hello everyone, I am the director of Ballerina High. My name is Ki Do-han. It is a great honor to attend the Busan International Film Festival like this. As cameras rolled continuously, he added into the mic, the high in my title Ballerina High represents the image of a ballet dancer soaring high, but it also includes the state of being high on drugs. Hwaran is in a state of trance, and the illusion named Phantom helped elevate her ballet to a new level. Even though drugs are illegal in Korea, I hope the film leaves an impression as intense as a drug's effect. A purple-haired female MC sitting nearby spoke up. Drugs are illegal in Korea, but I hope the film receives reviews stating it is as addictive as a drug. Then a beaming Yu Myong spoke up. I am actor Shin Yu Myong, who played the role of Phantom in Ballerina High. This is my debut film, so it is a work I acted in with true joy and passion. Since I had no prior knowledge of ballet, I faced a few difficulties. Experiencing such a wonderful genre as ballet was a precious time for me as an actor. Hearing this, Paraji was instantly startled. That actor is not a ballet dancer, and it is even his debut work. Next, the MC announced, we will now have a 20-minute Q&A session. He immediately raised his hand and was called upon. Yes, we have our first questioner. The purple-haired MC translated nervously, I feel this movie is very good, but there is one thing I am not satisfied with. Standing from high up, he posed his question, why did not you wait for an invitation from the Cannes Film Festival? The male MC sitting nearby laughed to ease the tension and said, the Cannes Film Festival only accepts works that have not been screened or entered into other competitions yet. Those words were about the rules for festival entries. But then, something appeared that made the MC turn pale with fear. After seeing his face clearly, the male MC revealed the man's identity. It is the chief programmer of the Cannes Film Festival, Mr. Balon Paraji. Someone then asked, why is Mr. Paraji here? He calmly replied, I am on vacation. The surrounding audience began to whisper, what is a programmer? He is the person in charge of organizing the festival and selecting the films to be screened. Then, Paraji excitedly shouted into the microphone, this film is truly artistic. The visual composition is great, but the top-tier acting of the ballerina and the phantom, and the raw human ambition for art. It is wonderful how it all blends together. As his words rang out, the MC typed so fast on the keyboard it looked like his hands might break. He continued to express his joy, even though I had to fly over 10 hours halfway across the world to see this work, I do not feel it was a waste at all. Hearing this, Do-han blushed with embarrassment and stammered, thank you, sir. Seeing this, the male MC stood up and said, well then, regarding this question. But before he could finish, Paraji shouted and cut him off, wait, I want to ask one more thing. His eyes widened as he poured out his emotions. In the Phantom's Giselle segment in the middle, what filter did you use? Recalling the image of the phantom drifting with the wind, he added, there was clearly a blurry and distant feeling. Do-han replied nonchalantly, we did not use any filters for that. That scenery was completely unedited. Upon hearing that, Paraji froze, his mind still filled with questions. What? Then Do-han proudly put his arm around Yu Myong's shoulder. The performance of our rookie actor created that effect. At this point, the man was beyond shocked and shouted, oh my god, it was natural. The next day, his shocked face made the news with the headline, Ballerina High, Can Programmer Stunned by Acting Filter. Currently, Yu Myong's friends from the TV drama crew were intently reading this newspaper. They all smiled and glanced at him with teasing looks. Suddenly, they walked over and called out, "Hey Mr. Actor." Yu Myong felt quite shy. "Impressive actor, when is the movie coming out? Will our TV show benefit from the movie's success?" Facing this scene, he was extremely embarrassed. "Why are you all being like this, seriously?" Then he quickly replied, "First of all, the movie will be released in December. I am sure Director Key will manage the drama schedule appropriately." Heron stepped forward and asked innocently, "Appa, I heard you won a big award at a ballet competition. What award was it?" Hearing that, he acted shyly. "It was the Fapresi Prize, the award from the International Federation of Film Critics. It is an award for outstanding work in the new currents category. Our director really likes it." An image of Do-han happily receiving the award appeared. Heron was full of admiration. "Wow." Next, Yu Myong brought up a suggestion. "By the way, while I was at the premiere, I heard you met a new producer." "How was it?" She innocently shared, during the break, "that producer. They are coming this way. Say hello to everyone. I have to go change now." From a distance, Bang Hak appeared and waved friendly. "Hello Mr. Yu Myong. Did the premiere go smoothly?" Yu Myong stepped forward to shake hands and introduce himself. "Yes, I went during the break. The movie gained more attention than expected, so I returned late. I am sorry sir."
Bang hát lau ghét vô kiên ly.
"It is fine. Thanks to that, I got a chance to meet the protagonist of all those rumors. Oh, in the meantime, I have watched some of the recorded videos. You seem to be quite ambitious, Mr. Yu Myong." Hearing this, Yu Myong was startled, sensing something ominous. The director's face also began to turn serious. "You look very determined to seize the lead role." Hearing these words, he stood frozen, not quite understanding. "Pardon," Bang Hak immediately waved his hand to explain, "I did not mean it that way." Then he laughed it off. "I am very ambitious too. You know it, but this is my comeback piece after a year. You get a beneficial result but get hated for it. You have to be clearly successful for the future to look bright, right?" Seeing this lively demeanor, Yu Myong felt helpless. Do people in broadcasting usually talk about such sensitive things so casually? Then he put on a very dangerous expression and continued, "The general conditions are not bad, but returning with the work the main producer left behind is a bit pressuring. The moment I saw Yoon Bo's acting video, I thought if I did not do this now, I might regret it later." Yu Myong acted timidly, his cheeks turning red. At this moment, Bang Hak gave a wink. "I have high expectations for you, Yu Myong." Finally, the two of them shook hands and said to each other, "Since we are both ambitious people, let us work hard together. Yes, I look forward to your help." When they moved into the filming phase, Bang Hak tilted his head comfortably and praised, "Okay, very good." Then he stood there directing, "Now, keep that emotion and we will move to the next scene." Yu Myong replied softly, "Yes." He felt very comfortable and thought to himself, since filming is going quite smoothly without any useless interference. Standing in a corner, Min Jongbi put her hand to her chin and asked, "Indeed, Mr. Yu Myong's acting is very good, is not it?" The young man standing next to her replied, "Don't state the obvious, Nuna." Then she looked at Yu Myong in the distance and continued, "Honestly, I was annoyed when the main producer criticized him. It went on so much that I started to wonder if he was right." The male staff member added, "I understand that feeling." Min Jong continued, "But when there is no one left to criticize, Yu Myong's acting really stands out. He must have been affected by something." Her words caught Sung Hyo's attention. Afterward, he appeared a bit worried and said to himself, "I heard he is the actor director Moon had his eye on and contacted. If this goes wrong, there is a chance of falling behind." Sung Hyo kept watching Yu Myong closely, even as the character. Kwon Do-jun was a character with an unpleasant personality, but was very captivating whenever he performed. A scene of the main couple of the movie appeared. However, in the early episodes, Do-jun's weaknesses would be highlighted, so he would surely be compared to Bo Hyung. The only thing that could overcome this was his acting skills. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. "Mr. Baek Sung Hyo, get ready to film." He snapped out of it and replied, "Yes." Inside the room, a loud noise rang out. At this moment, the character Do-jun was holding a wooden sword and practicing, breathing heavily as if exhausted. Then he stopped and turned to ask, "Director, how was that last scene?" Upon hearing the question, the director replied, "Great." The protagonist's strength as a genius martial artist was well shown through. Those fluid movements. The script for the drama Formidable Enemy lay still on the table. Do Jun asked further, but did my movements have beauty? The writer was a bit puzzled. Beauty. Then the person picked up the script, looked at it, pondered for a moment, and said, because there is a description saying, Un Song sword dance reached a divine level. So beautiful it made people feel pained. Is that why you are worried? The director then sighed in relief, appearing very reassured. Well, you are not an actual swordsman yourself, so reaching that level might be difficult. Editing will help balance it out. Hearing this reassurance, Do Jun stood still as a statue, staring into the distance. After a while, he hesitantly called out, "Director." The director was curious. "Huh." Then Do Jun continued his sword practice. His eyes sad as he said, "I will do it again until I achieve that beauty." He kept practicing like that. Outside the door, Hannah had been watching for a long time. Do Jun was currently putting in immense effort, swinging the sword with every ounce of strength. Witnessing this, Hannah's cheeks turned red, feeling a bit touched. He is an arrogant guy, but I have to admit his acting is amazing. Bang Hak looked into the camera and flashed a satisfied smile. If you praise talented people, they do well. Then they will do even better. Do Jun in character was drenched in sweat, his face weary as if he were about to faint. At this time, Yu Myong appeared at the Logic of Love press event. The MC spoke up, "Director and actors, please stand at the marked spots on the floor and pose for us." The early 2000s were the golden age of broadcast television dramas. A series of movies being shown appeared, accompanied by rising drama ratings. The viewership ratings of so-called national dramas were often over 40%, and it was hard to find anyone who had not seen them during that time. While the cast sat on chairs at the event, MBN Sunday, Logic of Love. It is no exaggeration to say that the three major stations were ready to compete for the national title for their year-end dramas. But at that time, PD Ju Il Ho's drug scandal broke out. A barrage of cameras pointed towards them. An MC with a mic spoke up, "Public opinion is in chaos regarding the PD's drug scandal as well as the drama Logic of Love." Why did director Bang Hak decide to start a drama only 1 year later? While the PD's drug scandal was still a hot topic, Heron looked at Bang Hak with great concern upon hearing this question. Such shocking questions were unavoidable. Receiving the question, Bang Hak only gave a forced smile. At this point, an MC stepped in to defuse the situation. "Dear reporters, I requested earlier that you please do not ask sensitive questions." On the other hand, Bang Hak calmly intervened, "I would like to answer." He held the microphone confidently. "The moment I saw the work, the screenwriter and the actors, I felt that this could be one of my representative works. Compared to the quality of the work, other things are secondary. Isn't that right, reporter Chu Sang-hyuk?" Being called by name, the reporter's face darkened, and he was speechless. The reporter asked another question, "So among the dramas airing in the same time slot, which one do you consider your competitor?" Yu Myong admired his answering skills in his heart. He is truly skillful with reporters. Then Bang Hak replied leisurely, "Lawyer Power and Soulmate are both great works, so I hope we have intense competition." Then he put on a very threatening expression and affirmed, "I am a person who likes competition, after all." The reporter's face turned grim upon hearing that. "I see." Next, the MC led the show with a bright smile. "Now, let us move on to the next part. Does anyone have questions for the actors?" Immediately, an audience member spoke up. "A question for Mr. Baek Sung Hyo. After having your acting recognized in the movie Age of Assassins, what is your next plan?" Soon it was dinner time. Everyone gathered around the grilled meat table. "Come on, let us eat and drink comfortably today. Relax." Nearby, a TV was on, emitting sound. In the last episode, what percentage did Lawyer Power get? Episode 1 was 15.6%, Episode 2 was 17.4%. Pretty good, huh? We just need to surpass 20%. Hearing this, the person sitting next to Yu Myong shouted, 20%, it should be 30%. He used a pensive gaze to stare blankly in one direction. "Do you remember how it was last time?" Fragrant pieces of grilled meat were steaming on the grill. Yu Myong was lost in thought. "I do not clearly remember how Soulmate turned out. It probably failed." Lawyer Power slowly increased its ratings and gradually took the #1 spot. Logic of Love was an average drama. Its average viewership did not even reach 20%. How will it be this time? I wonder if the audience will find the character Bo Hyung I played attractive. This was followed by a series of netizen comments. His expression was very solemn. TV dramas are not like theater where you can check the audience's reaction immediately, and they are different from movies because they are broadcast nationwide. So I can't predict what the result will be. After thinking, Yu Myong's eyes widened as a loud noise came from nearby. Realizing it was his phone ringing, he picked it up and stood up. I will be outside for a bit. The other person agreed. The drama is about to air, come back soon. Having finished, Yu Myong walked out full of worry, staring at his phone screen. Then he spoke Mom. On the other end, his mother spoke casually, Yu Myong, the drama is about to air. Are you watching? Yu Myong replied very politely, yes, I am eating with the PD and the staff here. She said softly, I see. But your father already took a sedative. Haha. Hearing that, his father justified himself. Oh my, why did you say that? Yu Myong was startled. It is not Mom, but Dad. Just like that, the two chatted happily. That is it funny, right? Where is Ji Yun, Mom? His mother replied rapidly. She went to In-ha's house. She said she has to watch at someone else's house for the viewership ratings to go up. Yu Myong laughed awkwardly and thought, viewership ratings are calculated separately. Thank you, but my sister is quite silly. The two of them talked intimately over the phone. I will come home to sleep today, Mom. Can I come back? Since the first episode is airing, we will finish early today. I will come home after the gathering, even if it is late. All right, I will leave the living room light on for you. Yu Myong replied, yes. After hanging up, he stood motionless amidst the city lights, looking up at the sky alone. After a moment, he smiled happily. It is okay if I do not succeed. I just need to act with all my heart and passion. And having my family support my acting is enough. Having thought that, Yu Myong regained his spirit and walked into the warm room. Inside, someone shouted out, Bo Hyung, get in here quickly, it is about to start. The TV screen showed the cover art along with the exciting soundtrack. At a certain house, a girl shouted, Mom, turn on Logic of Love quickly, it is the drama my Sung Hyo is in. The mother slowly turned it on and asked, what is it? At another house, the TV was also showing that drama. Inside, a beautiful girl appeared. Hello everyone, I am Kim Hana. From today, I will be the manager for actor Kwon Do-jun. A man eating dinner indifferently realized, isn't that the drama with the PD involved in drugs? In another house, the TV also emitted sounds of the show. Director, why did you assign a young girl with no management experience? What should we do? You are the one who always makes managers quit. An old man watching the show commented, a man with no manners at all. In the drama, Do-jun stormed into the office looking angry. As soon as he entered, he yelled Yu Kim Hana, although scared, tried to press her lips tight and stood still as a statue. Do-jun used a threatening face and shouted at Hana, I will definitely make you quit. Finally, he stomped away. Hana was left standing there, looking after him with a bewildered face. What was that? Then on the rooftop on a quiet night, a piercing scream rang out, I am so disappointed. She used all her strength to look up at the sky and scream to vent. I used to be a fan of Kwon Do-jun, but I did not expect his personality to be so terrible. But then on her way home, she saw Bo Hyung sitting on a street corner from afar and wondered, what is that? Over there, Bo Hyung turned his head to look at her. His tears fell, and with a very pitiful expression, he cried out, Hana. Voices came from the TV. Hey, what happened to your clothes? Something happened at my house. A person outside hearing this could not help but chuckle. What the heck? Is he acting pitiful on purpose? Yu Myong appeared hesitantly behind Cha Hae-rin's grandmother. Grandma, I am Hana's friend. She explained the situation on Yu Myong's behalf. Grandma, something happened at Bo Hyung's house. Can we let him stay until he finds a place? The person opposite could not help but feel bewildered. Even so, a boy. However, he quickly suggested, whatever needs strength, Grandma, please just give it to me. She was quickly convinced. Fine, do what you want. Cha Hae-rin added, our house is a bit small, so you can only sleep in the living room.
Sorry, Bo Hyung.
However, Yu Myong quickly interrupted, what are you saying? I was almost sleeping on the street. This is more than decent. This made her feel somewhat relieved. Then that is good. Cha Hae-rin stepped out, not forgetting to say good night. Yu Myong looked out and nodded back. You too. Voices from outside reached his ears. That is right, Grandma, I met a celebrity today. The story of the three-person household began there. Just like that, Bo Hyung lived at Hannah's house. Meanwhile, Hannah also started her new job. At a towering building on a beautiful sunny day. Sung Hyo, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, looked around. Cha Hae-rin walked beside him with a forced smile, constantly wondering if she could survive this. Speaking of which, the celebrity manager job started like this. The first week, Sung Hyo coldly threw things at Cha Hae-rin while demanding, "Hey rookie, throw this away." The second week, he still used that arrogant attitude towards her. "Hey rookie, cancel next Wednesday's schedule." Cha Hae-rin asked in confusion, "Wait, when I asked yesterday, you clearly said you could do it." However, Sung Hyo did not bother to listen. "But not today. Cancel it." A person nearby seeing his attitude also got annoyed. "This brat Kwon Do-jun, how long is he going to be like this? Hannah, are you okay? If it is too hard, let me tell the director." However, Cha Hae-rin politely replied, "I am fine." The fire of determination burned fiercely within her. We will just see who gets the last laugh. By the third week, Sung Hyo angrily held out a glass of water while scolding, "Hey, rookie, I told you I do not drink cold drinks." He poured out a string of harsh words. "Why can't you understand no matter how many times I say it? Are you stupid? That is why I said do not use a rookie." At this point, Cha Hae-rin could not hold back and raised her voice, "Mr. Kwon Do-yun." Every word she spoke was filled with grievance. "Just because I am not pretty and have nothing, I am the errand girl buying water for you. But I am also a human being." She grabbed Sung Hyo's collar and repeated, "A human being." This sudden action made him freeze, but Cha Hae-rin's gaze was incredibly firm. The play continued and was quickly broadcast. "He is truly a jerk, I will do it again." The participating members were all sitting at one table re-watching it. "Hannah, why is your face? Is something wrong?" One member turned and wondered, "Is our movie not good?" However, the reactions of others were extremely positive. "The movie is great, that is right, it looks much more grand after editing." They were even joking, saying that Jun's acting was terrible, and he would probably get a lot of flack in the first episode. Bo Hyung was pretty cute in the first episode too, and the response to the next episode's preview was not bad, right? Cha Hae-rin chuckled, holding her beer, and commented, "Now that we are done filming, I feel a lot less stressed." "Hey, let us toast," Yu Myung politely replied. "Hannah, you worked hard too." He smiled brightly and added, "The road ahead is still long, let us keep pushing forward together." But as soon as he finished speaking, he received an objecting punch from the person in front of him. "Stop acting like Bo Hyung, you are making people's hearts flutter." He just fell to the ground, causing the people around him to panic. Yu Yong fainted. Was it that exciting? Only Yu Myung knew the real reason. "Who said that?" Shin Ji-yeon sighed wearily. Her puzzled reaction made Yu Myung feel confused. "Why are you sighing so early in the morning?" Shin Ji-yeon bluntly explained. "I keep thinking that Bo Hyung's cuteness is something I taught him, and it is making it hard to focus on the drama." She kept grumbling with a reluctant expression. Why does Shin Yu Myung have to be Bo Hyung? Yu Myung on the opposite side could only smile awkwardly. "Just eat your food. Stop talking nonsense." They continued to discuss the drama, even while sitting at the table. "Your drama was not a pushover from the very first episode either. The first episode had 18% viewership ratings. You even have a fan club already, huh? A fan club." Mid-conversation, Yu Myung's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, muttering as he checked it, "A message." Then he quickly exclaimed, "Why are there so many messages?" A series of messages from various people appeared below. From Woo Jun-young, Yu Myung, "The drama is great. And your acting is good too." Fighting from Ban Hai-seon, Shin Yumyong, "You are amazing." From actor Lee Sun-ha, "Congratulations on your TV drama debut. I hope we get a chance to act together." From actor Yoon Han-sung, "So you asked for the casting director's contact information for this reason. Actor Shin certainly has an eye for choosing projects." From Seon Yuri, "You played the role of Bo Hyung so well. Remember to tell me how you analyzed the character." After reading them, Yu Myung sped up. "I need to call everyone back after I finish eating." This decision made Shin Ji-yeon laugh. "You will spend the whole day just making phone calls." That night, she was the one excitedly announcing, "Mom, I am ready to watch episode 2. The whole family gathered together, ready to watch the drama. It is starting. In his heart, Yu Myung could not help but think, "It is so embarrassing watching this with my family." The TV quickly showed scenes starring Cha Hae-rin. Mr. Kwon Do-jun, is it because I am not pretty and I do not have anything that I end up doing odd jobs like buying you drinks? She looked annoyed as she continued, but I am a person too, a person. In her heart, Cha Hae-rin was thinking, I really want to shout that and then ask for a leave of absence. Sung Hyo unhappily reminded her, what are you glaring at? Hurry up and get me another cup. He put his hands on his hips and urged her, get me a cup of warm water. Quickly, this made Cha Hae-rin reluctantly grab the cup and leave. Yes. Then came the scene where Cha Hae-rin burst into tears. Along with that, Yu Myong caught her. They had a conversation. What is wrong? Who did something to you? Hey, why are you crying? His mom, watching this scene, chuckled and commented, it reminds me of when Yu Myong was little. The scene on the screen gradually turned to night, but the conversation between Yu Myong and Cha Hae-rin continued. Even if I work hard, I am still harassed and bullied by my superiors. Hearing this, he could not help but feel curious. Your superior is Kwon Do-jun. He angrily commented, he is such a gi. Cha Hae-rin corrected him, that is a bit much. Yu Myong hurriedly corrected himself, not gi, but gye. I mean he is really nasty. Shin Ji-yeon, hearing this, became visibly excited. So this is the line in the preview for episode 2. At this moment, Yu Myong lowered his head and muttered, things that are like dogs should be treated like dogs. Looking at his expression, Shin Ji-yeon broke out in a light sweat. She stared at her brother in shock, wondering in her heart, is this really the person I know? After talking for a while, Yu Myong smiled and suggested, Hannah, go inside first. I will make a quick call and come in later. She nodded and left. Okay. Cha Hae-rin did not forget to smile and add, thank you for listening to my complaints. Yu Myong stood there, watching her go. Then he took out his phone and started to dial. Yu Myong spoke when the other line connected, it is me, the department head. He lowered his voice seriously, there is something I want to ask you to do. A glass of water was filled to the brim. Yu Myong then arranged to meet Sung Hyo privately, his lips twitching slightly as he reminded him, you have to remember this well. Sung Hyo looked pale and did not dare to look directly at the person in front of him, only listening silently. If I were just looking at our positions, I could speak informally to you already. Sung Hyo pursed his lips tightly as the threatening words reached his ears, but he was still using formal speech. He then answered fearfully, I will keep that in mind. Shin Ji-yeon, watching this, was so shocked that she could not believe her eyes. They have already taken down the male lead this much in the first few episodes, how pitiful. The next day at the filming set, the director's voice rang out, cut, that is it for today, everyone worked hard. Sung Hyo changed his clothes, wearily patting his back. Riding the horse made my back and tailbone hurt. He slowly walked towards his car. Seeing Sung Hyo hesitating to get in the car, Cha Hae-rin looked at him in confusion and reminded him, hurry up and get in the car. She seemed to be waiting for a complaint as she asked, is there a problem again? But Sung Hyo remained silent, staring at her. As soon as he got into the car, he calmly replied, nothing. Cha Hae-rin did not quite believe him and started guessing, are you hungry? I left some kimbap on the seat next to you. Sung Hyo's hand reached out and opened the lunchbox, his expression immediately turning confused. Kimbap, I told you I do not eat pickled radish. But Cha Hae-rin simply replied, there is not any. Pickled radish. She looked at the person in the back from the car mirror and continued to explain, you never said you did not like eating pickled vegetables before. Put on your seatbelt and let us get going. Sung Hyo looked back at the kimbap, surprised and thinking to himself, there really is not. Then he glanced at the person who had just spoken, looking at her with an apologetic expression. In Sung Hyo's head, he was thinking, it seems the newbie is quite meticulous. Cha Hae-rin stopped the car and turned her head, saying, there is an old woman in front, so let us give her a ride before we leave. However, he was busy silently evaluating her, not differentiating between top stars and unknown actors. Kindness seems to be ingrained in her. Sung Hyo rested his chin on his hand, watching her intently. The corners of his lips curved into a smile, and he could not help but wonder, is this what they call quality of character? The next day at the filming set, angry shouts rang out loudly. What kind of person disappears right before filming? He scolded over the phone, we need a female actor right now. The director clutched his head helplessly, and his eyes suddenly fell on Cha Hae-rin. He pointed towards her and enthusiastically announced, someone like her is perfect. Even Cha Hae-rin herself was so surprised that she asked back me. At that moment, the scene froze, ending the episode. Yu Myong sat on the side, smiling and thinking to himself, this episode was pretty good too. I wonder what the viewership ratings are. However, before he could check, Shin Ji-yeon, sitting next to him, turned to him excitedly.
Appa.
She shamelessly asked, get me Baek Sung-hyo's autograph. Their mother, seeing this, sighed and lightly hit her daughter. This girl, really. That night, Yu Myong was sitting in front of his computer screen. He curiously opened the page of his cafe manager and quickly deleted the statements he once made about wanting to raise a pet. Below were some comments. I want to be raised as a pet. I want to be Bo Hyung's pet. Just feeding him pellets would make me happy every day. Comments urging Hannah to stay away from the man beside her were spreading online. Hannah, wake up, the perfect man is right next to you, wake up. At this moment, a new announcement was posted, recruiting fancafe administrators for God Named, with the goal of becoming the official fan club for actor Shin Yu Myong. A few days later, Ho Cheol was sitting in the driver's seat, but his gaze was fixed on the back. A question was raised. Are you okay? Yu Myong, sitting in the back, was startled. What? The other person softly explained, you just went to buy coffee, but it turned into a fan meeting. I was just worried you would be startled, especially with the female fans surrounding you and shouting, *hook**, it is Bo Hyung, take a picture with me, sign this for me. Yu Myong only smiled slightly at this concern. I am fine. He softly continued, I am just surprised that people recognize me. Ho Cheol could not help but tease, it will be even more so in the future. Then slowly but surely he added, for safety, remember to wear a mask and sunglasses next time you go out. I will also prepare the car more thoroughly. Yu Myong thought to himself and sighed lightly, I want to enjoy it a bit more, but Ho Cheol probably would not like that. Seeing this, he could only hurriedly answer, I know. A while later, Yu Myong arrived at the filming set. As soon as Cha Hae-rin saw him, she teased, oh, the celebrity has arrived. She curiously asked, did you watch the live broadcast yesterday? Yu Myong shook his head, denying it. No, why? Seeing this, Cha Hae-rin enthusiastically recounted, the director, Joshua Dale of the Phantom of the Opera, praised you a lot in the live interview. Yu Myong asked back in surprise. Really? Gyu Song, hearing this, agreed, what does it have to do with the drama? It is so out of place. Jun Hwan volunteered to explain, well, at the award ceremony, you became more famous because director Balon Peruzzi praised you so much. And apparently Balon is very close to director Joshua, and he even got the rights to Xian Chow Ballerina for him to see. Joshua was very excited and said in the interview that he was a big fan of Yu Myong's Phantom performance. Then Bang Hak could not hide his excitement and shouted, Xian Chow, Ballerina is about to be released. Yu Myong is getting more attention thanks to director Joshua. At this rate the viewership ratings for the drama will increase quite a bit. He just smiled and politely replied yes. However, Gyu Song suddenly sneered, his voice slightly sarcastic, and interjected, even so, it is an exclusive theatrical release. It is only being shown in 7 theaters. His words dampened the mood of the people around him, so do not expect too much from the movie. Gyu Song rested his hand on his body, smiling brightly and adding, let us focus on our drama. The scene changed to someone's house, the girl lying down on the bed as soon as she got home. In her hand was a poster for the movie Xian Chow Ballerina, and she rolled around on the bed excitedly. I went to see Bo Hyung, but ended up being captivated by the Phantom. As if remembering something, she suddenly exclaimed, now's not the time for this. Theory of Love is almost on, I need to go change. Her hand quickly reached out and turned on the TV. Episode 3 was now starting to air. Cha Hae-rin pointed at herself, asking in doubt, me why the director in the drama continued to inquire, you're Do Jun's manager, right? What is your name? She answered quickly, I am Kim Hannah. Seeing this he said, okay Kim Hannah, we are in a hurry, so can you fill in for the role, it is very easy. Sung Hyo, hearing this, asked in confusion, how can a manager act? Cha Hae-rin on the side, was so excited that she did not give the person next to her a chance to grumble any further. Yes, I want to act. She turned to Sung Hyo, reluctantly explaining, filming, if it is late, it is not good. Hearing this, he could only sigh, solve it yourself. The girl watching intently, commented with amusement, he is getting weaker and weaker in front of Hannah. Everything continued with a new scene. Scene 45, a spy from the enemy disguises as a palace made to infiltrate the palace and overhears a conversation between Yun Song-gun and his subordinates. The director gave a signal, ready, action. Cha Hae-rin, in her new clothes, walked lightly past the study. She stopped and eavesdropped on the conversation between the 2 women inside the room. The corners of Cha Hae-rin's lips suddenly curved slightly into a meaningful smile. A moment later, the director's voice rang out, "Cut, Hannah, great expression, next scene." She bowed her head, politely replying, "Thank you, director." The same evening, Yu Myong was eating when he was stopped. The new information made him exclaim, "Private tutoring." Cha Hae-rin on the opposite side slowly explained, "Yeah, the acting teacher from Star Enter saw me acting in that minor role, and he seems to really like my acting. He said he would give me private tutoring, so I agreed. However, the lessons from that teacher were not easy. No, not like that, I do not see any joyful expression at all." He repeatedly reminded Cha Hae-rin, "Focus, Miss Hannah." She did not lose heart, but instead nodded seriously. "Yes, teacher." However, behind Cha Hae-rin's back, the instructor bluntly commented, "You acted so well on the filming set, was it just a coincidence?" She quickly recounted the story to Yu Myong, along with a comment, "He seems unhappy because I did not achieve what he expected so." Speaking to this point, she went silent and lowered her head. I will just quit being a manager as well." However, Yu Myong on the opposite side interrupted. "Hannah." He slowly reassured her, "I understand how you feel." Then he softly added, "You want to do something, but you fail because you are not used to it, so you are sad and disappointed, right?" Yu Myong lowered his voice and added, "But." Each word he spoke directly hit Cha Hae-rin's self-esteem. "Just because you want to hide those feelings, you are giving up your dream. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" The girl watching the drama to this point was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, thinking to herself, Bo Hyung is not being lenient with Hannah at all. Yu Myong finished speaking and stared at the person in front of him. Cha Hae-rin was so embarrassed that she lowered her head, and could only answer awkwardly, "Well, that is why." He bluntly interrupted her explanations. "Don't make excuses that you are not used to it. Do not try to hide that you are not good at it." Hearing this, Cha Hae-rin looked at him again and asked doubtfully, "You mean just go straight ahead, right?" Having said that, she felt motivated to continue eating. "I almost made myself ashamed." Only at this time did Yu Myong smile, contentedly commenting, "This is the Kim Hannah I know." She suddenly changed the subject. "Oh, but you still have to keep my acting a secret from your mom." He nodded in agreement. "I know." The girl watching this scene felt her emotions surge. Followed by an exclamation, "Bo Hyung was really amazing today too." Ho Cheol on the next day, said from outside, "I will park the car and come up right away. Yun-soo is already there, so you can go with her." Yu Myong, hearing this, politely replied, "I know." At this moment, he heard a quarrel inside the filming set. "Gyu-sung, what is wrong again?" The other person frowned, angrily explaining, "It is because of this script." Seeing this, Yu Myong hurried to Yun-soo and asked, "Yun-soo, what is going on?" She looked up and answered, "Oh, you are here." "It is." Yun-soo hesitated to explain, "Lee Gyu-sung wants to boycott this script. As for him, he bluntly declared, this kind of script I won't film." Hearing this, Bang Hak had to compromise and asked back, "What is wrong with this script? What are you unhappy about?" Gyu-sung took advantage of the situation and angrily said, "This part describes Tak Gyu-min as not knowing how to act." He continued to speak with an overbearing attitude, "I know it is all just acting, but this setting makes me extremely uncomfortable. You also know how important image is for an actor." He thought angrily at this unreasonable explanation, "Then why are you only saying this now?" In Bang Hak's heart, he was cursing a storm. "So what, it is not like you act well, you are always being compared to Kwon Do-jun. It is making me sick," Bang Hak angrily spoke. "Gyu-sung, but we are getting ready to film now, and you are saying this, we are on this side." Yun-soo pulled on Yu Myung's sleeve and softly called, "Appa." She slowly but surely stated the truth, "Lee Gyu-sung is acting crazy partly because of you." He asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Yun-soo softly explained, "I heard from the sisters at TW Company that Lee Gyu-sung's personality is trash. Baek Sung-hyo is also annoyed by him." Yun-soo crossed her arms, saying with a dissatisfied attitude, "In the beginning when reading the script, Lee Gyu-sung liked the role of Kwon Do-jun, but with that ability. Who would agree to it? Of course, he was kicked out." She recounted everything without missing a word. However, this is a script by writer Yuk, and moreover, the role of Kwon Do-jun was initially an arrogant and difficult person to tame. So he probably thought that he would be liked more by everyone in the supporting male role, so he tried to take it, right? Gyu-sung once said when taking on the role. "Being able to play a role in writer Yuk Mi-yeon's work is my dream. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to try out such an impressive role." Speaking to this point, Yun-soo could only shake her head in exasperation. who knew that you would steal all the spotlight, Yu Myung Appa, so he wanted to protest and demand to raise his role. But he could not say it straight, so he is doing this dog-like behavior, speechless. Yu Myung listened silently, thinking to himself, Lee Gyu-song, an actor with an idol-like appearance and stable acting ability, attracting a large fandom of teenage girls. But a few years later, he was removed from the entertainment industry due to a scandal about his personality. Everything was peaceful until one day. Everything started from an audio file that was revealed by Lee Gyu-song's former manager, that XX does not know how to appreciate the person who pays him. I do not do intimate acts. If the fans leave, will you take responsibility? That XX really does not know how to think. Other words of his continued to cause anger. What about that girl who acted in the previous film? She is pretty. If the revenue is reduced, I can accept it. After the scandal, Gyu-song had to stand in front of the camera to explain. Lee Gyu-song explained that this audio file was forged, but after the public opinion became worse and worse, he admitted that it was the truth, and withdrew from the entertainment industry. Then Yu Myung sighed softly and thought to himself, he was so kind in the beginning, I thought the film would end smoothly. He continued to look at him, his heart filled with exasperation, but how can you hide your personality? On this side, Bang Hak turned and left in annoyance, muttering curses. Damn it. As for Mi Yun, after hearing the shocking news, she was so excited that she slammed her hand on the table. Lee Gyu-song said that, he is crazy. Bang Hak on the other line, seeing this, suggested, Director, is this okay? I will rewrite it so that Tak Gyu-min gets hit by a car and becomes poor, okay? The string of reason that had been broken off with curses had been temporarily tied back together. However, she immediately objected, no, if there are any other dark twists, the film will be ruined right away. He was made difficult by these words and said, or we can change the script a little, and give him a little face, he will continue to be allowed, what do you think? Mi Yun, seeing that Bang Hak was trying to please both sides, could only sigh helplessly and explain, Director also knows, it is not because he is not satisfied with the scenes in the film that Lee Gyu-song is like this. She angrily shouted, it is clear that he sees that this supporting role is not shining, so he is showing off his power to us. If he is good, he can act well himself. But Tak Gyu-min also has many impressive scenes. Is not that right? Bang Hak, hearing a barrage of rap from the other party, could only bear with it and nod, Yes, well, what you said is also right, but... Mi Yun did not let him say any more and directly continued, first, I will send you a preliminary script for episode 10, you should watch it, film the scenes in episode 10 first. And I will go to the filming set and talk to him, see how it goes. As if just waiting for this, he agreed after hearing this, yes, I will leave it to you. After hanging up the phone, Bang Hak flipped through the script and sighed in lament, what a coincidence that today I have to film the acting scenes of Tak Gyu-min and Kwon Do-jun. Later I have to ask for more of Sung Hyo's planting schedule, or should I film these two shots later, film Do-jun scenes first, right, but without a character standing opposite. It is difficult to catch the emotions. At this moment, he suddenly hesitated and remembered Sung Hyo, those who do well should be praised, so that others will try to do better. Thinking to this point, Bang Hak suddenly stopped as if he had remembered something. He turned and Yu Myung was completely surprised. The director said I am acting for Gyu-song. Bang Hak scratched his head hesitantly, right, you just need to read the script in front so that Sung Hyo can catch the psychology of the character, please help us. Yu Myung, hearing this, also agreed, yes, I can do that, but I probably have to read the script first. Bang Hak, after receiving his agreement, did not expect anything more, and only softly asked, then I will film the scenes of Do-jun Gyu-min at the end of the session. Can you prepare in time? Do not worry, as for Bo Hyung's scenes, I will push them to the very end, he smiled in agreement. Yes, it is okay, director. Yu Myung's ease made Bang Hak see the light. In heaven, nodding gratefully, I owe you one. After that, Bang Hak turned his head and announced loudly, the scenes without Tak Gyu-min will be moved up first, everyone prepare. Yu Myung then sat in the car, watching the script and worrying in his heart, acting but not acting, it is much more difficult than acting well. He turned his face to look outside, his heart a little confused, if it was normal, I would just stand and read the lines roughly, but this time. The filming set became chaotic, everyone was busy walking around. One person lamented, damn it, the filming schedule is all messed up. Another person pulled out his phone and called urgently. Mi Young, I have to work overtime today. I probably can't meet you tonight. I am sorry, do not be angry. Two people on this side turned to ask together. Have you contacted the art team to report the change in schedule? Feeling that it was just one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch, he lowered his head and thought, I want to act so well that when Lee Gyu-song comes back, he will be so ashamed that he can't even lift his head. At the same time, Sung Hyo was preparing outside. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I need to focus. Yu Myong, while looking at the script, commented, he acts much better than Lee Gyu-song. At this moment, Bang Hak signaled and said loudly, I am going to do the whole scene without cutting to capture the emotions, then just shoot close-ups and close-ups of Baek Sung Hyo. Everyone nodded in response, yes. Sung Hyo took a deep breath to calm down before starting the scene. The words appeared on the storyboard. Wak Jik Ja is a film in theory of love, with a fictitious historical theme. It depicts the fierce struggle, revolving around the power struggle between Eun Song-gun, a warrior known as the sword god and the uncle of the prince, and Woolgong, a writer with the top talent of that era. The assistant director read the scene introduction. In the script of Wak Jik Ja, today's scene is a tense confrontation, in which Eun Song-gun asserts that he will fight with all his might against the invasion from the neighboring country, while Woolgong requests intervention from the great nation. However, the actual scene is not tense at all, and Kwon Do-jun must completely overwhelm Tak Gyu-min with his acting. Sung Hyo raised his hand sharply, pointing straight ahead, Your Highness, please order us to send troops to the border with Jeoming. If we delay any longer, the people will be in even greater danger. He gripped the hilt of his sword and loudly declared, I, Eun Song-gun, will personally go to battle to raise the prestige of our country throughout the world. Bang Hak stood outside, pleased and thinking to himself, Sung Hyo is acting really well today. At this moment, it was Yu Myong's turn to speak softly, Your Highness. After hearing the other party's presentation, he retorted sternly, around June 6th Mangjong, we just finished the war with Kiantrak, now the harvest season is coming. If there is another war, how will the people live through the winter? He faced Sung Hyo, resolutely saying, now is a time of peace, not a time for war at the drop of a hat. Yu Myong continued to sternly suggest, I humbly ask Your Highness to make a wise decision. Sung Hyo, on the opposite side, was a little surprised and thought to himself, Woolgong originally has a cold personality, where did it go? He did not pay much attention and instead pointed at Yu Myong's face and shouted, the Bu-Hyul area that Jeoming is invading this time is a place where many mineral mines are concentrated. Do you really not know what conditions they will offer to withdraw their troops? How can we reconcile with those cunning people? Before this criticism, he only explained slowly, I also hate those Jeoming people, but war has its appropriate time. The prince asked doubtfully, what are you saying? So what do you plan to do, Woolgong? Yu Myong spoke in a firm voice, I ask Your Highness to request the Empire to mediate. I will go as an envoy to persuade the Empire to offer favorable conditions for peace. Sung Hyo, after hearing this, loudly retorted, are you crazy? Even now, the people do not have a day to breathe because of the tributes sent to the Empire. However, at this moment, Yu Myong said in a cold voice, bowing down is still better than dying, is not it? Outside, the director called for a cut. The acting coach spoke up seriously at this moment, Eun Song-gun and Woolgong need to be more tense. He reminded them further, Woolgong, try a little harder. Yu Myong nodded in response, ah yes. He hesitated and added, I am sorry. Then he slowly bowed his head, I will pay attention this time. Sung Hyo thought to himself in surprise, Tak Gyu-min. His eyes widened in surprise even though his head was constantly analyzing, that is right, in fact, Tak Gyu-min entered the entertainment industry because of difficult family circumstances. But inside, he is a very simple ordinary person. He thought in a deep voice, he feels pressure from fame. Sometimes feeling inferior because his talent is not enough, but still striving to fulfill his role as an ordinary person. An unconscious figure was remembered. Arriving here, Sung Hyo realized, until now, I have been familiar with the image of Tak Gyu-min through Lee Gyu-song's acting and forgot when I first saw the script. How Tak Gyu-min felt, why he acted as Woolgong like that. Next, Sung Hyo reaffirmed, so in the role of Woolgong, the weakness of the human Tak Gyu-min is blended in. The director on this side nodded in satisfaction, good, keep that emotion, now I will film the first scenes of Kwon Do-jun, starting from close-ups Yu Myong. You take the lines of the opposite character. He happily responded, yes. At the same time, Mi-yun had just arrived at the filming set. Director Bong Hak clapped his hands and signaled, let us start the last scene of Bo Hyung, 3, 2, 1, action. At the bar, Yu Myong lightly asked the person next to him, Chief, how's the audition for Hannah that I asked you to arrange going? The chief responded immediately. Yes, I have included her profile on the list of candidates for the audition organized by Taeyam Film Company. He softly thanked him, you worked hard. This person had a slightly hesitant expression as he continued, it is not very good to say this. He added slowly but surely, but if you want to support Hannah, it might be easier to create an opportunity for her to become a star than to arrange random opportunities like this. So what is the reason you are still trying to do that? Before that question, Yu Myong answered simply, it is simple. He said firmly, if I do that, it will deny everything that Hannah has worked hard for until now. After hearing this, the chief asked in surprise what? Yu Myong looked straight into his eyes and asked back, do you know the reason why I ran away? He continued to present his own thoughts, the ambition of people, the flattering and giggling in front of me. A comment was coldly made by Yu Myong. All those intentions are so clear that they make me feel nauseous. He softened his voice when mentioning Cha Heron. As for Hannah, she has ambition, but that ambition is very pure, even though there are many things she wants to do. She does not lose her nature, she dares to face challenges head-on. If she stumbles, she will get up after slapping her hand on the ground and continue running. Yu Myong then admitted sincerely, on the outside, it seems like I am helping Hannah, but in fact, I am the one being helped by her. His face changed, and his smile became gentler, so I want to reciprocate her with an opportunity worthy of Hannah's ambition. As someone who has lived with Hannah, I should at least do that. Outside the filming set, Bang Hak shouted loudly after filming, cut good, everyone worked hard, especially Yu Myong. Yu Myong smiled in response, yes, it is nothing, thank you director. Mi Yun then praised, it is good when watching on the small screen, but witnessing it with my own eyes is wow, speechless. You worked hard. Yu Myong bowed his head lightly, accepting this goodwill, thank you. She stepped closer and continued to add, Yu Myong. Yu Myong was slightly surprised before answering yes. Mi Yun looked straight at him and made a suggestion, if from now on, the scenes of Bo Hyung increase even more. On her face at this moment was an expectation for him, do you think you can do it? Mi Yun stood opposite Yu Myong, crossing her arms and asking further, if Bo Hyung's workload increases a lot compared to now, can you handle it? Yu Myong hesitated a little, not knowing how to answer. Have you discussed it with the director? Mi Yun replied warmly, yes, I discussed it during the break, and Director Bang has also agreed, so do not worry. Yu Myong's hands gently clasped together, thinking to himself, if it is more, then are they planning to turn Bo Hyung into the supporting male lead? He himself understood clearly that taking responsibility meant pressure from TW Entertainment. Then he asked back in confusion, surely Chief Moon will take care of that for us, right? She just smiled and praised Yu Myong, you really are a smart kid. He then continued to wonder, but author, Mi Yun listened without hesitation, do you have anything you want to ask? He hesitated and opened his mouth. The role of Bo Hyung should be in the supporting male lead position to have meaning, I do not know if there is a problem or not. She laughed and said, would Hannah be seen as the female lead who is saved by the male lead, right? Yu Yong was embarrassed, yes. Mi Yun nudged his arm and said loudly, that is the part that I have to worry about. You Myong have to try to increase your scenes, you can't develop as a new actor without ambition. Yu Myong was confused, that is right? She softly advised, so Yu Myong do not worry anymore, just focus on creating an attractive Bo Hyung, that is what I want. Yu Myong smiled, looking at her and answering, yes, author. Elsewhere in the waiting room, Gyu Song shouted in panic, what is going on? There is no response at all. The assistant standing in front of him calmly said, yes, that day, the filming site was cleaned up a bit. They collected all the scripts for episode 10, they are revising the script. He angrily yelled, what is this? The assistant took out a USB and handed it to Gyu Song, reminding him, also, this is a USB sent to you anonymously, I think you should watch it. Having said that, he quickly made an excuse to run away, I need to go to the bathroom urgently. He looked at his back with anger, that kid. Gyu Song plugged the USB into his laptop in doubt, what is this? He leaned back on the chair and calmly watched the clip. Gyu Song doubted, this is the shooting of the day I did not participate in, but how can you shoot without Woolgong? He looked at the angle turning to Yu Myong's face in surprise, who is the opposite character, Shin Yu Myong? Gyu Song stared at the screen sarcastically, what is this, how can Woolgong's acting be so stiff? Yu Myong's voice in the video sighed and said, shooting again. He rubbed his forehead and reminded himself, I need to be clear-headed. Gyu Yong was stunned, it looks more like Tak Gyumon than what I acted. He slammed his hand on the table in surprise. Gyu Yong was still not reconciled, grinding his teeth in anger. He took out his phone and kept dialing, thinking to himself, that new kid dares to look down on me, I won't let him get away with it. On the other side, a calm voice rang out, hello. He said softly, Director Park, it is me, Gyu Song. Gyu Song proposed triumphantly, that Yu Myong is making me uncomfortable, is there no way to get rid of him? In the director's office, Yu Suk quietly looked out the window. He opened his personal phone. Inside was a message from the sender. Mom, do I have a problem with TW? The boss said that there is a small matter related to me. Mom told me not to bother you, visit home sometimes. Her voice kept echoing in Yu Suk's head, it is just a hobby, right? She softly reminded, don't be too greedy, you are a good and smart child. I believe that you will know how to keep the boundaries as I have recognized you. Her words were like an invisible string controlling Yu Suk. He slammed the phone shut. Yu Suk lowered his head and sighed softly. Working with a large company makes me feel really confused. Anyway, with this, the TW case has been resolved. I am lucky. He pursed his lips tightly, unwilling. A sound of hitting things suddenly came out of the director's office, startling the assistant outside. She looked at the office door in confusion. What is it? She said softly, Director, is something wrong inside? The phone had been broken in half by Yu Suk. A few days later, at the film set, the supporting actor turned back confused. They looked at Gyu Song entering, whispering endlessly, Lee Gyu Song is here. He bowed his head to the director in a low voice, I am sorry for affecting the filming. Bang Hak looked at him calmly, what is wrong? He turned around and reminded loudly, first of all, let us quickly film the urgent scenes first, everyone prepare. Yu Song recalled the meeting with the director. He angrily shouted, you dare to increase revenue with ads to the point where no one can see anymore. He pointed at him, constantly accusing, you dare to increase revenue with ads to the point where no one can see anymore. Yu Song hesitated. Boss, he said sternly. I fixed it from the beginning, so it did not all go wrong. The director's anger flared up. He sternly ordered, you, immediately apologize to the director and go back to filming. If you continue to be frivolous like this, then do not expect to have a place in the entertainment industry. His threatening words made Yu Song wary. Bang Hak stood in the film set and shouted, 3, 2, 1, action. Gyu Song turned around and calmly read the lines, Your Majesty, the country has just finished the war with the allied country in the harvest season. He said sternly, but now when the harvest season is about to come, if we continue the war, how will the people survive through the winter? In Gyu Song's head. He kept comforting himself. The director probably sent that video, right? The actors and directors are together trying to make things difficult for me. Bang Hak sternly ordered, cut. He looked towards Gyu Song and accused, Gyu Song, it is not that you can't act, but it is not good when you are creating the feeling that you are trying your best to act. Do it again. He was stunned. No, if I have tried my best, then why is not it good? His eyes suddenly fell on Yu Myong standing behind. Gyu Song blushed red with embarrassment and panicked. Then in a low voice, I will do it again. He calmly repeated, Your Majesty, the country has just finished the war with the allied country in the harvest season, but now, when the harvest season is about to come. Bang Hak angrily reminded, cut, if you keep putting all your strength like that, then I feel that you will be surpassed by Quan Du Jun. He looked towards him sternly, do it again. Gyu Song continued, Your Majesty, the country has just finished the war with the allied country in the harvest season. Bang Hak said sternly, cut. Yu Myong stood on the side calmly. Now Gyu Song only has to reduce his weight. He looked at Gyu Song's embarrassment and thought to himself, although to be reflected in the actual film is still far away, Bang Hak kept shouting, cut, do it again. MBM Special Plan. Introduction to the Art of Entertainment Episode 6. Yoon Han-sung looked around the pitch-black film set and shouted, it is all finished filming, but where did everyone go? The manager has already left. Hey newbie, let us go home. Cha Hae-rin's voice echoed, Wulgong, the name of the country has been ruined. She naturally re-enacted the segment, with such a smart head, is thinking of becoming a hound dog of the empire, a disaster for the country or the revival of the empire. Yoon Han-sung walked over and said sternly, what are you doing? Cha Hae-rin panicked and hid the script behind her. He said sternly, that is my script. He suddenly stopped. Could it be, you are practicing acting? Yoon Han-sung looked at her and sighed. You were only praised once for a supporting role and you have become too arrogant. He sternly reminded, hey newbie, get back to reality, your job is street management. Not an actor. Having said that, he gently rubbed her head. Cha Hae-rin stammered, I also. She pushed Yoon Han-sung's hand away firmly. I also have a dream about acting. My dream is to one day become an actor like Quan Du Jun. She returned the script to Yoon Han-sung softly. I am sorry for not focusing on my work, I will put the car in right away. Having said that, Cha Hae-rin quickly turned and ran away. Yoon Han-sung scratched his head a little awkwardly. I did not mean to make you feel upset. A few days later, the director calmly sat down on the chair and said softly, "That is right, Kwon Do-jun, do you have something you need to ask me? You have not caused any trouble and have been obedient lately, so I should help you with something, right?" Sung Hyo stammered, that. He calmly proposed, "I will introduce a person to work as an intern for our company. Please give them an audition." She was a little surprised. What? Sung Hyo cleared his throat. A little, maybe that person has a little talent. I hope you will follow the proposal I have made. Cha Hae-rin pointed in stunned joy. "I passed me." She was excited. "Really, I became an acting intern for a big entertainment company." Gyu-song smiled softly. "That is right." He said calmly, "Congratulations, Hannah." Sung Hyo stood on the side, breathing a sigh of relief. "Really, it is so good, I was right to introduce you." He looked towards Cha Hae-rin a little annoyed. "But why is that guy so noisy?" Jun Kyung crossed her arms, muttering a little irritably, "Kim Hannah, daring to let the manager chase after the actor." She looked at Cha Hae-rin sternly. "I will let you know clearly where you should stand." Night gradually enveloped the entire entertainment company. Jun Kyung gradually walked to Cha Hae-rin's practice room. She pushed the door open softly. "You are practicing hard." She was a little surprised. "Oh, actress Ryu Jun Kyung, hello." Jun Kyung smiled and commented, "I happened to see Hannah practicing again. The acting is natural and good." Cha Hae-rin was happy to be praised. "Thank you." She narrowed her eyes a little maliciously. "Although I do not know who introduced you, they really have a discerning eye." Cha Hae-rin did not understand that sarcasm and said calmly, "I also do not know who it is, so I can't send my thanks. Instead, I will try to practice hard to repay them." She was surprised. "Oh really, if that person has such a discerning eye to introduce Hannah, then it is likely that person is also an actor." Jun Kyung softly opened her mouth. At the end of the year, there is a meeting between the actors of Star Entertainment." She took Cha Hae-rin's hand and suggested, "Do you want to come with me to find that person?" At Cha Hae-rin's small house, she walked out the door softly. "Grandma, I am going." Grandma immediately replied, "Okay." She looked at Mimi happily. "Mimi." She looked up in a daze. Cha Hae-rin said softly, "Mimi, look, is it because I have not put on makeup for a long time?" Mimi was scared and ran away. She laughed with pleasure. "I am so pretty that you thought I was someone else, huh?" Cha Hae-rin quickly left and lamented, "Oh my god, I am late for my appointment, I have to hurry." She suddenly encountered a familiar figure. Yu Myong stood stunned under the steps. He looked at her face and stopped for a long time. Yu Myong asked doubtfully, "Hannah, you seem different today." Cha Hae-rin smiled brightly and said loudly, This actress Ryu Jun Jaeyoung invited me to the meeting of actors, and even lent me makeup." Yu Myong suddenly grabbed her arm. He forced a smile and said softly, "Hannah, do you trust me?" Looking at the luxurious jewelry around the room, Cha Hae-rin was a little awkward there. She looked at the exquisite dresses in panic. Bo Hyung. Cha Hae-rin stammered, "Why did you suddenly come here? What was that car you were driving earlier? It seems very expensive." He said calmly, "Today there are dress code rules for where you are going." Cha Hae-rin was stunned. "No one said anything about that. But how do you know about that?" Yu Myong said loudly, "Hannah, you trust me, right?" She said firmly, "Of course." He doubted, "Is that person following me?" Cha Hae-rin stammered, "Well." Yu Myong kept pointing and signaling, "This dress, this too, let her try them all on." The staff immediately bowed and calmly replied yes. Cha Hae-rin panicked and approached him in a low voice. "Bo Hyung, what should I do if I do not have money? I will have to return them after the party, right? Returning clothes that have been worn is not good." Yu Myong turned away awkwardly. "But I lied to you." She was stunned. "Lied?" He pushed her away and urged, "I will talk about that later. I will get scolded. There is no time now, so hurry up." The staff quickly called her name, Customer Yozeng. "Please come this way." Cha Hae-rin was bewildered as she was pushed away. She wondered, "Really, is it okay?" Yu Myong waved to her confidently, "Just trust me." Cha Hae-rin walked out of the dressing room hesitantly. Bo Hyung, I do not know if this suits me." Yu Myong looked at her once and nodded proudly. He stood up softly. "Our Hannah, why are you so unconfident?" Yu Myong pushed Cha Hae-rin in front of the mirror and signaled, "Come, stand in front of the mirror." She was confused. The mirror. Cha Hae-rin stared blankly at herself in the mirror. He said softly, "How is it beautiful, right?" She was stunned for a long time. Yu Myong patted her shoulder to remind her, "Stand up straight, confident eyes." He calmly continued, "I said it before, do you remember the next sentence?" Cha Hae-rin turned her head confidently. "Flamboyant appearance, business cards, wallets, are all just shells, the important thing is the soul inside. Yoon Myong tucked her hair softly. Okay, Hannah is already pretty, but in the meeting of people who value appearance, you have no reason to be looked down upon. He kept encouraging her, in terms of appearance and soul, you are not inferior to them, so just confidently go in. In the luxurious party room of Star Entertainment, Cha Hae-rin confidently walked over and opened her mouth. Actress Ryu Jun-kyung, actor Kwon Do-jun. Jun-kyung turned around in surprise. Ah, Hannah is here. She and Sung-hyo were a little stunned. Cha Hae-rin said confidently, hello. Sung-hyo looked at her in a daze, like he had lost his soul. He asked softly in doubt, Kim Hannah. The ceiling lights illuminated the entire coffee shop. Hai Seon said enthusiastically, did anyone watch the performance art introduction yesterday? Shin Suho laughed in response, of course I watched it, the viewership rate exceeded 30% yesterday, she laughed, the storyline about a rich man turning a poor girl into a princess. I understand why it is a familiar story. Seon Yuri drank beer calmly, the competing works in that time slot do not seem to be able to show anything either, this time MBM will definitely win. Hai Seon happily added, there is even the Yoon Bo-hyung syndrome, how can it stop there? She shouted loudly, although Yu Myong is not here, let us raise a glass to congratulate him. Chon. Ryu Shin walked into the shop softly, sorry, I am late. Hai Seon looked at him happily and shouted, Senior Ryu Shin. For people sat at the table, happily chatting with each other. Wow, it has been a while since I last saw you after graduation. How have you been? Yeah, I heard Hai Seon got into Hyusong. How's she doing? I am taking really good care of her, hee hee. Suho poured water for Ryu Shin and said, I am planning to study more at film school. I am starting to get interested in directing. Yuri added, I am preparing for my next movie to start filming early, next year. Ryu Shin responded, oh really? When I came in, everyone was so lively. What were you guys talking about? Seon excitedly answered, we were talking about the outline for the acting class. It is interesting, right? Plus, I think Ryu Shin's acting is really good. Senior, you took that class too, right? What did you think? Upon receiving this question, he paused for a moment. After a while, Ryu Shin asked, has everyone seen Ballerina yet? Yuri and Suho happily replied, not yet. We do not have kids. Then he said, I already booked tickets for next week. He took a sip of beer and said, maybe so. So were you talking about that? Seon cheerfully continued, wow how, please do not spoil the plot. But suddenly, Ryu Shin put down his beer glass with a dejected look. His eyes showed clear sadness. He lowered his head slightly and said, this sucks. Seeing his appearance, everyone was shocked and looked at him in silence. Then Ryu Shin began to lament, I have all the qualities an actor needs. Then, after realizing I also need effort and persistence, I suddenly felt lost about the road ahead. Yuri asked worriedly, what road? The image shown was his shocked expression while watching the movie Ballerina High, The Road to Surpassing the Genius. On the movie screen, Yu Myong appeared as Phantom, losing himself in the ballet dance like a whirlwind. Hearing that, she was stunned and asked, to that extent, Ryu Shin continued with all his heart, clearly, Yoon Bo-hyung's role is a difficult one and a character with a lot of charm. But, it is still just acting within the realm of Yu Myong. But Phantom is different. Saying this, he remembered Phantom's appearance in the movie. Portraying an unfamiliar field like ballet was already impressive, but the acting of Phantom's complex inner feelings, and the ability to portray a faint presence in Giselle. Ryu Shin's mouth curved downward, full of despair. For the past year, I have only focused on trying to surpass Yu Myong's character Jekyll and Hyde, acting by feeling, and transforming and internalizing other people's acting into my own. To do that, his eyes closed, his eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. And even though I did not surpass him, I caught up with him. So a few days ago I realized that. However, in the meantime, Yu Myong had jumped to a completely different level. A scene showing the talent gap between the two appears. One is up on a cliff and another one is down to the valley. Unconsciously, Ryu Shin felt afraid of this distance, and that gulf, to overcome it. Saying this, he covered his face with his hands and fell silent. Everyone else also fell into deep thought and looked at him in silence. Suho stared intently at Ryu Shin for a long time. Then he spoke up, that is exactly what we think whenever we look at you. Hearing these words, he was immediately startled and opened his eyes wide. Song Ryu Shin was extremely bewildered and unexpectedly turned to look, Suho replied with a calm expression, someone who has all the talent in the world. and is also handsome, but is still the most diligent in practicing. You are really tough, huh? And since you are so handsome, we can't even hate you. Isn't that why, after joining Odious, you said there was another challenge, the test that made you feel insecure when you looked at your resume, but you still did not give up acting? Someone agreed. That is right. Hearing these compliments, Ryu Shin froze, his face turning as red as a tomato. What are you talking about? Then he quickly patted Ryu Shin on the shoulder. Anyway, you're still the coolest person I know. Yu Myung acts really well too, but I did not think you would be as good. Receiving that compliment, he both cried and laughed. I did not know that is what you guys thought. Next, Suho advised with a calm expression, it really does not suit you at all to say such weak things. If there is even a little bit of a chance to act better, you are always ready to give it your all. You are the type of actor who is never complacent with praise, until you are satisfied yourself. That is what I see in you. Ryu Shin stood still, listening to these words. Hearing that, his face was still red with embarrassment. At the same time, Yuri and Seon also smiled encouragingly at him. Finally, Ryu Shin breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, for a long time now, I have been used to recognition and praise. But his eyes immediately shifted to a sad expression. In my heart, I remembered back in the day, when watching the performances of bigger actor, I had a time to try to overcome them. When Ryu Shin was young, he lay exhausted on the floor from practicing so hard. After overcoming that immature period, what helped me become a better actor was time, and his mature figure remained still in that corner of the house. Ryu Shin's sad and tired face appeared. Time filled with sweat, comrades who worked with me towards better acting. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed his beer glass. All right. Ryu Shin regained his determination, his eyes widened as he spoke loudly, lifting his spirits. Let us try fighting with time one more time. Seeing this appearance, everyone sitting here smiled with relief. Just like that, outside the house in the cold winter night, the voices of those people rang out loudly. Senior Ryu Shin, you are really my ideal role model. Let us raise a glass to Senior Ryu Shin. Cheers, cheers. A restaurant lit up in the snowy night sky. That winter, Ballerina High achieved a rare feat for art films, reaching 1 million viewers. At an apartment building, a young voice rang out, Mom, I am home. Seeing Seon return, her mother asked, Daughter, why are you home so early? She excitedly took off her shawl and replied, I came home early to watch the acting class lecture. Seeing this, her mother realized and tapped her head, You watch it all the time because your friend is in it, right? Go wash your hands as soon as you get home. Seon was too used to this. I am sorry. The TV screen immediately displayed the background of the movie, Theory of Love, Episode 9. Inside, Do Jun was shown leaning coldly against the wall. You want me to teach you acting? Hearing that, Hannah, who was holding a script, shyly turned her head. Yes. Why are you suddenly saying that? Are you hurting somewhere? Do Jun continued, Why, I want to help my manager. Is there a problem? And I am fine. Okay, the two mothers and daughters watch TV in happiness. Then you have to act properly. That is right, that is right. In the movie, Hannah appeared hesitant. I am going home now, Do Jun. No, anyway, I am not your senior's manager anymore. Why do you have to care? Suddenly, he spoke loudly, No way. He pointed directly at her and said, My manager is now my junior. If you can't debut, it will be embarrassing. It will hurt my reputation. Hannah looked at Do Jun with a probing gaze and thought to herself, It seems like he do not go. After saying a long string of words, he also reached out and ruffled his hair, seemingly embarrassed. I will take responsibility for giving you private lessons to make sure you become an actor. Just trust and follow me, got it? Seeing this appearance, Hannah frowned and became worried. Is that true? After a while, she turned her head and looked away, stammering, Then I won't refuse. He crossed his arms and smiled happily. You should have done that a long time ago. He has a good heart, so he is helping you out, but not only are you not grateful but... Hearing this, Hannah clenched her fists as if she wanted to punch Do Jun. Just like that, a loud scream came out of the company building. Forget it, I am not teaching anymore. No, that was just a slip of the tongue. Or so you finally decided to teach. She sat at the table, holding the script tightly with a determined look, and said, Senior, I want to participate in the audition for this movie. Do Jun flipped through the documents and replied, You are quick with your choices. Have you decided which role you want to audition for? She happily replied, Yes. I want to audition for the female lead. As soon as he heard these words, His lips pursed and his face became humorous, as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. Then Do-jun made a fuss and scolded, "What, is there something wrong with your head? You're just a trainee, how dare you dream of the lead role?" But then in his heart, he said to himself, "Patience, patience. Saying more will only make me lose points." Song Do-jun restrained himself and gave an awkward smile. "What is the reason you want to audition for the female lead?" Receiving the question, Hannah gave a bright and gentle smile and replied, "Because I feel like it will bring good luck. I do not think I will pass either, but let us try it once, it will be nice." Standing before this appearance, he looked away, seemingly moved. Finally, Do-jun consoled, "All right, even if you do not pass, I won't blame you." Hannah became even more confident. "Yes." Finally, he picked up the script and stood up. "Let us go then." Hannah was bewildered. "Go where?" he replied. "Where else? To the practice room." Next, Do-jun tilted his head and continued, "The movie is over, so there is a lot of free time, huh? From now on, I am going to teach you very strictly." She replied, "Yes, senior." Outside, the two mothers and daughters were feeding each other and commenting on the movie. "I bet 501 that she will fall for Do-jun while practicing that. Mom bets 1001 that no one will fall in love." While practicing, he carefully watched Hannah read the script. Next was a scene of Do-jun showing her an example. That part goes like this. At the same time, Hannah blushed. In the movie, the scene was very normal. Seon was curious. "No, but are they really just practicing?" the mother replied. "Daughter, do not underestimate your mother's experience." Suddenly, at this moment, Do-jun clapped his hands to remind her, "That line needs to be as soft as a cat, that is the important thing. Do it again." Hannah, even though she was tired, still tried her best to reply yes. Then his footsteps moved forward one step. "You are so stupid, that is why you can't become an actor." But suddenly, this time Do-jun fell on top of Hannah, the two of them face to face, frozen, looking at each other. The two people remained in the same posture, silent for a long time. Seon was very excited. Wow, that was almost a big trouble. After standing up, Hannah was very grateful. "If it was not for Senior, I would have almost injured my head." Do-jun frowned slightly, looking at her with concern and silence. Next, his low voice rang out, "It is really disappointing, why do not you care about me at all? Are you only interested in acting?" Hannah tilted her head in confusion. "Ha." Then Do-jun looked directly at Hannah's face and said, "I like you." Hearing those words, Hannah was full of surprise, and stammered as she asked, "Are you kidding? If you do that with that face, it is a crime." Do-jun was silent, his lips pursed as if he was about to cry. Then suddenly he shouted, "Kim Hannah." She frowned and looked back seriously. "I am not kidding, I am serious." Saying that, his face turned red. And at this time, Bo Hyung was lying listlessly at home. Saw suddenly asked, "Hannah, why did not you go to practice today?" Hearing the question, she was startled and jumped. Then Hannah glanced sideways, using an enduring expression to justify herself. "Ah, that is it." Then she remembered Do-jun's shy look when he confessed, "I am not kidding, I am serious." At that time, Hannah was stunned, emitting a sound, But then she stood up straight, her hands clenched and said, "Let us stop practicing here today." Then she took her red face and ran away. Remembering that part, Hannah lowered her eyes, looking thoughtful. With something like that happening, how can I practice? Bo Hyung, who was lying next to her, said, "No way is that Kim Hannah." She still sat still, holding a book, and replied, "It is not like that, I am changing the environment to practice. That is all." Bo Hyung, if you do not have anything to do, then play the role of my acting partner. Hearing that, he sat up, his face flushed with excitement. That must be fun. What role? Hannah immediately replied, "The role of Bo Hyung." Hearing that, Bo Hyung froze as if he did not understand what was happening. Then she picked up the script and stood up, continuing, "The name of the male lead in this movie is Bo Hyung." He was even more surprised. "Really, my name is not that common." Next, Hannah gave a gentle smile like sunshine and replied, "That is it, is not it great? That is why I told you to audition for this work, because the male lead in this work is Bo Hyung. So I think you will bring me good luck." Bo Hyung, who was already standing up, was still not over his surprise. "Bring me good luck." She looked at him and smiled brightly. "Yeah, Bo Hyung is my mascot." A lucky mascot. Hearing these words, he also froze, seemingly moved. Then the two imagined a cat, along with a love bow, and talked happily with each other. My role is a cat. A cat, yeah, the male lead adopted that cat, playing the role of helping the clumsy male lead express his slow love. Then she sat opposite Bo Hyung and added, but I still have not decided on the feelings for the character. I am going to try practicing, he replied sitting opposite. Still a little shy, yeah, try it, I will see which one is suitable. Hearing that, Hannah immediately closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she used a gentle and cute voice and shouted, Bo Hyung. Bo Hyung, who was still in a daze, called out with a questioning voice. But suddenly Hannah burst out laughing loudly. He was a little surprised and did not understand what was happening. Then she still laughed comfortably and reminded, it is the line. Bo Hyung then suddenly remembered, ah, that is right. Then Hannah pointed to the script and directed, this part is where the female lead turns from a cat into a person. This part, the first time the name of the main character is called, is the designated acting part. I am going to change the emotions and tone of voice a little bit. Tell me which one is good. Then Hannah acted in the role of a gentle, cute kitten and shouted, Bo Hyung. Next, she switched to an angry expression and shouted, Bo Hyung. Sitting there witnessing these scenes, Bo Hyung clenched his fists. Next, Hannah acted in the role of a cold girl, Bo Hyung. His face became increasingly red. Next was Hannah's coquettish look, Bo Hyung. Finally, Hannah gave a gentle smile and shouted, Bo Hyung. Suddenly, this time, Bo Hyung raised his hands and grabbed her shoulders tightly. Hannah was surprised by this and opened her eyes wide. He remained in the same posture, his head lowered because he was shy, and stammered, Hannah, wait a minute. She leaned back and asked with concern, what is wrong? Bo Hyung, are you hurting somewhere? Receiving that question, Bo Hyung covered his mouth with his hand. No, it probably hurts, maybe so. Finally, he suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked away. I am going outside for a while. Hannah stood up in a panic behind him, Bo Hyung. He quickly walked outside and slammed the door shut. Bo Hyung's face was now as red as a tomato. He shyly covered his mouth and talked to himself. That was almost a big deal. Then he sat still, relaxed his body, and leaned against the door. There have not been many people who have called my name in the past, except for my parents who passed away early, and my grandfather as well. Then a scene of him standing in a luxurious party appeared. Sometimes there are acquaintances who call my name, but in the end, they regard me as the successor of the Hyuksong group, so there is nothing special about it. Thinking of this, Bo Hyung comfortably looked up at the sky and thought to himself, so my name. A TV screen appeared, on which a girl with a slender figure was recording, holding a script. From the TV, many sounds of music were emitted. Hannah sat hugging her knees, staring at it. Her eyes were slightly drooped, seeming very sad. At this time at a banquet table, Jun Kyung held a glass of wine and said loudly, congratulations on Theory of Love surpassing 40% viewership rating. She happily added, it is a pity Gyu-song is not here. I guess he is angry because I reduced his airtime. Has everyone seen the reaction of this episode's writer yet? I like watching it after the movie ends. Sung Hyo continued, I watch it sometimes too. She replied, oh you too, I never expected that. Song but when Jun Kyung closed her eyes, shaking her glass of wine, she shouted, this time there is a love line. What did the critics say? I thought it was breaking the old stereotypes. But it turned out to be following the tastes of the market and ruining the whole movie. But suddenly Sung Hyo spoke, causing her to be surprised. Who cares? Then he shook his glass of wine and tilted his head, adding, what is the viewership rating of the movie after all? The girl replied immediately, that is right, that is what I wanted to say. Haerin silently focused on drinking wine. Finally, the food on the plate was eaten clean. I am so full. Then both of them immediately stood up. Jun Kyung shouted, I need to fix my makeup for a bit. Sung Hyo picked up his phone. I am going to take a phone call for a bit. Yu Myung gave a muted shout, go ahead. After that, he glanced sideways. Sitting on the side, Haerin's face was red and she bowed her head in silence. Seeing this scene, Yu Myung guessed in his heart, it must be because she drank alcohol. She looks so weak today. But suddenly, Haerin slowly spoke, Appa. He looked over his family with a questioning voice. Haerin shouted again, Bo Hyung. Then she added, I am so jealous of Hannah. Hearing these words, Yu Myung was somewhat worried. Then he asked, what are you jealous of, Haerin? Her eyes were slightly watery and her face was red and silent. Gradually, tears fell on the table. Haerin's voice began to sob, no matter how hard I try, if I do not see hope. Then she lowered her head and cried until she shook. What should I do, Bo Hyung? Yu Myung looked at her in astonishment with a pitying look. Next, Haerin tried to wipe away her tears but still sobbed. My company used to be much bigger than it is now, but now it is not anymore. There are only 4 celebrities left. At this time, Yu Myung gently reached out and patted her shoulder. Haerin continued, my director is a very talented person. He has taken care of me since I was little. He is the one who absolutely does not let me get involved in trouble with other female artists. Currently, Haerin's tears were flowing like a stream. He only does business honestly, but it seems like people still hate him. At some point the management company has gradually collapsed. Now it is just full of debt. In the middle of the room she confided, I have not renewed my contract for several years. The director told me to go somewhere better, but I am still stubborn. The other artists are mostly unknown. If I leave, there will be no one to earn money for the company. I also want to focus only on acting, but I spent a lot of money to participate in events and shoot advertisements. Now we are trying to overcome it together. Yu Myung lowered his head, full of annoyance, thinking to himself, so she is working so hard. Finally, he did not know what to do, so he patted Haerin's back to help her stop crying. Then Haerin slumped on the table and wondered, I do not know how long I have to do this. Will it end or not? Yu Myung's mood also became sad. The first time I watched Haerin's acting, I had doubts. Then Haerin's energetic appearance appeared. Daily life only uses the minimum amount of energy, but she seems to put all her energy into acting. An actor with such explosive acting. Why did not she stand out from the beginning? I can't turn my back on what needs to be protected, like Hannah. Haerin was still crying. Young Wai's image sitting in front of the computer screen appeared. In the fans letter, there is an article about Bo Hyung. If you search for Shin Yu Myung, a series of articles will appear. After speaking it proudly turns its head. How do you feel when you receive love and fame? Yu Myung just came out of the bathroom with his head soaking wet. Receiving the question, he lowered his head and closed his eyes to think, let me see. Then he silently replied through his thoughts, happy is happy, but I think that is just something that goes along with acting, not the real purpose. Young Wai was very confused, the purpose. Yu Myung began to explain, fame after all, is just an illusion created from the combination of acting, characters and media, and other factors. He sat still, listening, and was secretly surprised in his heart. He slightly lowered his head with a thoughtful look, adding, the purpose of an actor is not fame, but the ability to evoke emotions inside people. I think that is the important thing. Then the image of the audience with many different emotions when watching the movie appeared. Hearing those words, Young Wai silently closed one eye, and made a small sound, and thought, people are only happy because they can act as if they have the whole world. But they are indifferent to the most attractive things. Unexpected, really. After a moment it brushed it aside and jumped down to his side. But anyway, your studio is a bit strange. Yu Myung unexpectedly asked, what do you mean? Young Wai immediately remembered the scene of itself walking around in it and said, with such a successful movie, and the positive energy of the actor are also quite good. Then after filming, the remaining influence should have been stronger. But it is below what I expected. After finishing speaking it sadly sighed. After a while it shouted, all right, do not worry about it anymore, just focus on filming. Yu Myung happily replied again, it has to be, it is the last scene anyway. A few days later, a banner was hung across with the name, MBM Special Program, Theory of Love, Wrap-Up Party. At this time, everyone was surrounding Yu Myung and raising their phones high, 1 2 3 kimchi. After taking the photo, both of them gave a grateful smile, thank you for taking a picture with us. He also gave a polite smile, it is nothing, everyone has worked hard for the past time. It is like someone shouts loudly, the director is here. At this time, Bang Hak came in wearing a neat suit and shouted, oh Shin Yu Myung. Both of them kept holding hands and dancing continuously. Bang Hak added, I have seen the movie, I really like it. Yu Myung shyly replied, thank you. Then both of them kept talking to each other and making noise. My daughter is a big fan of you, please give me an autograph. What is your daughter's name? Seeing this scene, everyone blushed in happiness. Jun Kyung also spoke, now signing autographs has become a habit, right? This time, the movie title appeared on the TV screen, the last episode. One person saw it and shouted loudly, the last episode of Theory of Love, it is starting. In the movie, Bo Hyung walked out with blonde hair shining. He stood silently on the street looking at the poster with Hannah's picture. It has been 3 years since Hannah debuted. At this time, Hannah appeared on it introducing the movie. That moment, me and you. Bo Hyung continued, it is really unexpected that she has grown so fast. Now she is the main actor in the movie. Then he forced a smile and said, at that time, when she called my name in dozens of different ways, I realized, I will become an actor. The secretary beside him pursed his lips and remained silent. Then he asked, that matter, what are you going to do? Bo Hyung stood still like a statue, deep in thought. Then decisively, I am not going to do it. Hearing this, the secretary was extremely worried. He smiled bitterly and added, even if I confess my feelings, the result won't change anything. It will only be exchanged for a bit of momentary comfort, but the price to pay is too painful. She will never say Bo Hyung ah with that voice again. The other person asked again, but if that is the case, would not you be very miserable? At this point, he had to accept his fate. I have no other choice. Bo Hyung's eyes looked up high, full of emotion. I know it is not good, but I still have to endure it. But the other person seemed indifferent to the story. Even if you are not called by name anymore, it won't kill you. Bo Hyung tilted his head slightly and replied, that is right. In terms of reason, I understand. After hearing this sentence, the man was a little stunned. Under the sunlight of the sunset, Bo Hyung gave a slight smile and turned his head. But are you sure you won't die? I think so too. Inside Bo Hyung's eyes was full of regret. I do not want to ruin my sincerity because of an unrequited confession. I originally just wanted to support the actor Kim Hana, as well as the person Kim Hana. From the beginning, I helped her with selfish intentions. I just wanted to give Hana a chance, because she has always tried her best. Just like that, Bo Hyung stood under the sunset, quietly looking at Hana on the poster. After a while, he took out the ringing phone. Inside his heart was a message that made him soften. Text message, Bo Hyung, I have to attend an important event today. Can you cheer me on? I am so nervous, Hana. After reading it, Bo Hyung relaxed, looked up at the sky, and speculated perhaps, today Hana will meet Kwon Do-jun. The small figure of Kim Hana was running somewhere. At this time, she tried to run to Do-jun and shouted loudly, Senior Kwon Do-jun. After stopping next to him, Hana spoke up, do you still remember what I said, when I rejected your confession 3 years ago? Her face was dark and full of sweat, adding, at that time, because Kwon Do-jun was too famous, I thought I would only be recognized as Kwon Do-jun's girlfriend, not as the actor Kim Hana. But now, I feel like I have a little bit of charm. Hearing these words, Do-jun blushed with embarrassment. Kim Hana also blushed and said with a smile, now I am confident that I won't be swept away by either acting or love anymore. So let us work hard together and compete in both aspects, Mr. Kwon Do-jun. Saying that, she held out her hand as if wanting to shake hands. Do-jun also leaned closer to her. The two of them shook hands tightly. The two of them held hands high, their faces full of love and determination as they looked at each other. Do-jun said, I won't lose either, Kim Hana. Finally, the two of them looked at each other and smiled happily. As soon as this scene appeared, a loud voice rang out, the movie is over. At this time, the screenwriter Yuk came closer to Yu Myung with a bottle of alcohol. Shin Yu Myung, let us have a drink together. His face was red as he shouted, screenwriter. Then she sat down right next to Yu Myung. This is the first time we have met again, since that time, right? Yu Myung also politely replied, yes, you must be very busy with writing. I did not see you come to the set even once. She nodded, I am very busy. Then Min Yun picked up the glass of wine, shook it a few times, and replied, although there were many incidents that happened, I am very happy to have worked with MBM on this movie. When writing the script, I envisioned everything, and finally on the screen, everything happened exactly as I expected. It is wonderful, all thanks to you Shin Yu Myung.
Ano, actor Shin Yo-meon.
Yu Myung was very humble, took the glass of beer and replied, it is all thanks to the script and the characters. She laughed with delight, sometimes when I look at you, I feel like PD Bang, but you are only 24 years old, right? At this time he spoke again, yes, I am 25 years old. Then a person announced to everyone, let us start the cake-cutting ceremony. The two also happily turned to look up. The viewership rating of episode 16 of the movie Theory of Love reached 45.2%. At this time, director Bang Hak drank until his face was red and purple. Although the initial viewership rating was low with an average of 34.8%, it can't be denied that Theory of Love is the hit drama of the late 2004 and early 2005 season. Above, Kim Hana and Sung Hyo are now cutting the cake together. The movie has created a female main character that can't be saved, standing on par with the male lead. And this is also the movie where the male supporting character received more love than any other movie. The scene of everyone surrounding Yu Myung with enthusiasm appeared. At this time, the image of Yu Suk appeared giving a warm smile. Shin Yu Myung, you have worked hard. Then he politely invited, sit down, coffee or green tea. Yu Myung politely sat down, give me green tea thank you. Then Yu Suk spoke into the phone, please help me 2 cups of warm tea. Then he asked, the movie is over, why do not you go on a trip to rest on this occasion? Yu Myung was startled, huh? What are you saying, we have to start the next project? He was surprised after hearing this sentence. After being silent for a while, Yu Suk shouted, Yu Myung, what is wrong? You also need to have a vacation. But he was angry again, I am fine, I want to participate in the next movie as soon as possible. Seeing this appearance, Yu Suk also unexpectedly became hesitant. You have been working non-stop for several months, so it is okay to rest for 2-3 months. Actually, there are also many projects waiting. He said while reaching out to search through the documents. Yu Myung was very interested. A lot, then where are the scripts that have been received? But Yu Suk immediately brushed it aside, no, you should rest first. He sat in the chair and smiled like a lawn to persuade. 1 month is not too long, spend time with your family, watch the movies you have not had time to watch. You should remember that when you have time to relax, the acting will also be better. Yu Myung lowered his head, showing discomfort, thinking to himself, Miho does not know what he is planning, I really want to quickly start the next project. Then Yu Suk looked intently at him and asked, oh by the way, do you want anything? Seeing your growth beyond expectations, I feel very proud so I want to do something. If you want anything, just tell me. I will definitely help if it is within my ability. Hearing that, Yu Myung reached out and rubbed his chin, a little hesitant then. Can you bring Heron back to good entertainment? Yu Suk was a little surprised and asked again, you mean Cha Heron? I know Cha Heron's company is having difficulties. Is the situation so serious that you have to use such a special trick? Yu Myung said, maybe Heron won't come alone. She will definitely try to take care of the 3 artists in the company, and the director and his wife. Receiving this proposal, Yu Suk gave a forced smile and shouted, I need to find out more about that, I also have to see if we can cooperate with their company. Finally, Yu Myung lowered his head and added a few urgent words, yes, please help me solve it within your ability, department head but. During the break, I will definitely feel bored, so can I look at a few scripts, Yu Myung said, showing cuteness as if he was coaxing. He still insisted on refusing no. At this time, an image of Bo Hyung giving a gentle smile like the sunset appeared on the TV screen. The melodious movie music rang out. Han Sung, after watching, glanced and asked, Director, what do you think? Chawook thoughtfully considered and said, I do not know if he can do it or not. You know, the movie we are filming this time, Two Great Seers, is a historical epic about the turbulent period from the end of the Goryeo dynasty to the establishment of Joseon. Then the script of the movie lay neatly on the table. Then a scene of 2 people wearing ancient clothes standing face to face appeared. Chawook continued, the problem is, in this movie, Jong Mong-ju and Lee Bang-won will have to face each other. You will definitely portray Jong Mong-ju very well, but I am worried that the rookie will not be overshadowed when facing you in the role of Lee Bang-won. Most importantly, can he convey the majesty of Lee Bang-won? Seeing him express his concern, Han Sung smiled kindly, just try to watch it once. I believe that after watching it, you will understand why I introduced him. Chawook nodded calmly and asked again, if I can't feel that, then would not I not be able to meet the expectations of the actor Yoon? Seeing that, Han Sung waved his hand, showing embarrassment, oh it is okay, why would you think like that, he is just a friend, and I trust his acting. Hearing that, he laughed loudly, if Yoon said that, then I am really curious. But then Chawook's eyebrows lowered slightly, thinking. He will take on the role of Lee Bang-won. Then the image of that character appeared, the body full of blood and the cruelty appearing on his face. At this time, Yu Myung with a very soft appearance appeared, hello director, I am a new actor, Shin Yu Myung. Seeing him appear, the director was also stunned to the point of surprise. You look so different than in the picture, I did not think you would fit this role. Han Sung standing behind added, when he turns on the acting switch, he becomes a different person. Finally, Chawook suggested, okay, let us sit down and talk. Han Sung warmly brought out 2 glasses of water. I am quite surprised, I did not think you would come here either. He immediately accepted my request, and he did not even know he was going to meet director Song Shi-wook. Hearing that, the director laughed loudly, is that so? Song Yu-myung remembered the scene of himself lying on the chair looking bored, then thought, I can't say I am too bored because I do not have a script to practice with, so I came. Then it became words. Anyway, Senior Hansung personally requested, of course I have to come. Yu-myung said to himself, anyway, I owe him a lot. Then the image of the past appeared. Hansung patted him on the shoulder, encouraging, cheer up, there will be a day when you will shine. Then a scene of a person calling. Actor Yoon Hansung said he wants to meet Shin Yu-myung. After thinking about it, he smiled until his cheeks turned red and replied, thanks to that, I had the opportunity to meet director Som Chi-wook.
Director Son Chi-wook.
Even if he is not sure to create a successful movie at the box office. The image of him very seriously standing behind the camera appeared, but he is the master of creating works, which are a turning point in the history of cinema. A director that any actor would want to collaborate with at least once in their lifetime. Then Chi-wook spoke up, have you heard from actor Yoon about the content of the movie? Yu-myung was very nervous and seriously replied loudly, ah yes. He just sat carefully listening, and the director kept analyzing the movie. Two great prophecies takes place in the era of the founding of the Joseon dynasty, but focuses on the relationship between Jong Mong-ju and Lee Bang-won. So Yu-myung, this role is extremely important, and you have to recreate Lee Bang-won very truthfully. Saying this, he picked up his glass of water and smiled slightly. Actually, I am just a filmmaker, I do not know much about acting. Acting is the specialized field of the actor, and the generalization of the entire work is the specialization of the director. Is not everything originally like that? Yu-myung sat opposite thinking to himself, movies are acting that can't be separated from each other. Why is he so overly humble? Is he testing me? Chi-wook pursed his lips after speaking as if waiting for something. A series of photos in this room appeared, he said. In short, our job is to make the audience believe that that world really exists. I am very impressed that the characters that Shin Yu-myung has taken on often lie on the boundary between reality and unreality, but still bring a real feeling. Then he tightly gripped his coffee cup. When observing your acting, I started to feel curious, so. He seriously clenched his hands tightly and suggested, so can you show me through your acting, what kind of actor you are? Seeing that, Hansung was startled and shouted softly, director. It is true that as an actor, there will never be an end to such tests. Thinking, Yu-myung opened his eyes wide and silently took a long breath. But then, under the surprise of the two of them, he accepted, of course. Currently, he gave a very confident smile. But can you give me a pen, a piece of paper and 5 minutes? After receiving the requested items, Yu-myung sat carefully at the table writing something. Chi-wook also curiously observed this action. Hansung was full of excitement and wondered, what is he doing? After exactly 5 minutes, Yu-myung pushed the paper he had just written out. All right. The director quickly picked up that paper and read it, and he shouted, I will act this part 3 times. I hope you watch carefully and feel the difference between them. Chi-wook looked puzzled. 3 times. While reading, he realized something and revealed a bit of surprise. Chi-wook read and said to himself, the dialogue is quite interesting, but is he going to play the role of a madman? It is indeed a familiar choice in auditions. Because it is easy to leave a strong impression in a short time. Today my mom will kill my dad. I secretly read the diary my mom wrote. On the other side, Yu-myung closed his eyes tightly to stabilize his emotions. At this moment, his face did not change. In his head he thought 1, 2, 3. The room in Yu-myung's imagination gradually became dark. The numbers continued to jump, 9, 10. The scene shown was a simple room. The number continued to jump, 23. Currently, Yu-myung imagined himself wearing a patient's gown. 28. Chi-wook played the role of a doctor and shouted, Yu-myung. Suddenly at this moment, he hugged his chest, looking very painful and shouting, Doctor. He shook his head constantly and shouted non-stop, Doctor, please let me go home, today my mom will kill my dad. Chi-wook saw this scene and was surprised. This voice, a 10-year-old kid. Then he looked very scared. I secretly read the diary my mom wrote. I have read it all. Mom has been secretly preparing that plan for a long time. Saying this, Yu-myung lowered his eyes looking very horrified. Then at this time, he bent over, lowered his head. Then he looked up again. Next, Yu-myung tapped the table with one finger. Mom hid a small recorder in my room, making me hear strange sounds every night and unable to sleep. Then Mom said I was hallucinating to conclude that I had a mental illness, then locked me in the hospital, and that is how Mom eliminated the witness. He acted out the seductive expression of a child. Tonight's dinner, February 11th, 2005, when Dad comes home from work, Mom will choose a type of white powder that has been ground in Dad's food. When Dad is drugged and unconscious, Mom will wrap Dad in a blanket, pull him out to the balcony without leaving any traces, then, Mom just needs to push Dad down while screaming. Saying this, suddenly Yu Myong in the few mentally ill children suddenly shouted loudly. Then he again grabbed his head, tearing his hair out and blaming himself. It is real, doctor, let me go back otherwise, Dad will die, my mom will go to jail. Yu Myong gritted his teeth as if the pain was real. Please, doctor. Chiwook silently assessed, reforming the pronunciation as if obsessed with the doctor. He was very fascinated with this role, guessing in his heart, perhaps he is a patient who is mentally retarded and accompanied by schizophrenia, he can act out the year huh. Definitely a natural talent, but there are no types of actor like this. Hansung observed everything and gave a gentle smile of relief. Similar to the family murder case, the acting is so attractive that the audience feels hungry. I knew he could do it. What will the remaining 2 roles be like? Suddenly Yu Myong raised his head and looked at the 2 of them silently for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and let himself into the air, then opened his eyes to welcome the gentle sunlight. Suddenly at this moment, Shin Yu Myong's emotions became as calm as an adult. Doctor, please let me go home, today my mom will kill my dad. Standing before this scene, Chiwook opened his eyes wide, extremely startled, an adult voice, this time as the acting of a normal person, forced to be admitted to a mental hospital. At this time he looked confused, his eyes looked away and said softly, I secretly read my mom's diary. It was a meticulous plan that Mom had been secretly preparing for a long time. Mom knew that. Mom hid a strange recorder in my room, making me hear strange sounds every night, and unable to sleep, then Mom said I was hallucinating to conclude that I had a mental illness. Then locked me in the hospital, and that is how Mom eliminated the witness. Tonight's dinner, February 11th, 2005, when Dad comes home from work, Mom will mix a type of white powder that has been ground into Dad's food. Chiwook standing before this role was also stunned for a long time. Yu Myong revealed a look of worry. When Dad is unconscious, Mom will wrap Dad in a blanket and pull him out to the balcony without leaving any traces. Then Mom just needs to push Dad down, at the same time screaming to set up a fake scene that Dad committed suicide. The director witnessed this scene and looked worried, thinking to himself, there is no feeling like a patient is lying to go home, he really looks like a normal person. But at the end, Yu Myong's eyes became soulless and full of madness. Facing this appearance, Chiwook could only remain silent. Next, Yu Myong was full of worry and fatigue. It is real, doctor, if you do not let me go home now, 1 person will die, 1 person will go to jail, please just today please. The director at this time tightly clenched his hands on his pants and thought to himself, a person who has meticulously planned to escape from this place, it really looks like a patient. Then the scene of Yu Myong playing the role of a weak mental patient, doctor. Then he tore his hair and said the exact same words, but this time the tone of voice was somewhat stuttering, full of confusion. Chiwook opened his eyes wide in surprise, stuttering, yet the logical structure of the words is not broken, why choose to act like that, or the phenomenon appearing in mental and schizophrenic patients is that patients speak incoherently and difficult to understand. Then this mental patient seriously returned his eyes, glanced and shouted, Doctor, I have to go home please. He clenched his hands on the table, still stuttering, my dad will die. Next, Yu Myong hugged his head showing pain, the recorder in the room, strange sounds. Chiwook opened his eyes wide in surprise, imitation, his behavior pretends to be similar to the symptoms of schizophrenia, why, what is the purpose, what is the reason that he can't be discharged from the hospital? But suddenly while he was pondering, Hansung on the side patted his shoulder and shouted, Director, is it done? Chiwook was still stunned and had not calmed down. Sitting on the opposite side, Yu Myong returned to his original cute appearance and held a cup of coffee. Then he lowered his head and gave a big smile. Hansung sitting next to him was full of confusion. Then he raised his head and clapped continuously. Yoon Hansung was not wrong, I had to see it myself to understand. Hainusung also immediately surprisingly thought to himself, it is rare that he agrees so easily, is he really very satisfied? Chiwook expressed his excitement, being able to convey my intentions by acting, without having to explain is a wonderful ability. Personally, I liked the second acting the most. He remembered his own expression at that time and added, not only did it give me the illusion that I was really a doctor, I was almost fooled that Yu Myong was a completely normal person. His fearful appearance appeared. Chiwook constantly praised, your acting ability is outstanding for your age, if you continue to work hard like this for about 10 more years, you can completely become an unrivaled star. Yu Myong was very happy receiving the praise, thank you sir. But he added, however, you are still not completely suitable for Lee Bang-won in my script. Seeing that, Hansung also froze and glanced at him. Heavens, he asked frantically, why is that? Chawuk calmly explained, the Li Bang one that I imagine needs to have the ability to make the whole room have to hold their breath, even between the silences between the lines. Hansung used a distorted face full of worry to listen. He lowered his head full of murderous intent and said, a real feeling is the key factor. Hearing these words, Yu Miong had to open his eyes wide in surprise. After speaking for a while, Chawuk asked, what does Yu Miong think about Li Bang one? He sat still and honestly said, a cold, cruel king, who killed his own brothers to seize the throne. It is that simple. He relaxed his eyebrows and spoke again, I think Li Bang one is an outstanding talent, proficient in both literary and military arts, and a rare genius with political vision, such a genius. While speaking, Chawuk imagined Bang one's back, killed Zhong Mongju, who was both his father's friend and his own teacher, and respected by all the scholars, only for the reason that they did not share the same ideals. At that time, Li Bang one was only 26 years old. A bloody scene appeared. Later on, the history of King Taejong's rise to power was stained with blood and cruelty. If necessary, he killed his brothers, seized the throne from his father and destroyed the entire maternal family. But is it all just because Li Bang one's personality is too cruel? That scary look appeared in his eyes. Chawuk's appearance calmly expressed, I do not think so, because he treated the officials who opposed him quite leniently. The scene of a heroic teenager with a dragon mascot appeared. The main reason is that his ambition is too great, so great that it covers the whole country, that is because of a strong self, without hesitation, ready to do anything for his ambition. Can you imagine the strong energy emitted from this character? During this time, Hansung turned to persuade director, if so, then would not acting become even more important? Chawuk hesitated and replied, how to explain this? I think besides acting ability, an actor also has something called an aura that they show. Hearing these words, Yu Miong had to open his eyes wide in surprise. He stroked his beard and pondered, saying, you could call it the unique energy that each individual possesses. This has both innate factors, and is partly developed over time. Yu Miong realized in his heart, it is aura. His voice continued to ring out, so instead of saying that Yu Miong have overwhelming charm, I feel like you are making the most of your existing charm. Maybe 120%. Hansung started to laugh awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Chawuk picked up his coffee cup intending to drink, and added in the acting just now, whenever you closed your eyes, I felt your charm faded somewhat. Furthermore, when acting, an actor can't have no reaction with their acting partner, right? Yu Miong shyly replied yes. He continued, of course, reaction is also a part of acting, and so the charm will be stronger than before, but when reacting, your charm depends quite a bit on your own charisma. However, actor Shin here still lacks such strong charm. Hearing this comment, Yu Miong stood frozen, seeming extremely disappointed. Hansung turned his head, somewhat embarrassed, and shouted, director, are there any young actor who meet those criteria? Chawuk replied in a casual tone, although in my eyes they are not perfect. There are still a few candidates. There are young actor, although their innate charisma is strong, they have been acting since they were young and have accumulated charm over time. Hearing this, the figure of Ryu Shin appeared, full of vitality. Yu Miong still sat still in anxiety. After a while, he spoke words that made the two of them have two different expressions. Director then. Yu Miong used an urgent expression to beg, can you decide more about the acting through my reaction parts? Hansung looked anxiously at the director, while he looked somewhat hesitant. After a while he also spoke, the schedule is quite tight, can we add another challenge right here? Yu Miong happily agreed, yes of course. Song Chawuk glanced sideways. Actor Yoon probably has to help me a little bit. Seeing that, he smiled lightly, very comfortable. Looking at the script on the table he said, the reaction acting part is when Li Bang-won almost only listens to Jong Mong-ju speaking, so let us try the final confrontation in this script. You Yu-myong, just need to nod or add a little gentle reaction, then unleash the strongest charm that you can create. Hearing that, he politely said, yes. Then he again used a very worried expression to read the script. His hand holding the script also began to tremble, trembling too much, after life was turned upside down. It has been a long time since I have been so flustered. At this time, suddenly a strong aura radiated from his body. In his heart he said to himself, but as always, there is only a way to do my best. Quickly, Yu Myong put the script down on the table. Hansung was somewhat surprised to see that. Although carrying worry, he still gave a believing smile. Quickly they entered the role. Hansung put on a very stern appearance and shouted, Udiok, to build a country for the people, this is necessary is the system. You replied, this does not depend on the virtue of the king, but is a system where talented officials will produce worthy results. Chwook sat listening carefully. Yu Myong showed the majesty of that character and shouted, then why is a revolution needed? Whether it is royal succession or dynasty, the system is the most important element. Yu Myong appeared very powerful, his whole body full of aura, replying, isn't eliminating those fixed things more important? Chwook with a very worried face thought to himself, it is still good right now but... Hearing that, Hansung revealed a calm appearance and said again, would there be a problem if eliminated? The first king in building a new country must always be a capable person. So setting up a system to run the country revolving around the officials will not be easy. But is there any guarantee that the next king and the king after that will be capable enough? Yu Myong showed a dangerous appearance and remained silent. Chwook also began to worry and realized in his heart, as expected, the longer actor Yoon speaks, the weaker the momentum becomes. This is probably a problem that only time can solve. Hansung's voice continued, in fact, it is when the king's power is at its weakest, that it is the right time, to switch to a system of running the country led by officials. Yu Myong quietly paused, tilting his head. Then he frowned tightly, showing danger, not known yet. Seeing this appearance, Chwook was stunned again because it was too unexpected. It is gone, that overwhelming momentum. Then he looked at Yu Myong's arrogant appearance for a while. Suddenly he spoke, let us do it together. Hearing that, Yu Myong was startled and worried, asking again huh. Then Chwook spoke the words from the bottom of his heart, the moment I felt a strong charm, I saw the hidden potential in you that can be exploited, let us explore and develop it together. Hansung was also delighted, and he shyly replied, ah yes I will try my best, then quietly thought in his heart, is that so? Next, Chwook lowered his eyes, revealing a thoughtful appearance, continuing, there has never been such a case, so I am worried about whether it can be recreated. But if it appears, maybe I will create the ideal image of Li Bang-won in my head. Speaking, he raised his head and looked directly at Yu Myong's face. Yu Myong, can you come to the set even without a filming schedule, staying in the set for a long time? The possibility of that appearing may be higher. He very warmly agreed, yes, I understand. Song Chwook smiled in comfort, besides, today your acting was impressive. Thank you for working hard and overcoming everything without having to audition. Receiving that compliment, Yu Myong's cheeks turned rosy because he was shy. Thank you, director. You are going to at the city among the buildings. While walking on the street, Yongwei suddenly appeared, lively starting a conversation, I just added a little aura for you. Seeing it, Yu Myong was very surprised and shouted in the middle of the street, Miho, are you following me that aura? Then seeing himself slip, he immediately put his hand over his mouth, embarrassed. Yongwei floated in front of him, happily continuing, how's my surprise gift? Because I saw you really wanting to do it, so I transmitted the aura around you. Next, Yu Myong turned to look at it with a stern face and said in his thoughts, but that does not mean you can do that as you please. Yongwei stubbornly replied, I do not understand, is there a problem? Then he explained softly, I only transmit aura into the air around, so it can't be called a transaction. If you are worried about acting later, then would not it be enough to receive more aura through transactions later? Yu Myong listened, his face very hesitant and full of fear. He kept looking at Yongwei's innocent face, suspecting in his heart, you definitely want something. Song Yu Myong clenched his fist, unwillingly thinking, although it is not fair to receive help and then refuse but... You gave me acting, and I am afraid you will take it back. Then the image of Yongwei turning into a very scary beast, seeming to want to swallow him. Suddenly, Yongwei put on a seductive look and asked you, do not need more aura. But Yu Myong stood still like a statue, extremely worried, I can't give up this role. Then in his mind he remembered director Chwook and Hansung, in his heart feeling embarrassed, I can't explain to director Sun Chwook that charm is not mine. And if I refuse for an unreasonable reason, I will lose face for on Hansung, who introduced me. At this time, Yu Myong stood in contemplation for a long time with dark circles under his eyes. Anyway, I have to do it with my strength. Finally he turned around, determined, and replied sorry, but this time I want to do it myself. Receiving that answer, Yongwei also breathed a sigh of relief, if you need help later, do not hesitate to tell me. But just like that, Yu Myong walked far away, leaving it behind. A few days later, Hansung put on a neat vest. Then he shouted, Actor Shin. He who was walking with Yongwei, heard it and stopped, turning his head to look. Hansung slowly walked over here warmly, Thank you for coming to our entertainment company's office. Yu Myung gave a gentle smile and replied, of course I have to come. Senior suggested that we study together. Then he laughed with satisfaction and shouted again, come here, you have to get a guest card. Yu Myung was also very obedient, yes. Nearby a female employee saw that and was very embarrassed. She blushed and gave out a ticket. I really like the movie. Yu Myung was also very grateful, thank you. Then walking in the hallway, the two people chatted very happily. Have you read the background yet? What do you think? Very interesting, although there are developments different from the history. I know, I still wonder if it is real like that. When arriving in front of a room, Yu Myung put on a worried face and said, Senior, so today we will analyze the character, right? But then Hansung turned his head and gave a forced smile, actually. There is a more urgent problem than analyzing the character. Hearing this, he stood stunned. At this time, Yu Myung looked very surprised and asked, are you going to change the approach to the character's emotions? Hansung sat on the ground and gave a kind smile. Yeah, after talking to actor Shin Yu Myung at workshop, Eodius, I realized a few things so I tried to change but habits are already like that, so it is really difficult. So, I want actor Shin to see how my acting is like. Hearing these words, Yu Myung was stunned, thinking in his heart, because he seriously listens to the opinions of a junior who is far behind him, and even actively seeks advice. He is really an actor worthy of emulation, thinking, he looked at his confused face. After a while, Yu Myung spoke and asked, alright, which scene will you act? Hansung looked down at something and replied, it is not a scene from two great prophecies.
Cô ấy đưa một tờ giấy chi chít chữ ra, là đoạn độc thoại của Gremio trong thuần hóa cô nàng ngộ ngáo. Yu Myung lập tức nhận ra, của Shakespeare.
The Taming of the Shrew is the marriage story surrounding the two daughters of Baptista Minola, a wealthy merchant in Padua. Gremio is one of the supporting roles. To propose to the youngest daughter Blanca. Gremio is a rich and elderly character. To propose to a beautiful young girl, he is the typical model for people who flaunt their wealth to attract that girl. At this time, Hansung entered the role and appeared very luxurious and arrogant, saying first, as everyone knows, in my mansion is full of gold and silver dishes and utensils made of gold. Then gold coins fell scattered. There is a place for Blanca to wash her beautiful hands, and there is also a water bottle. The carpets in the room are woven from Thai silk. In the ivory money chest, and also full of my gold. Looking at this appearance of him, Yu Myung silently admired. If he does not, it does not seem like there is a problem. He expresses very well, a hollow middle-aged man, who only knows how to flaunt everything. Hansung put his hand on his chest and continued, my farm has 100 dairy cows that can be milked at any time, and there are also 120 fat bulls in the barn. However, alright, I confess that, I am already old. Saying this, he clenched his hands tightly. He gave a very peaceful expression and continued, if I die tomorrow, all will belong to my daughter. As long as Blanca will become mine while I am still alive. Yu Myung felt something strange and shouted in his heart, After acting out that scene, Hansung immediately asked, what do you think, Director Shin? He was hesitant, The ending is a bit heavy. Receiving this comment, Hansung leaned back, full of fatigue and laughed, it is true. If I follow the advice of actor Shin. Then his shape in the past was trying to practice and sinking in thoughts appeared. Put Shin Yu Myung aside, open your heart and feel what it would feel like if I were Kim Young-do. Thinking, Hansung messed up scratching his head. Although I have given up building characters based on my experience, I still feel the sad feelings in the scenes. That is why the family life movie also failed. It was supposed to be a comedy, but it had such a sadness that it was not funny. Then the image of Seryun and Yu Myung commenting on the movie appeared. Is it a comedy? It is a comedy. He could only give a forced smile. Yu Myung saw this appearance and thought, as expected, it is really like that. He kept looking intently at Hansung's sad appearance. I thought he would find a way soon because he was trying so hard, but it turned out that the heaviness and sadness had bound Chu Hansung more than I thought. I have never experienced this, so I do not know what to say. Suddenly, Yang Wei floated next to him and suggested, try going to his house. Yu Myung turned to look at it, feeling strange, and asked in his thoughts, what do you mean? Then Yang Wei flew around in front of him. This person's acting ability, in the body is skewed to one side. It seems he has practiced a lot to distribute the energy more evenly. Yu Myung kept staring at that spot, making him wonder. After flying for a while, it landed on Hansung's head, but it has returned to the original state. Then there must be a body somewhere, so it returned like that. I am curious about where this person is living. Being persuaded, Yu Myung spoke up, Senior. He also bowed and was full of curiosity. Still he secretly thought, how to say I want to go to his house. Then he lowered his head in contemplation. If I use that way, it might be effective, huh? Then in the practice room the two people's voices rang out, Senior, do you have any appointments tonight, huh? Appointment. Quickly, the scene of Yu Myung drinking and lying asleep on the table appeared. Hansung was very panicked. Oh heavens, he is drunk. After practicing he insisted on going to buy alcohol. I do not know what for. I told him to drink moderately, but I have to contact the manager. But when he found his phone to hold, he realized, actor Shin's phone, it is out of battery. Yu Myung was lying listening to the table and gave a secret happy smile. Luckily, I deliberately let it run out of battery. After that, he stood next to him trying to get on his person again. Actor Shin, tell me your home address, hey. But then the scene switched to when Hansung was trying to open the door. On his shoulder was carrying Shin Yu Myung. After Yu Myung, who was drunk, came down, he shouted. Then speaking as if looking for something, blanket. At this time, he quietly opened his eyes. On the wall were countless photos about his family. Everywhere were stuffed animals and pink toys for girls. Yu Myung quietly looked at a photo of Hansung's daughter eating her birthday, then he realized, Bo-eun. His eyes moved, staring at a stuffed animal. Suddenly at this time, Hansung came out of the room hugging the blanket. But at this time, Yu Myung turned his head to look at him with 2 lines of tears rolling down. Next, Hansung poured him a glass of water. Then he sat down opposite preparing to explain, Bo-eun's photo is just, I have not been able to clean it up. Hansung gave a gentle smile, and I have also seen it a lot, so I do not feel anything anymore really. Yu Myung humbly asked, how long has it been? He casually replied, it has been 7 years now. People who are sad living together can share the sadness, can also make the sadness multiply. Hansung with eyes full of emotion took a sip of water and told, I started living alone for about 6 years now, senior husband and wife came later, He continued to tell, my Bo-eun only wanted to have a dad, she called dad before even mom. Yu Myung also empathetically listened. Hansung lowered his head, his mouth gave a slight nostalgic smile. When she saw her mom appear on TV, she called dad, that is when she started to know how to speak. My wife said she was just babbling, then good, but I am sure I heard it clearly. His voice began to tremble, I grew up without parents. Hansung hugged his head, full of pain, so that is also what I am most afraid of when having children. I want to be a good dad, but I do not know anything. Unlike acting, there is no way to practice this. I am really scared, I am worried if I do not understand the child. I am afraid the child will be hurt. The image of that child appeared with a bright face. After telling a bit, he just sat still stroking his head in confusion. Yu Myung sat looking at this scene silently. At this time, Yu Myung used a sad look and shouted, Senior. What do you think about moving? Sitting on the side, Hansung's face was very painful. He spoke out his thoughts to advise, I think the sad emotions in your acting may also be affected from this house. Hansung at this time hugged his face tiredly and said, actually, alright, I also thought about that. The house was very dark, accompanied by Hansung's voice. But this house has a children's amusement park nearby, and is the house that Bo-eun likes very much because she can ride a bike in the yard. I can't. Yu Myung with a scrunched face tried to explain, my point is not to tell you to forget those memories, even though the scar is still there, but then the wound will heal. But because I feel like this house is like it keeps hurting you, so I said that. But he still kept his gloomy mood and shouted, Bo-eun, would she be sad thinking she was left behind? Saying this, his hand clenched tightly, full of discomfort. Yu Myung realized something strange and also shouted on, and Hansung opened his eyes wide, soulless, and regretted very much. But then he blankly raised his head and asked again, Yu Myung replied yes. At this time, Yu Myung put both hands on the table, his eyes very with heart and seriously proposed, let us live together for about a week at my house. Quickly, all 3 people also appeared at Yu Myung's house. As soon as he entered, he happily spoke, Mom, I am home. Hansung also smiled shyly, hello madam, excuse me. As soon as she came out seeing this scene, his mother was surprised, it is really Yoon Hansung. Hansung was still shy and continued to speak, please excuse me for staying here for a week, please help me. She was very comfortable, oh heavens, so polite. Next, Yu Myung's mother gave a kind smile and went inside, you have not eaten lunch yet, right? And why are you so thin? Come to this side. Then she revealed a face full of horror, pressed Hansung's shoulder hard on the table and shouted, when you go back, you must gain 10 kilograms, okay, he saw that and showed embarrassment and was somewhat timid. Too much thinking, Hansung calmly picked up the chopsticks, I will eat really well. When he scooped up the first spoonful of soup, Hansung felt a little warmth and happily stared at it. Heavens, he did not hesitate to put it into his mouth. But then because it was too hot, Hansung had to make a sound. Yumyong also smiled lightly and instructed, eat slowly on. Then turned around, Mom, have you ever seen a guest act so much like that? Hearing that, his mother pinched Yumyong and said sternly, still talking nonsense, huh? Hansung lowered his head, showing sad eyes. Just like that, the three of them sat at the table, full of joy. So a week has passed. The scene shows Hansung sitting playing Go with Yumyong's dad. Then the scene of both of them running together. Next was the younger sister sitting next to Hansung and showing embarrassment. On Yoon Hansung came to our house to play, on Hansung. Moving house. Hearing this sentence, Yumyong was surprised. Then holding the paper gave a happy smile. A good decision, huh? Hansung continued, I plan to go to the house that way, just rent a separate room. I'm still not confident I can arrange it. He supported, just do that, On has a lot of money anyway. Next, his cheeks turned rosy, seeming happy, thanks to that, I know I need to change the environment. Really thank you, Yumyong ah. Hearing this sentence, Yumyong only smiled contentedly at that achievement. A month later, in front of a room at the script study for the main and supporting roles of the Two Great Prophecies project. Inside the room, Yumyong sat before the red script, full of worry in his heart. Ah, this is a big deal. Seeing this appearance, Hansung sat right next to him, reassuring, you do not have to worry so much, Yumyong ah. Seeing that, he gave a forced smile and secretly thought, how can I not be nervous? Then Yumyong looked at everyone talking around him and said to himself, the actor who was called by director Sun Chwook. There is even senior Lee Sun-ha. At this time a woman with wrinkles but full of beauty came over and started a conversation. You must be surprised to see me here, right? Yumyong warmly turned to reply, yes, what role does senior play? She used a benevolent face and continued, Queen Sindeok Kang Ti. Lee Song-gye's second wife, Queen Sindeok, Kang Ti. Kang Ti became queen, after the first wife passed away before Lee Song-gye ascended the throne, although separated by 21 years. She always received love throughout her life from Lee Song-gye, and successfully made her son the crown prince, replacing the 5 sons of the first wife. In Two Great Seers, she is described as a character who is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Hansung at this time poked his head in and started a conversation, but senior, are you sure you can play the role of Queen Sindeok? Acting the age of 30 is one thing, but 20 is a bit. Sun-ha showed annoyance because of self-esteem and replied, the scene at the age of 20 only shoots the back. At this time, director Chwook appeared with a majestic appearance. Hello everyone. Everyone stood up in unison. Hello director, hello. He stood in front of everyone and said, today is just a friendly gathering. Everyone be comfortable, come on sit down, sit down. When sitting down, Chwook picked up some documents and calmly shouted, before starting to read the script, we will go through the history that is the background for this story together. At the end of the Goryeo dynasty, Lee Song-gye and Jong Du-jeon joined forces together, seeking to build the Joseon dynasty, based on the foundation of Confucianism. The majestic scenery of the Goryeo and Joseon dynasties appeared. Another shadow quietly appeared. Chwook continued, however, unlike them, Jong Mong-ju wanted to realize the worldview, Neo-Confucianism in the Goryeo dynasty. Chwook still kept his serious appearance. Lee Song-gye highly appreciated Jong Mong-ju's level, so he tried to persuade Jong Mong-ju to the last minute. But Lee Bang-won felt that he could not persuade anymore and decided to assassinate him. Speaking of this, he clenched his fists tightly, but I still think that Jong Mong-ju and Lee Bang-won have many similarities. Both are extremely talented and sophisticated people, but at the same time possess decisiveness, ready to act without hesitation when needed. Although Jong Mong-ju is often seen as a steadfast character, thanks to the poem Dan Sim, but in reality, he was also a politician who was willing to compromise for the purpose of, such as befriending the powerful forces of the aristocratic literary class at that time. Yumyong listened and revealed surprise on his face, then thought to himself, so that is how it is. Chwook put his hands together, propping his chin. Therefore, I came up with a hypothesis. If two people with many similarities have been each other's teacher and student. In politics, Mong-ju is the one who has forged the insight and decisiveness for Lee Bang-won. Then how dramatic the story would become. A scene of a child going to kill his teacher appeared, full of blood and cruelty mixed together. After telling the story completely, Chwook shouted loudly, commanding everyone, come on, let us start reading the script. Those who are missing roles, the assistant director will read to help. The assistant director heard it and replied loudly, yes, director. A voice rang out, intercut with the scene of Lee Bang-won wearing morning clothes, riding a horse to Bichlan Island. The screen switched the scene to the room where Lee Song-ji-wai was lying in bed. Yu Myung appeared calm listening. The narrator added, Bang-won knelt in front of Lee Song-ji-wai trying to persuade his father. A seasoned and experienced man was holding the script. This person played Lee Song-ji-wai, Bay CEO. At this time, Yu Myung closed his eyes tightly, full of excitement. I must persuade my father and bring him to Gaejeong. At this time, Lee Song-ji-wai was riding a horse very fast. Let us go. In his head he thought, if I keep hesitating here, our forces will be swept away completely. The great cause will not be successful. To persuade a hesitant person like father, I must. When returning home, he knelt and begged earnestly, Father, this is not the time to lie down like this. Does Nuoi know the petitions requesting the execution of all those who support people are being submitted to the court? The common person still sat drinking tea. Calmly, nothing will happen right away. Then he looked worried. Poon was not a close friend of Tambong and me, that is just a show of political power. Lee Song-ji-wai's hand pressed heavily on the wooden floor and continued, when Nhi2 was small, thanks to his father's care, Nhi2 was taught privately by Poon Gakgong. Do you know what the first thing Su Fu taught Nhi2 was? He curiously asked, what is it? He said a string, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Chapter 5, flashing fire to attack, seize the opportunity when the opponent is in danger to attack, and when the time is ripe. Attack like a swarm of bees breaking the nest. While listening, his father looked surprised in his heart. Lee Song-ji-wai clenched his hand. To seduce the opponent to be negligent, one must normally behave elegantly, completely not revealing that one is such a person. That is it, politics. Just said, his eyes were full of fire of hatred and determination. Sitting before this fiery momentum, the father was somewhat timid. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting, Director, I am not very clear about the part that you are worried about. CEO Hyung happily started a conversation. Throughout the script reading, his energy was not interrupted at all. With such focus and acting ability, what else are you worried about? Chawook gave a kind smile and replied, that is right, after today, I also feel like I am a little too sensitive. Suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Inside the room a voice said, come in. Song Yu Myung shyly went in and shouted, Director. Seeing that, he was startled and asked, why have not you gone home yet? He stood obediently and replied, I have something to ask the director. He warmly asked again, what is it? At this time, Yu Myung spoke out his thoughts. Last time, even though I did not have a scene to film, the director still told me to come to the set so. Chawook saw that he misunderstood and interjected. It is not necessarily like that. Today watching the script reading, I think I may have been a little too worried. Yu Myung immediately retorted, no, it is not that meaning. I want to ask if in the time when I do not have a scene to film, can the director let me play the role of extra? Just hearing this sentence, both people were stunned. Chawook looked puzzled, the role of extra. Yu Myung still politely spoke and gave a smile. When acting those roles without lines, I think I can feel more clearly about what the director said. I want to try to practice expressing my presence in a limited environment. Both the director and CEO Hyung showed surprise at this will. Finally, he agreed, all right, let us try it. He radiated great joy. Thank you, director. Just like that their voices rang out outside the lighted building in the night sky. An ancient costume of the recording appeared. After the script reading, everyone started to prepare for the filming. Ancient movies always have many things to prepare. From sewing hanbok, practicing archery, riding a horse and many other things. The image of a horse appeared. I also received news from Department Head Moon Yoo-suk that Heron's matter will be handled properly. Next was the scene of Yoo-suk with a very elegant appearance talking on the phone. In the midst of being busy, before I knew it, it was mid-April. Finally, the filming officially started. The image of an ancestral altar appeared. The sound of people talking was bustling. Everyone step aside. We will move the ancestral altar here. Hope the movie is a great victory. Hope to reach 10 million views. Does anyone bring cash? I forgot to withdraw money. At this time, Yu Myung came out looking at the elaborately decorated set. The filming location is the Mungyong Saej outdoor film set. Most of the scenes of two great seers will be done here. At this time, Yang Wei standing next to him spoke. It has not turned into the background of the Joseon dynasty yet, huh? Then it floated next to him, lively continuing. But is it true that I have to do this? I think it is too meaningless. On the other side, everyone knelt in front of the ancestral altar, bowing continuously. Hope our movie is successful, everyone bow. Yu Myung talked to Yang Wei through his thoughts. But there are still people who realize my deficient presence. At least I have to try to fight to overcome it, right? It replied, fighting does not increase the presence by much. Yu Miong retorted, I know, so I tried to practice making the existing presence stand out. Before, I just did it day and night. After that, it flew away and instructed, if it does not work, remember that there is another way. At this time at the film set, the director's voice rang out, you extras, please go to your positions. The first scene is, at Sungkyunwon Academy, in 1367, when Jong Mong-ju was holding the position of doctor. At this time, all the students sat in the classroom. Yu Miong thought to himself, my role as a scholar listening to Jong Mong-ju's lecture. The standing position will be at the camera angle of both the frontal and side camera, only shooting from behind. At this time, I play the role of a young man of about 20 years old, who is an enthusiastic Confucian scholar, wholeheartedly respecting Jong Mong-ju, just thinking. He sat still, his eyes closed tightly, radiating a huge amount of aura. Yang Wei floated high above, very interested. Anyway, humans also have interesting experiments, huh? Then the scene of countless students bowing appeared. After those days I continued to play the role of extra. Yu Miong again played the role of a passerby. Then he immediately entered the role of a soldier. After finishing this play, he was very tired and sighed. Then Yu Miong gave a happy smile and said to Yang Wei, the role of extra is so beautiful, it reminds me of the old days. It was so angry that it was smoking. I do not think it is interesting at all. Then just like that the two people talked to each other, on, tonight there is a battle scene at Hong Sun, you should eat dinner early. A battle scene, okay. It has been a long time since there has been something interesting to watch, different from the previous scenes, Yang Wei calmly replied, of course these battle scenes will have many dramatic moments. At that time there will be many good things, excited seeing this appearance. Yu Miong also comfortably sighed. Quickly the evening fell, the sky was full of romance with fireflies. A shout rang out, it is a bit dark, everyone be careful, remember to be careful. A soldier looked tired and confided with each other, late night and extremely The remaining soldier could only smile calmly. Suddenly from afar, Yu Miong came shouting, those scenes will be used with VFX later, so they need to be filmed in dark conditions. Also, filming at night also makes the atmosphere more tense. Then he clenched his hand, full of enthusiasm, and added, everyone be careful under your feet and try to do well, Both of those people happily replied in unison, yes. Then they stood frozen, a little confused. Then those two people started to discuss with each other. It is Shin Yu Miong, as expected of an actor, his face is always shining. But why is he playing the role of extra, I do not know. Quickly, the director came out clapping his hands, commanding everyone, we will shoot the scene from above first, and we will follow the direction of movement in the guide from number 1, Everyone replied as if they understood, yes. A shout rang out, action. Quickly, all the soldiers very confusedly held their swords and rushed up. They kept shouting. Yang Wei from above looked down and saw this scene, very small. Then he looked confused and full of worry, wondering, this scene, why is it? Is a fierce battle, there are many people fighting enthusiastically and chasing the retreating enemy, but the momentum is only like this, Thinking, Yang Wei's face froze, full of shock. Inside that chaotic crowd of soldiers, a figure with blue hair appeared. The more he looked closely, the more confused he was in his heart. Song Yang Wei opened his eyes wide in surprise. Could it be that guy? He really absorbs aura. On the other side at this time, Yu Miong radiated a very heroic momentum. The surroundings were full of strong aura. Then Yang Wei again reached out and covered his mouth. Incredibly, unbelievable, absorbing aura is an ability that humans are not allowed to have, if this continues. Shin Yu Miong's presence can exceed 50. I have to find the cause. Saying that, he used his strength and flew very fast in that direction. At this time at the film set, Cheol was coming, he recognized it and shouted, Ho Cheola. In the sky, the sunlight was still harsh. In the room, Yu Miong just woke up and stretched. His face was still a little blurry. Naturally, today I feel strangely healthy. Then he turned around and did not see Yang Wei's figure, so he was very curious, where's Miho? Next, Yu Miong calmly went to brush his teeth and said in his heart, since yesterday I have not seen him, maybe he went for a walk. Song he went to ask Hansung, did On sleep well last night? He was happy when he saw his figure, is that Yu Miong? Then the two people just walked in the hallway and confided with each other, this bed keeps creaking, you what, I slept straight until morning, age does not let me go. Outside, the table was full of dishes, very sumptuous. Sitting at the table, Hansung asked a question to start a conversation, your filming scene is coming up soon, huh? Yu Myung politely replied, yes, 2 days more. He asked again, today is the last day you participate as an extra? Yu Myung at this time gave an enthusiastic smile. I plan to spend a day off to rearrange the character and review the lines more carefully. Your spirit is very good lately, but I am a little worried about whether I will be overshadowed in the confrontation scene, huh? Hansung immediately consoled. Come on, old man. Every day you concentrate, you know everything, still pretending. He retorted, I am telling the truth. He asked again, what scene are you acting today? Yu Myung comfortably replied, the scene in the clan gathering, after winning a great victory at Hong Sun Dai Chien. Lee Song-ji and Zhang Mongju visited the Lee family in Jeonju. The scene of them bustling with a group of servants following appeared. At the Lee family gathering, Lee Song-ji recited his Gao Zulu Bang's Great Wind song. Witnessing this, Zhang Mongju realized that Lee Song-ji no longer cared about the declining Goryeo dynasty. Today's filming will continue until Zhang Mongju reaches the top of Man, the Dai at Duk Citadel, reads a poem resenting worry for the collapsing country. At this time, Yu Myung asked, today is the day you have to ride a horse, right huh? Hansung hesitated and replied, but I am still not used to controlling the horse very much. Then he encouraged, cheer up. The scene appeared at an outdoor vault. A voice rang out, we will film the clan gathering scene. Everyone moved to the assigned location. Yu Myung, who was being makeup, turned around and replied loudly, got it. Song the director started to explain, like in the practice, when Lee Song-ji recites the poem, the remaining people will appear as the background behind. Everyone keep the original position and wait for the command. Yu Myung also hurriedly ran to his position. After everyone was in position, the director shouted loudly, 3, 2, 1, action. Chiwook stood outside seriously looking into the camera, thinking in his head, due to editing the script for several days in a row, I did not sleep well, I am so tired, am I being too greedy? Quickly, Lee Song-ji raised his glass of wine and started to say, a great wind blows, the clouds in the sky sweep away, I have returned to my hometown in glory. He closed his eyes enjoying the rhythm of the poem, how to find a hero to protect the world here. Chiwook stood on the outside, seemingly satisfied, and smiled, but when I see this acting, I feel that the effort is worth it. But suddenly realizing something, he opened his eyes wide, startled. He looked at the scene in front through the camera screen and said to himself, the center of this camera. Why is there a feeling that the extra's momentum is so strong, in the front? Yu Myung radiated around him a lot of aura together with boundless danger. Song Chiwook gripped the camera and shouted frantically, wait a minute, who is that? Suddenly he looked confusedly up to see. On the side of the extras, Shin Yu Myung confusedly turned to look. Chiwook stared at him and realized, it is actor Shin. In this scene, Chiwook's assistant came out worriedly, inquiring, director, is there anything you are not satisfied with? He reached out and rubbed his chin and shouted, this scene, check it out. The screen replayed the scene from before. Chiwook pointed at Yu Myung's place and asked, this scene, is the center of the screen skewed? The assistant replied, it seems like it is. Asked, Chiwook turned his face away looking for something, while the assistant kept staring at the camera looking confused. When practicing it was okay, why do I feel a change when I enter the main role? Is it necessary to adjust the set design? Next, Chiwook shouted loudly, head of the production department, there is a friend that is still not in the background, is there? The person who was called the head of the production department replied. That person is preparing for the next scene, is getting makeup. Hearing that, the director directed, let us switch with Shin Yu Myung. That person looked confused and replied, yes, I understand. After that, he called, actor Shin, actor Yoon, the two of you see me for a moment. Hearing that, both of them also turned their heads to look. Quickly they ran to Chiwook in a hurry, and he stood still and pointed, assigning work to the assistant, this scene, shoot a shot of the two of them with a few extras, shoot at the waist angle. Quickly the camera was put in the right position. Chiwook turned to look at the two of them and instructed, the two of you will act out scene 98 again, the first time we met. Both of them replied in unison, yes. The camera lights turned on, the director shouted loudly, start filming. Lee Tan-kei slightly tilted his head back, his eyes slightly closed as if enjoying it. After that, he opened his eyes wide with a stern look and spoke, Duk, to build a country for the people, what is needed is a system. Not based on the qualities of the king, but a system where the talented mandarins will help to deliver reasonable results. Chiwook observed this scene and revealed a surprisingly surprised expression. He looked at Yu Myung's boundless imposing shape and secretly admired, his momentum is just like what I imagined about the character Lai Fuangvin. At this time, the director's assistant showed regret, The scene is very great. If it was not for the costume, I would have used this scene immediately. Then suddenly the director stepped out and shouted, "Thank you, Young." Hearing that, he unexpectedly turned his head to look at him. When coming closer, Chwook tightly grasped Young's hand and gave a grateful smile. "You acting as an extra caused the scene to be NG. It is unbelievable." Looking at this appearance of him, he was still confused. Seeing Young being praised, Hansung standing nearby also gave a thumbs up, making him blush with embarrassment. After a moment in this place, a loud voice rang out, "It is done." In the evening, 2 cans of beer appeared on the table. Young happily lay on the bed and smiled lightly, in his heart being self-satisfied, acting as an extra forever, so my efforts also have sweet fruit. I want to ask Miho what happened, but I have not seen him all day today. Today I will probably sleep better. On the wall, the clock kept ticking, just like that from 12 of the clock minus until almost 2 of the clock in the morning. Outside the window was a silent space. Suddenly from the outside, a beam of blue light quietly flew in. That light flew closer to Young, observed him sleeping and shouted, "Shin Young, it is really him." At this time, 2 little devils appeared, one green and one red. The red she-devil chuckled and said, "The one who made the elders in the sect confused, but looking at his appearance he is too gentle." Ha! The 2 people flew around Young and discussed back and forth, but who ultimately made the mistake? Is it okay for us to solve it secretly like this? We just need to do what we are assigned to. Do. The red she-devil looked tired and put her hand into her pocket. Got it. But suddenly his hand moved, and the blue little devil reminded, "Be careful not to be discovered." The red she-devil replied, "Just close like this." Quickly on Young's thumb a red mark appeared. Suddenly an angry singing voice rang out, "Daring." Following that, a blue light flew like lightning, causing the 2 little devils to be startled and scared. Young Y with a very cold and bloodthirsty appearance appeared and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" The little devils immediately retorted, "It is not us." Then quickly he also snatched the document in their hands. "What is this?" Seeing Young Y holding that in his hand, the 2 little devils' faces turned pale, constantly explaining, "We discovered in Shin Young an ability that humans cannot have, which is to absorb aura, and this violates the rules of the immortal world, so the ability and all the aura obtained from that ability need to be recovered." Suddenly Young Y angrily shouted, planning to implement this contract without letting people know. One of the little devils immediately panicked, "I can't do otherwise." The green she-devil fearfully used all her strength to retort, "If he continues like this, the aura will reach nearly 100 and will soon ascend to immortalization." The 2 people took turns constantly speaking out the reasoning. Moreover, if Shin Young's aura exceeds 50, the other side will also fail to rob his existence. "I heard you have to pay a huge price to sign that contract, so this time you just pretend not to know." After listening for a while, Young Y slightly smiled, replying, "That is right. That is beneficial to me." The 2 little devils saw that and secretly looked at each other smiling. But then his eyebrows furrowed, his face revealing extreme anger, and shouted, "So you want me to act like you?" Young Y's eyes widened, so angry that his veins bulged. "This is what you have struggled for 15 years and suffering because of a mistake of the immortal world. Even a small creature has a value of existence no different from the heavenly emperor." Suddenly Young woke up and shouted, "Miho." Seeing him wake up, all 3 of them froze in panic. In this scene, Young Y wondered in his heart, "If I do not start a conversation first then he can't hear right." Thinking, he softly shouted, "Shin Young, can you hear my voice?" Young seemed to be preparing to get out of bed. His face was still sleepy, vaguely replied, "I can hear, I even see the shape." Seeing that, Young Y closed his eyes, showing helplessness in his heart. It seems that when absorbing aura, his ability to feel has also been opened. Thinking, he also replied, "All right, you heard from where?" Receiving the question, Young honestly reported, "From the moment you appeared and shouted, I woke up because it was too noisy." Seeing that, he asked again, "So you heard everything, good, what do you want to do?" Under Young's panic and worry, Young Y began to speak a string, "You can directly become an immortal right now, or report to the heavenly world. That place is higher than the immortal world. If the immortal world is causing trouble for you about this matter, I will try to prevent that." Suddenly Young innocently asked, "Then what will you receive in return?" Hearing these words, he looked shocked, opened his eyes wide, asking again, He lowered his head as if he had a lot on his mind. "If I keep absorbing vitality like this, you won't gain anything from the contract we signed," he said, secretly reminding himself to stay wary of Miho. "I guess it is unavoidable, since I have no way of knowing what you really want," he muttered. Meanwhile, Yongwei stood ready, still unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Yu Miong stared fixedly at his own feet, calculating internally. If you had asked for an arm, I might have given it. If you wanted my life, I might have handed it over. However, the image of Yongwei's kind-hearted nature in his animal form flashed through his mind. But because I just could not be sure. Then, a vision of Yongwei transforming into a heartless monster, as if ready to devour Yu Miong, appeared. He thought, I feel like I could lose all this time at any moment, so I can't help but be on guard. But today, I finally understand what Miho wants, Yu Miong thought, tightening his grip on his hand. His expression turned serious as he said to himself, he was ready to give up what he wanted just to help me. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up. Everyone, what is my current vitality level? The two imps were startled by the question and began to hesitate. They eventually answered, 15 vitality gained from special abilities, 29 original vitality, and 30 from the contract with the ghost, totaling 74. Hearing this, Yu Miong sat in silent contemplation. Mid-70s. That is on par with Senior Ryu Shin. It is not an impossible number. After reflecting, he continued, I won't report this to the heavenly realm, so I won't touch the vitality you have already absorbed. It is enough to just revoke the vitality absorption ability. Right, I do not want anything to do with the celestial world anymore. Upon hearing this, all three of them were struck with shock and surprise. Yongwei walked over in a daze, placing a hand on Yu Miong's shoulder and asking sincerely, what on earth are you thinking? Facing him, Yu Miong spoke with total confidence. Miho, you want to take over my body and act yourself, do not you? At this question, Yongwei froze, filled with anxiety. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere, the green imp handed over a piece of paper and called out, I understand. The contract has been amended. We are only revoking the vitality absorption ability, then. The vitality already absorbed will belong entirely to you. From now on, you can still increase your vitality, but the limit is no more than 1 per year, just like a normal human. Hearing this, Yu Miong maintained a calm demeanor. That works for me. I hope I won't have to see you again, he said, running his finger across the surface of the paper. Once finished, the two imps departed in a state of panic. Song Yu Miong turned back toward the room and asked, is this your true form? It is actually quite impressive. The other man stood there, trembling with extreme nervousness. Yongwei then bombarded him with questions, his voice filled with confusion. What exactly are you planning? You know exactly what I intended to do. Why would you give up the vitality absorption ability? Yu Miong replied in a gentle voice, because I think you want to play this role just as much as I do, Miho. Yongwei was stunned by the answer. Yongwei argued back, unwilling to accept it. Don't tell me. You intentionally kept your vitality below 50. Yu Miong stood up and answered calmly, yes. I plan to give my body to you. Yongwei cursed loudly, you idiot. In the dark, silent room, Yu Miong spoke softly. But Miho, I want to ask a favor. Half of the 15 years you gave back to me. Just until I turn 30. With a hint of desperation in his eyes, Yu Miong pleaded, let me act until then, please. After you take this body, I hope my consciousness can remain. Yongwei was shocked by those words. He reached out and said, do you even realize what you are saying right now? That is no different from being in a prison. But Yu Miong just sat there with a gentle smile. Then Yu Miong laughed as if he were truly happy. I know. But I just want to watch you act, even if it is from within this body. When you played Malayan in Mihawk, you were truly brilliant. The man stood frozen for a long time before finally speaking. Why would you make such a foolish proposal, and you call that a favor? Yu Miong only smiled at him without saying a word. Finally, he replied, because you are my benefactor. Hearing this, Yongwei looked at him with an expression of pure disbelief. Then he grit his teeth in intense frustration. Suddenly, Yongwei sat down on a nearby chair and exclaimed, you are not the one who betrayed me. Yu Miong asked innocently what, he added, I knew you were absorbing vitality. So I went to the heavenly realm to look up your internal organs. In truth, your vitality absorption ability existed since you were in your original form. It seems that power manifested while you were struggling to keep from being overwhelmed by the vitality of other actors. Yu Miong was shocked to hear the truth. An image of Yu Miong's body appeared, with a massive aura of vitality radiating from within. Yongwei began to analyze. The liver is an organ that needs to be filled with vitality, but because you were severely lacking in it, all the vitality you absorbed was diverted to your liver. At this point, he clenched his fist with regret. You have suffered your whole life because of the ridiculous mistakes made by those heavenly beings. Even so, they tried to deny their error to the point of doing this. I only took your side because I was so angry. And if you had known the truth, there is no way you would have signed a contract with me. The contract we signed might not have been a fair one. Hearing the story, Yu Myung just looked at him calmly and happily. He then said, regardless, my choice remains the same. Yang Wei froze in surprise and turned to look at him. Sitting in the middle of the night, he continued calmly, if I kept living like that, I would not have been able to act well anyway. At that time, I was almost ready to give up. If I had not met you, I probably would have quit acting and lived in misery until the day I died. As his voice echoed, the bright moonlight from outside shone into the room. Having said his piece, Yu Myung felt completely content and filled with gratitude. I truly thank you. No matter what your intentions were, you saved me. Yang Wei sat there listening in silence. Then, he slammed his clenched fist onto the table. His eyes were shut tight and his teeth were gritted, showing his immense frustration. He stood up and spoke, think about 5 years from now. Yu Myung was confused. Ha! Yang Wei scratched his head shyly. I have waited too long to just say I will give up. When you turn 30, I will reconsider. Until then, make sure you entertain me. Who knows, maybe I will change my mind. Yu Myung was so surprised he was momentarily stunned. Then, the man transformed back into his animal form, looking quite proud. It is not like I have not been having fun until now. Finally, it leapt straight onto the soft bed. Scoot over. I am going to sleep. Yu Myung watched it quietly, his cheeks flushed with happiness. And so, in the night, the sound of the two of them chatting echoed outside the lodge. Your human form was nice, but this form is definitely cuter. Too noisy. Let us sleep. 2 days later, on a cool morning filled with sun and wind, Yu Myung appeared looking relaxed. Han Sung walked over from a distance to strike up a conversation. Yu Myung, did you finally get into character as Yi Bang-won? Hearing this, he turned and replied yes. Then Han Sung asked, how old is Yi Bang-won now? Yu Myung smiled brightly and answered, he is 16. In the drama The Prophet of the Dawn, Yi Bang-won has been hearing stories about Jong Mong-ju since he was young and has grown to admire him. For a child who grew up in the wild where power ruled everything, the story of a man who was gifted in both knowledge and conduct the greatest hero of the era must have been incredibly fascinating. When Yi Bang-won moved to Gaejeong in his early teens, he expressed his wish to Lady Kong that he wanted to be taught by Jong Mong-ju. He later met Jong Mong-ju through his aunt's help and a rather unreasonable request from King Yi Song-ji. During that first meeting with the greatest scholar of the age, the young Yi Bang-won must have been incredibly excited and full of expectation. Thus, Jong Mong-ju taught Yi Bang-won from age 12 to 14. Under Jong Mong-ju's constant guidance and expectations, Yi Bang-won began to see him as a role model. However, Jong Mong-ju eventually realized King Yi Song-ji's ambitions within the Yi clan. He then severed his relationship with Yi Bang-won without a single word of farewell. Yi Bang-won's resentment surged, but the 14-year-old boy suppressed it and tried to remain calm to analyze the situation. Over a long period, he must have realized that even the relationship between a teacher and a student changes based on political positions. He surely understood that cruel logic. At this moment, Yu Myung's eyes became vacant. The young Yi Bang-won, who was separated from his teacher without knowing the reason, passed the Jinsa exam in 1382 at age 16 and entered Sungkyunkwan. In front of the school gates, a voice called out, all right, let us go, everyone get ready. Inside the classroom, as Yi Bang-won sat intently studying, a shout rang out. Bang-won, today is the day. It was the day Yi Bang-won would reunite with the teacher who had left him, the man who had left a massive mark on his life. After 2 years, Jong Mong-ju appeared there. The teacher-student bond, the longing his presence there was incredibly solemn. Along with that was Yi Bang-won's presence. The expectation and the disappointment were all kept hidden deep within his heart. The classroom door opened, and Jong Mong-ju stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Yi Bang-won's mouth hung open in shock. Then he put on a polite smile, the smile of a diplomat on his face, while the logic of a politician sat on the tip of his tongue. Just as his teacher had taught him, Yi Bang-won's current appearance was incredibly calculating, paired with those hollow eyes. Zhang Mongju quickly took his place at the podium and began the lecture. According to the Daehak Yun Ui, the monarch represents the will of heaven. However, it is not because they are the monarch that they represent heaven's will, nor is it only the monarch who can represent it. He opened his eyes wide in contemplation and added, the monarch must also make constant efforts to understand the will of heaven themselves. At this, Zhang Mongju clicked his tongue. Yi Bang-won sat there listening with immense confidence. The teacher's voice continued the lecture. If a king lacks self-cultivation or to prevent difficulties in governing, relying on the prime minister and officials can be understood as needing a solid system. Suddenly, Yu Miong raised his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Mongju calmly said, "Ask your question." He then stood up with total composure, bowing his head very politely. Once finished, Yi Bang-won asked, "But if the country only operates based on officials, would not that lead to endless discussions without any decisions being made? To respond more flexibly to these changing times, would not a system with both a talented, virtuous monarch and a stable administrative body be more ideal?" Hearing these words, a complex, hard-to-read look appeared in Zhang Mongju's eyes. In the quiet classroom, Yi Bang-won's voice continued to analyze the issue. The Daehak Yun Ui suggests that the frequent appearance of talented monarchs is difficult. As a Confucian scholar, why would not one understand that? So instead of maintaining a hereditary succession by bloodline, would not it be better to establish a mechanism to select and verify someone with the qualities to be king? Simultaneously, education for the crown prince could be strengthened. As he spoke, his vacant eyes filled with malice, and a dark burning aura radiated around him. If the people deciding policy are entirely dependent on consensus, what happens if factions emerge and fight? To avoid that, we must supplement with systems and institutions later on. Even in training such a person, I believe such mechanisms are quite feasible. Receiving such a long-winded question, Zhang Mongju still responded calmly, the number of royals with the right to succeed is few, while the number of those competing for such a position reaches thousands or tens of thousands. He continued, maintaining his stance. From the perspective of finding a replacement, would not the second option be safer? However, Zhang Mongju appeared slightly restless, his eyes half closed. That would be safer, according to my reasoning. Yi Bang-won flashed a suggestive smile. Is that so? The teacher continued, distinguishing right from wrong is good, but currently, you are in a supervised session. Debating every single word is something that should be done when students gather. Now, I will continue. Having been instructed so, he replied obediently, "Yes, sir." But suddenly, Yi Bang-won called out in a voice that gave people goosebumps, "Teacher." Zhang Mongju's eyes widened as if his conscience had been pricked. Then, he looked up with an indifferent gaze. Standing before him was Yi Bang-won, wearing a mocking smile. At the same time, the director's voice rang out, "Cut." Chwook stepped out, shouting with excitement, "Okay." His cheeks were flushed with delight. He thought to himself, exactly as I thought. No, he is even better than I expected for the role of Yi Bang-won. Chwook walked over and gripped Yu Miong's hand tightly. "Excellent, you did a fantastic job. I thought it would be a struggle, but I did not expect you to complete it like this. I can't believe you exceeded my expectations so spectacularly." Being praised, Yu Miong acted politely. "Thank you, sir." The director added, "What concept did you use to play Yi Bang-won?" At the question, Yu Miong gave a quiet hum. He then imagined a bomb and explained, "A neatly wrapped time bomb." "I suppose you could put it that way." Chwook listened intently, looking surprised. Yu Miong then imagined the terrifying side of Yi Bang-won and continued, "Yi Bang-won is facing a mountain of emotions that seem ready to explode toward Zhang Mongju. He has covered himself in a fragile yet solid shell, a shell called social etiquette." Zhang Mongju taught Yi Bang-won that a politician must never reveal their true feelings. Hearing this analysis, the surrounding actors were all taken aback. They stood together, gossiping. "Wow, I actually got goosebumps. How many takes did you do on your first shoot with Director Sun?" The actor in the blue sweater immediately replied with a forced smile, "About 7 or 8 times. Director Sun's reputation on set is well known, yet he did not tremble at all during his first shoot. Unbelievable, right?" Soo-hyung then calmly crossed his arms and evaluated, "Indeed, and he did not even flinch. I could not take my eyes off him. Is there any other actor at that age with such charisma?" His eyes remained fixed on Yu Miong. A long while later, a loud voice echoed outside the house again. Next was the scene between Yi Bang-won and Zhang Mongju. At the table, Jong Mong-ju closed his book. Today, the Day Hakyun UI lesson ends here. I hope you all put in more effort. Finally, he nonchalantly walked out the door. Jong Mong-ju walked down the path with a calm gait. Suddenly, Lee Bang-won, with an expressionless face, stepped out to block his path. He immediately bowed his head in greeting. I hope you have been well, teacher. The man was so intimidated that a bead of sweat rolled down as he fell into a long silent contemplation. He then forced a kind smile. It has been a long time, Udeok. Time has passed, and now you have grown up. Your knowledge is also great. Receiving the compliment, Lee Bang-won replied politely, thank you. You should still teach your humble servant, teacher. Hearing this, he countered, what teacher? I only came to Sunki Ungkwan to lecture for a bit. But Lee Bang-won remained still, head bowed, wearing a smile devoid of emotion. The two of them stood there talking. It really has been a long time. Is that so? I heard news of the wedding. Congratulations. Is your father still well? He is probably healthier than I am. Song Hyun is a very healthy man. Please give him my regards. He then walked past him to leave. Well then, I will see you later. Lee Bang-won, left behind, remained still with his head bowed. His face, devoid of emotion, gradually turned vacant and incredibly terrifying. Suddenly, he looked at Jong Mong-ju's retreating back and shouted, teacher. Still standing in place, Lee Bang-won's face contorted as he yelled, why won't you look at me? After asking, he stood there gritting his teeth in agony, thinking, I know the reason you sent me away. It is not because you dislike me, nor because you are busy. It is because you knew my father's ambition. Jong Mong-ju stood still in thought for a long time. At this, Lee Bang-won clenched his fists in resentment, continuing his internal monologue, and you saw me as a target to be controlled. However, I still admire you, teacher. After thinking that, he immediately turned his head, his eyes full of sincerity as he shouted, even if I visit or send letters, why do you never reply? Lee Bang-won seemed utterly desperate as he poured his heart out. Seriously? Do you not want to acknowledge me anymore? Suddenly, in that moment, Jong Mong-ju turned and cursed angrily, devious fake. Flatterer, liar. Hearing these insults, Lee Bang-won was stunned for a few seconds. Then he added, expressing emotions that yield no results is something a politician cannot do. You were taught that. Why are you still standing there like a statue? After finishing his outburst, Jong Mong-ju coldly walked away. He stood there watching that retreating back with sad, empty eyes. Chawook, sitting by the monitor, shouted, cut. Hearing the call, Yu Myung breathed a sigh of relief. Hansung also turned his head, filled with concern. He remained in that mood for a long time, thinking, what is up with this kid really? Hansung stared at Yu Myung, who was surrounded by staff doing his touch-ups, and thought suspiciously, an outstanding junior. Recently, I just thought of him as a close younger brother, but for the first time, I feel nervous. Under the clear blue sky, his worried thoughts continue to flow. Even if Lee Bang-won is a strong character, the protagonist is still Jong Mong-ju. At this rate, the scene will be stolen by Lee Bang-won. But I will still win with my own perspective. Thinking this, Hansung flashed a confident smile, reassuring himself. The Jong Mong-ju in the script does not lose, and my Jong Mong-ju won't lose like that either. I won't allow it. Chawook stood there like a statue, appearing somewhat anxious. In his head, he imagined the two characters and thought, Jong Mong-ju and Lee Bang-won. These two characters absolutely never reveal their true intentions. They are sophisticated and unpredictable. However, Lee Bang-won is a character who develops into a politician. From now on, it is important that Lee Bang-won becomes more solid. I am a bit worried that this expression won't appear again. He coughed a few times while thinking. Chawook smiled and walked over to talk. Great expression, actor Shin. It is a pity it only appears once, seeing him approach, Yu Myung said, director. Even if I do not show it directly, I will do my best. The director was curious. Incorporate it how, he then explained, when facing subordinates like Jo Yong-gyu, and when facing enemies, the emotional mask will be different. Yu Myung smiled kindly and added, I will adjust the emotions depending on each scene. Chawook was incredibly surprised by this level of depth. Full of joy, he patted Yu Myung's shoulder repeatedly. Excellent, you think about the character and the scenes even more than I do. He then thought, with this actor, I will have to compromise rather than give orders. Yu Myung could only smile in happiness. At that moment, Yongwei sat on a nearby tree branch observing the scene. All those years of practicing without a proper mentor are finally shining through. This is quite interesting. 1 month later, Yu Myung was surprised to see the person in front of him. Sitting before him was Sun Ha. She was shining with beauty as she called out, Yu Myung. Yu Myung opened the door and entered. Hello, teacher. Senior, how have you been lately? Sun Ha turned to look and replied hello. Oh my, between practicing for Hai Song's annual performance and the script for the Prophet of the Dawn, I have been so busy I can barely breathe, haha. Everyone in the room laughed. Yu Myung sat down close to her. Senior, today you are filming scenes 41 and 58, right? Sun Ha gently replied yes. Scene 41 is with Senior Bay CEO Hyung, and scene 58 is a 2-shot with you, haha. Her eyes crinkled as she laughed. But honestly, I do not understand the feeling of having a son pass the civil service exam. So I had to ask a friend who married early. Her son got into S University last year. She happily shared with Yu Myung, who politely responded, wow, she must have been so happy. Sun Ha continued, yeah, she said it was as joyful as the day he was born. But honestly, I can't quite picture that feeling. Being single and all. But thinking carefully, for Lady Kong, Bang-won passing is not joyful because her son succeeded. Rather, he is a tool that has become more valuable for fulfilling the family's ambition. Yu Myung was surprised by her words. Sun Ha's voice remained steady. So I also called a friend who treats gaming like her whole life and asked how it feels to upgrade a weapon and get a great success. Yu Myung joked, am I a weapon? She immediately replied, that is right. As she spoke, Sun Ha stared intently into the mirror. If that weapon has a consciousness and does not point its blade at Lady Kong, then Lady Kong could have taken over the world. Hearing this, Yu Myung was dazed for a moment. His eyes were filled with admiration as he watched her. I heard that actors always love having Senior Sun Ha as a scene partner. I wonder what it will be like when I act alongside her. Suddenly, Yu Myung spoke up, Senior, you still need to get your hair done, right, while you are doing your foundation. Shall we try running through scene 58 once? Sun Ha happily accepted, sure, let us do it. A moment later, Yu Myung was walking hurriedly. He rushed over and asked, Sir, has the filming for scene 41 started yet? The man replied, we just finished the dress rehearsal. Yu Myung let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I did not miss it. Suddenly, someone called out, let us begin scene 41. Sun Ha, with her hair neatly bunned and her face carefully made up, sat inside. Yu Myung stood with the others, watching intently. Ready, action. Scene 41 was the day the news of Bang-won passing the civil service exam arrived. Bang-won passed the Jinsir exam at only 16. Just a year later, he achieved remarkable results, ranking 7th in the military branch and 10th overall. Hearing this, King Song-ji-wai, who was always obsessed with his borderland origins, could not hide his joy. The actor playing Song-ji-wai said cheerfully, Madam, our Bang-won has passed the exam. Sun Ha's face glowed with happiness, her cheeks flushing slightly. It truly is great news. Congratulations, my lord. Bang-won has been brilliant since he was a child, and now he repays us like this. Standing outside, Yu Myung's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, her tone of voice has completely changed. Bay CEO Hyung, sitting across from Sun Ha, spoke with a proud voice. No one in our clan has a talent for literature, yet this boy is different. He laughed loudly. She, sitting opposite him, did not hold back on the praise. He surely inherited your talent, my lord. Bay CEO Hyung was quite surprised. From me. She gently and slowly took his hand. Looking at the Three Kingdoms era of the Chu, Wei, and Shu clans, one can see that on the battlefield, there is always a combination of a famous general and a strategist. The brilliant strategists with vast knowledge were the finest among scholars. You are talented in both combat and strategy, my lord. If you had spent as much time on literature as you did on martial arts, you would surely have shown superior literary talent, perhaps even surpassing.
Po Ien.
Sun Ha squeezed Bay CEO Hyung's hand, her eyes full of admiration. Then she spoke tenderly again, such a great repayment. But it is a pity Bang-won is not my own son. I have misspoken. It is only because I cherish that child so much. Sun Ha closed her eyes, looking very pained. Bae Seo-hyung sighed with a weary face. He quickly regained his cheerful demeanor and hugged her tightly. He is our son. You have loved and cared for Bangwon with all your heart. Bangwon passing the exam is entirely thanks to your efforts. Lee Sun-ha's eyes brimmed with happiness. She gently hugged him back. My lord, what are you saying? You flatter me too much. Suddenly, someone shouted, cut, great job. Let us adjust the rhythm and the details of the movements a bit. Shin Yu-myung remained frozen outside, staring intently. He watched because of the direction Lee Sun-ha and Bae Seo-hyung had taken. A character who praises Lee Bang-won's achievement, yet skillfully turns it into her own merit, and finally uses sharp rhetoric to elevate herself. Under Senior Sun-ha's performance, the image of Lady Kong becomes even more vivid. Shin Yu-myung's cheeks flushed as he smiled shyly. I hope scene 58 gets filmed soon. The director praised them, very satisfied. Excellent. Scene 41 ends here. Let us prepare for the next one. Standing in the center, the director addressed everyone. There is a 5-year gap between scenes 41 and 58. So, please adjust Senior Sun-ha's costume and makeup accordingly. The staff replied, yes sir. He did not forget to instruct everyone. We will move the equipment to the next filming location. Shin Yu-myung, standing behind him, suddenly asked, sir, should this be moved too? Yeah, just move the light stuff, the director replied. Between scenes 41 and 58, a major historical event occurred. The Wawato retreat. The context leading up to the rebellion at Waiwa Island. Following an unreasonable demand from the Ming dynasty to place Keeleong under their control, King Wang of Goryeo ordered Yi Song-ji-wai to lead troops to punish the Liaodong region. Below, spears pointed up in rebellion. Above, the king and officials gave the orders. Soldiers and horses galloped across the grasslands. However, because he could not initiate a war, Yi Song-ji-wai defied the king's order, turned his troops back at Waiwa Island, and decided to head for the capital to carry out a coup. In character, Shin Yu-myung's face showed worry as he tried to evacuate people. Meanwhile, Lee Bang-won quickly realized the situation and moved Yi Song-ji-wai's relatives out of Gaejeong. Ultimately, the Wawato retreat was successful, leading to the deposition of King Wang. With the support of figures like Yi Sin, the son of King Wang, King Chong ascended the throne. The actor playing Lee Bang-won walked with a somber expression. Later, Yi Sin, seeking recognition of King Chang's legitimacy from the Ming emperor, proposed that Yi Song-ji-wai visit the Ming dynasty. However, instead of going himself, Yi Song-ji-wai sent Lee Bang-won, the vice minister, in his place. The setting was now a peaceful place with closed houses. Scene 58 took place before Lee Bang-won departed as an envoy to the Ming dynasty, when he went to say goodbye to Lady Kong, a conversation revolving around this parting. Shin Yu-myung, as Lee Bang-won, walked outside. After Joseon was founded, this would be the first confrontation between two characters who would become great enemies in the struggle for the throne. Lee Bang-won looked somber and deep in thought. I need to show the tension between someone trying to hide their true intentions and someone trying to expose them. The director outside shouted, ready, action. Shin Yu-myung walked forward with a serious expression. Lee Sun-ha was startled to hear someone calling her. Mother, it is I, Bang-won.
Lee Sun-ha replied gently, come in.
Shin Yu-myung, standing behind the door, said, yes. The door slowly opened. Lee Bang-won stood before his mother. Mother. Lee Sun-ha called out softly, Bang-won. Shin Yu-myung sat calmly in front of Lee Sun-ha. By the king's order, I must depart today, so I have come to bid you farewell. Lee Sun-ha replied with ambiguous emotion. It must be a difficult journey for you, my son. Shin Yu-myung nodded while speaking, a gentle smile on his lips. This is a road many people travel. How could it be called difficult? Lee Sun-ha kept her eyes closed. The Ming dynasty is a great and powerful nation. You are so bright. You will surely learn a great deal from this trip. Your companions are all outstanding people. Try to learn from them and return even more mature. Her eyes were full of expectation, and her posture became dignified. Shin Yu-myung's hands, resting on his knees, tightened slightly. He reassured himself, if I am tense, it will affect the role. Thinking this, he regained his composure. Ah. Was it for that educational reason that you chose the vice minister position for me? Shin Yu-myung's voice rang out steadily in the tense air. Lee Sun-ha asked, confused, what are you saying? He replied quickly. Surely you were worried that while I was away as an envoy, father might depose King Chong. So you requested I be sent away as a precaution, right? Shin Yu-myong showed no emotion. You must have advised father to let me go instead. Lee Sun-ha began to stammer, her eyes filled with anxiety. That. What are you talking about? I always thought he was a talented junior, she thought to herself. But seeing him act right in front of me, it is truly impressive. He now cast a cold glance, his presence filling the room. Lee Sun-ha nodded slightly, bracing herself. If I do not keep up with the pace of this situation, the performance will be less than impressive. Back in character, she gently placed her hand on Shin Yu-myong's. Bangwon, why are you suddenly like this? Shin Yu-myong curled his lip into a mocking smile. Why would I say such a thing, you ask? His next words made Lee Sun-ha's eyes widen in surprise. You have always viewed me as a valuable pawn, but after the Wawato retreat, seeing father grow increasingly fond of me, I became an eyesore to you. She seemed to sit stunned by Shin Yu-myong's lines. If I was sent with the envoy to Ming, during that time, father's attention on me would fade. Surely you calculated that if I were harmed, it would be an advantage in this situation. The pitiful Lee Sun-ha gripped his hand tightly and sobbed. Even though you were not born of my body, I have always seen you as my own. I raised you with all my heart. How can you cruelly misunderstand me like this after how I have treated you? Shin Yu-myong sat opposite her, completely unmoved. We are the ones who feel hurt. I was the one who took you and my siblings to hide during that rebellion. Lee Sun-ha tried weakly to explain. That is right, you were the one who went to the villages to get food for the children. How could I do that to you? The space around Shin Yu-myong turned dark, his voice turning cold. Indeed, that would be an act worse than a beast. Then, he suddenly grabbed Lee Sun-ha's wrist. His probing face slowly drew closer to hers. But mother is exactly the kind of person who can do those things. Her hands fell limp, her body looking lifeless. Lee Sun-ha calmly reached up to wipe her tears. Finally. Since when did you know? She discarded her earlier pitiful look, replaced by a cold face of loathing. Recalling Lee Sun-ha in beautiful clothes, walking sadly Queen Sindiok, Lady Kong, born from a noble and powerful family, an elegant and dignified woman. She sat in a room chatting with other ladies. After marrying Yi Song-ji, Lady Kong had a significant influence on the Yi clan. She became a strong backer for Yi Song-ji, whose power in Gyejeong was still weak, by skillfully marrying off his sons to the daughters of Goryeo most powerful families. The young Shin Yu-myong stood before her. So in the eyes of a boy barely 10 years old, leaving his northeast home for Gyejeong, what would that mother only about 11 years older than him look like? Shin Yu-myong, as the naive boy, stared with wide eyes. Unlike his birth mother, she was a refined Gyejeong lady, dressed in magnificent clothes and smelling of elegant perfume. Rather than a mother, she looked more like an older sister. He stood there watching Lee Sun-ha walk away with a bright smile. However, after being rejected by Jongmong-ju, he gradually formed a habit of observing others meticulously and did not easily give his trust. Finally, he realized the true nature of Lady Kong. He realized that beneath that kind smile and bright face lay a soul full of ambition, identical to his own. Shin Yu-myong stared ahead with hollow eyes. Lee Sun-ha maintained her gentle expression, unaware that she was being observed. Easily marrying a man 20 years her senior who already had a wife. Marrying off her step-brothers into powerful families in Gyejeong to consolidate family power. Her convincing the father to invite Jongmong-ju as his mentor. These were all calculated, malicious actions. Returning to the present, Lee Sun-ha's eyes were sharp with disgust. Since when did you know? Lee Sun-ha's eyes widened in surprise. He continued, unfazed. The mouse, listening to the late-night words, delivered your message to father, telling him to send me in his place. Initially, I felt disappointed. I even wondered if someone had replaced the mother I knew. The feeling of being betrayed by a mother made me consider telling father, but after much thought, I realized what the truly wise choice was. Lee Sun-ha was confused by his words. Suddenly, Shin Yu-myong reached out his hand. Our goals are not different, are they? It is the great cause, after all. Lee Sun-ha was shocked that he could speak so frankly. She quickly followed up, the great cause. Shin Yu-myong sat and explained seriously, the elder brothers are already grown, while your children are still too small. Father is brave, but he cares too much about how the world sees him. The only person whose judgment we can trust is you, mother. His eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. Lee Sun-ha sat quietly listening. If you accept an alliance, I will overlook what happened this time. Lee Sun-ha suddenly broke into a bizarre smile. Let us live well, my son. For now, the most important thing is achieving the grand goal, becoming the masters of the new dynasty. Shin Yu-myong, opposite her, replied obediently, as for who will inherit that position, let us settle that later. Yes, mother. The director standing in the filming circle suddenly cried out, cut. Shin Yu-myong closed his eyes and bowed, letting out a long sigh of relief. His cheeks flushed with shyness, his eyes full of pride. Even though I have heard many times that reaction in acting is very important, I finally understand it now. Every one of her reactions to my lines was so genuine that I did not feel like I was acting, but like I was living in reality. After thinking this, Shin Yu-myong looked up and was about to speak to Lee Sun-ha, senior son, but she cut him off. Wow, you are truly something else. You are truly excellent at both speaking and listening. When acting with you, I felt like I truly transformed into Lady Kong. Shin Yu-myong stared blankly at Lee Sun-ha's words. Indeed, I recognized you from that workshop. Shin Yu-myong, you are truly amazing. The others in the room also voiced their agreement. Exactly, that is what I was going to say, really, then we are both great. Both of you were outstanding. The director slowly approached the two. This is good as it is, but if we film it one more time, it will probably be even better. So, everyone take a short break and then we will continue. Lee Sun-ha and Shin Yu-myong looked into each other's eyes and nodded simultaneously. Outside, it was now late at night. Let us go. Great job. From that day on, I continued moving between film sets in different regions to complete my scenes. Time passed, and before long, it was mid-August. The day for the climax scene was drawing near. In the sky, a few stars twinkled, and the space was strangely quiet. The director stood with his hands clasped and said to everyone, "We will end today's shoot here. Over the next month, filming the climax will certainly be grueling. I am going to give everyone a day off. Please rest well and then come back." He kindly instructed all the actors. Shin Yu-myong smiled shyly and brightly. Yes, sir. He thought to himself, a day off. What should I do? Suddenly, Shin Yu-myong remembered something. Ah, that is right. If it is now. The odious workshop was surely underway. The sun was now fully up, light shining down from above. Woo Jun-young's jaw dropped in total shock. Shin Yu-myong entered with a radiant face.
Shin Yu-myong, Yun-young.
Woo Jun-young spoke with a panicked and surprised tone. What, I did not expect you to be here. You are a big star. Why are you showing up here? I intended to take the juniors out for a meal. The juniors there watched with wide, admiring eyes. Huh, it is Senior Yu-myong, the famous one. Woo Jun-young then remembered to introduce Shin Yu-myong to everyone. Ah, let me introduce him officially. You probably all know him already. This is actor Shin Yu-myong. Everyone there suddenly rushed over to ask him questions. Senior, what do I need to do to become a good actor, sir? Since when did your acting become so incredible? Is Cha Ha-rin that pretty in real life? Their eyes were full of expectation and admiration as they stared forward. Shin Yu-myong replied with a gentle smile. He spoke softly to the group, since we have plenty of time, I will answer each of you one by one. The juniors there cheered in unison, yes. Time passed, and a full moon shone in the dark night sky. Food and drinks were set on the table, and Woo Jun-young's voice rang out, I never thought you would be here. Haha, because there was a request for an extra drama lesson, I arranged it. Shin Yu-myong sat opposite him, very satisfied. Oh, Hai-sung, the rookie screenwriter. He burst out laughing. Shin Yu-myong suddenly added, I have heard Senior Sun-ha talk about you a lot. She says you are doing very well. Woo Jun-young was a bit shy hearing those words. Is that so? I am doing my best. Shin Yu-myong asked, are the others doing okay? Woo Jun-young replied immediately, yeah, they are fine. Sean Yuri appeared with a bright face. Yuri is busy with filming and shooting commercials too. Shin Suho was seriously studying and taking notes, while Hai Seon happily held a script. Senior Suho also got into film school. Hai Seon got her first supporting role, so she is practicing hard. Shin Yu-myong remembered something and added, ah, Hai Seon joined Hai-sung too, right? He remembered one more person and asked, what about Ryu Shin? Woo Jun-young was suddenly flustered. Ah, have not you heard? He has joined a historical drama. Seo Ryu Shin, with his handsome face, was lying face down on the ground. Shin Yumyong was not too surprised to hear this. Ah, a historical drama. Wu Junyoung asked innocently, you did not know, I thought it was because of you. Shin Yumyong gave a forced laugh. Hey, it must just be a coincidence. Wu Junyoung watched him closely, his cheeks slightly red with embarrassment. Senior Ryu Shin has received many acting offers, so the fact that he is filming a historical drama right now definitely is not a coincidence. The year was 1392, the year Zhongmongju was assassinated, and the year Joseon was founded. In the fresh air, a voice suddenly called out, get ready. So what was the story hidden behind that? Two shadows, one large and one small, fell across the green grass. Action. Lee Sun-ha walked forward slowly. Lord Poon has sent word that he will visit to check on your health. Shin Yu-myong followed calmly. I have heard. Lee Sun-ha turned back, angry at his nonchalant attitude. Bangwon, are not you worried at all? While the master lies on his sickbed, those close to him are being exiled one by one. Shin Yu-myong remained relaxed, even holding a toy. Lee Sun-ha seemed to lose her composure and shouted, he must be killed. She reached out and snatched the toy from his hand. The master has always been steadfast in maintaining the peace of Xianyang, but if we are not careful, the great cause could be destroyed. If the master won't act, we must create a situation where he has no choice. Her face was tense with worry. No one can pose a greater threat than Zhongmongju. The director, watching through the monitor, thought with satisfaction, great expression. Stage actors often over-exaggerate their emotions when they first stand before a camera, but she does not do that at all. Shin Yu-myong maintained his calm demeanor while touching a leaf. Let us try to persuade him one last time. Isn't it a pity to lose such a talent? Lee Sun-ha was choked with anger. Do you want to go to hell together just for one talent? Shin Yu-myong calmly stated his plan. We must set a trap. Will that noble person choose to be controlled, or choose death? It is worth waiting for. Lee Sun-ha's eyes widened in surprise. How can you trap someone so cunning? Shin Yu-myong decisively plucked the leaf from the branch, his eyes flashing in that moment. Ha! We must set the trap right on the path the hunter is walking. Lee Sun-ha was still in shock. At that moment, he will truly be overwhelmed. A trap. A shade of red seemed to envelop Shin Yu-myong's face as he crushed the leaves in his hand. Even the most careful hunter lets his guard down when he thinks he is the one attacking. Lee Sun-ha suddenly took a step back. You. How do you plan to set the trap? Facing her, Shin Yu-myong slowly approached. Don't you see it? I see it very clearly. His eyes were full of calculation, his current emotions unreadable. The director suddenly coughed loudly. Cut. The others outside watched intently with their arms crossed. Endless praise rang out. Wonderful, Lee Bangwon's aura is too strong. If he keeps this up, the quality of this movie will be incredible. The director was slightly anxious. If we can film the next scene with this atmosphere, this movie will become my lifelong masterpiece. Shin Yu-myong was no longer tense. Instead, his face softened. A few days later, the hem of someone's robe suddenly brushed past. Shin Yu-myong came to a sudden halt. Seo Ryu Shin was staring blankly at the sky. Shin Yu-myong slowly approached him. Brother, you look very focused today. He suddenly turned to him and said, Shin Yu-myong, thank you. He tilted his head, confused. Pardon. The man suddenly poured his heart out. For the first time, I could not predict what the finished version would look like until the moment I started acting. Both my partner's acting and my own. It is terrifying, and at the same time. He laughed brilliantly, making the surrounding space feel warmer. It is exciting beyond belief. I can clearly feel every second I am alive. Shin Yu-myong's face lit up with joy upon hearing his words. He reached out and took the man's hand. Let us go. Let us give it everything we have got. Yes. Applying oil to the blade at the tip of our tongues, the blade smoothly glides through the opponent's soft flesh. The director was commanding others to work. Shin Yu-myong stood watching with a devious smile. And then finally, to stab through cleanly. Today, I must do it without hesitation, hiding my fear behind a nonchalant face. Today was the day Lee Bangwon would kill Zhongmongju. Shin Yu-myong and the man chatted under the shade of a tree. Entering the scene, Shin Yu-myung glanced sternly out the door. Did Jong Mong-ju visit father because he was worried about his health? The actor playing the attendant bowed and replied, yes, he is waiting outside. What should we do? Shin Yu-myung's eyes were deep in thought. Is it out of worry for a 30-year friendship, or does he just want to check if father is truly ill to change his strategy? His hand shifted slightly on the table. In such a high-stakes situation, a single mistake could overturn everything. To walk into the enemy's den alone. After talking to himself, Shin Yu-myung suddenly burst out laughing, leaving the attendant confused. With a devious look as if he had seen through it all, he thought, are you planning to kill my father? Take the master to the detached villa, he ordered. At that moment, red silk banners hanging from the ropes fluttered violently in the wind. From a distance, through the gaps in the red fabric, Shin Yu-myung could be seen talking to Seo Ryu-shin. He poured tea with a calm, deliberate motion. It has been a long time, has not it, teacher? Seo Ryu-shin replied coldly, it has. Shin Yu-myung paused. As he spoke, he looked off into the distance. It has been forever since I last stepped foot in this villa. Shin Yu-myung nodded, momentarily lost in thought. His expression quickly snapped back to its cold state. Watching from outside, the director swayed slightly, puzzled. He gave a forced smile. For a split second, a look of nostalgia appeared in the actor's eyes before vanishing. How can he capture such subtle emotions without even trying to show them? Shin Yu-myung calmly pushed the teacup forward. Have you been well lately, teacher? Seo Ryu-shin did not answer immediately. He just stared. He lifted the teacup. Thanks to your achievements, I have not had a moment's peace. Shin Yu-myung did not hesitate to reply, that is all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Seo Ryu-shin's eyes briefly clouded with sadness. Is that so? He froze when Shin Yu-myung suddenly said, teacher, to be honest. I longed for you. Seo Ryu-shin slowly set down the teacup. A high official of the Goryeo court like myself, being longed for by someone of lower rank. Udeok, have you already thought about seizing the throne? He asked with a nonchalant face. He did not hesitate to expose Shin Yu-myung's plot. That ambition will kill you, or it will kill everyone around you. Stop before it is too late. The director watched, unable to look away. Shin Yu-myung looked up and countered, ambition, you were the one who nurtured that ambition within me. He narrowed his sharp eyes, leisurely savoring the tea. And yet, now you want to sink into a sea of fire along with the decaying Goryeo. Seo Ryu-shin shut his eyes in helplessness. He suddenly commanded, could you close the door? Udeok, to create a country for the people, what is necessary is a system. The windows in the room were tightly shut. A system that does not depend on the monarch's character, but relies on a team of outstanding ministers to make the right decisions, Jong Mong-ju said, enunciating every word. Then he suddenly asked Shin Yu-myung, if so, why is a revolution necessary? After all, the monarch is not the center of that system. He answered without thinking, it is necessary. Isn't it faster to cut away what is already rotten? Jong Mong-ju asked further, will cutting it away solve the problem? The first monarch of a new dynasty is always talented. Because of that, a system centered on ministers will be difficult to establish. Shin Yu-myung listened with an expressionless face. But what about the next monarch, and the one after that, who can guarantee they will be talented conversely? Right now when the monarch's power is weak, this is the most suitable time to empower the ministers. Hearing this, Shin Yu-myung curled his lip in a contemptuous smile. The minds of the conservatives are rooted too deeply. How long will it take? Seo Ryu-shin's eyes snapped open as he slammed the table and shouted, do not use your ambition to devour this country as an excuse for your justifications. Shin Yu-myung stared at the hand resting on the table. Then his hollow eyes looked up, and he smiled. This is the first time I have heard you raise your voice. You who were always as cold as ice, are now letting your emotions be provoked to the point of anger. The more he spoke, the more delighted Shin Yu-myung became. The bait has been taken, and the prey is struggling so violently. I wonder. Is the plan outside going smoothly? He suddenly flung the door open with his hand. Seo Ryu-shin was startled to see that his servants had been subdued by Shin Yu-myung's men. He sat frozen. Since when did you find out? He stood up. From the very beginning. Father still knows nothing. His face was filled with panic. Shin Yu-myung looked down coldly. I told you already. I long for you, teacher. His eyes were vacant but full of schemes. Seo Ryu Shin clenched his fists, acting alongside Shin Yumyong. His face contorted with visible anxiety. Sometimes I get so immersed in the character that I forget myself, but at the decisive moment, I feel the person within the role so clearly. Every time I witness such deep acting, I am stimulated as an actor. He regained his composure and asked, "So, you intentionally trapped me?" Shin Yumyong stood looking down at him. "Just say one word of agreement to cooperate with me, and I will not only keep everything a secret but also let them all withdraw." He replied instantly, "I refuse." Shin Yumyong's lips curved slightly, trembling with suppressed emotion. But then he coldly ordered, "Cut them down." Large bloodstains appeared on the red fabric. The door closed. "Teacher, will you change your mind?" Seo Ryu Shin remained resolute. "No." Shin Yumyong tried one last plea. "You were the one who said that when the monarch's power is at its weakest, it is the right time to move to a minister-centered system." He did not disagree. "That is right." Shin Yumyong suddenly asked, "If so, is not it true that you do not actually care about the state or the royal ancestral shrine? If how things change does not matter, then there is no reason to change them at all," Seo Ryu Shin answered. Shin Yumyong frowned, confused. "Why, weren't you always ready to use any means to achieve your goal? You view the next king and me as nothing but tools, do not you?" His eyes stared back, void of emotion. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mongju softly called out, "Bang one." Shin Yumyong narrowed his eyes, waiting for something. He placed his hands on his knees. Slowly sitting back in his original position, he said, "Yes, teacher." Seo Ryu Shin closed his eyes. "This will be my final lecture." An image of the young Shin Yumyong appeared, eyes waiting innocently. "This will be my final lecture." The words struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Back in the present, Zhang Mongju said slowly, "Everyone has their own goals and standards. The standard of how far one will go to achieve a goal differs for everyone, and in my case, that standard is quite flexible. However, if you change both your goals and your standards because of someone else's coercion." Shin Yumyong, head lowered, flinched slightly. He was very serious as he spoke. "Then that is not a means, but a compromise."
Young monk US pupils contracted.
From the moment a person enters into compromise, they lose the ability to judge the right path. Thinking just a little more, they continue to yield, until they look back and the goal is blurred, leaving only filth behind. His mouth moved clearly. From that moment on, they are no longer a politician, but just an ordinary man. The space around Shin Yumyong seemed to stand still. He looked slightly uncomfortable but sat still, listening to Zhang Mongju's teaching. If you intend to play with the lives of tens of thousands of people, at least do not arbitrarily twist your goals and standards to your liking. That is the respect due to those who follow you and the lives that depend on you. Shin Yumyong remained silent, lips pressed tight. Then he suddenly spoke up, "What if it is like this? What if it is like that?" The director outside nodded with satisfaction. His hand on his thigh tightly gripped his robe. "What if the vines on Mount Mansu are tangled together? If morality is understood this way?" The more he spoke, the tighter his grip became. "Then can humans not live for 100 years? The observing director was stunned. I expected a scene of a greedy Yi Bang-won seizing the legitimate position, but this. Yi Bang-won's emotions as he longed for Zhang Mongju became even more distorted and toxic. Shin Yumyong's eyes were dark and full of schemes. Without rushing, Seo Ryu Shin replied, "Even if this body dies and is reborn 100, 1,000 times, even if it turns to ash, I will never give up." In a dignified posture, he said in a calm voice, "My loyalty to the great cause will never change." Shin Yumyong was dazed, his eyes wide with surprise. Then he leaned forward slightly. "The great cause that benefits the people. Is that it?" Zhang Mongju replied leisurely, "If that is what you think, then let it be so." Shin Yumyong was silent, his emotions unreadable. His eyes were pensive, his thoughts hidden. Then Shin Yumyong suddenly spoke his heart. "I desire you immensely because you are so much like me. Only because you were born in a different era, you became a virtuous subject serving the final dynasty, while I can only become a treacherous official in troubled times." Zhang Mongju listened silently to every word. Suddenly, Shin Yumyong slowly stood up. "But my father's time has passed, and one day, it will be my time. I had hoped you would be by my side. Go in peace." He only cast a cold glance as he spoke his final words. Zhang Mongju also took his steps. Very well. He walked past Shin Yumyong's soldiers. One of the soldiers suddenly asked Shin Yumyong, "What should I do, my lord?" He replied coldly without hesitation, "Follow him and kill him. Kill him miserably in the most crowded place." The soldier was both confused and shocked. Shin Yumyong brushed past the red banners and walked forward without looking back. "So the whole world knows of his death. So my father cannot erase my contribution," Shin Yumyong said in a nonchalant voice. Later, in the first year after ascending the throne, King Yibang I posthumously promoted Zhang Mongju to general, and titled him the Duke of Iqiang. This was believed to be an act of elevating a subject's loyalty and consolidating royal power. However, no one can know the historical truth for sure. Shin Yumyong stood inside, observing the guards outside. He coldly turned and walked inside. Was it because King Yibang I missed Zhang Mongju that he chose that way to satisfy his desire to make him his first prime minister? The door closed tight as the sunlight shone down. To this day, we still cannot know the truth. Everyone watching was stunned, and even the lighting crew stood dazed. The director rushed over to the two of them. Actor Shin, Actor Yoon. Moved to tears, he gripped their hands and showered them with praise. "Thank you. Thank you both." Shin Yumyong and Seo Ryu Shin turned to look at each other and smiled. Today's scene was filmed in a long take and would serve as a guide for the upcoming datum scene. The atmosphere turned warmer. And so for a month, the remaining scenes went smoothly, and the filming of The Prophet of the Dawn concluded successfully. On a certain road, Shin Yumyong sat relaxing with Miho. Sitting there, he attracted the attention of many passers-by. Miho remarked, "Shin Yumyong, everyone is staring. If you do not want to be noticed, suppress your vitality a bit. Oh, he is so handsome." He finally realized. Ah, is that so? Shin Yumyong slowly drew his vitality inward. So even humans can gather such good vitality. This looks amazing. He suddenly noticed a woman speaking. "There is not a single drop of blood on this deed. It clearly states 1 pound of flesh. Go ahead, take exactly 1 pound of flesh as the deed dictates." Miho seemed to recognize someone. Isn't that girl, the one who did the magazine shoot with you?" Seol Suyin was wearing a mask that covered half her face. She was still passionately speaking. "If you drop even a single drop of blood while taking that flesh, your land and property will be confiscated by the state." Shin Yumyong also recognized her. Seol Suyin. Seol Suyin was so focused she did not notice anyone watching. "Hurry, cut the flesh. Do not let even a single drop of blood fall." He paused. "Oh." Seol Suyin's eyes were very serious during her practice. "If the scale tips by even a hair's breadth, you shall be sentenced to death." That was the exterior, but inside she was thinking, "I can't get into the character." After a moment, she bowed and thanked everyone. That was Portia's monologue from The Merchant of Venice. "Thank you." Shin Yumyong suddenly stood before Seol Suyin, startling her. "Suyin, it is you, right? Yes." He spoke while slowly taking off his glasses. "How have you been lately?" Soon after, the two of them went to a cafe. Shin Yumyong asked kindly, "Are you still addicted to cola?" Sitting across from him, she replied, "It is a bit better now. But is it okay for you to be out alone like this? You are a celebrity." Seol Suyin was a bit worried. Shin Yumyong did not care much. "I am not at that level yet." Miho, lying on the table, sighed. "You have no self-awareness." Shin Yumyong sat down and asked, puzzled, "By the way, Suyin, why are you here? Don't you have a management company?" She replied gently, "My contract ended, so I left. I am a free agent now." Suddenly, Seol Suyin's face showed she had something difficult to say, and she lowered her head. She spoke hesitantly, Honestly, I joined the company because I wanted to act. It turns out I am the type who freezes up in front of others. Every time we filmed, I could not focus on the role, so I kept getting scolded." As she spoke, she clenched her hands. An image of her shyly brushing her hair appeared. "So the manager cancelled all my acting schedules and only arranged photo shoots for me. Like the one with Rococo." Shin Yumyong, who had been standing before her then, had asked without hesitation, "You like acting, do not you, Suyin? Thanks to Yumyong's help then. I finally had hope that I could return to acting." She had smiled brightly then. Back to the present, Shin Yumyong's eyes were tinged with sadness. "But after that, I kept failing scenes. Knowing it is not that I completely can't do it makes me even more exhausted. But after visiting Odious, I realized it was because I had not worked hard enough. So now I am trying everything to fix it, she said shyly, her expression looking better than before. Shin Yu-myong asked curiously, did you choose the Merchant of Venice because of Hae-sung's play? Seol Suyin immediately nodded. Ah yes. Her voice was a bit flustered. I thought if I practiced on my own first and then saw the Hae-sung production, I might realize what I am lacking. Shin Yu-myong gave a forced smile and thought, she really is lacking the basic foundation, but this problem probably can't be fixed just by ordinary acting practice. Could there be something blocking her from getting into character? He suddenly made a proposal that surprised her. I was planning to see it too. Why do not we go together today? Without her noticing, he produced 2 tickets. I have 2 guest tickets from Senior Lee Sun-ha. Inside the shop, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. Shin Yu-myong introduced Seol Suyin. This is an acquaintance of mine. She wanted to meet Senior Sun-ha today, so I brought her along. Everyone at the table was laughing and chatting. Seol Suyin bowed politely. Your performance as Portia was truly impressive, Senior. I watched it with total admiration. The lively Shin Suho asked, wow, thank you. Are you an actor too? She was a bit awkward. Ah yes. I am just a rookie. Shin Suho, looking a bit tipsy, joked, Yu-myong, is it her, the one who came to the workshop? He answered immediately. Suho's memory is top-notch. A beauty must be remembered, Suho joked comfortably. Everyone was friendly. Shin Suho and Lee Sun-ha warmly invited her. Have a seat, that is right, join us. Lee Sun-ha suddenly pointed forward. Yu-myong, you are so young yet your acting is so good. It makes me jealous. He was puzzled. Pardon. Lee Sun-ha continued, this time, after Yu-myong filmed his drama, he changed a bit. When he feels how his colleagues react to his acting, he looks much more natural. The person next to her agreed. Ah, I noticed that too. Then everyone burst out laughing. Seol Suyin watched with admiring eyes, her cheeks turning red. Everyone was laughing happily, with Shin Yu-myong. I am so jealous, she thought. Seol Suyin sat with them in the warm atmosphere. If I also had a friend to share my acting struggles with, maybe I would feel a bit less lost. Although she was happy, she felt this place was not for her. Thinking this, she suddenly stood up. I will take my leave now. Shin Suho tried to hold her back. What is wrong? Stay a bit longer. She tried to explain, no, I really have to go. Thank you all for today. The shop door closed. As she was walking, Shin Yu-myong suddenly called her. Suyin. He approached her enthusiastically. Do you want to practice acting with me? Her eyes widened in a daze. She was a bit confused. Shin Yu-myong stood still with a gentle smile. I have liked this actress named Seol Suyin since elementary school. A woman with red eyes appeared the ability to immerse deeply into a character. In another role, Seol Suyin was in a tight suit, holding a gun. And her clear presence. I like it all. Back to the present, she was still standing shyly before him. I used to think she was a late bloomer who debuted late in her late 20s, but actually, she started acting at 20. That means there must have been some barrier that was not resolved until then. I do not want to see a promising actor struggling alone without a mentor by her side. I do not want to watch her struggle like that anymore. Shin Yu-myong made his offer once more. Seriously. Let us practice together. Seol Suyin answered awkwardly, of course I would like to, but... Is not Yu-myong very busy? He cut her off. It is fine. Shin Yu-myong shared without hesitation. The director said he won't give me work for the next few months. Seol Suyin froze and gave a forced smile. The company is kind of mean, huh? He took out his phone and continued, the company practice room probably is not very convenient. I will find another practice room and contact you later. Do you still use your old number? She replied immediately, yes. His fingers tapped on his phone. All right then, I will be in touch. He turned to leave, not forgetting to say, it was great seeing you today. Get home safely. Her hand on her chest tightened. Recalling the past, Seol Suyin had leaned her head helplessly against a large mirror. Whenever I can't get into character, no matter how much I practice, I always think of Yu-myong. In truth, I have no talent. But I wanted to ask him if I am being too ambitious. Yet because I was afraid of being a burden, or afraid that I had not truly tried hard enough. and filled with complications. Back to the present, Seo Suyun's cheeks were burning red with shyness. And yet now, I can practice acting with him. Like the members of Odious, could I also be someone's teammate? A true emotion stirred in her heart. Scene change. In the shot, Shin Yu-myung sat coldly on a throne, looking down. Your Majesty, please accept this cup of wine. On set 4, the artist Jang Nok-soo, he slowly reached out to take the cup. Shin Yu-myung's eyes stared intently at the wine cup in his hand. Then he coldly flung the cup forward. The wine cup rolled across the floor. Shin Yu-myung's voice rang out coldly. How could I drink a cup that might be poisoned? You all either hate or fear me. It is nothing but people like that, is not it? He walked toward the servants as he spoke. Shin Yu-myung grit his teeth in anger and squeezed the female servant's cheek. Isn't that right, Nok-soo? Seo Suyun suddenly licked the drops of wine remaining on her face. I wonder if it is because the wine was gifted by your Majesty, but it tastes just like sweet nectar. Her face showed no fear as she said, please give your servant one more cup. Externally she was calm, but inside she was worried. When I first received the script, I was worried whether a 20-year-old actor could fully play the role of Yeon Sang-in. Shin Yu-myung paused for a second, but very quickly after, his lips broke into a grin. He laughed loudly with satisfaction at her bewilderment. Shin Yu-myung, looking disheveled, hugged Seo Suyun. The one who makes me smile is only you, Nok-soo. Her face was pale with fear, and conversely. 1 week later, it was dark. Shin Yu-myung sat on the sofa, sighing with exhaustion. Miho flew over to ask, are you tired? He replied with a visibly weary face. Between the promotional schedule for the Prophet of the Dawn, and meeting privately with Suyun. I have been pretty busy. Fortunately, the company provides a dormitory in Seoul, otherwise the travel time would be too much. The room was clean and bright. He suddenly spoke to Miho. But Suyun's problem is harder than I thought. Can you feel it? Miho's tail flicked up and down as he slowly replied, I have a rough idea of what the problem is. Shin Yu-myung was delighted. Really? Then Miho warned him, but it is not time yet. That person needs to open up to you even more. Shin Yu-myung looked up blankly. Open up. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. He stared at the phone in his hand. Who is calling at this hour? Then Shin Yu-myung's expression turned to one of surprise, his cheeks flushing. Ha! A moment later, he was running down the street in a panic. The person waiting was none other than Seo Ryu-shin. Seeing him, Shin Yu-myung called out, Ryu-shin. He smiled gently, holding up a bag. Are you doing well? The park was deserted. Shin Yu-myung opened a can of a drink. He broke the silence first. I heard filming finished today. Weren't you afraid? Seo Ryu-shin drank slowly. Tired, of course. Then he suddenly turned to look with probing eyes. Suddenly Seo Ryu-shin said, you have changed, have not you? Shin Yu-myung was a bit surprised. Me, he continued, yeah. Before, you gave me the feeling of a normal person who becomes different when getting into character. But now looking at you, I see the aura of a true actor already. Shin Yu-myung sat in silence, focusing intently on Seo Ryu-shin's words. He slowly lifted his can and took a sip. It has been a while, but I do not feel distant from you at all. Maybe it is because I think of you often. You were slightly flustered. Me. Seo Ryu-shin suddenly became melancholy, lowering his head in contemplation. Whenever I get stuck in my acting, I think of you. I wonder, how would Shin Yu-myung handle this? Then his expression shifted to one of anguish. Is what I am doing the best I can do? Those thoughts irritate me a bit, but they are useful. Seo Ryu-shin gazed thoughtfully at the twinkling sky. Looking back, Jekyll and Hyde was truly fun. Even though it was hard, having a rival worth surpassing right next to me made me grit my teeth and try harder every day. It has only been a short while, but I already miss it. Hearing his words, Shin Yu-myung fell into a similar pensive mood. With an unreadable expression and a lowered head, he said, do you want to perform a play with me? Seo Ryu-shin was silent for a moment before asking in surprise, perform? Shin Yu-myung flinched and explained no, it was a slip of the tongue. I am sorry. You still have your agency and need to prepare for your next project. I just spoke nonsense. Before he could finish, Seo Ryu-shin suddenly grabbed his wrist. Seo Ryu-shin's face was now radiating intensity. Explain that more clearly. He crossed his arms and said seriously, let us do it together. Shin Yumyong was shocked to see Seo Ryu Shin agree immediately. Don't you need to negotiate with your agency, he replied calmly. My manager is an acquaintance, so it is fine. I have full authority over decisions regarding my work. For now, starting tomorrow, let us just try practicing to see if we can organize a performance. The agencies will need to reach an agreement. If we have a troupe involved, things will go smoother. Shin Yumyong sat speechless. Wait, tomorrow, you said you just finished filming today, he questioned. With a calm face, Seo Ryu Shin replied yes so, Shin Yumyong said in confusion, you need to rest first. He quickly dismissed the advice. It is fine. To me, practicing is resting. Shin Yumyong's eyes widened in surprise. But you look exhausted. You should at least take a week off first. Seo Ryu Shin immediately countered, I said I am fine. Shin Yumyong continued, tomorrow is not possible yet. Let me pick a date and I will contact you. Hearing this, Seo Ryu Shin clicked his tongue in annoyance. A few days later, Seo Ryu Shin and Shin Yumyong went to the rehearsal space together. He asked when he saw Seo Suyin was there too, is that the person you mentioned? Yumyong yes, he replied. His eyes narrowed again as he observed her scrutinizingly. Then Seo Ryu Shin spoke his assessment seriously, there are quite a few issues. Her foundation is weak. Shin Yumyong turned and tried to explain, it is probably because she has not had formal training. He continued, she catches the eye, but in terms of acting, it is almost not okay at all. However, seeing how she takes care of everything from the performance to the practice herself, she seems to have strong will. But Shin Yumyong waited nervously for his next words. Seo Ryu Shin stared straight ahead. I am not the type of person who can coddle and guide. I just hope she does not run away halfway through. Shin Yumyong stood helplessly with a weary look. He really is a devil. How could he force me to push my limits right away? It is not even just to the limit, it is going way past it. Suyin, hang in there. Seo Suyin stood shyly, her face turning red. She seemed quite flustered. She thought to herself, Seo Ryu. So the person Yumyong said he would bring was Ryu, her thoughts were a mess. Seo Suyin bowed to both of them. It is such an honor. I have been a huge fan of yours since I was a child. Seo Ryu Shin coldly crossed his arms and looked down. Seo Suyin collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. Seo Ryu Shin stood there, drenched in sweat, using his shirt to wipe his face. He looked at her lying tiredly on the floor. Take a 10-minute break, then we will practice acting. Seo Suyin replied wearily, yes sir. It had been 2 weeks since she started practicing with Senior Ryu Shin. Today, Yumyong could not come because he had to film a variety show, so Senior Ryu Shin and she decided to practice together. Seo Suyin breathed heavily. We did the same exercises, so how can he be so alert? He was still calmly using a towel to wipe his face. Senior Ryu Shin. Since this is my first senior-junior relationship, I feel a bit awkward. While thinking, her hand tightened slightly. No. Or rather, maybe I am just not used to any kind of relationship. Suddenly, Seo Ryu Shin turned and asked her, what are we preparing today? Seo Suyin immediately sat up and answered, oh, it is Peter Pan. He suggested smoothly, let us look at the lines you have prepared. She replied obediently, yes. Seo Suyin was nervous, rummaging through her bag while thinking. Senior Ryu Shin gave me a task, act out a fairy tale. Fairy tales are easy to analyze and the character emotions are fairly simple, even though he explained that. There were still no special results. She politely used both hands to hand him her notebook. This is the part where Wendy's parents want Peter Pan to live with them, but Peter Pan refuses and says he will stay in Neverland. The fairy tale scene seemed to manifest through her words. Peter Pan hovered in front of his mother. The characters with lines are Peter Pan and Wendy's mother. Yes, then I will say the lines of the scene partner. Seo Suyin looked up and stared intently at the notebook placed in front of her. Her whole body stiffened, and she began to speak her lines without emotion. I do not want to become an adult. To open my eyes in the early morning, touch my face, and find it full of beard. I absolutely do not want to become an adult like that. Seo Ryu Shin observed with cold, scrutinizing eyes. Seo Suyin felt extremely tense as he began to critique her. Your voice and pronunciation have improved compared to before. But then her eyes grew droopy and sad as she lowered her head. Her hands instinctively clenched together. It is so suffocating. I wonder if today is the day he tells me to stop. Then Seo Ryu-shin's voice made her even more nervous. Miss Su-yeon. I will try acting it out once. Watch carefully, he said expressionlessly, closing the script in his hand. The script was placed neatly on the table. Acting out fairy tales is an exercise I used to build my acting foundation when I was young. It is true that it is just acting, but it is not easy. Seo Ryu-shin stood with his hands on his hips, silently observing the tense Seo Su-yeon. Furthermore, what Su-yeon chose today. Even though it is a fairy tale, it is a work that depicts characters with complex inner lives. The characters of Peter Pan and the others appeared in his thoughts. Each character acted with deep emotion. Captain Hook, who suffers from PTSD post-traumatic stress disorder. Shifting to another character, Peter Pan also has a mother complex and is very selfish. He is quite a complex character. Returning to the present, Seo Ryu-shin spoke very seriously. First, analyze Peter Pan's psychology. Peter Pan wants to live forever as a child in Neverland. But when he decides to go back because he misses his mother, he sees her holding his newborn brother, having forgotten him. The Peter Pan character stood outside, observing his mother inside. Scene change. The mother stood at the window looking at Peter Pan. So when Wendy's parents say, "Become our child and live with us," how does Peter Pan feel? Seo Ryu-shin continued to pose questions for Seo Su-yeon to reflect on. My mother forgot me. Will someone else's mother truly love me? I have lived as a child my whole life. Can I live as an adult now? She looked a bit dazed. Ah, clearly. Suddenly his cheeks flushed, and a strange smile broke across his lips. Seo Su-yeon seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in surprise. Seo Ryu-shin, in character, gave a radiant smile and waved. Wendy, I am going now. Goodbye. Seo Su-yeon snapped out of it and realized, the lines. She immediately joined in the scene. You are Peter Pan, right? Do you want to live with us? Seo Ryu-shin was silent for a moment and then asked, Then do I have to go to school too? She nodded shyly. That is right. His expression gradually turned to one of confusion. And after leaving school, I have to go to work, right? Seo Su-yeon replied immediately without thinking, Of course, that is how it is. Seo Su-yeon's eyes looked fearful. So I will become an adult then. He suddenly looked terrified, covering his face with his hands. To open my eyes in the early morning, touch my face, and find it full of beard. I absolutely do not want to become an adult like that. Seo Su-yeon's face turned pale in that instant. Suddenly, Seo Ryu-shin asked her, Do you know what the difference is? She stood there dazed. Pardon, to cast off your everyday self and put on a completely different personality. This is what acting is, Seo Ryu-shin said, using his hand to fan his shirt to cool down. Actually, Peter Pan is a bit difficult. Fairy tales are very complex. I have just shown you an approach. You just need to use it as a reference. Tomorrow I will prepare a simpler fairy tale. Seo Su-yeon lowered her head gloomily. Yes, senior. Scene change. In another place, Moon Yu-suk asked with a forced laugh, So you hired a private practice room to rehearse? Shin Yu-myung answered hesitantly that. The people I am practicing with are not from the same company. Moon Yu-suk's mind was a mess. Why use an actor's own pocket money for that? No, more than that, I can't hold back anymore. Oh my god, you felt guilty and could only say, I am sorry. Shin Yu-myung shyly continued, and I have a somewhat strange request. I want to perform a play with them. I am not sure if it is possible. It seems the profit won't be very high. Moon Yu-suk pouted, looking a bit annoyed. Why did not you give the job to me? Shin Yu-myung froze at his question. Pardon. The man's mood soured, and the surrounding atmosphere turned gloomy. I was planning to pick a good script for you. If there is a work you want to join, you can just join it. Why keep trying to manage everything yourself? Being scolded like that, you flinched. I am sorry. Moon Yu-suk sighed in exhaustion. But then he regained his cheerful look and replied, Do it. If you like it, you have to go for it. Shin Yu-myung was very happy to hear him say that. Thank you. Moon Yu-suk asked kindly, Well, if you are going to put on a play, you will need backstage staff or supporting actors. so it is best to cooperate with a theater troupe. Should I contact one for you? Shin Yu-myung quickly replied, oh, no need to find a troupe. In another place, a man dressed elegantly smiled brightly. Thanks for contacting me, Yu-myung. That person was the casting director of the theater company July, Becky Shin. He warmly welcomed Shin Yu-myung's group. Great to meet actor Seo Ryu Shin. And this is Miss Suyeon, right? She answered hesitantly, yes, please help me. Baek Shin introduced himself while leading everyone inside. Here, this way. Man, the troupe leader is getting old. There were a few people there watching with scrutinizing eyes and gossiping. There is a shortage of performances, so theater actors are competing fiercely. Now they are giving a performance slot to those rookies. A woman standing nearby added, Senior, you have never seen Shin Yu-myung's acting. That guy acts very well. And Seo Ryu Shin has been famous since he was a kid. The other man grew a bit indignant. So is Saimi saying they have the right to take our slot? Saimi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned away. That is not it. In the July meeting room, Becky Shin's voice rang out, sit down, sit down. He sat opposite the three and said, first of all, we have finalized the detailed coordination with the affiliated entertainment companies. The actors just need to focus on practicing. Our side has prepared a private practice room. Everyone can practice here. Shin Yu-myung nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. He asked warmly, I am really looking forward to the performance. Can you tell everyone a bit about the project you are planning? Hearing the question, you were hesitant, not knowing how to answer. Before we discuss that. Senior, what about the assistant director for the group? Becky Shin paused for a second. He seemingly did not understand what Shin Yu-myung wanted. Why, if needed, the July directing department will provide support. You are not even a director. Why not a director, but an assistant director? Shin Yu-myung explained innocently, I think we will do it without a director at all. His eyes were strangely serious. Even so, when everyone takes the stage, they will look at the overall picture. I think they need someone with a keen eye. Becky Shin's mouth hung open in shock. A keen eye. He spoke up in confusion, That is too much for my side. I think I need to discuss it with the troupe leader first. Just as Becky Shin finished, the leader flung the door open. I agree. Besides, there is no quota for more actors next year anyway, so Lee Shin has nothing to do. Becky Shin complained helplessly, were you eavesdropping? The man thought seriously. All right then, I will take on the role of assistant director. What kind of work are you planning? Shin Yu-myung, Seo Ryu Shin, and Seol Suyeon each had different expressions as they listened. Time passed. Out on the streets, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. An employee bowed respectfully to Moon Yu-suk. Manager, I have placed today's report on the table. He replied, yes, thank you. Saying that, Moon Yu-suk walked slowly. He sat at the desk searching for something. Where is it? Countless newspapers were placed on the table, highlighted with headlines. I am very grateful to have met these two actors, director Sun Chi-wook's teary eyes. The essence of acting, the prophet of the dawn coming soon, Shin Yu-myung, who played supporting roles 15 times, and film version Finding Willy. After Moon Yu-suk finished reading, he opened his computer. Next is. Countless comments were left under the article, is director Sun out of money, replied 7 hours ago. What kind of excessive promotion is this? If it gets a bad review, we will be so embarrassed, replied 7 hours ago. I am a movie buff and Sun Chi-wook is no ordinary director. It might be a bit exaggerated, but he is not the type of person to just talk, replied 6 hours ago. Both Yoon Han-sung and Shin Yu-myung are famous for their acting skills, so I am really looking forward to the movie, replied 5 hours ago. I was very moved to see director No praising young actors. The public opinion is not bad either, Moon Yu-suk commented softly. He talked to himself while staring intently at the paper in front of him. What I am worried about is this movie. It also shares the historical genre, and the release date is close to the Prophet of the Dawn right on Christmas Eve. Images of Shin Yu-myung in character also appeared on the desk. I wonder if the artist Jang Nok-soo will create a synergistic effect with the Prophet of the Dawn. At Seo Ryu Shin's place, he stood with his arms crossed and asked, what do you all think if we perform Peter Pan? Shin Yu-myung and Seol Suyeon both widened their eyes in surprise.
Peter Pan.
Seo Ryu Shin sat opposite them and spoke very seriously. That is right. When Yu Myung was not here, Suyin brought the Peter Pan draft, so I thought why do not we just perform that play? Suddenly you asked an unexpected question, what gave you that idea? He replied very calmly, because not a single character is normal. Shin Yu Myung froze at that answer. Then Seo Ryu Shin continued, let me explain. Peter Pan is the protagonist, always torn between hatred and longing for the biological mother who abandoned him. A scene of the Peter Pan character pulling a young girl's hand with a radiant smile appeared. Are you serious? I am very smart. In another scene, the captain sat on the floor in fear. Like Captain Hook, who can't stay calm at the sound of a ticking clock. Something's wrong, the crocodile is coming. Another scene appeared, Tinkerbell, because of her obsession with Peter Pan, always has malicious intentions toward Wendy. She hovered in the air in a panic. I am far from being on your side. I will pull your hair until you ask for mercy. That is why I thought none of the characters are normal. Back to the present, Shin Yu Myung listened and thought seriously. So should we act in an abnormal way too? Like all the characters are in a psychiatric hospital, Seo Suyin, sitting nearby, flinched slightly when she heard his words. Seo Ryu Shin nodded in agreement. Sounds good. What if it starts as a fairy tale and then gradually leads to a psychiatric hospital? Shin Yu Myung was happy to see he agreed with the idea. Sounds stable. The audience should enjoy this dramatic story. Then the script will be. While the two of them chatted animatedly, Seo Suyin sat with her head down, her eyes pensive. In another place, Moon Yu-suk stood looking at a poster with pictures of Shin Yu Myung and Seo Ryu Shin hanging on the wall. He hummed comfortably while enjoying a drink. Shin Yu Myung's eyes in the poster were hollow and cold. He really is different, being a performance arts student. Nothing interesting about it. Suddenly, the chatter of a couple in the distance caught his attention. I hope it will be interesting. The rating is a 9 out of 10. Surely they did not hire people for that. Moon Yu-suk smiled with satisfaction. I intentionally did not look for spoilers and even refused the VIP screening. Because watching a movie with a regular audience makes the emotions feel much more genuine. He walked on as an employee nearby bowed respectfully. Enjoy the movie, sir. A new day began in the warm sunlight. An actress playing an old woman called out softly, Mong Ran. Do you really have to go? Shin Yu Myung stood there with sad eyes. The actress playing the old woman spoke in a weak voice. I had a nightmare last night. The road you are taking. You turned to her and gently reassured her, don't worry too much. I will be back soon. She watched sadly as you turned and walked away. Her eyes were full of expectation, looking into the far distance. Shin Yu Myung walked past a small pond where cranes were busy hunting. White crane, do not go to the valley where black crows are fighting. The crane stretched its long wings in the air. The angry crows will envy your whiteness. The crane spread its wings and flew up to join its flock. I fear your body, fresh from bathing in pure water, will be stained. Shin Yu Myung's face appeared, facing Seo Ryu Shin. They both looked at each other with vacant eyes. Immediately after, a musical melody played, and the image gradually gained color. Moon Yu-suk sat in his seat with a dazed face. His eyes were calm as he drank water and thought, the acting is so good. In the past, I also dreamed of becoming an actor. However, I got a perfect score, I am first in the whole school, he said with an excited face, holding a piece of paper. At that time, the father only gave a forced smile, and the mother and his brother only looked with disgust. The mother suddenly called coldly, Moon Yu-suk. He froze in fear upon hearing her call. The faces of the parents darkened. Your brother is sad because his ranking dropped. What do you think you are doing? You should have known your place better. The mother spoke and then turned to walk away with the older brother. Moon Yu-suk stood rooted to the spot. The mother added one more thing, you will have to go hungry tonight. You must not be more talented than my biological son. And do not work too hard for nothing. Scene change, when he was in a background role. Moon Yu-suk was lost in thought. It only makes people feel that you have ambition. Suddenly an actor's voice rang out, you must die. Back to the present, he nonchalantly drank water. Is the life of a prince that meaningless? Killing time with elegance, acting smart only makes oneself miserable. Moon Yu-suk appeared with a smile. But it seems there is always a hand controlling him. The more he shows his excellence, the more likely he is to become a threat of betrayal. There is no other way but to live in resignation. In a scene, Shin Yu-myung knelt before someone and spoke clearly, "Thanks to Father, I have been studying privately with Master Poon since I was young. Do you remember the first thing you taught me? That politics is behaving elegantly as if from birth." He still sat in place, his voice ringing out steadily. But his eyes were incredibly determined. Just to make the opponent careless even once. Moon Yu-suk watched this scene with glistening eyes, his action stopping at that moment. He remembered when he stood before his mother. He had started a small entertainment company right after graduating from university. Surprisingly, his mother welcomed it. Perhaps because she already knew her son was too ambitious. Moon Yu-suk's mother slowly raised her teacup. "Very well. Treat it as a hobby of yours. No need to be too serious about it." In another place, he always put on a cheerful smile while shaking hands with his partners. That hobby became more successful than expected. Moon Yu-suk smiled gently. "However, that only makes me feel a stronger desire, because I cannot be greedy beyond the limits my mother allows." His lonely silhouette standing before the sunset appeared. A person who is only allowed to work as a hobby. A person who is only allowed to live within the scope of a hobby. He had collected countless documents and information on various actors. "And so, I created a new hobby, finding a truly talented actor." Moon Yu-suk, in his loneliness, always strove to move forward. "Those social barriers blocking the talented, I will clear them and pave that path so that no power can crush their talent, allowing them to rise through their own merit." In Shin Yu-myung's scene, Moon Yu-suk's own silhouette seemed to appear right after. It was as if he were an embodiment of himself. "This is the first time I have seen you raise your voice. Someone as steadfast as you was actually angered by my provocation. At this rate, I wonder if your external plan will go well." Moon Yu-suk watched, mesmerized. It is impossible. Not just him, but everyone there watched the movie with astonishment, every gaze, every breath captured. Shin Yu-myung in the film gave a faint smile, his eyes holding the look of absolute victory, while in the theater, the space was strangely silent, as if the very soul of the actor had taken over. "How can this be? He is just an embodiment of myself." In the film, he stood up with a confident smile, a wild look in his eyes as he stared ahead. Moon Yu-suk gripped the water cup in his hand. Shin Yu-myung's voice in that role rang out, "As I said, I never wanted to become a human. I do not just want to embody that character." Shin Yu-myung's expression was unreadable as he looked into the distance. "I want you to understand the world that I long for." Outside, Moon Yu-suk stared fixedly at the screen, thinking that he wanted to live in that era himself. Shin Yu-myung grimaced in pain. "Only then will your death truly become history." Moon Yu-suk was tearing up now because he truly wanted to witness it with his own eyes. The history that person spoke of his eyes contained a myriad of different emotions. The water cup was placed back in its holder. "I thought Yu-myung was just one of my hobbies. But I became his fan without even realizing it." In the movie, Shin Yu-myung donned the royal robes and walked toward a blinding light. In another place, Shin Yu-myung pulled his hat low to hide his face and slowly sat down. After sitting, Shin Yu-myung gently pulled down his mask. Seo Ryu-shin was also sitting in the audience, watching intently. It has already been a year since everyone was stunned by the role of Phantom. I wonder how much he has improved since then. Shin Yu-myung slowly looked forward. "Even though I follow him every day, I am still curious. How will Senior transform into Yeon Sangun?" The movie The Artist Jang Nok-soo had been released in his previous life. Starring the top actress Cheon Song-yeon, it had drawn 3 million viewers. It was not a bad result, but not enough to be called a massive success. An image of actress Cheon Song-yeon in a hanbok sitting gracefully playing the Gaegeum appeared. Scene change. Seo Ryu-shin, in character, was wearing a red robe, and the officials there bowed respectfully. But this time, a new variable has appeared, Seo Ryu-shin. What kind of result will this variable lead to? Everything is peaceful now, so how could a crisis occur? Looking closely at his face now, his eyes were bloodshot and his smile was bone-chilling. "If there is a crisis, I fear none of you will escape it." Seo Ryu-shin watched himself intently on the screen. In another scene, Shin Yu-myung spoke with a sharp voice. "Why do you avoid my gaze?" A powerful charisma almost exploded from him, a total contrast to the Phantom role from a year ago. Seo Ryu-shin gave a forced smile and clenched his fist. "That is right. Don't disappoint me. Amaze me even more. One day, I won't hesitate to surpass you." On Shin Yu-myung's side, he remained still. Be grateful for your luck, for having someone to walk alongside you on this journey of devotion to acting. Seo Ryu Shin's face suddenly flushed. So when I give my all, you must counter even more powerfully. Shin Yu-myung's cheeks also turned bright red. My rival. A Korean news article was posted. The Prophet of the Dawn creates a massive craze after just one day of release. Movie PA rating of 9.5. Shedding the rookie label. The second-year actor's skill is proven, causing a stir among audiences. A bold historical analysis elevated by an outstanding cast. The peak of director Sun Chi-wook's career. It is impossible to find a single criticism of this film. I was imitating Lee Bang-won's voice. Did not you know? Someone suddenly asked. This was on an entertainment show with many students participating. A male student said, I know, he laughed loudly. It does not sound like him at all. Someone watching the show held up the remote. Everywhere on TV, people were talking about the Prophet of the Dawn. He sat excitedly in front of his computer. Let us see, has the fan club posted any juicy new leaks? Then, a post was written as follows. I am so addicted to the movie Love Logic, that I have been to the theater 5 times already. That back, that profile, that aura. I keep searching for it. When I got home, he suddenly appeared on the poster in my room. Am I seeing things? But the more I look, the more it looks like Yu-myung's back. Attachment, 2003 Rococo photo shoot. JPG. Below the post, the comment section was buzzing, mail back. That back. Oh my god, if I did not hunt for Willie every day, I would have missed it, but now I am certain, that is our Willie. I am not so sure, that kind of back is not rare. What, a back with such a perfect ratio between skin and exquisite bone structure. Such sharp curves, that is not easy to find. New leak about Willie. A new leak. Huh, Ho Cheol read it and was dazed. Oh. He confusedly typed away. If it is a Rococo ad, then that is the famous male back photo shoot. I wonder if there are high-quality photos of this set. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. It was a photo of a woman smiling gently, the angle of her shoulder blades and the perfect ratio between her shoulders and back. In that photo, there was also the back of a man, the lines running from behind his ear down to his neck. It is real. It is definitely Yu-myung below. The comments continue to explode. I confirm, that is exactly him. Post number 75874, you are right. With a true fan's eyes. I bet it is Yu-myung. He had not debuted in 2003, I think he did some part-time modeling. So proud of our club's detective spirit. Cool, this is so moving. You guys are amazing. Wow, his aura back then was already extraordinary. I remember back then everyone was buzzing, asking who this guy was and why he was so charismatic. I already loved Rococo, now I have to collect all the tickets. Knowing it is Yu-myung, suddenly this outfit looks heart-stoppingly beautiful. I am ordering it now. A while later, Ho Cheol called Shin Yu-myung to grumble. Sir, I told you during this time, please do not go out alone. Please, next time you have to call me to go with you, hoo-hoo.
Shin Yu-myung answered hesitantly,
I am reflecting on my actions. At that time, he was wearing a mask, but some female fans still recognized him. It is Yu-myung.
Bohyunach.
Bangwana, people were making a scene on the subway. He continued flusteredly, I will practice. I will call you, Ho Cheol ah. Ho Cheol reminded him anxiously once more, definitely, at that moment, a woman slowly approached him. Ah. She bowed slightly and spoke gently hello. Shin Yu-myung was a bit flustered but replied hello. The actors from July at first they seemed tense, but now their gaze seemed to have changed. Then suddenly another woman approached. Hello. It was a woman with pink hair. I have seen the movie. Your acting was truly impressive. She did not withhold her praise for Shin Yu-myung. I am Chu Semi, an actress with the July Theater Company for 6 years. He replied cheerfully, Ah, it is nice to meet you. Chu Semi's expression suddenly shifted. She looked a bit anxious. Lately the atmosphere among us actors is completely different than before, is not it? Please do not worry or think badly of it. It is just that everyone wants a chance to stand on stage. Hearing this, Shin Yu-myung paused for a moment. He remembered the past, how he used to shrink back and bow deeply to others. Thank you, I am Shin Yu-myung. The director then laughed and replied, yeah, Give a resume to the assistant director before you leave. Shin Yu-myung had answered without hesitation, yes, thank you. Back in the present, his eyes were slightly teary and his cheeks were red. After a moment of silence, Shin Yu-myung spoke. I understand that feeling better than anyone. Chu Semi was a bit surprised by his unexpected words. She excitedly rushed toward him. Then, are there any supporting roles in the upcoming play that I could join? Shin Yu-myung's eyes widened. Ah yes, it is still in the works. At that moment, someone approaching a corner of the wall stopped and eavesdropped on his words. If there are any roles, do not forget to call me. I really want to act with you. Whether it is casting or anything else, I am confident. The person listening was none other than Seol Soo-yeon. Shin Yu-myung replied to Chu Semi, in that case, please practice hard. Saying that, he walked away. Seol Soo-yeon did not realize he was nearing her. Her face was sad, her eyes full of thought. She remembered Chu Semi's confident look. I am so jealous of that confidence. Seol Soo-yeon stood there lost in thought. Am I qualified to stand beside those two? A while later in the room, Shin Yu-myung sat opposite Seol Soo-yeon. Today we will do a truth game in character. He spoke while tapping the script in his hand. The play we are about to perform is set in a psychiatric hospital where the main characters are confined, so getting into character is not easy. Therefore, we will play a game of telling the truth while in the state of being that character. We will use the emotions and lines revealed during that process to build the script. Can you do it? Seol Soo-yeon was very excited. Yes, I will try. Shin Yu-myung nodded with satisfaction. Then but before he could finish, Seol Soo-yeon spoke up, I will take the role of Wendy. Shin Yu-myung was quite puzzled. Wendy, I was going to suggest you play Tinkerbell. Wendy is the most normal character among them, a kind, responsible older sister. She answered firmly, it depends on the perspective. Psychological symptoms do not necessarily have to be obvious all the time. He widened his eyes in surprise. I see. Seol Soo-yeon looked down weakly and anxiously. I think Wendy can be seen as someone with dependent personality disorder. Peter Pan could open with a scene like this. Wendy picks a beautiful flower in the garden to give to her mother. When she receives it, her mother says, My Wendy, I wish you would stay this cute little girl forever. It is the image of an ideal daughter. As she spoke, the scene seemed to manifest before them. Scene change. Peter Pan now knelt before Wendy. When they arrived in Neverland, Peter Pan and the children began to demand all sorts of things from her. Wendy, please be our mother. We need someone warm and gentle like a mother. Wendy slowly reached out to touch Peter Pan's palm. When someone places expectations on Wendy to be that kind of child, she will try her best to become exactly that image. She does not assert who she is, but chooses to meet the expectations of others. A Wendy like that might be easier for me to inhabit. Shin Yu-myung listened, somewhat distracted, but he nodded in agreement. Seol Soo-yeon suddenly widened her eyes and continued, actually, this is my story. I just want to use Wendy's shadow to tell it. Saying that, her lips tightened with tension. If I want to stand with those two, I can't just stay in one place like this. Shin Yu-myung sat opposite her and smiled with satisfaction. All right. Then let us begin. He said nothing else, silently agreeing with her. Shin Yu-myung now transformed into a psychiatrist. Hello, Wendy. I am the doctor. I have a few things to discuss with you. She quickly slipped into character. Doctor, Wendy is a good child. Why do I have to be here? Shin Yu-myung in character replied gently, Wendy is not a bad child. You are only here to heal the pain in your heart. Seol Soo-yeon avoided his gaze, looking anxious. I do not feel pain anywhere. I always brush my teeth thoroughly, I never touch dirty things, and unlike Michael, I only choose carrots to eat. He listened intently to her. Then the next question made her freeze. So why did Wendy run away from home? Hearing that, Seol Soo-yeon tensely clenched her hands under her knees. Ah, that is exactly the context I was thinking of, even though I have not told anyone. But he saw right through it. He is amazing. Shin Yu-myung looked very composed, his eyes fixed on her as he kept writing. She encouraged herself to open up and speak. After thinking, Seol Soo-yeon answered his previous question, Mother hates me. He was quite surprised. Mother, why do you think that? Her voice seemed to turn cold. Mother forbade me from stepping foot outside the house. Shin Yu-myung paused upon hearing that. Seol Suyeon continued her story. Mother was very strict with me. Processed foods, soda, even cartoons were forbidden. I was not allowed to play with friends after school. You remembered your own past. Shin Yu-myung frowned at his phone. Oh, you must have felt so suffocated. In my free time, I sank into countless thoughts and fantasies. I know that is not a normal environment, but is there something else hidden inside? Countless cracks seem to appear in his mind. Back in the present, Seol Suyeon looked down gloomily. I used to go out with John and Michael's mother, but after I got my dress dirty once, I was not allowed out anymore. A girl who is not careful is unacceptable. You are the eldest sister, you must set an example for your siblings. I could only nod. Mother only smiled when I did the right thing and obeyed. So, I followed everything she asked. But even so. At this point, looking from behind, her silhouette became lonely. Tension caused Seol Suyeon to bite her thumb. Maybe it is because of me. Mother still does not love me. I was determined to become the best child in the world just to be praised by her. Countless spiderwebs were filling her mind. Seol Suyeon's previous room appeared, cluttered with belongings. Even so, Mother's condition got worse. If I came home even 30 minutes late, she would make a scene. Her small self was reading a book, looking up to see her mother standing not far away. Picnics, school trips, what are those? I spent most of my time in my room. Books and TV were my best friends. The mother then spoke gloomily, Suyeon, do you think you are so beautiful? You are nothing. You have no value, understand? The girl then widened her eyes, not with sadness, but smiling with hollow eyes. The mother grit her teeth in anger at that expression. Don't smile. It looks hideous. Returning to the present, Seol Suyeon continued her story. The insults became more and more excessive. In those moments, I would lock my room door and sink into my own fantasy world. Her lonely figure sat leaning against the door while outside, her mother was constantly making a scene. Then a new scene appeared, a majestic castle, a woman's graceful appearance, and symbols of a city. Is this a fairy tale world? Am I in a movie? Is it France or New York? Her eyes were sad and pensive. It was not until I grew up and witnessed Mother being admitted to a psychiatric hospital that I understood she was not sane. My mother suffered from delusional disorder and schizophrenia. Shin Yu-myung was extremely tense. He worried for her. Suyeon must have prepared herself to retell her past to me when she visualized this Wendy character. Now is not the time to pity Suyeon's story. I will find a way to help her, by any means. Only then will I be worthy of her trust. Thinking this, he continued to ask, did your father not know about your mother's condition? Seol Suyeon answered immediately, I am not sure. They divorced right when Mother's obsessive behavior and delusions were getting worse. At this point, Miho flew out from somewhere. He excitedly conveyed information. If that actor can overcome her psychological trauma, her performance will be absolutely top tier. Living in loneliness for so long, burying herself in movies and books, no wonder her imagination and ability to inhabit a role are so superior. Shin Yu-myung nodded in agreement. Could that escapism have become the inspiration for Suyeon's acting style? In his previous life, Seol Suyeon became known to the public in her late 20s. That meant Suyeon, who had not met him then, had persisted in pursuing acting for nearly 10 years in uncertainty without giving up. She sat huddled piteously in her chair. A shadow of his past self seemed to appear sitting beside her. Because she had nothing else. In that dead-end life, acting was the only escape. Shin Yu-myung leaned forward slightly, watching with pensive eyes. Because of her defense mechanisms, it is very hard for her to express emotions. Plus, being mentally manipulated by her mother, she has lost almost all her confidence. While he was thinking, Miho suddenly called him, Shin Yu-myung. We should try some psychological drama therapy, he said with a playful wink. A few days later, in the July meeting room, Seo Ryu Shin nodded in confusion. Psychodrama, what is that? He was a bit flustered but explained it, a psychological treatment method where a patient is given a role and a situation to help them release pent-up emotions and conflicts. I think we need to resolve Suyeon's trauma first before her acting can progress. Seo Ryu Shin began to understand. Shin Yu-myung added, since it involves safety and it is my first time trying this, I hope you will join us. He turned to gently comfort Seol Suyeon. All right, I will help as much as I can. Suyin, you must have been very hurt. She was flustered. Oh no. I should be the one thanking you for your help. Then Seo Ryushin suddenly asked, by the way, I did not even know this was an option. Do you have experience in this field? Shin Yu-myong froze at the question. He remained silent for a long time before answering, yes. Miho shouted angrily, believe me, I am better than most experts. Shin Yu-myong turned to ask Seol Suyin anxiously, regardless, this method might be exhausting for you. Are you okay with that? She did not answer immediately, her gaze softening as her lips broke into a gentle smile. Then she plucked up her courage. Every day at practice, I feel like everyone's eyes are saying, by what right does she stand between them? Shin Yu-myong was startled by her words. Seol Suyin gripped her hands on the table. This is the place that can help me find the answer, so I am determined to stay at any cost. I have decided to persist until the end. Even if I am kicked out of here, I will continue on this path. As she spoke, she smiled brightly, her cheeks flushing. A top actor saying he found a way to help me, that is truly a massive stroke of luck. Both Shin Yu-myong and Seo Ryushin smiled with relief. All right, let us try it together. A moment later, all three sat on the floor in a meditative posture. Then, let us begin. Miho was also beside Shin Yu-myong. Just follow my lead. When was the last time you saw your mother? Shin Yu-myong seriously repeated his words. When was the last time you saw your mother? Seol Suyin thought for a bit. A month ago. I went to the hospital to visit her. Shin Yu-myong continued, at that time, how was she? Seo Ryushin crossed his arms, listening intently. I visited because I heard she was doing better, but when she saw me, she had a relapse. Recalling the scene then, she stood outside the hospital room while inside, doctors were struggling to restrain her mother. The mother screamed that she was more beautiful than her daughter, then cried and said her daughter stole her husband. The doctor advised she should limit her visits. Shin Yu-myong still felt something was off. In the end, what exactly is your mother's problem? Seol Suyin sadly twiddled her fingers. Initially, she was diagnosed with severe jealous delusions, targeting a specific person, which was me. When she entered the hospital, schizophrenia also began to manifest. In the quiet room, only the sound of his voice asking could be heard. When did she go to the hospital? She answered each question. When I was 19, my final year of high school. Did something happen that forced her to be hospitalized? Seol Suyin did not answer right away, only nodding slightly. She revealed something that made both him and Seo Ryushin widen their eyes in shock. Mother brandished a knife. Shin Yu-myong was silent for a moment before asking, targeting whom? The neighborhood leader, who came to ask for the residents' signatures of consent. Why? Seo Ryushin looked more worried as he listened. The image of Seol Suyin's mother's hand firmly gripping a sharp knife appeared. There was no reason. As soon as she heard the doorbell, she grabbed the knife and rushed out. Fortunately, the woman was not hit, but my mother was forcibly hospitalized. Shin Yu-myong wanted to know more. Had anything like that happened before? Seol Suyin shook her head. No. She was harsh with me, but with outsiders, there were no problems. His next question was, did you never think of reporting it or seeking help for protection? She froze upon hearing that. Her entire body stiffened in that moment. Until now, I have never made a decision of my own. The longing for a mother's attention had turned into fear without her realizing it. Only as an adult did she realize her mother's behavior was abnormal. Shin Yu-myong continued to listen intently. You have gradually lost all your will, have not you? Yes. Seol Suyin felt as if she were trapped inside a jar, the surrounding space becoming strangely dark. People who have been mentally abused for too long lose the ability to resist. Because they have never experienced overcoming difficulties on their own, they gradually lose faith in themselves. Shin Yu-myong spoke up to start a different issue. All right, let us begin. Let us start with fear and helplessness. When you are afraid, what do you usually do? Seol Suyin answered honestly, I bury my face in the bed, cover my ears, and wait until the cursing and the kicking at the door outside stop completely. He gradually led her into the world he wanted. Remember those feelings from then, and repeat the words, I am so scared 10 times. Pour all your emotions into every word. Seol Suyin obediently closed her eyes and did as he said. She spoke bit by bit, I am so scared. 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 Shin Yu-myong looked dazed, as if slightly surprised. This is. But as she went on, Seol Suyun's face grew more pained. From her words, she seemed to want to scream, "I am so scared, I am so scared, I am so scared." He felt something it was just a hollow imitation. After observing, Miho said to him, "I expected this, but her unconscious defense mechanism is too strong. She is probably afraid that if she faces the despair in her own story, her emotions will collapse. Switch to plan B." He replied, "I know." Then Shin Yu Myung suddenly stood up. "Suyun, I will try to express the emotions in your heart through acting." She was a bit surprised. The emotions in my heart. Thinking subconsciously, he stood before the mirror, his emotions unreadable. In psychodrama techniques, there is a method called role reversal between oneself and the person opposite to understand each other's feelings. Perceiving one's own story through the eyes of another helps them recover their emotions naturally. I must act well to convince Suyun, who instinctively tends to close her heart. Before acting, he carefully instructed her, "Suyun, sit back in that same posture and watch me act. If there is anything you want to say, feel free to say it." "Okay," she nodded in agreement. Miho added, "Stomp your feet really hard." Seo Ryu Shin, hearing the instruction, followed along. Then he suddenly stomped his foot hard on the floor. Seol Suyun fearfully covered her ears. Shin Yu Myung's entire body swayed slightly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop knocking on the door." Both Seo Ryu Shin and Seol Suyun watched his performance with surprised eyes. Shin Yu Myung acted so realistically that his hands would not stop shaking. His whole body trembled with fear, both hands clamped tightly over his ears. His body slowly slumped down. Shin Yu Myung collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. After a moment, he seemed to be talking to himself. I wanted to scream like that, but my throat was choked, and no words would come out. Seol Suyun froze right where she sat. He was still lying on the floor, looking piteous and pathetic. I have been used to holding my breath for a long time. When I was little, every time mother got suddenly angry, I would rush to apologize. But as I got a bit older, I realized that only made her agitation worse. His hands still clutched his neck, his vacant eyes staring into nothingness. Tears were on the verge of spilling over. So I just hid in my room, covered my ears, and waited for it to pass. "Mother, I am going out to the street with a friend for a bit. Is that okay?" He struggled to sit up. Seol Suyun's face darkened with an expression of fear as she watched his acting. "This is the first time I have been invited to a birthday party. I do not need to bring money, so just 2 hours. No, 1 hour. Just 1 hour would be enough." Her eyes were wide with shock. There truly had been a day like that. An image of Seol Suyun's expressionless face in a crowd, a shy child who never participated in any activities. At the start of the semester, I was noticed for my pretty face, but then they said I was like a soulless, melancholy doll. The rumor spread quickly. Here, Shin Yu Myung paused weakly, his face turning pale with panic. I can't go. Today. I had gathered all my courage to beg mother to let me go, but her reaction was so severe that I never dared to ask again. She looked terrified, as if wanting to escape every word he uttered. "I was wrong, stop hitting me, stop shouting at me, at least you should have resisted. I did not do anything wrong." Shin Yu Myung suddenly collapsed back onto the floor, holding up his hands as if to ward off blows. "Don't come in here, stand up, that is right. Why? Why are you sitting like that? Why?" Seol Suyun's eyes were fearful, yet she still tried to watch as if hoping for some kind of miracle. She instinctively backed away. "I did not do anything wrong. I did not do anything wrong. I am not wrong." Seol Suyun grit her teeth in anger. With fear and anger combined, she suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, "I am not wrong, I am not wrong." No, suddenly, a few drops fell onto the floor. They were her tears. Piteous Seol Suyun burst into loud sobs. "It was not my fault," I said. "It was not." Shin Yu Myung reached out and touched her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. The only sound in the room was her crying. Seo Ryu Shin had been watching from the beginning. I have been teaching Suyun for months, but in my heart, I always wondered if the day would come when her emotions would be released. Now, she finally looks truly alive. On the other side, Shin Yu Myung stroked her hair and comforted her. "You did well. Suyun, look at me." Hearing someone call her, she glanced up. "When you were angry, when you screamed, when you showed you were in pain. You thought the whole world would collapse, did not you? But even when you expressed your feelings, nothing collapsed. Shin Yu-myung spoke gentle words of comfort. His eyes were sincere. Expressing emotions might not make the situation better, but it won't make it worse either. Suyin's past will always be a wound in her heart, occasionally returning to haunt her. He continued, just let it out. Because at the very least, it will keep your heart from rotting further. Piteous Seol Suyin sat huddled, her eyes brimming with tears. She was silent for a moment, only replying with one word, yes. Suyin, who dared to face her own emotions now, even if sadness suddenly surged, she would no longer be afraid to burst into tears. In the room with only the three of them, Seo Ryu-shin watched silently. When she is angry, she will get angry. When she is happy, she will smile. And the wholeness she finds through acting will gradually heal her. A while later, Seol Suyin calmed down and shared her heart sincerely. Yu-myung, Senior Ryu-shin, thank you both for being by my side during this difficult time. You are my benefactors. Shin Yu-myung smiled gently and said, what are you talking about? You're the one who worked the hardest. Suddenly Seo Ryu-shin spoke up. Call me Appa from now on. She froze for a second upon hearing that. Then that expression was replaced by joy and delight. Seol Suyin answered excitedly, yes, Ryu-shin Appa, he smiled with satisfaction. Miho was delighted and repeated his words, call me Appa too. A few days later, Shin Yu-myung held a script out to her. Suyin, do you want to try a monologue? It is Irina's monologue from Anton Chekhov's Three Sisters. Can you do it? Seol Suyin replied immediately yes. She calmly closed her eyes and began to enter the role. Irina, I will. Starting Irina's role now. Shin Yu-myung and Seo Ryu-shin watched her with satisfied focus. The setting was a village just before the Russian Revolution. Irina is the youngest of three sisters, a bright and lovely girl. Seol Suyin slowly looked up, but inside her heart, fear and resentment occasionally surged. In the role, her face flushed. The lieutenant thinks that life is beautiful. But for me and my sisters, until now, life has not been beautiful at all. She still wore a smile as she spoke. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to merge with her. As Seol Suyin spoke, tears fell. Life is like weeds, always blocking our way to growth. Tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. Seol Suyin decisively reached up to wipe them away. Then she suddenly rolled up her sleeves. Work. I must work. Perhaps the reason life has never been beautiful is because we have never truly worked. Work, 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 work. Shin Yu-myung watched her act and smiled. Even if life weighs us down, if we do not let ourselves sink into sadness but pour ourselves into what is before us, then one day, the moment we feel that life is beautiful will come. So Suyin, for now, just fully feel this moment. She was still deep in her role. After finishing, she asked hesitantly, Can I perform one more line that I like from Three Sisters, the eldest sister Olga's lines? Seo Ryu-shin happily agreed, of course. You also smiled and answered, feel free. Receiving the agreement, Seol Suyin knelt on one knee. The clothes on her body seemed to transform into a sophisticated dress. Irina, a year ago today our father died, May 5th, the very day of your birthday. At that time, I thought I would not be able to go on living, and you lay there like a dead person, devoid of life. Seol Suyin acted as if holding her sister Irina's hand. She tilted her head slightly. But now, as a year has passed, we can calmly remember what happened then. You can already wear white and give a radiant smile. Even though it was very painful, time just keeps passing by. Shin Yu-myung and Seo Ryu-shin smiled as they watched. I have met everyone, and now I am smiling. I am living, and I will live well. Seol Suyin smiled at her sister Irina. Her cheeks flushed. The fortress that had imprisoned her for all those years was now gone. Another person's voice rang out, now I guess it is time to finalize the casting. The three of them sat in a circle. Shin Yu-myung turned to ask Seol Suyin. Suyin will take the role of Wendy, right? She answered politely, yes, I want my first role to be something truly meaningful, to me. Then he turned to ask Seo Ryu-shin, alright, what about you? He did not hesitate to speak his mind. I am thinking of taking the role of Hook, because I feel more empathy for that character. Seol Suyin's eyes widened in surprise. Shin Yu-myung offered him advice, and I find myself empathizing more with Peter Pan. Thank goodness the roles do not overlap. Seo Ryu-shin replied calmly, indeed. I wonder what traits Ryu Shin has in common with Hook, and Yu Myung seems to be the total opposite of Peter Pan, who is arbitrary and lacks focus. Suddenly he turned to ask her, and should Wendy be developed with a diagnosis of dependent personality disorder? Seol Suyin snapped out of her thoughts. With just dependent personality disorder, it is hard to be admitted to a psychiatric hospital. If there is no risk of self-harm or harming others, or no serious difficulty in daily life, it is hard to be required to enter a hospital for treatment. Even if it is fiction. That seems unconvincing, right? As she spoke, she pointed at the notebook you were writing in. Seol Suyin was very serious. She imagined a child wearing a mask. So I have been thinking, what if Wendy's condition is smiling depression, a form of depression where feelings of melancholy are hidden, not easily seen from the outside. If we assume Wendy is hospitalized because smiling depression leads to alcoholism or anorexia. Shin Yu Myung quite liked her idea. Oh, that is good. Seol Suyin added, if Peter Pan only has ADHD with narcissistic personality disorder, it is also hard to be hospitalized. So I plan to add sociopathic traits. Seo Ryu Shin also chimed in with his own suggestion, and Hook has PTSD. Would that work? What if we add obsessive-compulsive traits too? Scene change. Becky Shin asked cheerfully, are you planning to add another role? Shin Yu Myung answered, yes, we need an important supporting character connected to all three. He suggested, which character? Tinkerbell, perhaps? No, the doctor. Becky Shin began to understand. Ah, and no need for other supporting roles or extras. He continued to state his wish, since this is not a realistic play, I do not plan to use supporting roles or extras. If we want to focus more on the acting than the ensemble, a small group will be effective. The gray-haired man listened and thought to himself, it is a pity the July group members can't participate. If they could act with those groups. If our members were mentally stimulated, the company could catch a new wind of unity. After thinking, he asked a few more questions. Right, so how do you plan to cast? Any candidates in mind? Shin Yu Myung replied nonchalantly, there are a few people already. But we plan to hold an open audition. Hearing this, he was delighted. Oh, is that so? You also smiled and replied, we have to pay the rent, do not we? Becky Shin was confused. Rent, this kid. You are intentionally holding an open audition to stimulate the kids in the July group, are not you? Shin Yu Myung maintained his nonchalant smile. Becky Shin gave a forced laugh. I really can't win against you. You also joked around happily, regardless, we do not plan to do volunteer work for free. It is also a chance for Suyin to practice more during the audition process. He asked, looking a bit tired, but Suyin has never been on stage, right? Will she be okay facing professional actors? Shin Yu Myung returned to a serious expression. I guess everyone will have to be on their toes. Immediately after, an audition notice for roles in the play was posted. Everyone was very curious. Are you going to join? Of course. Except for those already cast for lead roles in the next play, most will probably go for the audition. The number of people checking the notice board increased. No self-respect at all, crowding together to fight for a role in a play by some green kids. Hey, green kids. What? It is because they are the most prominent young actors in Korea. Chu Semi watched them coldly. The doctor. She thought seriously about the role. In classic plays, a sharp face like mine usually does not fit the female lead, so I have missed many opportunities. A role like this there is not always a chance to show it. Besides, if I join this team, both my acting skills and my reputation will be elevated. The man who had been mocking the role continued, and if you are doing improv with Wendy, won't you be acting with that girl who only has a pretty face? That'll be fine. Whatever I do, I will be superior to her. At least I won't have to be embarrassed. Chu Semi narrowed her eyes. Seol Suyin. I thought she was a trainee, but she is already an official member. I can't lose in front of a rival like that. I will show them the best image of the doctor. After thinking, she turned and walked away. A week later, at the July Theater, the triple team's open audition. Shin Yu Myung and Seo Ryu Shin sat in the front row with the auditioning actors behind them. Becky Shin excitedly announced to everyone, hello everyone, I am Becky Shin, and I will be in charge of conducting today's audition. As announced, the audition format will be an etude improvised acting. Candidates will play a psychiatrist and conduct a consultation session with Wendy. The diagnosis is dependent personality disorder, with smiling depression. He enthusiastically explained the rules to everyone. On stage, while Baek Yi-shin's voice was still ringing out, someone was already walking there. Aside from the story context being based on the novel Peter Pan, there are no other restrictions. That person was Seol Suyeon. She gently sat on a chair. The psychiatrist character undergoes the process of opening the patient's psyche and leading the consultation session, and most importantly, the degree of persuasiveness in the acting throughout that process. As the scene partner for the audition, the person playing Wendy was Seol Suyeon. She sat upright on the chair with an expressionless face. Baek Yi-shin announced the first candidate. We will start with Mr. Jung Shin-ho. He stood up. Yes. He looks like a rookie. I wonder if he can pull off improv. Jung Shin-ho quickly sat opposite her. We will turn off the lights, then gradually increase the brightness to begin. Please note that if the situation makes no sense and lasts longer than 5 minutes, the performance will be stopped. Let me know when you are ready. He nodded. She could also start immediately. The hall lights dimmed. Yes, well then. The space became strangely quiet. The two of them sat facing each other. In Seol Suyeon's eyes was an indescribable vacant emotion. Jung Shi-ho was startled by her strange gaze. Seol Suyeon, her eyes drooping, spoke first. Hello, doctor. Su-yeon thought. Naturally the atmosphere became. You were hospitalized because you are depressed. Do you know that? Su-yeon paused. But then she replied, I do not understand what you are saying, doctor. I feel perfectly normal. Shin-ho hesitated. Then he said, but Wendy, if you say you are fine, then why are you so thin? This is anorexia caused by depression. She countered, I just want to become prettier like other girls. I do not have any other problems. Shin-ho was unyielding. You do not need to lie to me. If you want to recover quickly, you must be more honest. Su-yeon quickly replied, I am being very honest. Conversely, I feel it is the doctor who is trying to pin a predetermined illness on me. Sammy watched them and pondered. Su-yeon's Wendy. If we say she is a child with dependent personality disorder and depression, she is more rational and calm than expected. The elite doctor image Jung Shin-ho had prepared collapsed in an instant. Shin-ho said angrily, you are reacting defensively because you are afraid others will discover you have a problem. Don't you understand? Su-yeon calmly replied, no matter what I say, the doctor will only judge according to your own thoughts. I do not think that is a real dialogue. I refuse to talk further. Shin-ho panicked. Hey, you Yi-shin cut in, stop right there. Shin-ho was unconvinced and explained, Director, is not there a problem? It is said this character has dependent personality disorder. For a child like that to dare to argue back word for word is not consistent with the personality. Su-yeon said, just because a disease has a name does not mean the patient will always act according to a mold. Wendy is scared because of the unfamiliar environment, and she just wants to go home quickly, behaving obediently because she wants to be seen as a good child. But I think the character is in a defensive state to express her will to refuse. Below, people responded in unison, stop being stubborn. If it is improvised acting, the other party's refusal to talk is also part of the performance. Another person spoke up, that is right. At the very least, to the viewer, her acting was much more convincing than yours. Shin-ho left angrily. Yi-shin then announced, next, it is Mr. Yoon Young-gun's turn. He stood up and replied, yes sir. Young-gun thought to himself, Shin-ho, you chose the wrong strategy. With a child who has closed her heart, you have to approach gently. Then he spoke, Wendy, I know everything. Su-yeon replied, know what sir, he said, when I was little, I also loved my mother very much, to the point that I even hated my brother holding her hand. Su-yeon quickly asked, really, does the doctor have a brother too? Young-gun replied, yes, I have an older brother. So whenever mother praised him, I was terribly jealous. Su-yeon as Wendy asked, I see. Mother liked the brother more, Young-gun said helplessly, yes, because he was very smart. So I tried to surpass him and become a doctor, but in the end, he became a professor at an even better university. Su-yeon covered her mouth in acted shock. Oh my God. It must have been very painful for you. Young-gun said mournfully, yes, honestly at that time I. But he suddenly thought, wait, why am I the one receiving consultation right now? He evaded, actually, let us not talk about this anymore. Let us talk about something else. Sammy was surprised once again. With a doctor who likes to analyze. She reacts with analysis. With a doctor who wants empathy, she knows how to empathize back. She is mirroring the opponent. Blending in with a group of geniuses means she is a genius herself. At this point, Soo-yeon asked, very well. So what would the doctor like to share with me? Young-gun was flustered. No, I want to hear from you. Young-wai whispered, so Soo-yeon's ability has been recognized, has not it? Now the July crowd won't dare look down on her anymore. Right, Young said yeah. It really was a good idea to hold an open audition from the start. A second later, an announcement followed Mr. Young-gun's time is up. Next, Miss Chu Saimi, please come to the stage. As soon as she took the stage, Saimi was in character. Hello, Wendy. Did you know? Southeast Me stepped close and said, your mother actually hates you. Saimi did not seek empathy or understanding like the others. She made a different choice. Saimi's gaze was pinned on her. So, only Wendy was left here. Because mother, father John, and Michael they just want to live as a family of 4. Soo-yeon's gaze became shocked. Everyone in the auditorium was surprised. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs, that is not true, Wendy is a good child. I am the big sister who always takes good care of John and Michael. I am not a picky eater, and I do not lie. Mother could not hate me. Seeing her reaction, Saimi thought to herself, this girl. I thought she was just smart, but it turns out her emotional immersion is incredibly high. Then she spoke aloud, so I see. Wendy's value lies in being a good child, does not it? Because mother only loves a submissive Wendy, right? Soo-yeon's voice trembled, no, that is not it. Saimi continued to press, then clearly mother must hate Wendy now, because Wendy is no longer a good child. While Saimi was feeling confident, good, if I keep pushing like this, she said, telling lies, what a bad child. It is only natural for mother to hate you. Soo-yeon's voice broke into sobs. That is right. Wendy is a bad child. Soo-yeon's tear-streaked face evoked pity from everyone. So mother truly never loved Wendy at all. I tried so hard. Saimi was startled by the reaction. Oh, I did not mean to make her cry. How did I? Instinctively cause the character to break down. The announcement rang out, all right, that is enough. Good work. Someone thought, what kind of actress breaks character right on stage? Chu Saimi lost. At that moment, Yu Myung spoke up, Miss Chu Saimi, allow me to ask a question. The character you portrayed is somewhat different from the typical image of a doctor. Why did you choose to build the character this way? Saimi replied, well, I felt Seol Soo-yeon was using mirroring techniques while acting. Yu Myung and Ryu Shin were slightly surprised. Then she continued, so I intentionally chose a character that would be difficult to imitate. I thought Wendy, being a good child, would be unable to simulate mindless malice. Yu Myung asked further, so that means after seeing Seol Soo-yeon act, you completely changed your character's direction? Saimi answered quickly yes. Yu Myung and Ryu Shin glanced at each other and smiled. Later, Saimi was seen standing tall and bowing.
Hello, I am Ko Saimi.
I am honored to join Team Triple in the role of the doctor. I hope we will work well together over the coming months. Everyone was joyful. We are the ones honored to work with a wonderful actress like you. Hai Seon added happily, I look forward to your help. Saimi quickly replied, yes madam. Then everyone quickly got to work. Alright, let us start our physical training now, Saimi replied cheerfully, yes, thinking to herself, everyone seems so friendly. I think I will fit in just fine. A second later she was slumped on the floor, secretly lamenting, wait a minute, what kind of training is this? It is brutal. Seeing this, Yu Myung showed concern. Saimi, if you are tired, you can adjust the pace to suit your strength. Saimi's voice shook slightly as she replied, it is fine, I can handle it. Saimi reassured herself, after all, I am an actress with 6 years of experience. Your training level is. Suddenly, a confused voice asked, a documentary. Yu Suk, sitting with Yu Myung, replied yes, MBM wants to do a special episode filming a documentary about Mr. Yu Myung. Hearing this, Yu Myung gave an air of understanding. Seeing this, Yu Suk asked, are you uncomfortable with it? Yu Myung replied, it is not exactly that. It is just. I have never thought about it. Should I accept? Yu Suk pondered for a moment. Then he spoke, first of all, a rookie at the height of his popularity preparing for a stage play is a very good subject. The rehearsal scenes are also perfect for a documentary. But most importantly, it is not just Peter Pan. Both the July theater troupe and the stage acting world itself will attract a lot of interest. Yu Myong felt somewhat enlightened. Yu Suk continued to persuade him. There will be people discovering the beauty of stage art for the first time through Yu Myong. Hearing this, he felt a bit shy. Through me. A second later, he quickly said, I will do it, as long as the other members do not mind. Outside the company, there was a heavy sigh. It was PD Park Soon-ho from MBM. He was being grumpy. How many times have I said I won't film those fake documentaries, just to flatter celebrities? What, a young actor putting his whole life into the art of acting? How much did the agency pay you to set up a theme and force someone to film it? A rookie labeled as a million-view actor acting. In a play, what is the deal with that? But thinking of that old man's angry face, but do not go there and cause trouble, he backed down and accepted. Fine, I will go and meet him first. If I meet this kid and he is so unpleasant I want to die, I am pulling out, got it. Then Soon-ho tucked his hands into his pockets and walked into the company. I am only agreeing to meet once out of respect for the director. Upon entering, Yu Myong greeted him. Hello, I am Shin Yu Myong, an actor under Good Entertainment. He asked cheerfully, this is my first time participating in a documentary. What should I do first? Soon-ho replied, for today, we are just here to observe. Does my presence make it hard for everyone to focus? Yu Myong said warmly, oh, not at all. Acting is an art created to have an audience, after all. Soon-ho was a bit surprised. Then Yu Myong said, well then, shall we head into the rehearsal room? He followed, answering dazed, ah yes, thinking to himself, at first glance he does not seem to have star sickness at all. Recalling the praise given to the boy, this kid really seems to have a passion for acting and is very grounded. Soon-ho thought, if even that brat Bang Hack praised him, then his personality must be quite solid. But he was still prejudiced. Even so, he is probably just putting on a show. It is only a matter of time before his true nature shows. He fixed a suspicious gaze on him. Suddenly a voice rang out, this is our rehearsal room. This startled Soon-ho. Ha! Outside, two people were chatting animatedly. Brother, this is the PD from MBM I mentioned last time. The blue-haired guy added, hello, I am Seo Ryushin. He was confused. Seo Ryushin from the artist Jang Nok-soo. Why is he here then? Soon-ho stepped forward to greet him. Hello, I am PD Park Soon-ho. Why is Mr. Ryushin appearing here? Yu Myong explained. Ryushin is a senior from my university club. He is currently helping us rehearse the play at my request. He asked innocently, did the manager not tell you anything? Soon-ho was annoyed. No, I had no idea. Internally he cursed, that slippery guy, why did not he tell me about this? I do not need these kinds of surprises. Suddenly Soon-ho froze. Regardless, this was truly a massive scoop. He assessed silently, not only Shin Yu Myong and Seo Ryushin, but the other members are also prominent faces. Let me introduce the other members as well. If the documentary department films this, the viewership ratings will surely set a record. Soon-ho was still conflicted, but at the end of the day, the core content was what mattered most. Don't let appearances deceive you. He took out a notebook. So what play are you preparing? PD Nim, please sit comfortably and watch the rehearsal. Soon-ho could not believe his eyes. Wow. He was a bit impressed. The training intensity is almost like that of professional athletes, is not it? A second later, Yu Myong clapped to signal. Break time is over. Everyone, please take your seats. Soon-ho asked curiously, what are we doing now? Ishin said, we have been writing the script lately. He found it hard to believe. Isn't the script usually written by a screenwriter? Ishin stammered, normally yes, but the team wants to experiment with a co-created play where the actors build their own characters. Soon-ho looked over in amazement. Co-created. Ishin explained in detail, each role creates its own backstory, then we figure out the stories for when the characters intersect. After that, everyone discusses together to create the scenes. Soon-ho was a bit worried. Is that even feasible? If they pull it off, it will be a fantastic subject for the documentary. Yu Myong announced busily, today, I have been thinking about the scene where Peter Pan and Hook intersect. Someone asked how so, he answered softly, the context is that Peter Pan and Hook were classmates and were once very close. But Peter Pan, who suffers from severe sociopathic and narcissistic disorders, for a trivial reason. In his imagination, Yu Myong's voice turned cold. Cut off Hook's hand. Ryu Shin was apprehensive. Didn't Peter Pan cut off Hook's hand while fighting pirates in Neverland? Yu Myong smiled and said, I tried thinking in the opposite direction. He offered a suggestion. Peter Pan, Hook, and Wendy won't be fairy tale characters anymore. They will be people living in reality. Sammy exclaimed, oh, that is good. Yu Myong's eyes glanced over as he said, Hook was originally obsessive-compulsive. Ryu Shin flinched as if feeling the gaze. When Hook is sensitive to rules, how would he feel when he first sees Peter Pan? His lips moved slightly. In the next second, Ryu Shin's voice rang out, speaking Hook's inner thoughts, envy. His hand clenched slightly. Because Peter is free. Peter is happy. He is not bound by any rules. His voice grew deeper. Why could not he be like that? Yu Myong nodded in agreement. That is right. Initially, Hook felt admiration. Then as he grew closer to Peter Pan, he began to feel envy and inferiority. His voice was full of understanding. The problem is that compared to Hook's serious reaction, Peter Pan takes other people's feelings too lightly. Yu Myong slowly analyzed the character psychology. The desire to stand out, the posturing behavior, plus a lack of understanding for others, that is what causes this situation to happen. Soon Ho broke into a cold sweat while watching. What kind of Peter Pan are they going to create? He wrote in his notebook, if we combine the story of actor Shin Yu Myong with the production process of this experimental, co-created play in an alternating fashion. He felt happy internally. I must be the one to film this documentary. Scene change. It was late at night. A faint light still glowed in the room. Ryu Shin sat at the desk, intently writing something. Yu Myong always performs beyond expectations. The proposal for everyone to build their own characters is very fresh, and the idea he brought today is unique too. It is truly worrisome. One day, an acting genius of a completely different level appeared before me. I always try my best to face him, but every time I stand before that person, my body trembles with the premonition of a new defeat. In the original Peter Pan, Hook came from a distinguished family and was obsessed with being a moral person. Yet at the same time, he desired to be the villain and end Peter Pan. That is why I chose Hook, because I have within me both the longing for recognition and competition with a worthy rival, and the desire to crush that person at any cost. So I will leave those emotions in this play, so that I do not get hurt in real life. My character Hook is gradually taking shape. Scene change. Over at another building. In the room, Yu Myong was also busy writing something. Yang Wei jumped up and asked, "Are you coming up with script ideas?" He replied, "Not exactly the script, but the character Peter Pan." It asked curiously, "I have been wondering what do you empathize with in Peter Pan?" Yu Myong thought, because of the childishness. He explained to himself internally, "In real life, I am already 38. For a human, that is an age where one must clearly distinguish between dreams and reality. Yet I was only passionate about acting, ignoring family and friends, living selfishly. In the end, I could not take it anymore. Like Peter Pan being unable to leave Neverland. So I want to separate that selfish part and create a completely different Peter Pan." This surprised it. Yang Wei's gaze spoke of philosophy. The purpose of life is to follow what one's heart points to. It seemed to understand. Yet Yu Myong still regrets those relationships, does not he? Is it because he is human? Yang Wei spoke out, "Empathizing with the similarities between yourself and the character is good, but do not use it as an excuse to blame yourself." It jumped onto Yu Myong's head to comfort him. Peter Pan just wants to escape adult responsibilities, whereas you did it because you loved acting too much. Besides, those 15 years of experience you struggled to build are your assets now. Acknowledge that your past self tried his best. Yang Wei continued to encourage him, "You really are good." Yu Myong looked at it with great surprise. In the next second, he lowered his head slightly. Finally, Yu Myong gave a satisfied, grateful smile. "Thank you." Seeing this, Yang Wei was shy. "It is only the truth, nothing to thank me for." The more time they spent together, the wider their mutual understanding grew, and their bond gradually deepened. "Would I also sacrifice what I want for others? Is that something humans often do?" they discussed happily. "That part will have a twist like this." "That is good." Scene change. The next morning, a voice of encouragement rang out, "Let us do our best today too." Preparation for the play proceeded in parallel with the documentary filming. Everything progressed slowly. Yu Myong directed, the stage part will look like this, and the others. The documentary had already attracted attention before it even aired. The performance schedule was from May 27th to June 18th, a total of 23 days, with 20 scheduled shows. All 400 seats were sold out in an instant. 2 people anxiously tried to buy tickets. There are too many people waiting right now, the connection is interrupted. If you want to keep waiting. Why is it so hard to book a ticket? Focus and listen properly. The number of VIP tickets for the opening night assigned to me is 8. 3 for family, 2 for seniors Han Sung and Sun Ha, and 1 for manager Yu Suk. And the remaining 2 tickets. Send them to the Credit Management Department, Shernil Bank Headquarters, for Mr. Ise Yunhen. He received the tickets and his mouth hung open in shock. Jun Han could not believe it and shouted, "This kid actually sent an invitation." And the MBM actor documentary aired exactly the day before the opening. MBM special documentary, Actor 1 Human, 1 Action. The documentary achieved a record-breaking rating of 22.8%. Finally, opening day arrived. In front of the July Theatre Company. Yu Myong stood on high and gave a cry of wonder. He could not stop marveling. The power of the media is truly something. Behind him, Su Yun complained, "I almost died trying to squeeze in here," Sammy teased. "Why did you try to squeeze in? You should use the back door." "I thought since I am not famous it would be fine." Just then someone called out, "Everyone, it is time to prepare for the dress rehearsal." Sammy quickly replied yes. With that, the group all headed out. Yu Myong clutched his chest, heart racing. This feels strange.
Sammy smiled in agreement.
Doesn't it? It is not the first time standing on the July stage, yet I feel so excited this time. Su Yun was anxious. "I wonder if I will do well." Ryu Shin reassured her, "Definitely. You practiced until you almost threw up. Believe in yourself." Before the door, Yu Myong's footsteps stopped. He gave a satisfied smile. In the next second, Yu Myong turned his head and called, "Everyone." He expressed sincerely, "Thank you for walking with me until this moment." The door slowly opened. In the end, all I want to say is. Yu Myong turned to face forward and promised, "Let us make this performance perfect so we have no regrets." Inside the hall, people were busily moving in and out as a reminder echoed, "Everyone, please take your seats in order." 2 girls were beyond excited. "Oh my God, I feel like my heart is going to explode. What if I panic the moment I see his face and can't hear the lines?" Others were also buzzing. "The seats are so close to the stage, are not they? With them being this close, won't the pressure be high for the actors? Dad, stop worrying about everything." 2 friends chatted happily. "You were in the same drama club as Yu Myong. You used to act too. I played the lead a few times myself." Just then someone quietly sat down. A journalist was anxious. "Please let today's performance go smoothly." He was nervous. "As a theater fan, I really do not want to miss this play, but more importantly, this is a golden opportunity for me, a rookie fresh out of probation, to record my first big achievement." His eyes were fixed on the stage. "I just hope there are enough quality scenes to write an article that makes it to at least the middle page instead of being rejected. Basically, I hope for plenty of material strong enough to become hot news." At this moment, the stage lights came on. A bright yellow light shone directly onto the stage. Right then, Yu Myong appeared with a radiant smile. He performed a few tumbles with a joyful laugh. This action amazed the journalist. He jumped so light as air. In the next second, Yu Myong spread his arms and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Peter Pan. You have to think of beautiful and wonderful things to fly without falling." He waved and called, "Wendy, over here." Su Yun rushed over. "I can't fly as well as you can." Yu Myong introduced, "We have arrived. This is Neverland, the place where children never grow up." She looked around. "So there are real mermaids here, of course." Right then, Ryu Shin appeared. "Peter Pan, I will definitely have my revenge on you at any cost." Seeing this, Yu Myong jumped down and urged, "Wendy, run quickly, that foolish Captain Hook is here again." She was surprised. Captain Hook. He explained, "I was the one who cut off his hand and fed it to the crocodile, after all." In the next second, Ryu Shin pointed at Su Yun, making her jump and scream. Suddenly his gaze froze. Yu Myong, sitting above, shouted, "The crocodile is coming." Another voice added, What crocodile? It is just me, Peter. Hearing that, he laughed heartily, and Su-yun smiled brightly along with him. Only Ryu Shin was struggling on the ground. Suddenly something made the three of them freeze. Images of three ghosts were projected onto the stage. What kind of trick is this now, mother, what is this? Let me go. At this point, a strange pair of high heels walked onto the stage. The one performing was Sammy. She wore a calculated smile. Next, Sammy circled Su-yun and spoke, "Allow me to introduce the new patient. Name, Wendy. Age, 17. Admitted for anorexia and repeated self-harming behavior. Diagnosed with smiling depression accompanied by dependent personality disorder." Her voice grew serious. On the surface, this patient is a good child, no problems at all. But it is exactly those kinds of children. Su-yun's arm rose slightly. Who do these kinds of things, so it is only right to be suspicious. Her performance was very convincing. She has severe depression, no awareness of her illness, and is diagnosed as a chronic patient requiring long-term treatment. This is a rare case of smiling depression, making it very valuable for ongoing research. We must monitor her carefully. The journalist watched in a daze. What kind of content is this? It goes far beyond the weirdness of the original. The scene shifted to the laboratory. Yu Myong approached to greet her. "Are you new here?" He was friendly. "Let me show you around. This is Neverland." Su-yun asked, "What is Neverland?" Yu Myong spun around and said, "It is a magical land where children never grow up and can live forever with childhood joy. I am the main character here, Peter Pan." This scene made the journalist marvel. "So cool, Peter, a place with no responsibilities, living forever without becoming an adult. This area really is his Neverland." Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, "Let me go." Sammy continued the introduction. Name, Hook. Age, 17. Originally an outpatient for time obsession and neatness disorder, but this admission is due to a clock phobia arising from PTSD. Her gaze assessed. This patient fears all types of clocks, especially the ticking sound, which can trigger severe panic attacks. Sammy explained, "We are treating him using psychological desensitization to gradually reduce the fear." She flipped through the records with a serious expression. Then she analyzed further. The treatment involves gradually increasing the level of stimulation to help the patient adapt. The most important thing when handling this case is absolutely not allowing him in the same area as the Peter Pan patient in Sector A, as the Peter patient is the direct cause of his PTSD. Suddenly Sammy looked at something. "Want me to summarize that incident?" She lowered her voice. "Then I will explain briefly based on information extracted from Hook's medical history." At this moment, footsteps were heard. Yu Myong ran up and hugged Ryu Shin. "Hook." He replied timidly, "Hello, Peter." Yu Myong smiled brightly. "Hook, you are looking neat today as well." He lay on the floor. "Don't you feel suffocated? It is fine to undo a button." Ryu Shin watched the person before him intently. Then he looked up again toward the front. Ryu Shin's voice rang out, introducing, "That boy's name is Peter. He moved here not long ago." Saying that, he looked down at his watch. Ryu Shin continued to praise, "He is a very bright kid, full of charisma." He assessed carefully, an excitable personality, always seeking attention, so he often causes strange trouble. Even so, everyone just laughs it off. Ryu Shin's gaze gradually turned hateful. But to me, he is a completely different kind of person. At this point, his lips instinctively pressed tight. Then, Yu Myong produced a knife and called, "Hook, look at this." He was curious. "What is with that knife?" Yu Myong explained, "I found it on the way here. Someone must have dropped it." Seeing this, Ryu Shin sat down beside him and advised, "What are you going to do with it? Throw it away quickly." He replied, "I will take it to class later. I am thinking of playing a little game." "What should we play? You are always just thinking about mischief." Typical Peter. Yu Myong mocked him back, "And you do nothing but glue your eyes to that watch all day. Stop looking at the clock and look at the world. There are so many interesting things waiting out there." Ryu Shin narrated, "Although his carefree nature irritated me, every time I looked at Peter, I felt my heart come alive a little. He was filled with admiration. He is not bound by any rules at all. Why can't I be like him?" And so, I instinctively let those words slip. Back then, Ryu Shin had said, "Must be nice. I can't be like that." I guess it is just my nature. Yu Myong did not believe it. Is it that hard? Since we are friends, let me help you. Ryu Shin was happily asking how, when a stream of warm blood flowed out. His eyes turned to shock, followed by absolute horror. Ryu Shin screamed in agony as he saw his own hand lying on the ground. The entire space turned dark within the void of his pain. Yu Myong nonchalantly gave his reason. If I just hid that watch, you would just wear a new one. So, I have made it so you can never wear one again by cutting off your wrist. His face lit up with excitement as he commanded, "Thank me." At this moment, Su Yun was walking through a room. She lowered her head, filled with anxiety. Su Yun nervously wondered, is this acting? Today, I have truly stepped into my own fantasy world. When I first stepped onto the stage, my limbs instinctively froze. Everyone's eyes felt like they were glued to my every movement. As if they were saying, "You have no value, how dare you stand here?" But then suddenly, Yu Myong's voice rang out, "Wendy, over here, over here." He was waving at her enthusiastically. He smiled at me as if to say, "Hurry up, come play with me," and my body naturally moved toward him. After that, my memories gradually became blurred. By the time I came to my senses, I had become the protagonist without even realizing it. A character telling her own story for everyone to hear. At this point, Su Yun declared, "I want to leave this place quickly." And now, Act 2 is about to begin. Sammy's voice rang out steadily, "Peter Pan, 17 years old." She introduced him seriously. This patient was also treated at our clinic for severe ADHD and delusional disorder. After the incident of cutting off patient Hook's hand, he was forcibly admitted to the special ward. Sammy explained the situation clearly. Our medical team has diagnosed this patient with antisocial personality disorder. The audience below held their breath and listened. This is one of the most exceptional cases here, constantly causing trouble and relishing being the center of attention in those situations. Right then, Yu Myong screamed frantically, "Hey, you in the suit, let us play a fun game." His face showed pure excitement. "Let us destroy the pirates together." His gaze became uncontrollable. "And then watch the mermaids sing. If we get bored of watching, we will grab their tails and toss them into the deep forest where there is no water. Just imagine those huge tails thrashing in the parched forest. How fun would that be?" Yu Myong laughed loudly like a mad patient. "There are so many more fun games in the world. Come with me to Neverland." This made the audience below turn pale with fear.
Sammy smiled brightly to mediate.
This patient is also on the special surveillance list, as cases like this are very uncommon. The scene shifted to when Yu Myong pushed Su Yun forward. "That is Hook. We have to scare him. Go talk to him." She was surprised. "Me?" Hearing a noise, Ryu Shin turned around curiously. He stood up and asked, "Are you new? What is your name?" Su Yun replied shyly, "I am Wendy." Her face showed embarrassment as she did not know what else to say. Su Yun gave a compliment that made Ryu Shin blush. "You seem like the most normal person here." He smiled happily. "It is because I take my medicine regularly, so I am much better now." "Which room are you in?" Her voice turned solemn as she said, "I am in Sector A." Hearing that, Ryu Shin warned, "If it is that sector, you should be careful of that guy Peter Pan." Su Yun was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He immediately became anxious. "He looks happy and charismatic, but in reality..." Before he could finish his sentence, Ryu Shin collapsed onto the floor, screaming in pain. Yu Myong came over to Su Yun, teasing, "Go away, go away." He mocked with a laugh, "Look at this, is not it fun?" He is terrified of the sound of a clock. Ryu Shin screamed in agony, "Peter, you bastard." Ryu Shin spat out bitterly, "I will kill you. I will kill you." Yu Myong pulled her away. "Run, Wendy." Seeing them leave, he finally calmed down a bit. Then, 2 streaks of tears rolled down Ryu Shin's cheeks. "I will kill you." In another room, Yu Myong and Su Yun were sitting and chatting. "Eat this. It is bread I hid. I saved it for you." Seeing this, he exclaimed, "Angel Wendy, who would not love someone like you?" She gave a forced smile. "It is not what you think." Su Yun's face darkened with self-reproach. "Peter. Actually, I am a bad child." He did not believe it. "Wendy is a bad child." Yu Myong praised her. "No way, you are the best person I have ever met." She denied it. "No, really. I once secretly pushed Michael off the bed." He soothed her softly, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Tell me. About your mother. Soo-yeon sobbed. Mother always liked Michael more than me. So I thought if Michael disappeared, maybe Mother would love me the most. In that moment, the thought of getting rid of him crossed my mind. But when Michael hit the floor and burst out crying, I was so scared. Hearing this, Yoo Myung's face showed clear interest. And did he die? Soo-yeon countered no, but Michael's head was injured. This answer dissatisfied him. What, it would have been less trouble if he just died. Anyway, it is not your fault. Soo-yeon was shocked by these words. Yoo Myung stated bluntly, it is your mother's fault for playing favorites among her children. A real mother should be fair and gentle. Because your mother could not do that, Wendy was hurt like this. This made her doubt. Is that really true? It is not because of me. The conversation left the journalist dazed. A person like that does not deserve to be a mother. A real mother should be someone like Wendy, gentle and warm. Am I gentle and warm, and pretty too? What is this atmosphere? Yoo Myung knelt on one knee and made a proposal. So Wendy, will you be my mother? His gaze revealed his ambition. I need a mother who does not discriminate. A mother who knows how to love and will be forgiving even if her child is wrong. Soo-yeon was stunned. Be your mother. She broke into a manic smile. Later, Sammy entered the role. Wendy, can you say something to me? You have to get treated so you can go home. Soo-yeon explained, it is okay, doctor. This is my home now. She was puzzled. What are you saying? Your mother is waiting for you at home every day. She said a sentence that left her speechless. That woman is not my mother. Soo-yeon's face showed pure excitement. I am the mother. On the other side, Yoo Myung had found Ryu Shin. Hook, oh Hook, let us play. He shoved him away forcefully. What on earth is wrong with you? Yoo Myung soothed him softly. Come on Hook, we are friends. Didn't you say we should play happily? His acting stimulated the opponent's instincts more than he had thought. That mocking expression, without a hint of guilt. How can he perfectly portray a character so completely opposite to his own personality? Ryu Shin's smile turned twisted. It really makes one envious. Look at how much you have changed a person's life, and yet to you, it is just a game. Suddenly, Yoo Myung proposed a condition, then let us have a match. I will let you have your revenge. What? He gave a bright smile. It will surely be fun. Let us have a match right here, right now. Ryu Shin's gaze turned wary. Fun. He swung his fist down. My foot. In the next second, Yoo Myung's hands had grabbed Ryu Shin's arm. His face turned to panic. Conversely, Yoo Myung laughed with pure excitement. A moment later, a sickening cracking sound echoed before the horrified audience. Ryu Shin's arm hit the ground. Over here, Yoo Myung had returned to the room and reminded her, Wendy, tell everyone that you were the one who broke Hook's arm. Soo-yeon's face was momentarily stunned. What? She hurried to deny it, but I did not. You did. Before she could finish, he cut her off. You promised to be the mother. Yoo Myung's face held a warning. As a mother, you must always be devoted to your children. At this, Soo-yeon was even more shocked. Her eyes shifted, not daring to face him. She repeated, because I am Peter's mother. The journalist could not believe it. Is this the true result of their encounter? It seemed he had guessed right. A Peter who does not understand guilt and a Wendy who does not know how to refuse. Unbelievable. Sammy sighed helplessly. The hospital is in total chaos. Soo-yeon has worsened. Wendy is becoming more and more dependent. At the same time, Hook's trauma has naturally intensified. And Yoo Myung is still skipping around laughing. Peter Pan's antisocial personality disorder is beyond discussion. Sammy spoke up to declare, I have no choice but to conclude that the illnesses of all three are incurable. She pointed her finger slightly. But no, they cannot be discharged. If these children are released, it will be total chaos. Therefore, Sammy gave a devious smile, I propose that we isolate them from society forever. The audience below was appalled. Isolate them, without even properly treating them. As if understanding their emotions, Sammy smiled in confrontation. There is no need to be so surprised. There was a similar case of isolation for a perverted stalker. She introduced, yes, known as Cinderella. The journalist found it hard to believe. Suddenly Cinderella. Next, Sammy continued to explain, there was also a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, obsessed with her own hair. They isolated her under the name Rapunzel. The door gradually closed. So I propose we handle this the same way this time.
Semi laughed innocently again.
Yes, isolate each one individually. There is no need to be so troublesome. Just lock all three of them together. As for the name. Finally, she made the decision. Everything stemmed from Peter. Let us call it Peter Pan. I will clean it up to make it suitable for children. Sammy showed a bit of weariness. But these patients are all quite unstable. Her voice gradually lowered. I wonder if it will even be possible to clean it up. This left the journalist stunned. Meaning, they created fairy tales from the stories of psychiatric patients. Right then, a blinding light appeared. On it was the image of the two fighting at the beginning. You bastard, I will definitely cut off your hand and feed it to the crocodile. Yu Myong mocked, is that so? The crocodile is right behind you. Don't lie. But Ryu Shin still turned his head to look. Then, he fled in a panic. At this point, Su Yun appeared and said with a smile, see how good I am at mimicking the clock sound. Yu Myong and she held hands and left. Wendy is getting better and better. Let us go watch the mermaids. How fun. Only a white wall remained, and then music gradually played. They lived happily ever after. After that, all the lights on the stage were turned on. The audience was silent. A faint sound of applause rang out. Following that was a wave of support from everyone. Breathtaking in every segment. The actors were amazing. Who is that actress? Yu Myong on the stage also stepped forward. His lips were pressed tight as he tried to restrain himself. In his heart, Yu Myong breathed a sigh of relief. Truly wonderful. Su Yun reminded him, let us go greet the audience. Suddenly his cheeks flushed when he saw something. Everyone below was clapping and cheering. Among them was Yu Myong's family. And the friends he had invited. Plus the journalist who was crying. This is the big scoop right here. Suddenly a voice urged him back to the present. Yu Myong, why are you just standing there? His gaze settled on three familiar faces. Hurry, come over here. In his heart, Yu Myong silently evaluated, Sammy, the sister who always diligently hones her acting skills. Next was the assessment, Su Yun, who overcame her own fears to stand on this stage. Finally, Ryu Shin, the colleague who always shows me his increasingly brilliant acting. His face showed pure satisfaction. All four bowed to the audience. I am truly lucky to share the stage with them. Thanks to the popularity after the first performance, Peter Pan successfully completed all 20 shows. They even appeared on TV, the new wind of the theater world. Today was the theater troupe's wrap party. Yu Myong left early. I will step out for some air. Sammy instructed, come back quickly. He went outside alone to breathe the fresh air. Yu Myong stood at the railing and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Wei appeared to congratulate him. It has been a long time since I have seen you drink this much. You seem very satisfied with this performance. He could not hide his pride. While performing, I suddenly had a thought. Yu Myong poured out his heart. Aren't we all directors of a play called Life? He recalled. Whether it is a grand performance that makes everyone cheer, the busy people in the midst of life, or a free performance that no one bothers to watch, along with silent sacrifice, or appearing dull, until witnessing the result, but the closer you look, the more beautiful it becomes. The character Peter Pan he created himself in the end, it was all created by us. Yu Myong felt satisfied. Although I do not know how much time I have left, it makes me cherish every minute even more. His face showed pure anticipation. I will always act to the best of my ability, so I never have to regret. Yang Wei listened for a while and then fell into contemplation. Finally, it encouraged him enthusiastically, I am looking forward to seeing it.